As we can see, the colossal countdown phantom appeared in the sky at around 140 p.m. And at least 90% of the global population was able to witness this scene. In recent days, all nations have dispatched experts to observe this phenomenon at the earliest possible moment. We believe that in just a few days a satisfactory explanation will be given to people around the world. Our news program will continue to follow up and report on this event. Boss, we've placed everything you wanted, so you're paying attention to this as well. Inside a simple residential apartment, a freight courier, having just brushed the dust from his hands, walked over curiously. Standing beside Lin An, he watched the news on the television along with him and remarked with feeling, it must be some bored guy's prank. The media these days are truly shameless, making it look like the end of the world. Perhaps it really is the end of the world, Lin An said suddenly. His words left the freight courier beside him completely stunned. He immediately thought of the pile of daily supplies that he and his colleagues had just moved into the bedroom. Boss, those supplies, are you planning to use them as shelter provisions? Hey, you could say that. Let's settle the bill, Lin An replied with an easy smile, offering no further explanation. After paying the transport fee and seeing the movers out through the front door, he finally walked over to the window. 8706, the countdown to the extinction of humanity and the beginning of the multiversal colonization battlefield. Though I have been granted another life this time, I will never allow the tragedy to repeat itself. Gazing at the enormous uncanny string of numbers hanging above the vault of the heavens, a cold unwavering light flashed through Lin An's eyes as his fists silently clenched. He was indeed a reborn soul. He had returned from 1 year in the future to the present, the very starting point of the multiversal colonization battlefield, and it had already been 2 full days. After overcoming his initial shock and elation, Lin An had spent the past few days almost entirely on drafting plans to confront the looming game that would determine whether all life on the planet would wither into extinction. The multiversal colonization battlefield. In his memory, this game would officially launch at 4:00 p.m. on July 18, 2025, that is today. At that moment, the world would transform and the entire globe would enter a state of war readiness. Every person living on Earth would be able to enter the game domain through an internal brain system to undergo a qualification trial to determine whether they could become a chosen participant. Once a player was acknowledged by the game, they would not only obtain a personal system blueprint but also simultaneously acquire an upgradable war fortress. Before the countdown in the sky reached its end, the players would have to seize the central apocalypse launch center of the game and completely cut off the invading colonial armies from other worlds. By my estimate, there should be less than half an hour left before the multiversal colonization game begins. I hope the supplies I prepared can help me earn achievement rewards during this trial. Lin An pondered silently. After all, the multiversal colonization game also possessed an achievement system. Simply put, whenever a player's actions met the specific conditions required to unlock an achievement, the game would immediately grant generous rewards. Among these achievements, some were unique while others were common rewards obtainable by everyone. This particular trial concealed a unique achievement. This fact would not be discovered until many years later, when a new player finally unearthed it, making headlines and staying on the front page of major news outlets for days. This was precisely why Lin An had gone to such trouble to purchase these supplies and have them delivered. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained qualification to participate in the multiversal colonization battlefield trial. Your identity is now being verified. Verification complete. Your temporary number is 955,725. Upon successful completion of the trial, you will receive a formal code number. The trial is about to begin. You have 5 minutes to decide which items to bring into the game world. The items you carry will be temporarily stored in your system blueprint backpack. Living beings are not permitted among the items. When the countdown ends, all players who have reached 16 years of age will be forcibly sent to the game world to undertake the trial mission. Friendly reminder: the ultimate outcome of this game will directly determine the survival or extinction of all life forms on the planet. Once you are acknowledged by the game during the trial, please treat it with utmost seriousness. Shortly after Lin An returned to his bedroom to check his supplies, a cold mechanical female voice echoed through his mind. So the time has come. Lin An drew in a deep breath. Glancing at the cardboard boxes packed with food and alcohol, he spoke decisively. System, I need to take these boxes around me with me. That won't be a problem, will it? Even as he spoke, a faint tension stirred in his heart. In his previous life, a 16-year-old genius girl had indeed used a similar method to obtain a unique initial achievement during the trial, but that was only something he had heard of. Now that he was the one attempting it, he could not help feeling somewhat uncertain. Request acceptable. The items the player wishes to carry have been stored in your temporary system blueprint back. Considering that you are the first player to make this request, you are granted a unique special achievement: Wasteland Trailblazer upgrade condition. If you become one of the first 100 players worldwide to activate a war fortress, this can be upgraded to Wasteland Vanguard. Reward: a title-exclusive extra backpack will be issued and you will be granted one additional lottery draw. As the synthesized electronic voice resonated in his mind, a smile finally appeared on Lin An's face. Just as I thought, before players first enter the colonization game, if they ask the system to let them carry food, they can secure an initial achievement. I didn't expect an extra surprise, the system even granted an additional lottery draw. At that thought excitement surged in Lin An's heart. In his previous life the title Wasteland Trailblazer had been the object of universal envy. Even setting aside its attributes, the 16 extra blueprint storage slots that came with it were enough to make anyone's heart race. More importantly, obtaining an extra lottery draw right at the beginning meant that his progress during the trial would be much smoother, a delightful unexpected boon. Please note, in 2 minutes you will be forcibly sent to the game domain. Are you prepared? I'm ready. As soon as Lin An's words fell, his figure vanished from the bedroom as though he had never stood there at all. Events like this spread across the globe like a raging virus in an instant. Humans who had reached 16 years of age almost all received an invitation from the game at that moment, the voices sounding in every possible language. Had this happened a few months earlier, most people would naturally have assumed that their nerves were fraying and that they had misheard something. However, ever since the enormous countdown appeared in the sky, the vast majority of humanity had grown inwardly restless, muttering to themselves in private. Could this really be a harbinger of the end of the world? Thus the world's transformation once again reached the brink of a critical threshold. Many people still scoffed, refusing to believe in the so-called arrival of a game. Yet such doubts dissolved entirely within a mere 5 minutes. In the blink of an eye it was as though the world had fallen into a pitch-black abyss, everything returning to an uncanny calm. Welcome, player. You have arrived in the game world. Your verified number is 955,725. Your trial mission is as follows: within 24 hours, by any means necessary, become the master of this military base. Note your current background identity in this world has been fully established and will shortly be directly implanted into your core memory. Dazed and disoriented, Lin An slowly opened his eyes. The scene that greeted him was no longer the familiar bedroom but a workroom suffused with a cold metallic hue. It could also be called an office. It hurts, he muttered as a stabbing pain suddenly pierced his mind. Countless unfamiliar fragments of information surged into his consciousness the moment the game prompt ended. Within that flood of information his name remained Lin An, yet he was now the younger brother of a commander of this military base, a commander who had already died. There was no doubt that this so-called elder brother was merely a tool character arranged by the game to explain the player's identity, something every player was destined to experience. Not long ago this tool elder brother of Lin An had led an expedition in search of food, only to be overwhelmed by a sudden swarm of insects. His forces were annihilated, their corpses gnawed clean. Thus Lin An seamlessly inherited the position, becoming the successor to the command title once granted by the old United Nations, and in name the master of this military fortress. The specifics were not so different from what Lin An had experienced before his rebirth. It all felt like something produced on a factory assembly line. Everyone was given the same pattern to follow. As for this wasteland world rife with catastrophic viruses, colossal insects, and humans turned into walking corpses by unknown parasites, it was merely the first trial the game set for its players. It was meant to determine whether they possessed the talent and qualifications to become true commanders. Only by successfully passing this assessment could a player obtain that near-omnipotent fabrication blueprint, seize this world's technology in their own hands, and become a true player. After pondering for a while, Lin An rose, pushed open the door of the workroom, and strode out ready to enact the first step of his plan. Above, the sky seemed shrouded in a heavy pall, casting an air of absolute deathly stillness over the land. Within the territory governed by this survivor base, more than a dozen poorly equipped wasteland warriors patrolled nearby, clutching crude rifles fashioned from iron pipes. Around them, on streets carpeted in black sand everywhere one looked, were humans on the verge of death, and elders and even children so starved that they could only wander begging for food. Oppression, madness, despair, these scenes replayed themselves day after day. Yet neither the patrolling soldiers nor the refugees who shared the same misery showed any real compassion for one another. In this world, simply securing a place to cling to life for now was already more than most could hope for. Who had the luxury of pitying anyone else? Yalan, how are things outside now? In a darkened corner, the burly man with a scar on his face flicked away his cigarette and fixed his gaze on a tall golden-haired woman who had just come into view, his voice low and heavy as he posed the question. Only another dozen refugees have starved to death, that's all, the golden-haired woman replied. From the casual set of her exquisite features one would think the dead were not people but livestock led to slaughter. Boss, why don't we just rebel together? The gaunt man beside them clenched his teeth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. That kid still reeks of milk, he sneered. He's just a younger brother spoiled rotten by his elder sibling. There's no way he'll ever lead us to a better life. Why should we keep following him? At his words, a flicker of struggle and temptation flashed across the eyes of the man with the scar. This was after all a wasteland world. Although Lin An's tool brother had once saved his life, the fact remained that the former commander had died outside in battle. How could his naive, sheltered younger brother, ignorant of hardship, possess the ability to manage this military base? Could that boy even keep the base supplied with enough food to sustain its people? What one lie are you planning to betray? Yalan's delicate brows arched as she ran her slender fingers through the golden hair at her temples, teasing, have you forgotten? All those soldiers out there who can actually fight are wearing electronic chips. You're not worried about that little fellow in there losing his temper and then... boom. As she spoke she tapped her white throat with a fingertip making a little exploding gesture. Those electronic chips were known across the wasteland as slave chips. Aside from those who were literal slaves sold into bondage, many soldiers with official titles in the base were fitted with such devices. In this wasteland, loyalty was an unreliable luxury at best. Thus those like Wang Lai who did not wear slave chips were either warriors whose combat power was exceptional or individuals in whom the base's rulers placed enormous trust. Situations like this appearing at the very start of the narrative were likely one of the game's tests for its players. In that case, boss, why don't we just do it properly, strike once and for all before that kid even has time to react? The thin man's gaze grew feral. Though he'd been fortunate enough to avoid being fitted with a slave chip as the one who controlled the life and death of all soldiers in the base, Lin An could not possibly leave everyone entirely unafraid of him. Moreover, though this place was little more than a dilapidated small fortress, it had once been recognized by the old United Nations as one of the combat bunkers used to fight the wasteland creatures beyond. In a world like this, what refugee or scavenger wandering outside would not dream of living here? After all, the technological means to combat wasteland creatures were all held firmly in the hands of the government forces. Only those who had once served as commanders for the old United Nations or their descendants could pass the genetic verification needed to wield that power and fend off the wasteland's monsters. Let's observe the situation first, Wang Lai said. The food in the base is already nearly exhausted. If that kid truly has no plan and achieves nothing, then we'll seize all the supplies and kill him and go serve under another commander instead. After wavering back and forth for a while, Wang Lai finally reached his decision. Because of the life-saving grace Lin An's brother had once shown him, he still held that debt in his heart and did not wish to go too far, intending at least to give the boy a chance. Look! That kid's coming out, the thin man suddenly exclaimed. As everyone turned their gaze, they saw at the center point visible from the refugee crowds outside the base a young man approaching with 7 or 8 wasteland warriors in tow. His expression was indifferent, impossible to read. Only after his eyes swept over most of the refugees present did he finally smile, clapping his hands as he said, "All right, I ask everyone here to turn your attention this way." Although it is called a military fortress, its actual area is quite small. After excluding other survivors who have not yet reached the center, the total population of the base is only a little over 200 people, so everyone basically knows the identity of the young man in front of them and turns their gaze towards the center. I know that everyone does not have high expectations for me, the newly appointed leader, and everyone is aware of the food shortage within the base. Otherwise the previous leader would not have died in battle searching for supplies outside. Clearing his throat, Lin An waited until he confirmed that most people on site were listening earnestly before he continued. Here as the successor to the position of commander of the former United Nations Asia-Pacific Alliance, I can assure you that the various issues regarding food scarcity have been temporarily resolved. From today onwards, all residents belonging to this base will receive a bowl of instant noodles and a bottle of pure water as basic welfare provided by me, so no one goes hungry. As for the diligent soldiers in my army, they will not only receive 2 bowls of instant noodles daily but will also be given an additional bottle of alcohol as a reward for their contributions and support for this base. As soon as Lin An finished speaking, the gaze of the surrounding crowd toward him became noticeably heated, especially among the soldiers present. After all, in this wasteland teeming with mutated creatures where even the soil has turned to yellow sand and lost its ability to nurture life, food is undoubtedly hard currency in this world. In the early stages of the game, if players wanted to obtain enough food apart from seeking military supply stations filled with numerous mutated creatures, the only other option would be to hunt some edible mutated creatures which provide tough and unpalatable meat, barely solving the issue. However, this method is not a long-term solution. Consuming too much of such meat not only affects the essence of the human body but also increases the risk of infection by mutated viruses, causing the body to grow peculiar and indescribable anomalies. So when Lin An mentioned offering instant noodles and alcohol as short-term welfare, the people present could hardly contain their excitement. One must understand, this is instant noodles. Such a familiar yet nostalgically cherished item. It is said that this thing can only be found at the military logistics supply stations established by the old United Nations. Thinking of this, the gazes directed at the new leader instantly became much more fervent. Of course, there were still those who doubted the authenticity of his words, as it was indeed true that soldiers had been starving alongside the commoners during this time. If food truly existed, why would the former leader take such risks and ultimately perish outside? Some astute individuals could not help but think this way. However, the doubts in their hearts were difficult to voice, as their identities were merely those of humble refugees. To put it bluntly, even though the situation in the base had become so dire that it was almost cannibalistic, it was still better than the outside world, which was protected by the military. Those who had witnessed the true horrors of mutated creatures had no desire to venture back into that outside world. Because there it was truly hell. Alright, I have finished speaking about the previous matters, and now it is time to discuss the main issue. Taking in the expressions of the crowd, Lin An noted that he had achieved his goal and changed the subject, saying, "I believe everyone understands that this world is on the brink of collapse and those mutated creatures outside are one of the sources of the problem. As the appointed commander by the old United Nations, we have the duty and responsibility to eliminate those creatures and protect your safety. However, this is contingent upon the base I oversee being free of waste, and everyone must contribute their worth, as this is a fundamental lesson that all who live in the wasteland must grasp. Of course, given that this base is currently in a state of disrepair, I fully understand that you have nothing to do. But soon once I fully take over the position of base leader I hope everyone can devote themselves earnestly to every task at hand. After all, although the commanders from the old United Nations camp have nearly become a mere existence due to the downfall of the old United Nations, our ultimate goal remains to reach the center of the world and seize the launch point of the apocalypse from the Black Land. Only then can we completely resolve the issue with those mutated creatures outside. Therefore, if anyone dares to be lazy during the development of the base, I will not hesitate to expel them from this land, and that is about it. As he reached this point, Lin An's tone suddenly turned cold, casting a glance at the people present with a hint of warning. In the past, before his rebirth, most players viewed the indigenous people of this world merely as simple-minded NPCs. This led to numerous troubles in internal job assignments and population management. The ultimate result of this was that the timelines for building facilities and research laboratories were indefinitely extended, leaving them far behind in the race for colonization as Earth faced impending challenges. After all, in any world, production equals population. Even if they developed engineering robots later in the base, some things cannot be fully replaced by machinery. Therefore, with the experience of rebirth, Lin An would not treat the indigenous people of this world as mere ordinary NPCs. In fact, as he spent more time with them, Lin An increasingly felt that the people of this world were incredibly real. He wondered if this place had once suffered colonization, resulting in the current situation. But if that were the case, why did the people of this world have no memory of colonization? Moreover, based on his understanding of the technology in this world, if there had indeed been colonization, how terrifying would the invading forces have been? As Lin An pondered, he could not help but think about the aspect of food supply. While 100,000 worth of instant noodles and alcohol seemed like a lot, it was only viewed from the perspective of a single person. However, considering the current population of the base, even if they made every effort to conserve food, it would only last for about 7 days at most. As for food, those players who had successfully passed the assessments in the past could perfectly illustrate this with a standard answer to a question. 7 people and 3 apples, how can they be reasonably distributed with just 1 cut? The answer is self-evident. It can be said that if Lin An only aimed to obtain the status of a player who passed the assessment, then solving the food distribution issue would be about 80% of the success. The remaining part would require winning over the few restless individuals among the players given at the start of the game, and everything would be virtually accomplished. However, to achieve that singular merit reward, it would naturally not be so simple. Fortunately, the issue of food has been temporarily resolved. In the future, if he wishes to truly achieve self-sufficiency, he must quickly obtain the blueprint to research the technology for genetically modified crops. As for now, hey, that kid looks pretty good. Lin said, brushing her golden hair behind her ears, slightly surprised. And where did this guy get the food and instant noodles? The thin man also seemed uncertain. After all, according to their original thinking, this newly appointed leader should at least be an ignorant son of a bureaucrat who knows nothing about the survival rules in the wasteland. But now it seemed that the opponent was actually more professional than them in understanding the wasteland rules and winning people's hearts. Several high-ranking officials who had originally planned to follow Wan Lai in rebellion couldn't help but waver in their hearts. If the new leader truly exhibited extraordinary ambition and effective management, then perhaps they should just continue to stay. Why take the risk to rebel? Shut up, he's coming over here. Wang Lai frowned, flicking the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground before stepping on it. Before long, Lin An had appeared beside Wang Lai and the others. He glanced at the senior members of their current base and smiled, saying, "Follow me to the office." Without further ado, he led the way, and those who couldn't figure out what Lin An was thinking had no choice but to stiffen their resolve and follow, curious about what the new leader wanted to discuss. According to the information, there is an abandoned military supply station at the place where my brother, well, the previous leader died. I'm sure you all know about this, right? In the workspace, Lin An sat in a metal chair that wasn't particularly comfortable, his gaze sweeping over them. It could be said that the specifics of the previous leader's demise were not a secret within the base. Almost everyone present understood. However, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Lai's expression suddenly changed as he hurriedly asked, "Are you saying you want to take people back there again?" "Exactly," Lin An replied decisively. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others in attendance instantly turned grim. After all, the previous leader had sacrificed over 70% of the base's combat strength to secure those supplies, leading to a total annihilation of their forces. Thus, from their perspective, it was impossible to confront those wasteland creatures with the remaining combat strength in the base. Was this guy joking with their lives? Thinking this, Wang Lai and the others who had just recently had some hopes for Zhang Xiaofan instantly felt immense disappointment. "Hot, easy for you to say. What can we do? Going over there, commit suicide?" The thin man couldn't hold back his emotions and retorted. Wang Lai, while having similar thoughts, did not express them. He merely frowned at Lin An, wanting to hear what he would say next. "I understand your thoughts." Lin An tapped his fingers on the table, countering, "But what if I tell you that if the base does not have more resources to replenish, we might face numerous attacks from the insect tide in the next 7 days? "What? Insect tide?" Wang Lai's expression changed. Not just him, but everyone, including the thin man beside him, looked shocked. After all, in the wasteland world, if those disgusting bugs and the flesh-eating zombies infested with them could be resisted by regular military groups, Then the insect tide was undoubtedly a disaster in the early stages of the game. Lin An remembered that back then countless players not long after becoming players were thrown into chaos by the sudden insect tide and could only hide in the small temporary shelters of military bases to survive. Therefore, while most players successfully survived with the help of shelters, many civilians or resource buildings within the base were destroyed, delaying their battles with colonizers for quite some time. Of course, there were indeed ways to deal with the insect tide, and more importantly, there were actually two methods. Firstly, send scouts to explore the surrounding lands right away. After all, the game's mechanism is such that as long as there is a player land within a 100-mile radius, there will inevitably be more players stationed nearby. They just need to send personnel to collectively resist this insect tide disaster. This is extremely important for early-stage players. As for the second point, it involves a crucial defensive measure in wasteland technology: energy protection. Energy protection, simply put, can also be called a protective shield or casing. This kind of thing, similar to a defensive magnetic field, can be mastered once players obtain the blueprint, making it a universal item everyone can access. Of course, even if everyone has it and the level of the shield is only level 1 in the early stages, if the only purpose is to deal with insect tides and not particularly advanced weapon attacks, then a level 1 shield would be practically invincible in the early stages as long as you have enough energy crystals in your pocket. Yes, energy crystals. Energy crystals are the key resource needed for all cutting-edge high technology. Their functions encompass oil, electricity, energy metals, and other essentials. There are three main methods to obtain energy crystals. 1. Trade with other players. 2. Achievements, rewards, or military supply stations. 3. Mine energy ores and plunder other players' bases. It is evident that with resources and manpower being virtually identical in the early stages, routes such as trade or plunder are currently not allowed. Therefore, achievement rewards are undoubtedly the only way out. However, it should be noted that the methods used in the game are somewhat akin to an elimination system that gradually filters out outstanding players. But to ensure that the number of players on each side during the colonial war does not become too sparse, even if the players' fortresses are destroyed, they will merely be sent flying to other locations in the sandy areas and restart. Of course, there is only one chance. After all, in the clashes between civilizations present, the comparison isn't solely based on technological combat power. Shall we take the elderly, the infirm, and the wounded back to the military base? That suggestion sounds utterly insane. With a playful twist of golden hair between her fingers, Yalin regarded Lin An with teasing amusement. Indeed, it's far too dangerous. I'd never agree to it. Wang Lai shook his head. As a veteran who had long resided within this base, he possessed intimate knowledge of its current state. There was simply no way to spare additional troops for Lin An to expend. I understand your reservations. And likewise, your perception of my intentions may be slightly mistaken. Lin An, unfazed by Wang Lai's refusal, smiled and replied, to clarify, I intend to assemble only a small team, roughly 10 individuals, to undertake this mission. Even in the event of casualties, such losses would not disrupt the fortress's overall operational integrity. Only 10 people. Wang Lai's brow furrowed instantly. At that moment, not only he, but everyone else present stared at Lin An as though gazing upon a fool. After all, the previous commander had deployed over 100 regular soldiers when venturing into that derelict military base. Yet even then the entire force met annihilation. And yet Lin An proposed a mere squad of 10. What precisely could such a group hope to accomplish? You might consider granting me your trust, just once. Lin An continued, I have spoken truthfully about the impending insect swarm crisis. If you remain skeptical, feel free to dispatch scouts toward the northwest. Secondly, to demonstrate my sincerity here, I pledge that should you choose to cooperate with my plan, and should it ultimately fail, I will voluntarily relinquish my position as fortress commander and personally deactivate the slave chips embedded in every soldier stationed within this base. At these words, the previously silent assembly was struck dumb with astonishment. Every gaze fixed upon Lin An in utter disbelief, as if caught within a waking dream. The slave chip, originally developed by the defunct United Nations, had persisted through the cataclysm, the very day the wasteland disaster descended upon the world. Today it was widely deployed across fortified bastions, serving as the ultimate instrument of command control, so vital it was considered nothing less than the lifeline of every officer. Yet Lin An not only declared his willingness to step down from the supreme command should the mission fail, but also offered to liberate every soldier from their implanted slave chips. This amounted to nothing short of granting them full freedom. You are serious? Once comprehension dawned, Wang Lai locked eyes with Lin An, intense, searching as if probing for the faintest trace of insincerity. Absolutely. Should you still harbor doubts, take 15 minutes to deliberate. And should you wish to send scouts northwest in the meantime, I welcome the initiative wholeheartedly. Lin An repeated his offer. In that moment no one knew how, or even whether, to respond. Very well. We shall deliberate and deliver our answer later. Wang Lai broke the heavy silence first. Having acknowledged Lin An, he led the others swiftly out the door. You're Yalin, correct? Please stay behind for a moment. As the golden-haired woman prepared to depart with the rest. Lin An suddenly called out, leaving her visibly startled. Commander, surely you don't intend anything unusual. She teased playfully, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her flawless oval face emerged, mature, alluring, undeniably sensual. Yalan, responsible for logistical inventory and administration at the base, arrived here approximately 4 months ago. Age currently unconfirmed. Motivation ostensibly simple, to eke out a quiet existence here. Lin An recited from a prepared roster lying on the desk. Then, meeting her gaze directly, he asked abruptly, but you are in fact an artificial human, am I correct? The moment the words left his lips, Lin An detected a flash of genuine shock ripple across Yalan's eyes. Indeed, his fortune held true. Never did he imagine that, reborn into this apocalyptic colonial simulation, he would so serendipitously encounter the legendary artificial warrior spoken of only in hushed myth. A quiet marvel stirred within him. For since the collapse of the old United Nations, and the subsequent vanishing of humanity's pinnacle of scientific achievement, the Wisdom Laboratories, artificial humans had faded into little more than rumor among wasteland dwellers. No one had ever laid eyes upon one. Indeed, had alien legions not breached interstellar boundaries to wage colonial war upon this world, no one would ever believe that this seemingly delicate golden-haired woman stood as a peerless warrior, one who had slain hundreds alone and sacrificed immensely to repel the extraterrestrial invasion. All this Lin An had witnessed firsthand during his own resistance against the alien forces. Yet he could scarcely fathom that Yalan, the fabled artificial warrior, was now quietly fulfilling the role of logistical administrator within his very own military fortress. Was this perhaps the privilege granted to those who walked the path of rebirth? Lin An mused inwardly. You claim I'm an artificial human. Commander, even jests have their limits. The golden-haired woman feigned offense. Her expression so vividly human no observer would ever suspect her of being anything but flesh and blood. Had Lin An not once beheld her in person during his prior life, he too would have remained utterly unaware. Do I look as though I'm joking? Lin An asked with a gentle smile, strolling leisurely. Yalan fell silent. After a long pause she spoke slowly. Very well, what you say is true. I am indeed an artificial human. Though I have no idea how you discovered this, I believe you bear no ill intent, otherwise you would not have remained alone with me to reveal my identity. Lin An nodded approvingly. You are intelligent. And what of it? She retorted bitterly. To your kind, artificial humans are nothing but debased slaves, mass-produced industrial artifacts. A hollow, sorrowful laugh escaped her lips as she struggled to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. I had believed that if I refused to acknowledge it no one would ever know, and that I might live as an ordinary human. Yet here you are. Lin An offered no reply. It was undeniable artificial humans occupied a lowly station, scorned and ostracized by humanity at every turn. Calling them slaves was no exaggeration. Her desire to live a life indistinguishable from that of natural-born humans was neither unreasonable nor extraordinary. Now that you know who I am, there is no longer any reason for me to stay. I understand your meaning. You despise artificial humans as most humans do. I will leave of my own accord. I am deeply grateful that you did not expose me before others. With those words Yalan turned and began walking away, clearly intending to depart without delay. Lin An did not step aside. A wry, helpless smile crossed his face. He had never imagined she would misinterpret his silence as an intention to drive her away. Stay. What? You expect me, an artificial human, to remain among your people enduring your disdain and harassment? Yalan halted and lifted her gaze toward him. You will die if you go out alone. Then let me die. Better that than be treated like livestock, barked at and ordered about. This is evasion. If you fear being looked down upon or mocked, then prove your worth. Strength commands respect. No one dares speak ill of those who possess it. Lin An gazed steadily into her vivid, expressive eyes and asked, must artificial humans inevitably be debased slaves? I do not believe so. Artificial humans are not what some imagine them to be, neither base nor inferior. They possess independent thought, autonomous agency, and virtues worthy of profound respect. The sole distinction lies only in the manner of our arrival into this world. Yalan's beautiful eyes welled with crimson tears, the first time in all her existence that a natural-born human had spoken such words to her kind. But my abilities have been entirely sealed. I retain only marginally greater strength than an ordinary human. It is utterly insufficient. Lin An smiled faintly at her words and gently clapped her shoulder. I will safeguard your secret, and I possess means to restore and elevate your power. Trust me. In this world, strength is indispensable. Without it one cannot advance a single step and may perish outright. Still, I shall not compel you. Whether to stay or go, that choice rests entirely with you. In the end, Yalan chose to remain. Her role shifted from logistics statistician to personal security officer, becoming Lin An's sworn protector. That day Lin An assembled 10 attendants, including Yalan, and set out toward the military supply depot where his elder brother had met his death. En route they encountered numerous insectoid creatures, mere nuisances yielding no spoils upon defeat and draining precious stamina for no gain. Finding them more trouble than they were worth, Lin An opted instead to detour, only to emerge from a narrow valley and confront a hulking obsidian-black monstrosity hidden. Standing 2 meters tall, the beast crouched on 4 thick limbs, its jet-black hide gleaming dully. Its foreclaws shimmered with an eerie cold luminescence, its bovine skull bore twisted spiraling horns, and its bulbous eyes glowed with a chilling viridian light. Danger, this is a hive lord. How could we possibly encounter it here? Yalin's face paled instantly. Spotting that the creature had not yet noticed them, she urgently whispered to Lin An, "Commander, we must retreat at once." Lin An watched the beast, a subtle anticipatory curve lifting the corner of his mouth. "Find shelter, somewhere safe. I'll handle this brute myself." The sight of the creature stirred an irrepressible urge within him. In his past life he had slain this very species countless times, now it presented the perfect opportunity to recalibrate his combat instincts within this new body. "Commander, are you mad? This beast is no trivial foe." Yalin and several comrades cried out in alarm. Lin An waved them off calmly. "No need to worry. I can manage this." With those words he stepped forth from concealment and strode deliberately toward the monster. With a thunderous roar it lunged, massive claws slashing through the air. As the colossal claw descended with a shriek of displaced wind, Lin An swiftly drew the long blade sheathed at his waist and thrust it upward with full force. A heavy resonant clang echoed sharply, the blade arrested the blow, emitting a grating metallic shriek. Lin An's right arm trembled faintly with numbing strain. His instinct had been correct, though his prior life had forged mastery in battle. This body remained untempered. This single exchange revealed the gap between memory and muscle. Frustrated by its failed strike, the beast roared again and snapped its jaws toward Lin An's throat. Sensing imminent peril, Lin An whipped his blade backward in a flash, its edge carving a lethal arc of frosty light through the air. A crisp ringing chime, then the blade severed the beast's right foreclaw clean off. Blood gushed forth. Wrenched by searing pain, the creature howled and involuntarily exposed its soft, vulnerable underbelly. Lin An seized the opening without hesitation, his blade plunged downward with brutal precision. A wet, sickening tear echoed as the creature's abdomen split open, spilling viscera across the earth. He drove the blade deep into the monster's skull, ending its life with effortless finality. At that moment a voice resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, player, you have slain a Tier 2 insect beast without sustaining injury. Achievement unlocked: Flawless Annihilation. First tier kill of a Tier 2 insect beast. Title granted: Monster Slaying Tyrant. Physical Aptitude Level 1. Reward: Healing Serum 1. Lin An nodded in quiet satisfaction. Just as he withdrew his blade from the corpse, a figure suddenly emerged from the thicket nearby, followed closely by 5 or 6 others. "Brother Lin. Brother Lin, it really is you." "It's me." Lin An glanced over and instantly recognized the speaker, Zhao Kuang, his closest comrade from his past life. The others trailing behind him were also familiar faces, classmates from his university days. "Brother Lin, my life is literally in your hands. We happened to pass by just now. When I spotted the beast I pulled everyone into hiding, but it nearly found us. Then you appeared like salvation itself." Zhao Kuang draped an arm around Lin An's shoulders, beaming with gratitude. Glancing back he waved enthusiastically toward the trees. "Mumu, it's Brother Lin. No need to hide anymore." A girl emerged from the thicket in the distance and said to Lin An, "Brother Lin, thank you for saving us." It turned out to be her. Lin An looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting to encounter her here. "Brother Lin, my buddy knows you like Mumu, so he has specially protected her well. Now she's in your hands, so don't let my efforts go to waste." "Ha ha." Zhao Kuang laughed. "He he." Lin An chuckled and turned to Zhao Kuang, saying, "Old Zhao, do you want to stick with me from now on?" "Of course. With Brother Lin being so righteous, if you have a portion of meat I definitely won't miss out on a portion of soup. I'm following you no matter what." For Lin An the journey of several dozen miles posed no difficulty, and he arrived in just a few hours. As Lin An and the others entered the ruins, they found themselves in a massive hall, unsure if it was used for parking aircraft or assembling personnel. The air was thick with filth and a pungent acrid smell wafted throughout the hall. Lin An said to Zhao Kuang, "All right, you all stay outside and guard the entrance. Yalin, the rest of you, let's hurry inside." Lin An led Yalin and the others through the front hall and into the main entrance. Everyone cautiously wielded their flashlights and weapons, continuing to explore forward. They occasionally encountered insect monsters, and a few of them decisively dealt with the creatures with ease. They arrived at a fork in the road, and from the warn sign they learned that one side led to the soldiers' living quarters of this military supply station while the other led to the storage area. "Yalin, you go to the living quarters and everyone else follow her. I'll go alone to the storage area." Lin An was quite familiar with military supply stations. The living quarters were simply for accommodation, so the space wasn't particularly large and there wouldn't be too many monsters there, nor would they be of high rank. In contrast, the storage area was designed to be particularly spacious to accommodate supplies, allowing larger and higher-ranked monsters ample room to move. Yalin and the others were immediately astonished. "Captain, let's go together. It's very dangerous for you to explore alone." "It's fine, just do as I say." Lin An smiled slightly and continued, Lin, don't you want to break through your strength? You must fight on your own repeatedly. He then looked at the others, you guys listen carefully, if you encounter monsters you must let Lin handle them. Don't take action unless absolutely necessary. That's an order. Do you understand? Lin and the others exchanged glances then nodded in agreement. Lin An didn't hesitate and headed straight to the storage area, observing his surroundings as he walked, wary of any sudden changes. Soon he arrived at a warehouse where weapons and ammunition were stored. The once clean and tidy warehouse was now littered with animal remains and the air was thick with the smell of blood. In the center of the warehouse stood a half-destroyed tank, and there were several holes in the wall in front of the tank, clearly smashed by something recently. The holes in the wall were at least 2 to 3 meters high, leading into a dark space next door where even the flashlight couldn't illuminate the bottom. Lin An felt an extreme sense of danger. Suddenly a dark object shot up into the air and lunged at Lin An. Upon seeing the black object, Lin An's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly retreated to evade the attack. Hiss! The black object emitted a spine-chilling sound. It was a massive centipede. This black centipede was as large as a big water tank covered in a thick shell. As it writhed, its shell emitted clicking sounds and its mouth had 2 sharp fangs that snapped toward Lin An. Despite its enormous size, the centipede moved with lightning speed. At the moment it opened its mouth to reveal its fangs, a jet of black liquid shot out. Lin An's expression darkened as he quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the attack. Crack! Lin An hurriedly took off the rifle strapped to his back, expertly chambering around and aimed at the black centipede, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A barrage of bullets rained down on the centipede like a storm. Clang! Clang! The dense bullet struck the centipede, instantly creating countless sparks and producing a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds. Surprisingly, the bullets fired by Lin An were completely blocked by the centipede's shell, causing no damage at all. Hiss! At that moment the centipede suddenly spat out a blob of dark venom which appeared greenish-black and emitted a pungent odor. Lin An's pupils constricted as he realized the danger. He quickly dodged back, avoiding the puddle of venom. In the blink of an eye the centipede closed in on him, suddenly opening its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs. Seeing this, Lin An's eyes lit up. What an opportunity! The centipede's greatest weakness was its mouth, where it sprayed venom. Lin An skillfully switched his rifle's magazine for one filled with incendiary rounds, raised his gun and quickly aimed at the centipede's mouth as it lunged at him, firing several quick shots. Rat-a-tat! The firearm emitted a piercing blast and the bullets cut through the air, racing toward the centipede's body. Boom! Boom! The firearm's power was immense and the bullets striking the centipede's mouth produced deafening sounds. The scorching flames blazed fiercely, erupting from its mouth and filling the warehouse with the rich scent of charred flesh. The centipede let out a shrill scream, wildly thrashing its massive body, exposing its white underbelly. Lin An was overjoyed and quickly raised his rifle again, unleashing a fierce volley at the centipede's underbelly. Puff! Puff! The bullets penetrated the centipede's shell and burrowed into its abdomen. Awoo! The centipede let out a pained howl, struggling on the ground for a moment before finally collapsing. Watching the thick smoke rising from the centipede, Lin An felt a surge of joy. Phew, that was a close call. Just then a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations player, you have gained 120 experience points. Congratulations player, your agility level has risen to level 7, earning you the shooting skill 100 steps to penetration. Server announcement: player Lin An has killed a first-tier giant centipede beast, a first in the server, rewarding him with 3 high-level detoxifiers. Lin An happily accepted the reward and then carefully searched the warehouse, confirming there were no other monsters before heading back to check on how Lin was doing in the living quarters. Sister Lin, how about we just give up and go together? A teammate looked at Lin, who was facing a giant rat that reached her waist, and couldn't help but say, "No more nonsense, the commander ordered you not to interfere, I can handle this myself." Lin, holding a short spear, fixed her gaze on the rat in front of her, speaking without turning her head. The rat's eyes glowed red and suddenly let out a screech, charging straight at Lin. Lin snorted coldly and swung the short spear fiercely. With a swoosh, the short spear created a gust of wind, leaving an illusory shadow in the air, and then accurately pierced into the rat's body, causing bright red blood to splatter out. Hiss! The rat let out a wretched howl, unwillingly closing its eyes. Just then a round of applause was heard and Lin An hurried over from behind. Hee hee, you little girl are quite impressive. This rat is considered a small boss and you managed to take it down all by yourself. Lin An said with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied it was nothing, just a little thrilling. Lin An nodded, then looked down her body, suddenly frowning. You're injured. Lin's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head. I'm fine. It won't affect the upcoming battle. Still trying to act tough with me here, take, Lin An said, extending his hand to offer her a bottle of healing potion. Lin stared at the potion in her hand, dazed for a moment before coming to her senses and gently saying thank you. She felt warm inside. As a synthetic human, this was the first time she had experienced being cared for. Let's continue. Lin An issued the command and they continued to explore forward. Commander. We found the blueprint. A teammate suddenly ran over excitedly with a piece of paper. Lin An took the blueprint and the system's voice immediately rang out. Acquired a blueprint for a war fortress. Congratulations players for achieving the shelter achievement reward. Indestructible potion 3 duration 10 minutes consuming player stamina. Players can choose this location as a war fortress. Do you wish to proceed? Lin An immediately chose to use it. War fortress selected. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade failed. Upgrade conditions for the war fortress. Number of residents must reach 100. Lin An licked his lips helplessly. Even with his group plus Zhao Kuang and others, they didn't even meet the required number. It seems they need to go back and gather more people. But as Lin An and his group came out of the supply station, Zhao Kuang and his crew hurriedly surrounded them. So brother Lin, what treasures did you find? Zhao Kuang asked excitedly, his eyes fixed on the war fortress blueprint and Lin An's hand sparkling with anticipation. You guess for yourself, you definitely can't imagine. Lin An said mysteriously. TCH, what's there to be mysterious about? Zhao Kuang scoffed, unimpressed. Lin An was too lazy to bother with him and placed the war fortress blueprint into his backpack, then proceeded to discuss the upgrade issue for the war fortress. Zhao Kuang blinked subtly and suddenly said with a grin, brother Lin, how about I keep an eye on this while you go back to gather more people? Lin An thought his brother's suggestion was good and nodded without suspicion. Alright then, I'll trouble you old Zhao. After speaking he looked up to see that it was getting late. It seemed Zhao Kuang would have to stay here overnight. Worried about Moo staying here and getting cold, he called Moo and led the group towards the shelter. By the time they returned to the shelter it was already late at night. After a day of running around, Lin An was feeling a bit tired, so he planned to prepare for moving to the war fortress with everyone tomorrow. Old Jean, tell us about your experiences this time. In a dormitory several people curiously asked Jean Boer, who had participated in this operation. Jean Boer, with a look of lingering fear, said we hadn't gone far when we encountered a swarm leader. Its body was incredibly strong and powerful. Fortunately the commander took care of it. Then we entered the supply station and faced monsters of all sizes. I heard the commander even encountered centipedes as thick as a water tank. It was really dangerous. If it weren't for the 3 buckets of instant noodles as a reward, I wouldn't have gone. Jean Boer shook his head, looking quite terrified. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, each one of them doubling over in amusement. Old Jean, who doesn't know you're a coward? You were just scared. One person joked. Jean Boer glared. What I said is all true, okay? The centipedes as thick as water tanks, the rats as tall as a person's waist, none of this is made up. If you don't believe me, ask the other teammates. Seeing he didn't seem to be joking, everyone immediately stopped laughing and one person cautiously asked, and then? Jean Boer sighed. Then the commander got the blueprint for the war fortress and built it there. It seems we will have to move there. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately fell silent, clearly not wanting to leave their original camp. They had been settled here for so long and did not want to take risks again. Alright, I'm very tired today, everyone go back to your beds and rest. Jean Boer waved his hand signaling everyone to return to their respective beds. When Lin An gathered everyone in the shelter the next day, he heard the chatter below and immediately sensed something was off in the atmosphere. It seemed everyone already knew about the move to the war fortress. It was no secret. It was not surprising that a few teammates had spread the news. Ahem, everyone take a seat. I think you all know about the relocation to the war fortress, right? Lin An cleared his throat and then sat in the frontmost seat. Looking at everyone's expressions, Lin An knew they were all very afraid of the relocation but didn't dare to speak up. Commander, I'll be straightforward. While we can't say we're comfortable in the shelter, it is currently safe enough and we really don't want to go back out into the world and take risks, so we really don't want to leave the shelter with you. Jean Boer stood up first, his small eyes shimmering with fear. Yes, Commander, it's so dangerous outside. Why do we have to move? Another person also stood up, echoing Jean Boer. Yeah, we're doing fine here, why should we go suffer somewhere else? I don't want to go out either. Wang Lai also stood up to express his dissent. Exactly, it's great here, it's too chaotic outside. I don't want to take risks, I'd rather stay in the shelter. In an instant everyone started voicing their opinions, all unanimously disagreeing about moving outside. Seeing the reluctance on everyone's faces, Lin An displayed a helpless expression. He understood that their hesitation to move out was not due to fear but rather concern that the living conditions outside would be far more arduous than those in the shelter. After all, the previous leader, his deceased brother, had led them to live here comfortably for an unknown duration. Having grown accustomed to such a life of ease, it was only natural for them to dread hardship. At that moment Yalin suddenly stepped forward, saying, I used to be in charge of the logistics and inventory and I'd like to voice my thoughts. Yalin stood up and everyone turned to look at her. She appeared composed, seemingly nothing like the delicate girl who usually managed their resource distribution. Yalin, is there something you want to say? Lin An looked at her in surprise. Yalin confidently nodded it and conveying a sense of leave everything to me before addressing everyone. We don't have much supplies left. What? How could this be? Wasn't a considerable amount of food distributed just yesterday? Everyone was taken aback. The food from yesterday was just to fill your stomach for the last time. With so many mouths to feed, if we don't tighten our belts we'll run out very soon. Lin spoke earnestly, her expression serious. Upon hearing her words everyone fell silent. Wang Lai frowned, pondering for a moment before asking the crowd, "What do you all think we should do?" Everyone contemplated for a while, then exchanged glances, each wearing a look of confusion. "Is there no food near?" "There isn't, we've already scoured it clean." After that a silence ensued. "So in order not to waste away we must make a change. The leader has already pointed out a clear path for us, which is to move to that war fortress. It used to be a military supply station stocked with plenty of resources, including food and weapons enough for us to last for quite a while." Lin continued, a hint of a confident smile on her face. Listening to her everyone fell into silence, their faces reflecting a struggle. However, soon after most of them stood up, displaying a determined demeanor. "All right. We agree to relocate. Leader, let's set off." Lin An secretly gave Lin a thumbs up. No wonder she suggested giving everyone 2 buckets of instant noodles as soon as they returned yesterday. It was to create the illusion that food was running low, allowing everyone to have one last hearty meal. However, that being said, while the strategy was good, it wouldn't work with anyone else. Lin had been responsible for logistics for a long time and had casually distributed food. She was the one who understood the resources in the shelter the best. In this regard no one could surpass her authority. Everyone busily began to pack their belongings, though there wasn't much to pack, and they quickly finished. Lin loaded the remaining supplies onto a truck, although this amount seemed insignificant compared to what was stored in the war fortress. In the apocalypse, saving what you can is essential, wasting anything is shameful, so it had to be taken. "Everything is almost ready, leader, let's depart." Lin An glanced at the rusty truck, a hint of helplessness on his face. This truck looked as though it had weathered countless storms, already so worn that its original color was unrecognizable. That it could still start was nothing short of a miracle. "All right, let's go." Lin An allowed Mumu to sit in the passenger seat of the truck. This was the only vehicle in the shelter. The cargo space was filled with supplies, leaving no room for people, forcing them to walk. After the roar of the engine and the cacophony of the crowd, this previously bustling shelter slowly returned to tranquility. Lin An led a large group forward. "We have arrived." He pointed at the fortress ahead, where he could vaguely see the figures of Zhao Kuang and others. A wave of joy surged through the crowd and they hastened their pace. However, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. Lin An and the others halted, warily watching the fortress ahead. There behind the fortifications atop the fortress, Zhao Kuang was aiming a dark rifle at Lin An and the others. "Don't move, no one is allowed near the fortress." Zhao Kuang raised his rifle, speaking coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing him, Lin An felt a chill run down his spine, as if a bone-deep coldness had seeped into him. "Zhao Kuang, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I just want to inform you that this fortress is now mine. No one is allowed to approach it. Otherwise, once I pull the trigger, you will all become riddled with bullets." Zhao Kuang coldly warned Lin An and the others. "Zhao Kuang, don't be too excessive. The leader is your savior. How can you treat him like this?" Lin glared at Zhao Kuang, filled with anger. "Who's savior?" Zhao Kuang scoffed. "I only know that in this apocalypse one must be ruthless to survive. Don't mention saviors to me." "You." Lin was rendered speechless by his words, her anger boiling over as she glared at him, yet she had no other recourse. Seeing that Lin was unable to respond, Lin An quickly stepped forward, grabbing her and patting her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Among everyone, Lin An felt the worst. In his previous life, Zhao Kuang had been his good brother, fighting alongside him through thick and thin. To think that in this life he would do something like this was truly heartbreaking. "Zhao Kuang, I ask you, are you truly going to betray us?" Lin An gazed at Zhao Kuang, speaking each word deliberately. "Betray?" Zhao Kuang replied coldly, a sarcastic smile plastered on his face. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I never intended to be loyal to you. What betrayal could there be?" He laughed arrogantly, his laughter laced with scorn. Lin An felt a chill in his heart. He never expected that the brother he had always trusted would do something like this, leaving him with a sense of desolation and deep sorrow. "Zhao Kuang, I truly didn't expect you to become like this. I advise you to lay down your weapon soon, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin An looked at Zhao Kuang, disappointment evident on his face. "Ha ha ha. You people are still talking about being ruthless. You think you can take this fort?" Zhao Kuang laughed maniacally, pointing around as he said, "I must thank you for doing me a great favor by clearing out the monsters inside. This fortress is stocked with so many weapons, ammunition and supplies, enough for us to live without worry for several years. But if I let you in to share these resources, how long do you think you could last? 2 years? 1 year? It would be even shorter, right? Only a fool would be willing to share these resources with you." Lin An coldly stared at Zhao Kuang atop the fortress, his eyes filled with indifference. "Ha, what are you staring at me for? If you have the ability, then bring down this fortress." Zhao Kuang looked at Lin An with a disdainful expression, his demeanor relaxed. "I have so many heavy weapons here, and this fortress is exceptionally sturdy. You think your makeshift rifles made of iron pipes can take us down?" Lin An ignored him and coldly said to Lin, "Notify the brothers, prepare for battle." Yalan nodded and quickly ran off. Yalan swiftly conveyed the order and over 100 survivors waiting for Lin An's command immediately started searching for their respective cover, grabbing their rusty makeshift weapons. Looking at the various weapons in their hands, Zhao Quan couldn't help but sneer. "With such shabby guns you think you can attack us? Dream on." Lin An paid him no mind and aimed at Zhao Quan. The sudden shot from Lin An struck Zhao Quan's hat, creating a hole the size of a finger. Ah! Zhao Quan cried out in pain and hurriedly crouched behind the low wall. After dodging, Zhao Quan raised his head, his eyes red with killing intent as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "TND, everyone shoot. Hit him hard." Bullets rained down from both sides, creating a tumult of gunfire, and sporadically the sound of grenades exploding could be heard. Lin An's face revealed a cold smile as he looked at Zhao Quan. Bang! A bullet struck a survivor's forehead not far from Lin An, blood streaming from the wound. The survivor hit in the forehead let out a muffled groan, swayed a few times and then slowly fell to the ground, blood flowing from his wound and staining his clothes. His eyes were filled with shock, unable to close even in death. Bastard! Seeing their comrade killed, the surrounding people erupted in exclamations, their eyes red as they unleashed their firepower towards the fortress. Bang! 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 Ah! Amidst the dense gunfire, 2 more survivors fell in pools of blood outside the fortress, their deaths tragic. Lin An and the other survivors felt a tightening in their hearts at this sight. "Commander, we can't keep this up. Our firepower can't match theirs. Everyone is being heavily suppressed," Yalan said urgently. Lin An gritted his teeth. Their makeshift rifles made of iron pipes were nothing compared to the superior weapons above. If this continued, they would eventually all be wiped out. It seemed they needed to come up with a plan. He glanced at the city gate and asked, "How much explosives do we have left?" "Not much, only 5 kilograms. Commander, what are you planning?" These explosives were previously used by the search team to blow open doors at abandoned supply stations, but they had never been replenished, making them precious to the team. "Bring them to me. I need to blow it open," Lin An shouted in a low voice, pointing to the city gate across from him. The area in front of the fortress gate was a wide expanse with no cover, making it impossible to hide from bullets. "Commander, are you joking? There's no cover at all. Taking the explosives over there is simply a death wish. Stop talking back, follow my orders and bring me the explosives," Lin An shouted sternly. "I won't do it." "Commander, are you crazy?" Yalan looked at Lin An in confusion, speaking loudly. "Hurry and hand over the explosives," Lin An shouted at Yalan again. "Commander!" Yalan called out unwillingly, not understanding why the commander would do this. Wasn't it just sending him to his death? "Hurry up!" Lin An was angry and shouted loudly. "Commander, you!" Seeing Lin An's fierce expression, Yalan couldn't help but be startled, but she still ran to the truck carrying supplies, pulled out the explosives and handed them to Lin An. Lin An took the explosives. He certainly wasn't crazy enough to just sacrifice himself. Instead, he was using the indestructible potion awarded to him by the system earlier. Ding! This potion lasts for 10 minutes. The more damage taken, the greater the energy consumed. "Do you want to use it?" "Use it." Without a second thought, Lin An confirmed the use. Seeing his brothers bleeding and sacrificing themselves, what was a little energy lost to him. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of both sides, Lin An charged out of cover with the explosives, racing towards the fortress gate. "Damn it, stop him, stop him!" Zhao Quan shouted loudly upon seeing Lin An's figure. After a brief moment of shock, the people on the fortress immediately turned their guns, aiming at Lin An and pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out with rows of bullets hitting Lin and creating one bullet hole after another on him. However, these holes merely pierced his clothing. When they struck his flesh, it was as if they were hitting a steel plate, producing a ringing sound. Lin An, however, showed no fear, continuing to charge towards the fortress gate. What's happening? Why do the bullets have no effect on him? Zhao Quan was shocked, then quickly realized, damn it, the kid must have used some kind of item. His defense is too strong, my bullets are useless. Seeing that his bullets could not harm Lin An at all, Zhao Quan cursed angrily. He immediately bent down, picked up a rocket launcher and aimed it at Lin An. Damn it, I don't believe you can withstand this. The rocket launcher's barrel spewed forth intense flames, lighting up the surroundings and creating a dazzling brightness before crashing down towards Lin An. Boom! The power of the rocket was immense, directly blowing apart a hard layer of earth, revealing a deep trench as dirt flew and dust billowed, shaking the entire fortress slightly. Commander! The survivors were shocked to see their commander directly hit by the rocket, their hearts sinking. Commander, are you okay? Commander! Commander! The crowd was in shock, wanting to rush out to check on Lin An, but the opposing firepower was too overwhelming, keeping them pinned down. Haha, I have plenty of weapons here, so come at me. Zhao Quan laughed triumphantly, seeing that he had taken Lin An down with one shot. However, when the smoke from the explosion cleared, Lin An was standing there unscathed. The commander is fine. The commander is still alive. Seeing Lin An standing there unharmed, all the survivors couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, erupting into cheers, their morale soaring. Damn, he actually withstood it. Zhao Kuang was completely dumbfounded at this scene. He had never seen anyone endure the power of a rocket launcher with just their physical body. This was simply an unbelievable event. As Lin An approached the gate with a bomb strapped to him, the hearts of all the survivors tightened with anxiety, their eyes wide open staring at Lin An. Lin An's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye he reached a spot just a few dozen meters away from the fortress gate. Bang! Whoosh! The soldiers on the fortress immediately broke into a cold sweat. Disregarding the survivors' firepower, they all aimed their weapons at Lin An, unleashing all their firepower upon him. Boom boom boom! Rockets whistled through the air carrying destructive power, drawing countless afterimages as they assaulted Lin An. These rockets were incredibly fast, spinning in the air and creating terrifying shockwaves as they exploded beside Lin An. Yet none of this could halt his advance. Finally Lin An charged to the fortress gate, swiftly pulling the fuse of the bomb. After throwing the bomb at the entrance, Lin An quickly ran away and immediately dropped to the ground. Boom! The bomb exploded. Boom! The deafening explosions filled the air, flames erupted, the ground shook, and the entire fortress gate was engulfed in a sea of fire. Lin An lay on the ground observing everything before him, a smile creeping onto his face. Damn, that hurt. In the end, to withstand all the damage he had just endured, his energy was completely drained, his eyes rolled back and he fell into a deep sleep. When Lin An awoke once more, he found himself lying on a bed in a room. Rubbing his head, he felt as if it were about to split open. Where am I? Lin An wondered drowsily. Suddenly he remembered something and hurriedly climbed out of bed, scanning his surroundings, realizing this place was quite familiar. This was the medical room in the war fortress. It seemed that after he fell unconscious, his brothers had taken over the fortress. Soon the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the upgrade requirements for the war fortress 100 residents have been met. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The fortress defense level has increased by 1 and firepower has also increased by 1. The underground space is now open. Reward technology tree unlocked. Seeing this, Lin An felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately opened the technology tree section. He noticed that the current technology tree had several large categories unlocked, including steel refining, electromagnetic processing, mechanical production, etc. All of which required various materials. However, Lin An remained unfazed. Memories from his previous life clearly informed him of where to find materials, excellent iron mines, and where important technology blueprints were hidden. It could be said that while other players were still lost in exploring the map, Lin An had obtained a resource distribution map residing in his... Just then the door opened and the newcomer was Yalan. You're finally awake. Are you alright? Upon seeing Lin An open his eyes, Yalan quickly approached him with concern. I'm fine. Lin An smiled at Yalan. What happened to them? Yalan understood he was asking about Zhao Kuang and the others, replying, after you fainted the brothers surged forward and took over the fort. Zhao Kuang escaped, but he was hit by a bullet. We don't know if he is dead or alive. His subordinates are currently detained. Escaped. Lin An frowned. Yalan hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Commander, It's fine, let him go. Lin An shook his head and then asked with concern, what about our casualties? 4 brothers died and over a dozen were injured. Lin An nodded, a heavy expression on his face. Let's go, take me to see those people. Saying this, he stepped out of bed and walked towards the stairs. All right, Commander. Yalan nodded and immediately followed him. Soon the two arrived at the basement of a building. At the entrance of the basement stood fully armed survivors. Upon seeing Lin An, they immediately greeted him, saying, Commander, are you all right? Lin An smiled and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Open the door for me, I want to see those guys. Yes. As the heavy iron door opened, Lin An saw the people confined inside. These individuals were sprawled on the ground in disarray, their bodies covered in blood, their faces etched with despair and pain. Upon seeing Lin An's arrival, they hurriedly scrambled to their feet, smiling awkwardly, and said, Brother Lin, you're here. Lin An coldly stared at them and said, You've done quite well letting us lose 4 brothers. How shall we account for this? Please spare us, Brother Lin. Hearing this, the group was instantly terrified, falling to their knees to beg for mercy. Brother Lin, please forgive us. Yes, Brother Lin, we realize our mistakes. Please forgive us. Brother Lin, we were once college classmates, can you let me live just for the sake of our past friendship? Lin An snorted, coldly ignoring them, and continued to ask, where is Zhao Kuang? Where is he now? The group shook their heads vigorously, all with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Fine, let me discuss your fate. Lin An did not expect to find any clues from these people. He coldly fixed his gaze on them, his tone chilling like a messenger from hell, making them shiver. Originally you all should have been executed for killing my men. But since you claim to be college classmates, out of respect for that you will immediately leave the fortress. If you dare come close, I will shoot without hesitation. Hearing this, the group panicked and quickly fell to their knees, pleading, Brother Lin, we beg you. Please spare us. There are so many monsters outside, driving us out is no different from executing us. Commander. Lin cautiously spoke at this moment. Our fortress is currently understaffed. It would be a pity to drive them away. What do you mean? This fortress is not like our previous small shelter. It has many firepower turrets that require people to operate them in order to showcase its formidable defenses. And we just lost 4 people with some others seriously injured and unable to fight, so we are currently very short on defense personnel. After pondering for a long time, Lin An finally made a decision. Alright, since you say so, I will reluctantly agree to spare their lives. However, while death is avoidable, the punishment for living cannot be escaped. During peacetime you must perform more ordinary tasks for the survivors. When wartime comes you must guard the city gates against the enemy not taking a step back. If you dare to offend again in the future, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Thank you, Brother Lin, we will never dare again. After hearing Lin An's words, this group quickly knelt down joyfully exclaiming, "Alright, everyone get up." Lin An waved his hand signaling them to rise. "Thank you, Brother Lin." The crowd stood up. Lin looked at Lin An and whispered, "Commander, do you want to rest a bit more? After all, your battle fatigue cannot be recovered in just a day or two." "No need, I feel quite well recovered." Lin An waved his hand just as he was about to leave to inspect the fortress. A bold man cautiously spoke up, "Brother Lin, I have something good to give you." Upon hearing this, Lin An stopped, turned around and asked him, "What is it?" "It's an energy crystal." As he spoke, the man took out a large rolled-up piece of paper and handed it to Lin An. "Brother Lin, this is something I found a few days ago while scavenging with Xiaoquang. I don't really know what it is." The man explained with a flattering smile. Lin An glanced at him, nodded. It seemed this guy had started taking out his good stuff to curry favor with him to avoid being kicked out. Seeing this, others quickly reacted, pulling out what they deemed their most important possessions to offer. "Brother Lin, this is for you." "Brother Lin, I have one too." "Brother Lin, mine." Lin An accepted everything without hesitation. They had killed their 4 men, so these items were quite a bargain for them. Lin An began to inspect the fortress. The survivors had started to adapt to life within the fortress, managing various tasks in an orderly manner, constructing the fortress efficiently. The fortress has 6 floors, and besides some houses there are also large buildings, some serving as grain storage while others are dining halls and restaurants. Lin An entered a room and saw it filled with various weapons, quite a mix, including rifles, submachine guns, grenades, and even a few boxes of shells. Unfortunately, no cannons were found in the fortress, so those boxes of shells could only serve as decorative items. Ammunition filled an entire room. Together these weapons and ammunition should be more than enough to fend off a wave of insects. Lin An walked over and checked each gun and its ammo. Not bad, these weapons are very well preserved. Lin An looked at the batch of firearms in his hands, picked up an assault rifle and placed the weapons back into his backpack. Finally he could get rid of his rusty old gun. Then he checked the underground space activated by the system. This underground space is very large, enough to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. Of course it would be a shame to use this underground space for living. Lin An planned to use it for storing large weapons in the future. He took a look around and discovered several pleasant surprises. There were actually more than 10 stylish off-road motorcycles parked here. Although they couldn't compare to the well-known brands from before the apocalypse, they were still top-notch off-road motorcycles. Great, this saves me some trouble. I was just lacking this kind of mobile motorcycle, which means I won't have to rely solely on my legs for future explorations. Lin An laughed heartily. Now that he had motorcycles, he couldn't wait to head out in search of supplies. The construction of the turrets and other facilities required a large amount of raw materials which had to be found outside. Soon he called for Lin and the 10 who had previously explored the supply station, and they rode their stylish motorcycles speeding towards the neighboring Xiangtang city. Along the way the motorcycles kicked up a howling wind that stung their cheeks. Soon they arrived at Xiangtang city. "Commander, there's a dilapidated house ahead, should we go take a look?" On the flashy pink motorcycle following Lin and Jean Boer pointed towards the house. He originally didn't dare to come out, but upon seeing these cool motorcycles his eyes lit up and without a second thought he joined this operation. He even snatched the pink motorcycle Lin had chosen, claiming it was the color for real men. "No need to go there, there's nothing in the house. If we go we should head to the shops or supermarkets," Lin An instructed. "Yes, Commander." Jean Boer nodded respectfully. Soon they stopped in front of a large supermarket. Looking at the dilapidated supermarket before them, its walls covered with cobwebs and dust, Lin An couldn't help but sigh, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, wondering how lively the residents here were before the apocalypse. The group got off the bikes, took out their weapons and carefully walked into the supermarket, beginning to search. In densely populated areas like this there would be many zombies, and if they were scratched it would be dire. "There are many zombies here, don't touch anything recklessly or you'll get bitten. These zombies are quite formidable and can be deadly in an instant," Lin An warned. His words made the team members dare not act recklessly. They started searching carefully between every shelf. Suddenly a zombie staggered into their line of sight. This zombie had decayed flesh all over, emitting a foul stench with maggots crawling on it. Its face was grotesque, with a large mouth filled with sharp teeth, making it quite terrifying. As this zombie passed by the group, it suddenly opened its wide mouth, revealing its white teeth, and lunged ferociously at one of the team members. "Ah!" The team member cried out, his mind going blank and his body seemed to stop responding. He wanted to run but found himself unable to move. Just as he closed his eyes waiting for death, Lin An suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful slash to the zombie's head. Crack! The zombie's skull was cleaved in two, brain matter splattering everywhere, and its body fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Your life is your own. React faster next time or I might not be able to save you. Lin An glanced at the stunned team member and snorted coldly. Yes, Commander. The team member finally regained his senses, hurried a few steps forward and caught up with the team. The earlier scene was too thrilling and the team members were now on high alert. The zombies they encountered were becoming more numerous, stronger and faster, and they noticed that the number of zombies had increased exponentially compared to before, which was nothing short of a disaster for them. Captain, there are simply too many zombies here. I fear we won't be able to hold out for long. Jean Boer tightly gripped his rifle, nervously observing the surroundings. Under no circumstances should you engage them directly. Do not disturb them. Everyone be cautious and ensure no one gets hurt. Lin An instructed, feeling somewhat tense himself. After all, the combat prowess of these zombies was extremely high and they dared not let their guard down. Yes. The group responded in unison, all appearing as if facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly the ground trembled, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Everyone turned to look and saw a massive black claw reaching in through the window, grasping at the horde of zombies as if grabbing a bag of chips and then swiftly pulling back out. A crunching sound came from outside, accompanied by occasional drops of black blood from the zombies. The group dared not even breathe, and Lin An raised his eyes to look outside, spotting a gigantic black beast with thick fur covering its body, sharp ears like steel needles, a single horn atop its head, and a pair of pitch-black eyes gleaming with a ruthless, ferocious light. Upon seeing the black beast, Lin An's heart trembled. He recognized this creature, an elite-level zombie king. In his previous life, while still at the base, he had witnessed this monster tear a small building in half. It was a profoundly shocking event, one he could clearly recall to this day. Captain, what should we do? Jean Boer asked in a low voice. Yalan also wore a worried expression, saying, Captain, you need to come up with a plan. Lin An fell silent for a moment. With just the few guns they had, it was certainly not enough to confront the beast, so he said, let's hide first. He quickly turned around and led the group into a room, waiting until the sounds of the zombie king faded before emerging once more. At this point the area had been thoroughly cleared by the zombie king, with no living creature in sight. Captain, what do we do next? Jean Boer asked, a hint of worry in his voice, concerned that the zombie king might return. Proceed according to the original plan. Continue to gather supplies. Lin An spoke sternly. The group packed their bags and continued towards the third floor. They were fortunate as they walked. They encountered no zombies, perhaps because the zombie king had devoured them as if they were chips, or maybe they had been scared away. Lin An and the others looted 7 or 8 rooms, accumulating nearly 100 kilograms of supplies, which while not abundant would be sufficient for several people for some time. Captain, should we continue deeper or leave first? Yalan asked softly. Lin An smiled slightly, making a quick decision without hesitation. There's something good on the 4th floor, we definitely continue on. Alright, we will follow the captain. Yalan nodded in agreement, although unaware of what the captain's good thing was. She felt it was right to follow him. Let's go. Lin An said, leading the way to the 4th floor. The other team members followed closely behind, their expressions becoming more serious. This floor seemed to have escaped the notice of the zombie king, avoiding disaster. Lin An also noticed that the zombies on this floor moved with greater agility, indicating a higher level. They did not dare to be careless and hurriedly chambered their guns. Let's eliminate them. Lin An took out his AK-47. Since the zombies had been cleared out by the zombie king, he could confidently and boldly use his gun to deal with the zombies on this floor. He aimed at a zombie's head and fired first. Bang! The bullet struck the zombie's head accurately, causing blood to spray forth. The zombie let out a painful roar and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the others quickly squeezed the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the remaining zombies. Bang! 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 All the zombies were shot in the head and fell to the ground. Lin An's AK-47 continued to rattle as he swept through, having killed over a dozen zombies before finally clearing this floor of zombies. Phew, perfect. Lin An put away his gun and skillfully kicked open a room, finding a safe inside. He borrowed a sledgehammer from one of the team members and brutally smashed it open. Inside lay a blueprint for a farm, and the team members were instantly filled with excitement. In this apocalypse, the air and water were no longer suitable for any crops to grow. To cultivate crops, one must have a farm that isolates the outside air. Wonderful. With this farm, we'll be able to achieve self-sufficiency in our food supply. Yalan exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Lin An also nodded in satisfaction. Jean Boer looked at Lin An with admiration. Captain, you are truly amazing. How did you know there was a farm blueprint here? Lin An chuckled casually. Of course, he wouldn't mention that it was the memories from his previous life that informed him. You don't need to worry about that. In any case, our goal has been achieved. Let's go regroup. Jean Boer wanted to ask a couple more questions, but upon hearing Lin An's order to regroup, he stopped thinking further. In such a dangerous outside world he didn't want to stay a moment longer. The team members quickly got to work and Lin An carefully stowed the blueprint from the safe into his backpack. Let's go. Lin An said, turning to walk outside with Jean Boer and the others closely following behind. This time the team had a fruitful haul. In addition to the supplies brought back by Lin An and others, they also confiscated the cores of 16 zombies. The cores can be embedded in cold weapons, making them sharper and more durable. They rode their motorcycles at high speed, occasionally attracting a few zombies to chase after them, but they soon fell far behind due to their speed. Captain, look at that. Upon reaching the city center, a team member suddenly pointed in a direction. Lin An stopped the vehicle and took out binoculars to look. It turned out to be a war fortress. This fortress towered into the clouds with cannon ports facing the town and machine guns densely embedded along the walls. It seems we've encountered a tough opponent this time. Lin An frowned. This war fortress was built by unknown hands and it posed a significant threat given its proximity to their own fortress. Yalan also nodded gravely. The presence of this war fortress instilled in her a tremendous sense of pressure, one she had never felt even when facing zombies. Let's go around it. Lin An instructed. The group quickly gathered some materials for building turrets and hurriedly made their way back home. The days of the insectide were approaching and they needed to finish the turret construction before it began. Lin An returned to his residence and immediately summoned his subordinates to set up defensive measures. He also arranged for some soldiers to ascend the city walls, assigning them to guard duty around the clock. Commander, are you sure these turrets can hold up? Wang Lai asked, filled with doubt as he looked at the turrets being hurriedly constructed. Don't worry, as long as we have these turrets, no matter how many bugs come during the insectide assault, I am confident we can withstand them, Lin An replied confidently. Wang Lai nodded, a flicker of admiration rising in him for Lin An. Days passed and finally the time for the insectide assault arrived. Lin An climbed the city wall with a light machine gun in hand. He looked at the gazes of the survivors on the wall, cleared his throat and declared loudly, today is the time for a decisive battle. I will fight alongside you. This fortress is our home and we must vow to defend it. The survivors responded in unison. Lin An's words instantly invigorated the morale of the entire survivor team. The insectide arrived as expected, a thick cloud of dust rising on the horizon. Beneath the dust, countless creepy insects clawed their way forward, surging towards the city like a tidal wave. The bugs are coming. Everyone be careful. Lin An shouted loudly. Day. The sound of gunfire erupted, tongues of flames spitting forth. Puff. Puff. One by one the bodies of the insects exploded, splattering bright red liquid high into the air, a gruesome sight. In an instant gunfire raged and artillery fire lit up the sky. Bullets from rifles, light machine guns and turrets rained down upon the countless insects charging towards the city walls. Although these insects were physically tough, they lacked intelligence, driven only by instinct to attack, completely ignorant of evasion. Once hit, death was almost certain. Day. After a round of gunfire, half of the insects below the city walls were killed, yet endless bugs continued to swarm towards the walls like ants. Damn. There are just too many of these bugs. Jean Boer looked at the ever-advancing swarm, feeling a bit flustered. The sheer numbers were overwhelming and soldiers bitten by the insects quickly lost their combat effectiveness. Everyone, don't panic. No matter how many bugs there are, they will eventually exhaust themselves. We just need to hold on through the last night and tomorrow we will successfully pass through. Lin An shouted while wildly sweeping his rifle at the insects swarming in front of him, bullets bursting forth from the gun's muzzle. In an instant a large number of insects fell, but unfortunately many more continued to surge forward. In less than 5 seconds a mass of corpses lay on the ground, increasing in number, densely packed, covering the earth. Commander, it's bad. There's an insectide leader ahead. Hearing this, Lin An immediately stood up and looked ahead. In front a massive creature was advancing, its enormous body covered in a thick layer of armored scales, looking extremely fierce and terrifying. A long tail with sharp spikes trailed behind it. This monster was incredibly powerful, having reached the 2nd tier, accompanied by many strong insects, most of which were at the 3rd tier, making ordinary bullets ineffective. Quick rocket launchers fire. Boom. The artillery fire struck down, instantly hitting the giant beast. Shells exploded upon impact, sending up vast flames and clouds of black smoke. The beast's skin was incredibly tough, the explosives barely left a shallow dent with no trace remaining. Damn it, why can't we penetrate its skin? Wang Lai cursed. This bug's skin is just too tough, the rocket launchers have no effect on it at all. It's okay, I have a plan. You all continue to attack. Lin An said to the giant beast. Understood. Lin An already knew the giant beast's weakness. The reason he ordered the rocket launchers was simply to clear out the high-tier bugs surrounding the giant beast. He bent down, picked up the prepared Barrett sniper rifle and aimed at the giant beast's eye. A cold smile appeared on Lin An's lips as he pulled the trigger, a red light instantly bursting from the gun's chamber. Whoosh! The bullet shot out, hitting the giant beast's eyeball directly. Roar! The beast roared in anger, its eyes instantly turning blood-red streams of red blood flowing down. He pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another bullet flew out, striking the other eyeball of the giant beast. The giant beast howled in pain, crashing violently to the ground, creating a huge pit. Ha ha, this creature is now completely blind. Concentrate all firepower to take down its outer skin. Lin An commanded. Yes, Commander. Wang Lai and the others immediately aimed their weapons at the one-eyed giant beast, unleashing a barrage of rockets that descended upon the blinded creature, the hail of bullets overwhelming it. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire filled the air as rockets struck the giant beast, causing massive explosions. Bang! 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 With each muffled sound, the giant beast trembled continuously, its scales being ripped apart, chunks of flesh falling to the ground, blood staining the earth. An hour later, the survivors on the city wall let out a sigh of relief. The giant beast had been eliminated and they could finally pass through the danger. The moment the giant beast was defeated, the insect tide also came to a halt. The survivors looked at Lin An with admiration. If it weren't for Lin An's sharp shots hitting the giant beast's eyes, they might not have held on. Having successfully fended off an invasion of the insect tide, although the survivors were all covered in grime, they were extremely excited. We were really lucky this time. If it weren't for the commander, we wouldn't have made it. The commander's marksmanship is incredible. He hit the insect tide leader's eye in one shot. The crowd praised Lin An. Lin An smiled faintly. All right, now everyone clean up the battlefield, gather the equipment dropped by the insect tide and rest well. The second wave of the insect tide will begin in 3 days and even tougher battles await us. Okay. The crowd shouted in unison. Just as they opened the city gates to collect the equipment dropped by the insects, the system suddenly chimed. The system prompted that the player Lin An had gained 1500 experience points from the Zerg drop along with 100000 reputation points. The cohesion of the war fortress where player Lin An was located had reached over 1000, earning the achievement Stronghold and acquiring the skill Eternal Fortification, which could reinforce defensive structures for a duration of 30 minutes. Rewards included an energy shield, building blueprints, a chat channel, a military factory, and a map. Hearing the system notification, a smile appeared on Lin An's lips. This time he had slain a giant beast, not expecting to receive so many rewards. With a joyful heart, he descended the city wall and joined others in gathering the equipment dropped by the Zerg. The first item he picked up was a long sword, a silver blade that emanated a chilling and sharp gleam. Lin An carefully examined the long sword and found that it was of no low grade. It was a sacred level weapon and also came with a buff that increased movement speed, making its attributes extraordinarily formidable. In addition, he noticed an ancient inscription on the hilt. Dragon Rising Dragon's Chant Sword, a golden level equipment, attack power 5, attack speed 15. He nodded in satisfaction, finally able to replace his old broken long knife. Next he found a chest armor which was golden level equipment with astonishing defense, and it had an additional defense enhancement effect that could increase defense by 20, making it a rare piece of armor. He was not polite and immediately changed into the chest armor. Good stuff, not bad. Lin An glanced at the attributes of the chest armor and nodded in satisfaction. The survivors also found many excellent pieces of equipment, including weapons, medicines, and armor, but most of the gear was damaged, some even shattered and unusable. Overall, it significantly enhanced the combat power of the survivors. Lin An and Yalin returned to the armory to begin tallying the consumption from this battle. The final statistics revealed that nearly half of the ammunition had been used up, and the rockets and rocket launcher ammunition had also been depleted by nearly half, which left Lin An feeling quite frustrated. This consumption was simply too great. No, if this continues we will eventually run out of supplies. Here outside the Zerg tide we also need to defend against other monsters approaching the fortress. Without sufficient ammunition we could easily fall into a desperate situation, and once that happens our losses will be tremendous. Lin An furrowed his brow. Yes, if those monsters take advantage of the situation we will be finished. Yalin also looked worried. It seems it's time to build the military factory, Lin An decided in his heart, but then an even worse piece of news followed. Server-wide announcement: the novice protection period is about to end, please prepare players. Is it about to end? The second wave of the Zerg tide hasn't even passed yet. Lin An's expression darkened. Commander, what's wrong? Yalin noticed the change in his expression and quickly asked. Lin An shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his gaze grew resolute. That night, after an intense battle, the survivors felt utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Mumu, feeling anxious, approached the door to Lin An's room. She had been living in a daze these past few days. Although Lin An had instructed the logistics personnel to ensure her meals were adequate in the apocalypse, there is no room for idleness, and she had received much criticism. She raised her hand to knock on the door, wanting Lin An to arrange a job for her, but suddenly seemed to recall something and her raised hand drooped down. Her heart raced and her pretty face was flushed with a rosy hue. No man would treat a woman so kindly for no reason. Lin An's good treatment of her, could it be that he truly had feelings for her? Thinking of this, Mumu's heart raced, her face grew warmer and her heartbeat quickened. Should she just give herself to him today? Mumu bit her lip hesitantly for a few seconds before reaching for the doorknob. She twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open only to find the room empty with not a single shadow in sight. Strange, where did Lin An go? Moo Moo wondered. Lin An, she called softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper, sweet and gentle enough to make anyone who heard it feel their bones turn to jelly. The room was silent with no response. Lin An, where are you? Moo Moo called out a few more times. Still no one answered. Moo Moo sensed something was off. She glanced at the bed and the bathroom but did not see Lin An's figure. It was the middle of the night, especially in this apocalyptic night. Where could he have gone? It seemed he had vanished. Moo Moo's heart raced in panic. She disregarded everything else and hurried to Yalin's door, knocking loudly and shouting, Yalin. Sister Yalin. Not good, Lin An is missing. What? The commander is missing. Yalin suddenly woke up from her sleep, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and hurriedly opened the door. What happened, Moo Moo? Where did the commander go? I don't know, I just checked his room and he wasn't there. The two women notified the other survivors and everyone disregarded their fatigue, searching the fortress multiple times but still found no trace of Lin An. Damn, how could he go missing? Did something happen to him? A deep sense of unease rose within Yalin. Sister Yalin, don't worry. The commander is blessed, he must be fine. Jean Buer consoled. I hope so. Moo Moo was on the verge of tears. Sister Yalin, what should we do now? He must be outside, we have to search outside. Yalin said. Jean Buer looked up at the pitch-black sky. But it's so dark now, it's very dangerous for us to go out, we might put ourselves in jeopardy as well. Yalin nodded. I understand, we can only wait until dawn to look for him. Sigh, I hope the commander is okay. The others did not know that at that moment Lin An was at the entrance of the Zerg lair holding the dragon's chant sword. He arrived at the entrance of the Zerg lair. The entrance of the lair was taller than a person and the ground was covered in a sticky, foul-smelling liquid resembling excrement, which was utterly disgusting, while piles of rotting flesh were stacked together, densely packed. These corpses had been dead for months, already dried up and looking exceedingly grotesque and terrifying. Lin An, holding the dragon's chant sword, casually struck down a sluggish Zerg that was wandering by. At night the Zerg moved sluggishly and had dulled senses, which was why he dared to venture alone into the lair. Mother bug, I have arrived. Lin An dove into the bug nest and rushed towards the mother bug. As the bugs became sluggish at night, Lin An was like a hot knife through butter, cleaving the shrimp and crab-like bugs in half. Before long he arrived deep within the bug nest, only to be intercepted by several giant bugs. These bugs were grotesque, with long tails coiling like snakes. What appeared to be several bugs were actually multiple long heads sprouting from a single body. At that moment these heads snarled, baring their serrated teeth, hissing warnings at Lin An. Mother bug! Lin An shouted, immediately becoming highly vigilant. This was the target of his mission. Capturing the king before dealing with the minions was the strategy. Once the mother bug was dead, the swarm would be leaderless during the siege. Dealing with them afterwards would be much easier. The mother bug was not like the ordinary bugs, its actions were unhindered by day or night. Lin An swiftly took the initiative, thrusting his longing sword forward, which struck one of the mother bug's heads with a blinding flash. Bang! A loud cracking sound echoed as that head was cleaved in two by Lin An's sword, splattering brain matter everywhere, creating a scene of extreme bloodshed. Lin An's assault was fierce, but the mother bug was not to be outdone. It spat out a slender sharp fang, glistening ominously, resembling a serpent's fang. Lin An's heart raced and he quickly retreated to dodge. However, he showed no fear and brandished the longing sword, stabbing once more at the mother bug. The techniques Lin An employed were those he learned in his previous life, each move infused with formidable power. The longing sword in Lin An's hand seemed to possess a soul of its own, creating afterimages with each strike accurately targeting the mother bug's vulnerabilities. For over 10 minutes the battle raged back and forth, with neither side gaining the upper hand, occasionally startling other bugs within the net. Fortunately these minions were not a threat. Lin An wielded the longing sword like a divine weapon, and wherever its light reached the foe's fell life. Lin An had already severed 3 of the mother bug's heads, while the remaining 7 were injured. Yet they paid no mind to the losses and continued their frenzied assaults, their bodies growing larger and more fearsome. Lin An dared not be negligent, continuing to evade and counter. Puff! Puff! In a moment of carelessness a chunk of fabric was bitten away from his left arm. Bright red blood flowed out, staining his clothes. Damn it, I was careless. Lin An quickly used a recovery potion, his body rapidly returning to normal, followed by a use of the indestructible potion, fortifying himself against the mother bug's ensuing attacks. Bang! Bang! Lin An severed several more heads of the mother bug, blood spilling everywhere. Roar! The mother bug let out a furious howl, its headless neck thrashing about bizarrely. Not bad, not bad. Lin An watched with satisfaction, gripping the longing sword and rushing to press the advantage. Bang! Ow! Another strike landed on the mother bug's head, cleaving it in two. It seemed the mother bug finally sensed fear. It twisted its massive body, attempting to escape through the hole. The headless necks whipped like giant whips, trying to block Lin An's pursuit. Trying to escape. It's not that easy. Lin An scoffed, swiftly cutting through the headless necks with the longing sword, severing them. Then gathering all his strength he leaped onto the mother bug's back, gripping the longing sword tightly and delivering a vicious downward strike. Ah! Ah! The mother bug cried out in agony, its body thrashing on the ground as it tried to roll over and crush Lin An beneath it. But Lin An would not give it that chance, quickly jumping off its back. Two deep gashes marred the mother bug's back, blood pouring out, mixing with a foul-smelling dark brown liquid that turned the air nauseating. At that moment the mother bug felt the threat and tried to turn its head to attack Lin An, but alas, it was too late. Crack! Lin An swiftly positioned the longing sword against the mother bug's remaining head and yanked it hard. A shattering sound echoed as he tore the bug's head off, dropping it to the ground. The mother bug's body convulsed weakly a few times before finally coming to a halt. Finally dead. Damn it! Lin An wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted. This bug was indeed difficult to deal with. Though he had killed it many times in his previous life and knew its killing techniques, this body was far inferior, making the battle quite tiring. The system's voice soon rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations player for slaying the mother bug, earning 300 experience points and acquiring a new skill, Devour. Using this skill gives a 2 chance to absorb the opponent's genes for your own. Would you like to equip it? Equip it, definitely equip it. Lin An immediately replied. This was a treasure. His current strength was too weak and equipping it was essential for improvement. Equipping the Devour skill, consuming 200 experience points. Ding dong. Ding dong. Multiple prompt sounds rang out. Ding dong. You have prepared the Devour skill and can use it at any time. Lin An looked at the mother bug's corpse, deciding to experiment with the Devour skill on it. Lin An activated the Devour skill and a black spherical object appeared beside his feet, quickly flying to the mother bug's corpse and burrowing into it. At that moment Lin An felt a powerful suction entering his body. Overwhelming fatigue washed over him, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Then he felt a tremendous force crashing into his body. A sharp pain surged through him, causing Lin An to involuntarily gasp, but he quickly adapted to the sensation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely and he gradually felt waves of exhaustion. His body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, curling up like a boiled lobster. His eyelids felt leaden and could no longer be lifted, ultimately shutting his eyes. Around his body visible white threads began to weave at an astonishing speed, tightly wrapping around him, quickly forming a thick layer. Lin An was enveloped by the threads, forming a gigantic cocoon. In the war fortress, Lin led the exploration team, skipping breakfast to ride a motorcycle as soon as the sun peeked over the horizon, driving out of the fortress gate. Where should we go to find the commander, Lin? Jean Boer asked. If they searched aimlessly near the fortress, they would surely be unable to find Lin An in this vast and boundless world. This worried everyone greatly. If they couldn't find Lin An, the cohesion among the survivors in the war fortress, which had been so hard to build, would likely collapse in an instant. Let's do this. You all spread out and check for any suspicious places. If you notice anything unusual, make sure to inform us in a timely manner, Lin said. She added, just look for useful clues, don't rush to find people. Once you discover anything, gather immediately, because if we are scattered and encounter monsters, we won't be able to handle it. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Let's disperse. Lin and Jean Boer led the team just as they were about to start their motorcycles when a soft voice chimed in, I want to go with you. I also want to find Lin An. Mumu stood at the fortress gate, speaking resolutely. Hearing her words, everyone changed their expressions and halted the motorcycles. Mumu, why are you here? Lin asked as she approached her. I'm here to find Lin An. I'm worried about him and I want to go with you. But your current state isn't suitable for running around outside. It's better to stay safely inside the fortress. Lin persuaded Mumu. I won't. Mumu stubbornly replied. I must go out. Lin An is alone out there and I'm extremely worried. I don't care, I have to go help. You little girl, don't you understand anything? If you go out like this, won't it distract everyone? Just stay inside and we'll think of a way to help find him together. I won't. Mumu insisted. This is not up to you. Hurry, I'm leaving with my team now. With no choice, Lin left Mumu behind and led the team in different directions. Mumu stood still for a moment, gazing into the distance, murmuring, Lin An, you must not come to harm. You cannot come to harm. You must not come to harm. Lin An was trapped in a series of peculiar dreams. In his dreams he saw many things, with numerous insects gnawing at his body, his skin torn apart, blood spilling everywhere and his bones being shredded in a gruesome manner. Lying on the ground, he could only watch helplessly as streams of blood continued to flow from his body. Ah! Lin An screamed and woke up. As he opened his eyes, Lin An found himself still in a state of sleep, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything or hear any sounds, as if the end of the world had come. He fumbled around but found he couldn't move at all, as if something was binding him. Panic surged within him as he desperately tried to break free from these restraints. Sizzle! With the sound of fabric tearing, Lin An finally broke free from his bindings, staring in shock at the thing that had been restraining him. Wasn't this a giant cocoon? He was actually inside a cocoon. He quickly stood up to check his body only to be startled to find a long tail protruding from his coccyx. Ding! Congratulations player, you have achieved preliminary evolution reward, an invisibility ring which allows you to become invisible either fully or partially. Just as he was amazed, several beams of flashlight illuminated the area. Lin and the others quickly found clues on the road, discovering a path lined with the corpses of monsters. From the freshness of the bodies they deduced that these were indeed the ones killed last night. From this they inferred that these were the monsters Lin An had killed along the way last night. They followed the trail of slain monster corpses to the entrance of the insect nest, hesitating for a moment before bravely venturing inside. Soon they arrived at the place where Lin An had cocooned himself and witnessed the extraordinary sight of him breaking free from the cocoon. This scene was so bizarre that it sent chills down their spines as if they were in an ice cellar. Seeing Lin An emerge from the cocoon, Lin and Jean Boer couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this thing?" After taking a closer look, she found that this strange creature looked exactly like the commander, and she thought she had found the commander. However, as she looked down, she was shocked to discover the creature had a long tail. This was not the commander, it was clearly a bizarre monster. She felt a shiver run down her spine, suddenly remembering the commander wouldn't have been devoured by this monster, would he? That's why it looked so much like the commander. Thinking of this, a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. Was the commander really eaten by this monster? Her heart was filled with grief and anger. Although she had not spent long with the commander, he was the first person to see her a synthetic human as a real person. She had long regarded the commander as her family, only to discover that he had been devoured by this monster. "Beast, I will fight you to the death." Heartbroken, she raised the short spear in her hand and charged directly at Lin An. Lin An quickly realized he was being mistaken for a monster. He hurried to explain but found his voice was hoarse and he couldn't say anything. Probably due to just breaking free from the cocoon, there was still something in his throat that hadn't been expelled. "I will kill you." The spear in her hand thrust fiercely toward Lin An. Lin An jumped in surprise, quickly dodging, and then seized her wrist. Lin didn't expect that her attack wouldn't harm the creature at all. Instead, she was caught by the creature's grip, and with a pull she fell onto the creature. "What are you doing? Let go." Lin struggled, but she couldn't break free from Lin An's grip. Instead, she used her other hand to pound fiercely on Lin An's chest. Lin An grabbed the hand Lin was using to hit him and shouted, "Don't panic, I am Lin An." However, the words that came out of his throat sounded like muffled noises. Lin freed herself from Lin An, and without saying a word she swung the short spear and stabbed again. Lin An quickly dodged, and this time Lin's attack missed. "Stop dodging and fight me to the death. You devoured my commander, I won't let you off easily." Lin roared. She was furious and wished to slay the monster immediately. Lin An tried his best to avoid engaging her, but in such a small space where could he hide? Thus he was forced to confront Lin. One was well balanced in both offense and defense, while the other was swift as the wind. They alternated between exchanging blows and colliding with each other, engaging in a dynamic back and forth. Lin's speed was remarkable and her strength was immense. Each strike she delivered carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Lin An was no pushover either. Every encounter with Lin put him in a position of absolute advantage, yet he was always cautious, careful not to injure the girl. In this insect nest the two clashed fiercely, and the intensity of their battle caused Lin's speed to slow considerably, while Lin An grew more adept with each exchange, gradually overpowering her. Seizing an opportunity, Lin An struck Lin's back with the palm of his hand. "Ah!" Lin cried out, her face instantly paling as her body swayed and she staggered back several steps, nearly falling. Lin An had held back 80% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Lin would have certainly been unable to stand again. Lin glared at the creature before her thoughts of the commander flooding her mind. Consumed by rage and resentment which surged within her like a colossal wave, her emotions spiraled out of control. She raised her short spear and lunged at Lin An once more. Lin An, seeing Lin charging at him again, quickly dodged aside. "You beast! How dare you devour my commander? Today I will avenge him." Having failed to land a hit, Lin swung her spear once more and charged at Lin An. He deftly evaded her spear, and as she lunged again he seized her arm. "You beast, let me go!" Lin cursed angrily. Upon hearing this, Lin An suddenly felt a wave of nausea which ignited his anger. He gripped her arm tightly, deforming it, causing Lin to scream in pain. Lin An flung her away and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. "I'm sorry, Commander, I am useless. I can't help you get revenge. I am unwilling." She hugged her knees and began to cry, and as tears streamed down her face a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Lin An's heart sank and he rushed to Lin's side, eager to check her injuries. Suddenly a rapid flash of red light surrounded Lin, and with a loud bang a massive shockwave erupted, sending Lin An, who had just approached, flying backward. His clothes were torn, revealing bloodstains on his skin. The red light surrounding Lin did not fade, rather it grew brighter and more dazzling, transforming her into a sun-like figure that illuminated the surroundings with blinding brilliance, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Lin An was dazzled by the intense light, instinctively squinting his eyes. He had not anticipated such a turn of events and was caught off guard by the shockwave. As Lin An climbed to his feet, he was momentarily dazed when he heard Lin's voice. "That beast dared to swallow my commander, I will take him down with me." After standing up, Lin picked up her short spear and charged at Lin An once more. This time Lin's power seemed to have been augmented with primordial strength. Each thrust of her spear was accompanied by a deafening howl, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Lin An quickly dodged, leaping away from his previous position. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin's spear struck where Lin An had just been, creating a deep crater in the ground about half a meter deep. A shiver ran through him. The force was immense, and had he not dodged in time he would likely have been killed by that blow. Lin An gazed deeply at Lin, finally realizing what was happening. It seemed she had been severely stimulated, breaking the genetic lock that had sealed her powers. Recalling the terrifying combat prowess Lin exhibited after breaking her genetic lock in his past life, he felt a wave of trepidation. Furthermore, she was currently in a state of furious rage, and Lin An dared not confront her heathen. While dodging, Lin An contemplated how to deal with this frenzied girl. "You beast, today I will tear you to pieces." Seeing her repeated attempts to strike Lin An fail, Lin charged again, her spear radiating an even more brilliant red light this time. Lin An felt a surge of urgency. It seemed he needed to unleash all his might. Although he feared harming her given her current state of madness, if he continued to evade he might very well lose his life. He rolled on the ground to avoid her strike and then unleashed a powerful palm strike. Bang! With a loud explosion, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending dirt flying from the ground. Boom! Both were sent flying. A deep imprint appeared on Lin's chest while a fist mark emerged on Lin An's shoulder. Put! Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly turning pale. Lin An felt a surge of chi and blood within him. This time it's a draw between us, let's see who is stronger," Lin An declared, charging forward once more to engage Lin in battle. Bang 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 bang. Lin An's fists and feet rained down upon Lin, yet it was as if she were made of steel. No matter how many times he struck her, he could not inflict any damage. Grinding his teeth, Lin An suddenly felt his muscles swell rapidly, becoming more solid and significantly increasing his strength. He was astonished. This must be the result of evolving after absorbing the Insect Queen's genes. Roar! Lin An shouted, extending both arms sharply forward, landing a powerful punch on Lin, which produced a deep thud that left her dizzy, nearly causing her to faint. Put! Blood trickled from the corner of Lin's mouth and she swayed before collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Lin An struck again. This time he unleashed all his strength. Lin could no longer endure and spat out another mouthful of blood, falling to the ground devoid of any strength to resist. Lin An quickly restrained his strength, rushing forward to help Lin up and feed her some recovery medicine. Lin stared at him in shock, unable to comprehend why this creature would give her medicine. Looking into his eyes, that concerned gaze reminded her of the first time her commander had given her recovery medicine. Realizing something, her pupils constricted suddenly. Lin An wore a bitter smile, opening his mouth to point at his throat, then gestured at the nearby insect cocoon, shaking his hand. Seeing this, Lin slapped her palm against Lin An's chest, causing him to cough violently as a lump of the cocoon blocking his throat was expelled. In that instant he felt his breathing become much smoother. "You silly girl," Lin An. "How could you not recognize your own kind? Why, you are really the commander." Lin was momentarily stunned, then stared at Lin An with a look of disbelief. Lin An nodded. Lin looked closely at Lin An's appearance, then scrutinized his facial features and eyes. She was secretly astonished. Could it be that she was mistaken? Is this creature truly Lin An? Lin An looked at Lin's incredulous expression and couldn't help but feel speechless. "What's wrong with you? Do I look frightening? You still don't believe me?" No. Lin looked at Lin An, feeling a bit guilty. After all, she had indeed hurt him earlier. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier," Lin said softly. Seeing her guilty expression, Lin An knew she didn't mean it and didn't blame her. "It's all right, I understand. Your reaction is ultimately due to your concern for me," Lin An comforted her. "I'm sorry." Lin lowered her head again. "It's really all right." She recalled her earlier frantic behavior and quickly asked, "What just happened to me?" "You just unlocked a layer of your genetic lock under tremendous stimulus. Congratulations. You've taken a big step forward." Lin An helped Lin up, smiling as he patted her shoulder. Lin was instantly overjoyed. "That's great. Now I can compete with those monsters." Only then did Jean Boer and the others cautiously step out. The battle between these two had been earth-shattering, and ordinary people like Jean Boer could hardly withstand it. Fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire, they could only hide in a corner and watch from a distance. "Are you really the commander?" Lin An said irritably while giving him a slap on the head. "Who else could it be?" "Then what about that tail of yours?" "That's a long story, we'll talk about it when we get back." As Lin An spoke, he used the invisibility ring to conceal his tail, and when he touched it he only grasped air. He then realized that the ring not only made him invisible but also allowed objects to pass through it. Now he didn't have to worry about how to wear pants with a tail. The crowd was immediately amazed. Just as they were about to head home, a rustling sound suddenly came from the many passages. Not good. It's a swarm of insects. Lin An exclaimed. The noise from earlier had startled all the insects in the nest. Let's go. We need to leave this place first. Lin An shouted to everyone, leading them forward. The swarm of insects was vast, densely packed, covering the path ahead like a locust invasion. As the group ran, they kept shooting, trying to eliminate the insects, but the sheer numbers made their bullets seem like pebbles sinking into the ocean, relentlessly pursuing them without pause. These things are too troublesome, we can't shake them off at all, Jean Boer said. You all find a place to hide, lure them away and deal with them all. Without the protection of the city walls, ordinary people like Jean Boer could only be fodder for the insects, so Lin An hurriedly instructed them. After finishing his words, Lin An charged towards the nearest swarm of insects. Commander, be careful. They have venom, don't let it touch your body or it will be troublesome. Lin reminded from behind. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin An turned around and waved at the others behind him. Seeing this, Jean Boer and the others quickly hid, afraid of affecting Lin An. Not far away was a large rock. They helped each other climb up to avoid the insects, using their guns to provide long-range support for Lin An. Lin An took a few deep breaths and the longing sword in his hand swept through the air like a broom, clearing the insects that rushed towards him. Lin, holding a spear, waved it and red light flashed. Streams of red light swept towards the insects, carving out a space in the dense swarm, but it was quickly filled by the advancing tide of insects. Lin An severed the tail of one insect with his sword, but it was quickly replaced by another. Rat-a-tat. Jean Boer, holding an M16, was already timid in facing the overwhelming swarm. He could only cling to the trigger for dear life, as if this could provide him with the greatest sense of security. Seeing this, the others followed suit, gritting their teeth as the gunfire blazed non-stop, while only Lin An and Lin remained calm, holding their spears and vigilantly observing their surroundings. Swish! Swish! An insect flew over from a distance, heading straight for Jean Boer, who had just finished a magazine and had no time to reload. Seeing it getting closer, Lin quickly raised her spear and fiercely thrust at the insect. The insect did not expect Lin to dare to attack it and was pierced through the head by the spear, immediately turning into a mess of blood and gore. Phew! That scared me. Thank goodness Sister Lin stepped in, or I would probably be done for here. Jean Boer said as he wiped the sweat from his face. Lin ignored him and continued to wield her spear, constantly smashing the insects to pieces. Sister Lin, you are really amazing. Seeing this, Jean Boer hurriedly flattered her. Stop talking nonsense and keep shooting, I don't want to die here. As Lin said this, she once again flicked her spear and severed the tail of another insect that lunged at her, instantly turning it to mush. The number of insects in the cave seemed endless. Lin An didn't dare to be negligent. If these insects overwhelmed them, the casualties would be severe. At this moment, Lin An sensed something unusual. A strong sense of danger surged towards him, and he immediately turned his head, only to see an arrow flying towards him. The arrow was incredibly fast, reaching Lin An in an instant. He hurriedly raised the long-aimed sword to block it. With a clang, the sword clashed against the arrow. Lin An felt a force transmit through his hand, numbing his tiger's mouth. Upon closer inspection, the arrow on the ground was no ordinary arrow. It was clearly a sharp bone spike. Not good, it's an arrow-stabbing insect. This insect launches bone spikes from a distance, far more powerful than a fully drawn recurve bow. Lin, cover me. Seeing the rain of arrows from the arrow-stabbing insects, Lin An called out urgently. Yes. Lin rushed in front of Lin An, twirling her short spear like a helicopter rotor, clanging as she knocked the incoming bone spikes down to the ground. Lin An didn't idle. He quickly activated his fortification skill, reinforcing the air in front of their group to form a solid air wall. However, this took some time. Lin gritted her silver teeth, feeling her stamina rapidly depleting, but she had to ensure Lin An's safety. Lin, are you alright? If you can't hold on, don't push yourself. Once your stamina runs out, you'll be overwhelmed by the swarm. I know I'm buying time, I can still hold on. After saying this, Lin waved her spear again. But the reality was not as she claimed. Her stamina was nearly exhausted, and the spear in her hand was becoming heavier and heavier. Lin An noticed that Lin was exhausted, and he felt anxious in his heart, but he had no choice. He had to build the air wall to give them a glimmer of hope. No, I must hold on, I must buy time for the leader. Lin silently encouraged herself, determined not to slack off, continuously using her spear to fend off the bone spines and create enough time for Lin An. At that moment, Lin An heard a scream. A team member had been injured by a bone spine, bloodied and collapsed on the— Ah! My leg! My foot! Ah! Ah! The team member rolled in pain, blood staining the soil around his feet. The tragic cries of the team member shook Lin, who was already drained of energy. This time it was a leg wound, but next time it could be the leader's heart. She felt very unwilling, but gritted her teeth and persevered. Just then her strength erupted once more, a red glow emanating from her body like a blazing flame, illuminating the entire dark cave. Then she spun her spear in a dazzling display, sweeping the spear tip forward, and a fire phoenix burst forth from the tip, engulfed in raging flames, charging toward the bone spine insect. With a loud crash, the fire phoenix collided fiercely with the bone spine insect, leaving trails of white smoke in the air. The rain of swords fired by the bone spine insect finally ceased. Sister Lin, you finally broke through, that's amazing. Jean Boer exclaimed excitedly. Lin An was also astonished. He didn't expect Lin to break through the second layer of the gene lock so quickly. At the same time his air wall finally took shape, isolating the overwhelming tide of insects. No matter how the bone spine insects rained arrows upon the air wall, they could not penetrate it. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, disregarding the bloodstains of the insects on the ground, and sat down with a thud, panting heavily. Jean Boer bandaged the injured team members' wounds while Lin An began rummaging for equipment among the piles of insect corpses. Most of the insects were killed with cold weapons by Lin An and Lin, so they were well preserved, but the vast majority were useless green-grade trash. After searching for a long time, Lin An's attention was finally caught by a long sword emitting a red aura. This should be a high-quality weapon, right? Lin An picked it up. The sword was dark red, the blade gleaming coldly, and the edge was extremely sharp with exquisite patterns etched on it. He quickly glanced at the attributes: Qi Yen sword, purple gold, great attack 5110537, defense 78, additional effect when used it can summon a phantom of the Qi Yen sword, releasing the skill blazing slash. Lin An felt a surge of joy in his heart, looked at Lin and handed her the Qi Yen sword. Lin took the sword, glanced at its attributes, and was instantly stunned. She didn't expect Lin An to give her such a good weapon. Leader, how can I use this? She was a bit taken aback. Take it, you just summoned such a massive fire phoenix, and this is a fire attribute weapon. Holding it will allow you to unleash its maximum power. After thanking him, Lin happily put the Qi Yen sword away. Alright, the air wall has a limited time, we need to hurry. Lin An glanced at the air wall, which was being clawed at from behind. 100 miles away there stood a towering fortress. This was a genuine European-style fortress, entirely grey-black, exuding a solemn and dignified air. The fortress was filled with soldiers standing at attention, dressed in military uniforms, wearing steel helmets, holding rifles with pistols at their waists, fully armed, clearly a professional guard team. Inside the city the streets were bustling with people. Various commercial shops lined the streets, and in the center of the city stood a massive palace with a gigantic black flag hanging above it. The flag fluttered in the wind, displaying the words Black Flag Fortress Council Hall in large white letters. Inside the council hall a man dressed in light blue European armor sat at the head of the table, holding a beautifully crafted scepter that looked very exquisite. The man looked to be around 30, handsome in appearance, and his light blue armor accentuated his gallant demeanor, exuding a kingly aura. The Black Flag Fortress has provided you with food and drink for so many days. You should finally speak about the important information you have, right? The man appeared calm, without a hint of emotion, addressing a person kneeling on the ground. Yes, Honorable Fortress Lord. This is the important information I need to report, please review it. The person's left ear seemed to be missing. Wrapped in thick gauze, he took out a map and handed it to the attendant beside the man. The man picked up the map and glanced at it, revealing a look of surprise on his face. Stand up and tell me in detail. The man slowly stood up, revealing his true identity. It was none other than the escaped Zhao Kuang. Yes, Fortress Lord. Zhao Kuang replied and then began to recount. Fortress Lord, to your northwest, approximately 156 kilometers away, there is a newly constructed war fortress. You have listed all these on the map, just tell me the important parts. Yes. Zhao Kuang smiled awkwardly and continued, their leader Lin An has long coveted your abundant supplies and wealth. Upon accidentally activating this war fortress, he discovered many tactical missiles inside that could reach your palace, and he intends to launch an attack against you. After hearing Zhao Kuang's words, the man frowned slightly. Is what you said true? Fortress Lord, regardless of whether this information is true, such a war fortress is as easy for you to crush as an ant, and you wouldn't even need to exert the effort of crushing an ant. The man finally looked at Zhao Kuang with a serious expression and nodded. Indeed, destroying such a fortress would not take much effort on my part, and I could eliminate any threat with ease. Suddenly the man's deep eyes became sharp, staring intently at Zhao Kuang. But why did you betray them? Zhao Kuang smiled and said, if I report this information to you, you would reward me with a position, while even if Lin An takes your castle I would gain no benefit at all. The man nodded. That makes sense, you are quite perceptive. Zhao Kuang smiled ingratiatingly. Yes. The man stood up, holding the scepter, and walked steadily to the castle gate. He waved the scepter, chanting, my brave beast army, heed my command and march northwest to attack. Then there was a loud rumble as the scepter struck the ground. An invisible shockwave emanated from the scepter, spreading out in all directions. Outside the fortress, the aimlessly wandering beast seemed to respond to some kind of call, quickly gathering and charging northwest, running amidst a thick cloud of dust. Boo! 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 Ah! 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 Every shambling corpse, mutated beast and grotesque monster encountered along the way was crushed into crimson pulp beneath the thunderous charge of these rampaging arcane beasts. Zhao Kuang gazed upon the colossal legion of arcane beasts surging forward, a cruel thought flashing through his mind. Lin An, what do you possibly have left to oppose me now? Ha ha ha. This time you are utterly doomed. I refuse to believe even such an overwhelming host could fail to annihilate you. He let out a low, mirthless chuckle, and a cold, merciless smile curled at the corner of his lips. Unaware of the imminent assault by the arcane beast legion, Lin An and his companions returned to the fortress. Without pausing even to drink a sip of water, they immediately mobilized its defenses against the impending swarm tide. The swarm tide arrived precisely as foretold, vast, deafening and suffocating in scale. Yet without the swarm queen commanding them, the creatures were leaderless, disorganized and aimless, thus the fortress's survivors effortlessly eradicated the entire tide. Watching the last of the swarm dissolve into silence, Lin An finally allowed the tension gripping his heart to ease. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply, a long slow release of pent-up breath. Phew, thank the heavens our commander possessed such foresight. Strike the head before the body, slaying the swarm queen first saved us all. Otherwise this would have been catastrophic. Still, we're also fortunate this fortress is so formidable. Had it not been, we wouldn't have survived the first wave. Indeed, Commander. We truly admire you. How did you manage to construct such an impregnable fortress in so short a time? Hearing their praise, Lin An waved his hand modestly. You flatter me far too much. This fortress stands only because of your tireless labor. I merely offered a few suggestions. Let's cease the compliments and return to our duties. Yes, Commander. They chorused in unison, then bent back to their tasks. At that moment a crisp mechanical voice resonated within Lin An's mind. Congratulations, War Fortress has ascended to Bronze Tier 2. Defense 20, Attack 20. Within a 100-meter radius of the War Fortress, all players receive a 10 reduction in damage taken. Lin An nearly leapt for joy. The boosts were extraordinary. With such enhancements, the War Fortress was fast becoming an indomitable bastion. That day Lin An conducted his routine patrol along the fortress walls. Though he could delegate the task, his subordinates were ordinary folk, limited in perception and vigilance. Only his own heightened senses could ensure true security. Suddenly faint silhouettes emerged on the horizon ahead of the fortress, growing steadily larger, steadily closer. Lin An instantly tensed, every sense sharpening. He turned to Jean Boer and commanded, Boer, go ascertain who those people are. Determine whether they approach with intent toward the fortress. But, they look fierce, dangerous even. Jean Boer faltered. Enough hesitation. With automated turrets covering every angle, what on earth is there to fear? Jean Boer nodded sharply and strode forward to intercept the approaching group. They stood barely 100 or 200 meters from the fortress. Jean Boer reached them swiftly. 18 figures stood in formation, clad in battle-worn armor, faces stern and disciplined. These were no civilians, they were seasoned soldiers honed by relentless combat. Hey, you there! State your purpose. Jean Boer called out. At his voice a middle-aged man stepped forward from the ranks, clasped his fists in formal salute and replied with quiet deference, I am Zhang Jian, captain of this detachment. We are urban roving troops, displaced by sudden catastrophe, and seek sanctuary within your noble fortress. Jean Boer froze momentarily speechless, then glanced upward toward Lin An atop the wall awaiting his command. Lin An himself was stunned. From memories of his past life he knew urban roving troops fiercely guarded their autonomy, well supplied, entrenched behind towering cityscapes and more than capable of repelling common monsters. They had always refused allegiance to any faction. What cataclysm had humbled these proud warriors enough to seek refuge under his banner? Lin An gave Jean Boer a subtle affirming nod. Receiving the signal, Jean Boer quickly composed himself and said to Zhang Jian, this is no place for discourse. Shall we speak somewhere quieter? Relief flooded Zhang Jian's face. He bowed deeply, we are profoundly grateful. We shall follow you at once to a secluded location for discussion. Very well. They entered the war room. Lin An took his seat at the head of the table and observed them closely. These were battle-scarred veterans, upright in posture, radiating quiet authority and unshakable resolve. Each bore the indelible marks of hardship, faces etched with grit and unwavering fortitude. On the battlefield such men became living weapons. Lin An regarded them with genuine admiration. They were exceptional candidates, disciplined, capable and eminently trainable. Recruiting them would significantly strengthen the fortress. Most crucially, each was a level 2 warrior. What brings you here seeking sanctuary? Is it merely because your city grew too small to sustain you? Zhang Jian responded instantly, by no means. It is the arcane beasts, countless terrifying arcane beasts. Lin An's brow furrowed deeper. Arcane beasts. None roam near our fortress, we've purged them all. He found it puzzling. Though formidable, such beasts posed no insurmountable threat even to ordinary troops. Commander, you misunderstand, they are unlike any arcane beasts you've faced. Swift beyond reckoning, cunning and eerily intelligent. Once they fix their gaze upon prey they pursue without mercy, granting no chance to flee. Zhang Jian reported every detail with earnest precision, fearful of misinterpretation. Lin An's expression hardened, his gaze turning grave and penetrating. From his past life knowledge, arcane beasts never developed autonomous intelligence overnight. There remained only one chilling possibility: they were being controlled. In truth, we suffered a brutal engagement before reaching you, our losses were devastating. Many of our brothers fell to those beasts. Where did you encounter them? Lin An asked. Zhang Jian recounted the ambush in meticulous detail, then unfurled a map and marked the precise coordinates where the beast horde had struck. Lin An nodded, slowly absorbing the information. A preliminary assessment began to crystallize in his mind. Let us proceed, thus rest first. I will have quarters prepared for you immediately. Hearing this, the soldiers' faces lit with astonished delight. This was acceptance unequivocal and absolute. As one they bowed deeply to Lin An, then filed swiftly from the chamber. Lin An remained seated, eyes fixed upon the map, lost in silent contemplation. These arcane beasts were not wandering aimlessly. Their path was deliberate, unerring, convergent, bearing straight toward him. Who then held the strings? Lin An stared at the map for a long time, contemplating various speculations, yet none could be confirmed. He decided to temporarily set aside the issue and quickly ordered the construction of defensive works, then turned to Jean Boer and said, pass the order down to have them build defensive structures in the fortress and also increase the manpower to erect protective walls around the fortress. Open all weapon stocks and move all ammunition into the defensive works. Jean Boer was taken aback and asked, Commander, what is happening? Are we expecting a major battle? Why the sudden need to strengthen the defenses? That's right, a battle is imminent. It's against those otherworldly beasts. I suspect these creatures are targeting the fortress, Lin An said word by word to Jean Boer. What? Then what should we do? These beasts are too dangerous. Jean Boer asked anxiously. First, reinforce the defenses. You need to order them to be on high alert immediately, Lin An instructed Jean Boer. I will go right away. As Jean Boer heard Lin An's words, he immediately turned and ran off. Yalan, seeing this, quickly asked, what orders does the commander have? After the last battle, how much weapon ammunition do we have left? Lin An inquired. Yalan replied, apart from 5 turrets we have 18 rocket launchers left, 200 grenades and over 30,000 rounds of various calibers of bullets. With so little we can't defend the fortress at all, we must expand our weaponry. In this battle we must unleash our full strength. Lin An opened the system, looking at the energy shields and military factory blueprints in his backpack, and silently urged, System, I need to immediately construct energy shields, military factories, turrets and various defensive equipment. System, understood, please wait a moment. Lin An selected a vacant piece of land in the fortress for the military factory construction. Accompanied by the system's voice, piles of building materials appeared on the site, automatically assembling the materials into the military factory, giving birth to the prototype of a city. Before long, Lin An completed the construction of the military factory. This factory operated like a giant machine, requiring no human control. It would automatically function by inputting materials and the required production of weapons, subsequently yielding finished products at the outlet. During previous explorations, Lin An and the exploration team collected a lot of materials. He called a few people over to move the materials and dumped them into the military factory's intake, issuing the command to produce bullets. Immediately the military factory emitted a whirring sound, and then it began its operation. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Lin An let out a sigh of relief. From the military factory's outlet a strong smell of gunpowder wafted out, and shiny bullets were ejected before Lin An. Lin An carefully inspected the bullets and, after confirming their accuracy, nodded in satisfaction. Now they were not lacking in bullets. It seems I need to assign someone to manage the logistics for this. Logistics, which is crucial for the success or failure of battle, must be managed by someone exceptionally capable. Lin An racked his brain for a long time but couldn't remember anyone in the fortress who fit that description. Just as he was feeling troubled about this, Jean Boer passed by him. Seeing Lin An's perplexed expression, Jean Boer asked, Commander, what's the matter? The logistics of our fortress will become increasingly burdensome in the future. We must find someone to specialize in this work, but I can't find suitable candidates. Jean Boer immediately relaxed and smiled, saying, Oh, I have a candidate for you. My younger brother named In Buwan has managed logistics in another fortress before. He is quite experienced in logistics and is well known for his responsibility in this area. He can definitely handle this task. Why don't we let him take charge? In Buwan. That name seems familiar to me, Lin An said, suddenly feeling a sense of recognition as he searched his mind for the name. Oh. Right. I remember now. Lin An slapped his thigh, recalling that In Buwan had wandered through various fortresses in his past life, and for some unknown reason he later became a city lord, managing everything in an orderly manner with rapid commercial development. He was an exceptionally talented manager. Alright then. Let In Buwan handle this matter. Lin An didn't expect his fortress to be so full of hidden talents. Could this be the benefit of being reborn? Under Lin An's command, the survivors of the castle eagerly joined the wave of constructing defensive works. To preserve their home they dared not slack off, and every face was filled with determination. Another group of people was intensely training. With the military factory producing bullets, they no longer lacked ammunition, and they trained diligently in marksmanship. For a moment the sound of gunfire at the shooting range echoed throughout the fortress like firecrackers. Before long the sky gradually darkened. Lin An stood by the window of his room, gazing at the apocalyptic sky, his mind filled with countless thoughts. He did not have confidence that the external defenses would withstand those otherworldly beasts. Alas, no matter what, he had done his best. Lin Gu. At that moment Mumu unexpectedly appeared behind him and softly said, It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Lin An turned his head upon hearing the voice, looking into Mumu's beautiful large eyes, and a soft flutter stirred in his heart. He smiled at Mumu and said, I missed you, I can't sleep. Hearing Lin An's unexpected words, Mumu's heart panicked and she shyly lowered her head softly saying, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not your girlfriend, you big liar. You're clearly thinking about how to defend against the otherworldly beast. Seeing his words exposed, Lin An chuckled foolishly and replied, how did you know? I was researching how to turn the fortress into an impenetrable stronghold so that the beasts cannot breach it. Upon hearing this, Mumu immediately looked up at Lin An and asked, Lin, go please arrange a job for me. I know you care about me and want to keep me safe by making me stay in the fortress, but I really don't like this feeling. As soon as Mumu finished speaking, her face flushed with a rosy hue, clearly shy. Lin An was immediately at a loss for words. In this world, many players thought this was just a simple game, while Lin An, who had already died once, understood clearly that dying in this game meant true death, unlike ordinary games where one could respawn. Not everyone had the luck to live again as he did. Thus he was particularly concerned about those he loved who were drawn into this dangerous game world. At least I have the memories of my previous life, knowing where danger lies and where it is safe, but if they encounter any mishap, it would truly be the end. Mumu, I can understand your feelings, but I genuinely fear for your safety. This is a completely real game world, not like the games on Earth where you can just respawn after dying. The two fell into a moment of silence and Mumu finally said, no, I don't want to be treated like a vase to be kept. Besides, didn't you say? If this world is dangerous, then why shouldn't I strengthen myself to protect myself? Lin An listened to Mumu's words and felt they made some sense. He nodded and said, well, since that's the case, let's do as you say. Aren't you studying medicine? There aren't many physicians in the fortress, so you should take on this role. I'll assign you 5 bodyguards. They will ensure your safety and assist you in training to respond to emergencies. Thank you, brother Lin. Hearing Lin An's agreement, Mumu joyfully leaped into his arms. Feeling the softness against his chest, Lin An suddenly felt a rush of warmth and his breathing quickened. Noticing Lin An's reaction, Mumu realized what had happened and her cheeks immediately flushed with crimson. She playfully scolded, brother Lin, you are so bad. Seeing Mumu's blush, Lin An couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pulled her closer and planted a kiss on her forehead, softly saying, silly girl, who told you to tempt me like this? How annoying you. Mumu was about to say something when Lin An's lips met hers. Their lips collided tightly, producing a passionate sound. Early the next morning, Lin An and Mumu were awakened by the noise outside. Reluctantly, they got dressed and went out to see what was happening. It turned out to be Lin and Jean Bouer along with others who were discussing the construction of the fortress defense facilities while passing by his room. Seeing him come out, everyone quickly greeted him. Good morning, Commander. Good morning, Commander. Yes, good morning, Commander. Today we're planning to patrol within the city. We hope we haven't disturbed you, Commander. Lin An smiled and shook his head. It's fine, isn't this just a sign of your diligent work? I should commend you. At that moment, Mumu walked out of the room. Upon seeing her, everyone exchanged knowing glances with Lin An as if to say, our commander is quite open-minded, allowing a girl to stay in his room overnight. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Lin An became embarrassed and hurriedly explained, yesterday Mumu got drunk and mistook me for someone else, which is how she ended up in my room. Hearing Lin An's explanation, Mumu felt even more embarrassed, listening to the crowd's teasing glances that seemed to say they didn't believe him at all. Ahem. Lin An shifted the topic and said, you guys don't need to worry about me. Just focus on your tasks, I haven't even washed up yet. He then grabbed a basin and towel and hurriedly dashed towards the hot water room. The group immediately began to joke around, but they did not notice. Seeing that Mumu had spent the night with Lin An, Yalin felt as if a thorn had pierced her heart, stirring up a mix of emotions she couldn't express and could only choose to hide. Sister Yalin, what are you doing? Let's go. Jean Bouer waved his hand, urging her to continue the patrol. This time they were to ride their motorcycles to patrol further away as planned. They arrived at a hillside where an outpost was set up. Jean Bouer shouted to the soldier on duty, have you noticed anything unusual? No, nothing unusual right now. Wait, brother Bouer, what's that over there? The soldier exclaimed. Hearing this, Jean Bouer's heart tightened and he quickly climbed up the watchtower, snatching the binoculars from the soldier. As they looked closely, they saw a cloud of dust rolling in the distance, resembling a massive sandstorm approaching. This is too exaggerated, Jean Bouer said in shock. Yeah, I really can't understand how they gathered so many together. The commander was correct, these beasts are heading straight for our fortress. Cold sweat streamed down Jean Bouer's forehead. What should we do? We must find a way to stop them. Let's hurry back to report to the commander. Jean Bouer quickly relayed the situation he discovered to Lin An. Lin An immediately called Zhang Jian and briefly explained the situation, finally saying, now is the time to test your loyalty. Those willing to come with me, step forward. We are willing, everyone shouted in unison, understanding that as new recruits this was the time to prove their loyalty. Moreover, after seeing that the fortress was well stocked and survivors were working hard to build it, they yearned for it even more and actively requested to have control chips implanted in them, marking their commitment. Good, very good. I knew that only you brothers are trustworthy, Lin An exclaimed happily. I've decided to arm each of you with a gun. Half will come with me and half will stay to defend the fortress. After Lin An finished speaking, he shouted to everyone, let's set off. Yes. Everyone promptly grabbed their weapons and followed Lin An. The group hopped on their motorcycles and swiftly disappeared from sight. Lin An looked at the dark mass below and frowned, saying, we can't just wait idly by. We must take action, otherwise our people will suffer casualties and we will be finished. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Lin and Jean Bouer nodded in agreement. They immediately took turns scanning the view from the watchtower, only to see massive creatures charging towards the fortress. These creatures resembled lizards at first glance, with 4 claws, robust bodies, and pitch-black skin featuring a row of sharp hooks on their backs and 2 fangs in their mouths. Their skin was covered in bluish scales with 2 sharp antennae on their heads and protruding bones on either side, their size comparable to that of a... Lin An looked at these monsters and said, this beast is called the mutant lizard. Their teeth and claws can attack enemies, and both are coated with venom that can paralyze foes, slow their movements, and even induce a brief state of dizziness. Lin An explained in detail, and everyone listened attentively. Zhang Jian was particularly astonished. How did the commander know so much? Even the seasoned veterans who had fought these monsters countless times did not know such detailed information. In summary, our fortress cannot withstand this. Upon hearing these words, everyone was immediately taken aback. This fortress had been meticulously reinforced over the past few days, its defensive capabilities greatly enhanced, so how could it possibly fail? Indeed, the fortress could not withstand them. Although our defenses had improved significantly, they were still no match for a direct confrontation. I have witnessed their terrifying destructive power. The tall buildings in the city could not withstand their advance. Wherever they passed, everything was reduced to dust. Zhang Jian nodded in agreement. So what should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. Jean Boer frowned. Lin An looked at the motorcycle parked at the bottom of the slope and said, what? Riding a motorcycle to lure these monsters away? That's too insane. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Zhang Jian and Jean Boer exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. The idea is to lure these monsters away. Lin An said confidently, is it really okay? Jean Boer hesitated. I also think this seems quite unreliable. Zhang Jian echoed. Lin An smiled, stood up and said, wait for my news. Let's go, Lin. Since Lin had broken through her genetic lock, her strength had greatly increased, allowing Lin An to confidently involve her in many dangerous tasks. Yes, Commander. Despite the danger of this mission, Lin still nodded without hesitation. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin An and Lin dashed down the slope, swiftly mounted the motorcycle and sped away with a roar. Zhang Jian and Jean Boer watched their retreating figures with worried expressions. They feared for the safety of the two, as they were just 2 people against an overwhelming horde of beasts akin to a speck of sesame heading straight towards them. The roar of the motorcycles was particularly jarring, echoing loudly in the silent valley. They quickly attracted the attention of the beasts behind them, which raised their heads to look at the 2 on motorcycles and emitted low growls. They've spotted us. It seems they're coming to chase us. Retreat. Lin An shouted at Lin while driving the motorcycle, then turned the handlebars, steering the vehicle towards the vast open land to the north. Good. The sound of the wind drowned out his voice, distorting it, but Lin still heard his command. She mimicked Lin An's movements and changed direction. How could these monsters allow Lin An and Lin to escape? They immediately gave chase, the 2 motorcycles darting left and right as they sped away, weaving through the plains while occasionally hitting the throttle to evade the beasts. From a bird's eye view, one could see the flow of these aberrant creatures forming an arrowhead, with the 2 on motorcycles at the tip. The motorcycle tires kicked up clouds of dust, leaving clear tracks on the plain. The wind whipped against their faces, stinging them. Lin An glanced back at the pursuing beasts and shouted to Lin, we need to split up. Let them divide into 2 groups. Even if they end up charging towards the fortress, it will lessen the defensive pressure on it. Lin nodded in agreement, adjusting her motorcycle's mechanical pedals and steering in the opposite direction. This tactic proved effective. The mutated reptiles did not continue to chase just one person, but instead split into 2 groups, heading towards the directions of the 2 riders. Damn! What are they trying to do? Jean Boer said in surprise, watching the beasts scatter through his binoculars. They've split into 2 factions, each attacking the fortress. This will indeed ease the defensive pressure. I see, Commander, that's clever. Jean Boer couldn't help but praise. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw the already divided horde suddenly stop their pursuit and regroup, charging once more towards the fortress. Lin An executed a clean and swift drift and brake, stopping the motorcycle. Watching the beasts run back, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn! These beasts are surprisingly intelligent. They realized that attacking in 2 groups would put them at a disadvantage in front of the fortress. Commander, what do we do now? Lin parked her bike next to Lin An and asked. Suddenly Lin An's eyes lit up as he asked, how long will it take for these beasts to reach the fortress at their speed? Approximately 3 hours. Then how long will it take us on motorcycles to reach Xiangtang City? It's only a few dozen kilometers. We can make it in less than an hour at full speed. Why are you asking this, Commander? That should be enough. Grab your guns and follow me. Lin An said, twisting the throttle and speeding towards Xiangtang City without waiting for her to respond. Lin couldn't understand his intentions, so she followed suit and revved the throttle to chase after him. At the observation hill, Zhang Jian saw Lin An and Lin abandon the beasts and head in the opposite direction. What does the commander mean by this? Is he running away? Jean Boer shook his head. Impossible. The commander would never abandon us. Then what does this mean? He must have his reasons. Let's hurry back and prepare everyone for battle. No matter how fast the beasts are, they can't outrun the motorcycles. They soon surpassed the horde and arrived at the fortress ahead of time. Jean Boer did not have time to deploy the motorcycle stand, throwing the bike aside as he ran, shouting, "Hurry, hurry! The beasts are coming, prepare for battle!" Woo! Soon the fortress rang with deafening alarm bells as a group of survivors armed with steel guns rushed to the ramparts. Hurry, hurry! Boxes of ammunition were placed within arm's reach on the walls and gleaming gun barrels were aimed at the ground below. Several survivors swiftly climbed onto the turrets, leveling the gun barrels and placing their fingers on the triggers. Where's the commander? We didn't see him when you came back. Wang Lai looked around for Lin An and quickly asked Jean Boer. I don't know, he ran off in another direction, but he must have a reason. Damn! Why isn't he here at such a crucial time? Wang Lai exclaimed, frustrated at Jean Boer's response. The survivors gripped their steel guns tightly, staring intently at the ground below, not daring to take a breath, the atmosphere thick with tension, punctuated only by their anxious breaths. Suddenly they felt the wall beneath them tremble, followed by a cloud of dust rising on the horizon, and then the rumble of footsteps echoed. Here they come, they're coming. Jean Boer gritted his teeth, gripping his rifle even tighter. Rumbling. The footsteps grew closer and clearer, causing everyone on the city wall to hold their breath in anticipation of their arrival. Wan Lai looked at the enormous shadow becoming more distinct, unable to help but urge its coming. Fire! He was the first to pull the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot from Wan Lai's hand, striking the back of a monstrous beast's head. The creature collapsed, its head exploding under the impact, showering the area with blood. Good. Beautiful. Wang Lai exclaimed joyfully as he witnessed his shot take down a creature from the horde. Hit them hard. He raised his AK-47 and pulled the trigger continuously towards the front, causing the chests of the beasts to suddenly burst open, blood splattering on the ground, dyeing it red like a layer of crimson carpet. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire echoed throughout the city wall as all survivors exerted their utmost effort to shoot at the monster's roar. The horde let out a furious roar that nearly shattered eardrums, and as they drew closer, everyone felt as if the ground was shaking. They're charging. Fire. Day. Day. The gunfire from the battlements surged with dense bullets striking the beasts. Soon a stir arose among the survivors on the city wall. You all stay steady, don't panic. I can't take it anymore, these monsters are too terrifying, I'm scared. Even if you're scared, you have to be tough. Wang Lai shouted at those who were wavering. Just then a beast broke through the barrage of bullets charging towards the city wall. Watch out. With this warning, the beast collided with the sturdy city wall, causing bricks to shatter and leaving a dent in the wall. Hold the line. Jean Boer quickly shot the beast that had reached the base of the wall. That was close. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief at the scene before them. Don't let your guard down. Be cautious. Wang Lai shouted to the survivors. Understood. They all responded from the city wall. At this moment the monsters had already breached the base of the city wall. What should we do? Someone asked. We can only rely on ourselves. If there's any danger, everyone evacuate immediately. Well, engage them in street fighting within the city. Wang Lai gritted his teeth as he looked at the densely packed monsters around. Once the city wall is breached, they would be forced to retreat inside, resulting in far greater casualties than up on the wall. But they had to keep fighting. After all, the attackers were a horde of monsters that had no concept of surrender. As soon as they saw humans, they would pursue until every last one was eliminated. Understood. Day. The gunfire erupted again from the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. Poochie. Bullets pierced through the bodies of the beasts, leaving wounds all over them, quickly piling up into small mountains of corpses. Bang. Bang. Puff. 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 3 beasts clawed their way up the city wall, opening their gaping maws to bite at the survivors above. They were soon shot down by the survivors, their bodies falling from midair, crashing onto their companions below. Good. Well done. Fantastic shots. The survivors cheered for those on top of the wall as they witnessed the scene before them. Everyone stay alert. All right. Let's keep going. Day. The people on the wall continued to fire, bullets flying towards the horde as if they were free. The beasts kept falling while more kept surging forward. Waves of monsters were obliterated by those on the wall only to be replaced by new waves seemingly endless. At last the people on the battlements felt they were about to reach their limit. Those still on the wall could prop their guns on the low wall to shoot, but as more beasts climbed up they had to step back a few paces to avoid being clawed, getting pushed to the edge by the monsters below. Ah! Help! I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to fall. Help! Quick, think of something. In an instant panic spread among the people on the wall. I can't hold. Several survivors fell from the wall, landing in the clutches of the monster, some ending up in their mouths while others were torn apart screaming in agony. But they could do nothing, only allowing the monsters to tear at their flesh and swallow their innards. All of this forced the survivors on the wall to watch helplessly, with no one able to help those in peril. We retreat. Just as Wan Lai ordered a retreat to the city, the sudden sound of motorcycles echoed from afar, growing closer and clearer. Everyone looked up to see two motorcycles racing towards them. Two young individuals stood on the bikes, armed and charging towards them. It's the commander and Sister Yellen. Seeing the two young riders, Jean Boer shouted. It's the commander has returned. In that moment everyone erupted with excitement. They felt as if they had wandered in a desert for too long, suddenly spotting hope in an oasis. Seeing these two young people, they were overwhelmed with emotion, and the entire crowd on the wall erupted in cheers. Commander, Sister Yellen. Hearing the cheers from the wall, Lin An and Yellen smiled as they approached the beast horde on their motorcycles, suddenly veering off to the sides and speeding along the flanks of the horde. What is the commander doing? Just as everyone was puzzled, the ground suddenly trembled more violently. Rumble! Rumble! Two loud booms echoed, sending shivers down their spines as the ground shook more violently. Rumble! A massive tremor reverberated through the ground, causing even the city wall to start shaking, the entire fortress quaking. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Fear spread among the people on the wall. Suddenly from the distant horizon a colossal beast towering 7 or 8 stories appeared, its massive head covered in scales, sharp fangs protruding from its mouth and a chilling light emanating from the horns on its head. Its emergence instantly drew the attention of everyone on the wall. It's the Corpse King. Everyone on the wall raised their guns, aiming at it. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Zhang Jian hurriedly told the crowd. They still didn't know the purpose of the Corpse King's arrival, and firing would only provoke it, worsening an already dire situation. Boom! The colossal beast charged forward, leaving a deep pit in its wake as trees were shattered and the grass was blown about, forming a large crater on the ground. The Corpse King has immense power. Is it going to attack the city? I don't know, maybe it's just passing by. Regardless, we must be cautious of it. Yes. The crowd discussed fervently, but no one dared to shoot, fearing they would provoke the gigantic monster. Boom! The Corpse King sprinted again, this time with increased speed, leaving a series of pits of varying sizes in the ground. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was frightened and hurriedly took cover. At that moment the beasts that were attacking the city stopped in unison, turning their sights to the Corpse King, letting out low growls. Upon seeing these beasts, the Corpse King felt as if it had found a delectable treat, its crimson eyes glinting with excitement. Roar! With a roar the Corpse King charged at the group of beasts, launching an attack on them. At this moment the Corpse King seemed to have completely lost its sanity, driven solely by its most primal instincts and desires, incessantly hunting the beasts on the battlefield, devouring their flesh and blood. Seeing their companions being slaughtered by the Corpse King, the beasts refused to back down, charging at it in retaliation. The two sides began to clash, creating a chaotic scene. The Corpse King swung its massive claws down upon the ground, killing the beasts that scurried beneath its feet as if swatting a group of ants. Each strike would topple many beasts, turning them into mush, with blood splattering everywhere, filling the air with a dense, nauseating scent. Despite suffering heavy casualties, the pack of beasts relentlessly pressed their attack against the Corpse King. Faced with the tidal wave of beasts, the Corpse King went berserk, howling to the sky. Roar! The Corpse King's roar was earth-shattering and heart-stirring as a powerful gust of wind erupted from its mouth, sweeping outwards and sending the nearby beasts flying, each one spitting blood and collapsing on the ground in convulsions. As it roared, the Corpse King continuously swung its claws, tearing the beasts that stood in its way in half. Its brutality utterly stunned everyone on the city wall, leaving them in awe of the Corpse King's cruelty and terrifying power. Roar! The Beast King let out another furious roar, swinging its giant claws to obliterate a group of beasts, severing them in two, and then swatted away the remaining beasts nearby. The Corpse King's attacks grew sharper and more ferocious, resembling a god of slaughter, leaving no beast alive in its path. Boom! Suddenly the Beast King smashed a large tree with its fist, splitting it in half. The tremendous sound drew gasps of astonishment from everyone on the city wall. This was a tree that required 5 or 6 people to embrace. And yet it was shattered by a single blow. The Corpse King picked up the trunk as if wielding a giant flyswatter, striking down the continuously charging beasts. Bang! 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 The sound of the tree slamming against the ground echoed incessantly as beast after beast fell before the Corpse King, turning into meat paste splattering across the ground. It appeared that the Corpse King was in absolute control, however the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Gradually the crowd noticed that the Corpse King had been bitten multiple times by these beasts. Awoo! One beast seized the opportunity to latch onto its thigh, twisting its body to tear away a large chunk of flesh which it greedily consumed. The Corpse King let out another furious howl, its scales and armor stained with blood revealing the bright red flesh underneath, a sight most horrifying. Bang! Bang! The Corpse King swung its massive claws at the group of beasts. One beast after another was smashed into meat patties as it vented its rage upon them, countless beasts perishing beneath its claws. Yet despite the numerous corpses of their companions piled like small hills, the horde of beasts did not relent. They gathered together like a thick wall, densely surrounding the Corpse King, making it impossible for it to move. Boom! The Corpse King roared in anger, suddenly emitting countless golden lights, its body visibly swelling, growing several times larger, standing like an ancient dragon, its massive claws reaching toward the horde of beasts, capturing them like popcorn, bringing them to its mouth and swallowing them whole. The Corpse King's actions further incited the wrath of the beasts. Awoo! Waves of beasts surged toward the Corpse King, unleashing furious roars as they charged forward like relentless ocean waves, attacking the Corpse King at all costs, densely surrounding it and leaving it with no room to maneuver. Put! A beast suddenly leaped up, lunging at the Corpse King's cheek and biting its neck. Roar! The Corpse King swiftly swatted it away, smashing its head, sending its headless body flying far away. Put! Put! Several other beasts joined the fray. In an instant the Corpse King was scratched by several beasts, countless bloodstains erupting, blood flowing from the wounds and dripping onto the ground, creating a chilling sight. Seeing so much blood, the horde of beasts became even more frenzied, attacking the Corpse King without restraint. No beast bothered to care for the people on the city wall. Only then did Lin An and the others have the opportunity to ride their motorcycle to the city gate, signaling for the people on the wall to open the gate. Hurry and open the gate! As Lin An shouted while controlling the motorcycle, the surviving guards let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly opened the city gate, allowing Lin An and Yalan to ride in. They feared that the beasts would notice the commotion soon. They did not dare to delay and rushed in before the gate was fully opened. Outside the city, the Corpse King continued to let out anguished cries, making everyone feel anxious about when it would be torn to shreds by the beasts. Commander, what is going on? Upon seeing Lin An approach, Jean Boer curiously asked about the Corpse King. I brought the Corpse King here, Lin An replied casually. Jean Boer suddenly realized you. You brought the Corpse King here intending to let them fight among themselves. What do you think? I brought the Corpse King here. Do you think I wanted it to attack the city and devour all of you? Lin An retorted. Commander is wise. Jean Boer awkwardly replied, still feeling a bit shaken. Just now I almost couldn't hold the line, I was nearly scared to death. He patted his chest in relief, knowing that if Lin An hadn't brought the Corpse King over just in time, he would have been torn to pieces by the beasts. Look quickly, it's surrounded by monstrous beasts. It's surely doomed. Yalan cried out loudly. Lin An immediately raised his head and gazed beyond the city wall. Indeed, the Corpse Sovereign's body was riddled with countless bloody wounds, a grotesque and pitiful sight. He shouted, everyone, stand ready. The moment the Corpse Sovereign falls, these beasts will turn their fury upon us. Hearing Lin An's warning, every defender braced themselves, steeling for the imminent onslaught. The monstrous beasts charged frenziedly at the Corpse Sovereign, shrieking with piercing, ear-splitting cries. One after another they hurled themselves against him, eyes blazing crimson, bodies wreathed in thick roiling white mist, utterly bereft of reason. With a single thunderous punch, the Corpse Sovereign shattered one beast into pulpy ruin, then seizing another by the skull with clawed hands, he crammed it whole into his maw, the stench of rotten iron flooding the air. Though immensely powerful, the Corpse Sovereign faltered under the relentless assault. His hide was slashed open in dozens of deep gashes, blood streaming freely, great plates of scale torn away, revealing raw glistening muscle beneath, a horrifying spectacle. His massive frame gradually withered, shrinking in size until at last he vanished beneath the surging tide of beasts. Boom! Suddenly a deafening roar shook the heavens as an immense surge of energy erupted from the Corpse Sovereign's core, radiating outward in all directions. The monstrous beasts exploded midair, disintegrating into torrents of crimson rain that drenched the city wall, turning its surface a ghastly unbroken scarlet. What in the world is happening? Jean Boer stared, jaw-slack hand clapped over his mouth in disbelief as he watched the carnage unfold. Lin An's brow furrowed deeply. A thought flickered in his mind, could it be the beasts have shattered the Corpse Sovereign's necrotic core? After long contemplation, that remained the only plausible explanation, leaving him bitterly frustrated. He had stood to claim the Sovereign's core, the most potent source of necrotic energy imaginable, only to watch it vanish in an instant. The cataclysmic detonation reduced countless beasts to dust, numbers plummeting drastically, leaving only scattered remnants. Lin An seized the moment, all units, eliminate them. Rat-a-tat. Silence shattered once more as gunfire erupted, bullets tearing from the ramparts like a tempest sweeping across the battlefield to scour the surviving beasts from the earth. Under that withering barrage the beasts collapsed one by one into pools of blood. At last the fierce gunfight subsided. The beasts were eradicated entirely, and the people's pent-up dread dissolved like mist, replaced by jubilant cheers as rifles were hoisted high into the air. On a distant mountain peak a vast black banner billowed defiantly, beneath it stood a man clad in cobalt blue armor. Watching his own beasts locked in mortal combat with the corpse sovereign far below, his arrogant expression hardened into grim severity. Where did this corpse sovereign emerge from? Did you not assure me there were no major bosses here? His brows knotted tightly, his deep-set eyes blazed with incandescent fury as he turned on Zhao Kuang, who stood trembling at his side. Had Lin An been present, he would have instantly recognized the man. He was none other than the Beast Sovereign Emperor, a legendary tyrant who in his previous life had seized dominion over vast territories after obtaining the Spirit Control Scepter, granting him absolute command over monstrous beasts' intellects. Zhao Kuang's scalp prickled, flustered and tongue-tied. He stammered, I truly do not know. Fool. Even you are ignorant. Enraged, the Emperor seized Zhao Kuang's collar, lifted him clear off the ground and hurled him onto a nearby boulder, sending him sprawling, dazed and starry-eyed. Zhao Kuang lay prostrate, cursing the Emperor inwardly. As the corpse sovereign slaughtered more and more beasts, the Emperor's cobalt blue armor began to flicker, its luminescence growing faint and unstable. The armor's resilience was directly tied to the number of beasts under his control. Greater numbers amplified its strength, dwindling numbers eroded it. The Beast Sovereign Emperor snarled. He knew precisely what the fading armor signified. In blind fury, he struck Zhao Kuang across the face, sending him crashing to the ground, spitting crimson. Zhao Kuang staggered upright, wiped blood from his lip, dared not resist, and lowered his head, though his eyes burned with venomous hatred. As the beast horde dwindled, the Emperor's armor grew ever more translucent, until with the final beast felled by survivors atop the wall, it vanished completely with a silent shimmering fade. Damn it! The Beast Sovereign Emperor roared, and raised his scepter to punish Zhao Kuang, the architect of this calamity, when searing agony lanced through his waist. He looked down only to see Zhao Kuang, who moments before had knelt submissively, now sprang upward like a coiled serpent, green dagger buried deep in his flank. Aff! The Emperor screamed in shock. He had never imagined betrayal, let alone one so swift and lethal. Ha 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 ha! Zhao Kuang laughed wildly, unbridled and triumphant. Zhao Kuang, I'll kill you. The Emperor bellowed, lunging forward, fingers outstretched to crush Zhao Kuang's throat. But Zhao Kuang had anticipated the move, spinning aside with practiced grace, evading the fatal grip. Aff! The Emperor staggered backward, reeling from the impact of his own momentum. Traitor! The Emperor glared, teeth grinding in impotent rage. Zhao Kuang sneered coldly. Beast Sovereign Emperor, so this is your end? How utterly pathetic. You deserve to die knowing the truth. Lin An never possessed any missile. He merely manipulated you, using your hand to slay him. But now that plan has failed, so instead why not surrender the throne of Heike Fortress to me? That seat belongs to me now. Why? The Emperor trembled violently with fury. Zhao Kuang smirked, gloating, I know you hate me, but what can you possibly do? You're nothing but a broken shell now. What threat could you possibly pose? With those words he lunged again, green dagger gleaming in his fist. The Beast Sovereign Emperor watched Zhao Kuang charge, his eyes filled not with fear but raw, burning defiance. He refused to accept this fate. A sovereign who once ruled empires, now brought low by treachery, his heart seethed with hatred, desperate to tear Zhao Kuang apart before him. Yet resistance was futile. The moment his armor vanished, this despicable wretch had struck, swift, precise and fatal. Zhao Kuang's green blade pierced his heart. As the Emperor collapsed slowly to the earth, his final gaze held unyielding anguish, then his eyelids fell shut forever. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Kuang's laughter boomed across the empty valley, echoing unchallenged into the endless silence. The guards standing in the distance rushed forward with weapons in hand. Zhao Kuang, wielding the spirit control staff seized from the Beast Emperor, shouted, the staff is here, who dares to defy? The guards exchanged glances, ultimately yielding to this symbol of authority. They knelt on one knee and proclaimed, we pay our respects to the Lord of the Fortress. Ding system announcement, player Zhao Kuang has killed player Beast Emperor using the seizing dagger. The black flag fortress automatically belongs to player Zhao Kuang. Hearing this system prompt, a victorious smile spread across Zhao Kuang's proud face. Meanwhile, Lin An also received a system notification. Ding, player Lin An has killed the boss corpse king and received a reward of storage space. Lin An was taken aback upon hearing this notification, thinking to himself that he hadn't actually killed the corpse king. He quickly realized that when he had lured the corpse king over, the aggro was directed at him, and it was only because of the beast horde's interference that it first dealt with them. After the beast horde killed the corpse king, the system automatically credited the kill to him due to the aggro still being on him. It seemed he had exploited a bug in the system. Then the system's voice echoed once more. Player has killed the corpse king, gaining 50000 experience points, 1000 reputation points. The world ranking has been opened and the war system is unlocked. Ding, the player's fortress has successfully withstood the assault of a large beast horde, gaining 54000 experience points, 463 defense points and 413 firepower points. Congratulations, the player's fortress has reached silver level. Lin An was overjoyed. This time the system had actually granted him so many rewards. He quickly opened the newly unlocked world leaderboard, a long list of player names filling his eyes. Most of the top 10 were familiar faces from his previous life, but when his gaze fell on the third place, his heart suddenly trembled. The name in third place was unmistakably Zhao Kuang. How could this be possible? How could he be in third place? Hadn't he chased him away? He had been left to wander alone in the wilderness of the apocalypse, and not only had he survived but he had also entered the top 3 of the leaderboard. Lin An's face displayed uncontrollable astonishment. How could he have become so formidable? Ultimately he buried this question deep in his heart and began to examine the war system. After players activate the war system, destroying other players' fortresses allows them to seize 50 of their assets, and they can also unlock a daily trial dungeon which offers rich rewards upon completion. These dungeons vary in difficulty, with higher difficulty yielding greater rewards. However, the entrance selection does not indicate difficulty once inside. Whether it is easy or hard depends entirely on the player's luck. However, Lin An had no such worries. Armed with memories from his past life, he knew exactly how difficult each dungeon would be. At present the fortress was steadily under construction and there were no decisions he needed to make, so he decided to enter the trial dungeon to test his skills. When he shared this idea with the others, they immediately became anxious. "Commander, you must think this through. No one knows what kind of world lies within. What if something goes wrong?" Yalan advised Lin An. Zhang Jian added, "Exactly. From what I know, it's very dangerous inside. If you go, you should take us with you, otherwise we will have no peace of mind." His suggestion received unanimous support from everyone present. Lin An looked at the worried expressions on their faces, smiled and said, "Don't worry. This time I'm just going to trial. I won't take any risks, I promise." His eyes shimmered with determination. The others, seeing Lin An had made up his mind, ceased their objections. Lin An understood their lack of confidence, so he said, "As for taking you with me, that's fine. It will be me, Yalan, Jin Boer, Zhang Jian, and a few warriors. The rest of you Wang Lai stay here to oversee the fortress. It cannot be without a leader." Jin Boer's eyes widened in fright, quickly waving his hands. "Commander, I can't go. I think it's better for me to manage things here. Let Wang Lai go with you." Before Lin An could respond, Zhang Jian shot him a disdainful glance. "Old Jin, when will you change this cowardice? The commander is taking you to trial. It will help you gain combat experience. You're foolish to pass up such a good opportunity." Jin Boer blushed and retorted, "I just want to build the fortress better." With the group finalized, Lin An began to stow items in his storage space. This storage space was quite large, allowing him to pack many items. First, weaponry was a must: rifles, grenades, machine guns, rocket launchers, and more. He packed a great number, along with many knives, guns, and axes, fearing loss, and stuffed in several extras. Next came tools, including axes and hammers, all complete. Then for transportation he stowed away some motorcycles and a couple of tons of gasoline, enough for them to travel many thousands of kilometers. After everything was packed and after briefing Wang Lai on the matters at hand, Lin An led the fully armed group to the entrance of the trial dungeon. Trial ground: Paradise Island, Amazon activated. Swish! A blue portal appeared before them, revealing an endless forest on the other side. This dungeon's difficulty was not high. It was relatively welcoming for Yalan, who was entering for the first time. Wait a moment. Just as they were about to step inside, a voice called out to them. Looking back, they saw Mumu. At that moment, Mumu was holding a rifle with a medical kit slung over her shoulder and a Red Cross armband on her arm, presenting the image of a battlefield medic. "I want to go too." Mumu's pleading gaze looked at the others, hoping they would agree to her request. Lin An glanced at her and said, "No, it's too dangerous." Mumu, hearing his words, grew anxious. She exclaimed, "I want to go in. Just let me join. If anyone gets hurt, I can help treat you. Without me, you might be in danger with no medical assistance." Seeing her expression, Lin An understood she was determined to follow them and reluctantly agreed. She raised a valid point in the primitive tropical rainforest of the Amazon. Who knew what dangers lurked within? If someone contracted a virus and fell ill, it could be fatal. "All right, you can come along." Upon hearing his words, Mumu was overjoyed, immediately running forward to throw herself into Lin An's arms, cooing, "Thank you, brother Lin." Seeing her like this, Lin felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart and quickly turned her face away. All right, how much can your little medicine box hold?" "Bring more medicine, my storage space can hold a bit more," Mumu said with admiration. "Lin Gu, you are truly impressive, being able to have a storage space. You should practice more to improve your level. If you level up, you might also unlock a storage space," Lin An said with a smile. Hearing this, Mumu's eyes lit up. "Lin Gu, I will definitely practice hard." Prepare the medicines, think about what categories to bring, and then we can set off." Let me think. This is a hemostatic agent, this one is an anesthetic, this one is a painkiller." She chattered on about a whole bunch of medicines, making Lin An nearly dizzy. "Alright, that should be it, let's go." Lin An stored the pile of medicines she had packed into the storage space, then led everyone through the portal. The moment Lin An and the others stepped into the portal, his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Surrounded by green leaves, he looked up and saw that the trees here were extraordinarily tall, towering into the clouds, making it impossible to see where their tops were. Each tree stood like a mountain peak between heaven and earth. Their branches and leaves blocked out the sunlight, casting a shadowy gloom beneath the forest, and Lin An felt that the temperature here was a bit. Wow, these trees are so huge. I've never seen trees this big before. Jin Boer exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. I've never seen such towering trees either. Zhang Jian agreed, pointing at a tree trunk above. A trunk this thick would take 7 or 8 people to hug in our world, but here it looks like just a small branch. Alright, this is the trial ground. The environment here is quite harsh, so you all must be careful. Lin An quickly reminded them, ignoring their astonishment. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expressions turned serious. Although their strength was not lacking, they did not dare to be careless when facing unknown dangers and must respond cautiously. Soon the rustling sounds from the low shrubs around them indicated that a pack of fierce beasts had surrounded them, their sharp teeth bared as they stared at them. Lin An glanced at Zhang Jian beside him, who was vigilantly watching the beasts. He whispered, "Help me protect Mu." "Yes. Leader." Roar, roar, roar. A series of howls echoed through the jungle as the beasts seemed to be enraged and charged towards Lin An and the others. These beasts were over a meter long with sharp pointed horns on their heads, their large eyes flashing with a deep cold light, revealing a row of snow-white fangs. "Everyone be careful," Lin An shouted to those behind him. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts waved their sharp claws, moving quickly and closing in on them like lightning. They emitted a foul stench that made one's stomach churn upon smelling it. Lin An drew the longing sword and slashed at one of the beasts, sending a wave of sword energy that decapitated it. Seeing their companion's head severed, the other beasts charged angrily at Lin An. He kicked one of the beasts, sending it flying. Boom! The beast crashed into a tree behind it, instantly turned into mush, dead beyond recovery. The others swung their weapons as well. Lin's sword danced, dazzlingly red flames erupting from the blade, incinerating the attacking beasts into charred remains. These beasts had very strong defenses, but they could not withstand the fire attacks, collapsing to the ground while howling. "You all retreat first. This area is left to me," Lin An shouted loudly at them. Hearing his words, everyone retreated, giving him space. The number of beasts was overwhelming and quite intelligent. Each time one charged, the others would rush in, surrounding Lin An. At this moment, the longing sword in Lin An's hand transformed into a massive golden dragon, releasing a resonant dragon roar. A giant golden dragon phantom emerged from the sword, its enormous scales glimmering, radiating a terrifying pressure that made one instinctively afraid. The beasts were intimidated by the golden dragon's aura, pausing in midair, afraid to continue attacking Lin An. Lin An, holding the longing sword with both hands, slowly advanced towards the beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. Their bodies shook uncontrollably, wanting to flee but daring not to. "Kill!" Lin An roared, swinging the longing sword down fiercely onto one of the beasts. Put! This was the leader of the beast pack, cleaved in half by Lin An's strike, blood gushing forth as it writhed on the ground for a while before becoming still. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining beasts, sensing the terrifying aura, dared not continue their assault, emitting fearful cries as they ultimately fell to the might of this attack. They scattered in all directions, glancing back at Lin An as they ran. Seeing that he did not pursue, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin An sheathed his sword and asked everyone, "Is everyone all right?" "Leader, we are fine." "Leader, what was that amazing move you just used? It was so powerful." Jean Boer inquired. "It's a technique from the sword arts, generally not lethal, but it has a great deterrent effect against these beasts," Lin An replied. Jean Boer immediately brightened up, cheerfully saying, "That's great. As long as we encounter danger, leader, you can defeat the enemy with one move and instantly drive them away. This dungeon doesn't seem so difficult after all." His words drew nods of agreement from the others. However, Lin An was the exception. He was well aware that the monsters here were far beyond what these beasts could compare to. So he unhesitatingly doused everyone with a bucket of cold water. "We were just lucky earlier. The monsters inside cannot be judged by common sense. We must be extremely cautious. This is the Amazon after the great catastrophe, filled with countless mutated ferocious beasts. The danger level is not any less than in our world." "Yes, leader," everyone nodded in response, feeling a weight in their hearts. The vegetation here was exceedingly lush, with countless branches obstructing their path. Lin An took out his machete, leading everyone as he cleared the surrounding branches while cautiously exploring forward, carefully guarding against sudden attacks from beasts. Lin An and his companions traveled along the path, encountering numerous beasts, though most were ordinary unmutated animals, which Lin An quickly dealt with. As they ventured deeper, they no longer encountered any large monsters. However, the further they went, the more they could feel an inexplicable pressure emanating from their surroundings. Along the way, they discovered many animal skeletons, the deathly aura emanating from them making everyone uncomfortable, as if these creatures had endured a painful struggle before their demise. At this moment, everyone felt a bit uneasy, silently speculating about what these remnants were. Could they truly be the work of the wild beasts? Just as they were worried, Lin An suddenly stopped in his tracks. His abrupt halt left everyone puzzled, unsure of what was wrong. "Commander, what's wrong?" Lin approached Lin An and asked softly. Mumu also sensed the strange atmosphere and nervously tightened her grip on her rifle, her petite form trembling slightly. This was her first encounter with such an eerie scene, and though she was extremely anxious, she had no idea what to do and could only stand silently by. The others held their breath, uncertain of Lin An's intentions. They watched as he crouched beside the remains of an unknown animal, examining it for some time. This skeleton appears to have died not long ago, and judging by the condition of its broken bones, it seems to have been crushed to death by force," Lin An remarked. That's incredible, the others exclaimed, surprised to discover such a formidable foe was present here. A python. Someone suggested their hypothesis. Lin An shook his head, saying no pythons swallow their prey whole, leaving no skeletons behind. Then what kind of monster could it be? I don't know, let's keep moving. Lin An stood up and led the group onward. After a few minutes he stopped again to closely inspect the skeletons. Lin An's expression was serious, and though the others didn't understand what he was doing, they refrained from interrupting him. His gaze fell upon several black vines nearby, each as thick as a human arm, completely black with many barbs. The barbs glinted with a sinister sheen in the sunlight, and red streaks marked them as if a massive earthworm had crawled by. In the dim environment of the forest, if one was not careful to observe, they would hardly notice. Commander, what's wrong? Just as Jean Bouer asked, the vines began to ride like large black snakes, lunging towards Lin An with incredible speed. Seeing the vines rush at Lin An, everyone felt a sense of dread. Lin, go, be careful. Moo shouted. Hoof. Lin An snorted coldly, sweeping his blade horizontally with his right hand. The vines that had ensnared him were immediately severed in several places. Everything happened so quickly that the others only heard a series of swishing sounds, after which the vines fell like raindrops scattered across the ground. Ah, what is that? Such terrifying attack power, it's simply too frightening, Moo gasped, covering her mouth. It's a man-eating tree. Everyone retreat quickly. Lin An drew his longing sword, noticing more and more vines rushing towards them, and shouted to those behind him. Yes, Commander. The group quickly began to back away. Boom. The vines surged forth like a flood, enveloping Lin An and the others. Lin An's longing sword severed many vines, yet several still coiled around them. This is bad, we're surrounded by this thing. Quick, chop it down. Hurry, cut it off. Quick. Everyone raised their weapons to hack at the vines, but it seemed impossible to cut through them as they continued to entangle the group. Commander, think of something quickly, or we will all be ensnared by this thing. Lin said anxiously, knowing that this was a serious predicament, and if not resolved promptly their lives would be in danger. Use all your strength to cut them off. Lin An shouted, furrowing his brow as he looked ahead. Before them stood a man-eating tree. The man-eating tree towered dozens of stories high, with a dense canopy and many protruding eye-like organs on its branches, countless eyes staring at the group, causing their skin to crawl. Lin An knew that these countless eyes were the digestive organs of the man-eating tree, which would deliver its prey directly to these eyes after capturing them. Beneath the man-eating tree were thick vines densely packed like a web, as if a trap from which no one could escape. The vines, under the desperate defense of the group, were momentarily unable to get close. Soon after, countless green vines twisted over their tips, adorned with glimmering steel needles, many of which had recently captured prey, with fresh blood still dripping from the cold steel. Blood trickled down the needles, dripping onto the ground and making everyone shudder. Seeing these steel needles, everyone turned pale. They could easily pierce through a person's body, and being struck would mean certain death. Commander, please think of something, those steel needles are terrifying, someone shouted. Damn it. Lin An cursed inwardly and quickly retrieved a prepared bulletproof shield from his storage space, shouting, everyone grab a shield, form a circle and protect each other. To prevent being caught defenseless in the wild, they had trained with shields back at the fortress. Soon they used the bulletproof shields to cover themselves, successfully blocking most of the damage. Clang clang. The steel needles struck the shields, repeatedly piercing them and producing a crisp sound. However, the shields were incredibly strong, and no matter how hard the vines tried, they could not penetrate through. Seeing the steel needles fail to pierce the shields, Lin An felt a surge of joy and immediately increased his output, vigorously hacking down with his longing sword. Quick, cleave these vines apart. All right. Swish, swish, swish. The group raised their weapons, using all their strength to hack at the vines. A new wave of steel needle vines surged in, and everyone raised their shields once more, resulting in another round of clangs. This won't do, some vines seem impossible to cut through. If this continues, we will surely be killed by the vines here. Moo said anxiously. Lin An glared at the man-eating tree before him and declared this method won't work, abandoned the idea of cutting the vines. Everyone grab your firearms and let's take that tree down. Yes. Everyone raised their weapons, loaded bullets into their chambers, aimed at the man-eating tree and began to fire. With a rapid rat-a-tat-tat, bullet struck the man-eating tree, stirring up clouds of white smoke and dust. The tree shook and leaves began to fall. Good attack. Keep firing until we bring it down. Lin An shouted at the man-eating tree across from him. Everyone raised their weapons, concentrating their fire on the man-eating tree. In an instant, a hail of bullets erupted and flamed soared. As the new wave of vines attacked without needing Lin An's command, everyone quickly raised their shields in front of themselves to prevent being struck by the man-eating tree. While everyone bombarded the man-eating tree with bullets, they suddenly noticed the eyes on the tree trunk blinking rapidly. The eyes of the man-eating tree blinked at an incredible speed, suddenly splitting open a large gap. A massive gust of air burst forth, instantly blowing the shield formation into disarray. Be careful. Watch out, quickly dodge. Careful. In an instant, everyone was thrown into a panic, confused about where to hide and what to do. With a series of bangs as everyone panicked, a loud crackling sound echoed. The man-eating tree split apart, transforming into countless vines that swept towards the group. Don't panic. At this moment Lin An understood that as a leader he had to remain steady as a mountain, not letting chaos take hold. Bang! 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 Lin An raised the long sword, swinging it vigorously. Wherever the sword pointed, the vines were severed, scattering into fragments. Seeing Lin An's bravery, everyone's morale soared and they intensified their attacks. Finally they pushed back this wave of vines. Not even taking a moment to catch their breath, they quickly picked up their guns, and the long silent gunfire once again echoed throughout the dense forest. This time they deliberately aimed at those eyes to fire. Although those eyes had some defensive capabilities, they were still the weakest point and could not withstand such a barrage of bullets. Amidst the sounds of bursting water balloons, each of those eyes exploded, releasing green digestive fluid and unknown animal remnants, emitting a nauseating corrosive odor. Seeing such a disgusting scene, everyone felt their stomachs churn and couldn't help but gag. After this round of fire, the number of vines from the man-eating tree significantly decreased, alleviating the pressure on everyone. Everyone, keep it up. Continue attacking with all your strength to take down this beast. Everyone nodded in understanding, pulling the triggers of their rifles to the max, diving back into the assault on the man-eating tree. After about 3 minutes of relentless fire, the man-eating tree finally shook violently, followed by the sound of cracking wood. The huge branches of the man-eating tree fell to the ground with a series of cracking sounds, the entire tree splintering apart, revealing its white wood inside. Good. This thing is finally dead. Great. We're finally safe. We finally drove it away. I'm exhausted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, utterly fatigued, lying on the ground panting. Phew. That was so exhausting. This monster was even more troublesome than the beasts we encountered before. Yalan said. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin An looked at them and asked, "Is everyone all right?" His inquiry prompted many to check their bodies, realizing they had been injured. Under the adrenaline rush during the battle, they hadn't even noticed they were wounded, with 2 or 3 people suffering injuries from the steel thorn vines. Ouch, it hurts so much. Jean Boer clutched his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely. Jean Gu, how are you? Jean Gu, are you okay? Everyone chimed in worriedly, looking at Jean Boer's bleeding abdomen. Everyone, please step back, he'll handle it. At this moment Moo, the battlefield medic, played a crucial role. She took out a vial of potion from her backpack, removed the cork, poured it into her palm, and sprinkled the potion over Jean Boer's bleeding. Jean Boer's wound emitted thick black smoke, and the stench became even more pungent. This thorn is toxic. Luckily, I brought enough medicine. Moo said, skillfully stitching him up, then taking out a first aid kit from her backpack to dress and bandage his wound. Jean Boer groaned in pain but endured it. All right, Jean Gu, it's all done. Moo said, looking at Jean Boer. Hearing Moo's words, Jean Boer finally relaxed his brow and smiled. Thank you, Sister Moo. Hee, no need to mention it. Rest while I'll go bandage the others. Watching Moo busy at work, Lin An felt a wave of relief. It was fortunate to have her along, otherwise they would have had no one to treat their injuries. Lin An walked over to the shattered man-eating tree to examine the properties of the wood. Man-eating wood, rare type, special material usage effect, can be used as raw material for crafting bows and arrows, range 20, accuracy 15. Attaching a small amount of wood to cold weapons can extract wood-based energy, damage 12, bleeding effect for 30 seconds. Lin An was delighted upon seeing these properties. If he used this wood to make the handles of knives, guns and swords, it would instantly enhance their attributes. This is a good find. He called out to everyone, those who can still move, come over and help me chop some of this wood. Everyone rushed over to help Lin An cut down the man-eating wood, which Lin An stored in his storage space. Fortunately, his storage space was large enough to accommodate all this wood. If it weren't for the tree being too large to cut down completely, he would have wanted to bring back even more. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had rested enough, Lin An called for everyone to leave. The next leg of the journey saw no dangers, and the tension in everyone gradually relaxed as they began to admire the scenery of the Amazon rainforest. Wow. It's so beautiful. It's truly amazing. The weather here is so cool and comfortable. The oasis here is so vast. It's just too beautiful. It's a pity that beneath this beautiful exterior lies a world of danger. Indeed, if it weren't for those monsters, even if there were more ordinary carnivorous animals, this would be a paradise. Everyone gasped at the sights, becoming entranced by everything before them. The beauty of this place captivated them, soothing their hearts and making them forget all their troubles. Their minds were completely immersed in this beautiful environment, feeling as if they were in a dream. In the high-pressure survival conditions of the apocalypse, they found a rare tranquility. Suddenly a team member stepped on something with a crunch, drawing everyone's gaze. Not good, it's a trap. Lin An exclaimed in surprise, just about to order everyone to avoid it when a large wooden cage descended from the sky, enveloping their. Immediately figures rushed out from the nearby bushes, making strange noises as they surrounded Lin An and his group. When they got a good look at these people, they were taken aback. Without exception, they were dressed in simple animal skins, wielding spears made of stone with feathers from unknown birds adorning their heads. Primitive people. Jean Boer widened his eyes. They stared at these primitive individuals, their minds blank. What era was it that primitive people still existed? Among these primitives, a figure who appeared to be a leader approached, chattering incomprehensible gibberish. "Chief, what are they saying?" Yalan asked in confusion. Lin An smiled slightly. "They are asking who we are and what we are doing here." Although this game world was very harsh, it wasn't entirely devoid of humanity. When communicating with speakers of other languages, their words would directly enter the brain, eliminating the need to read subtitles. Of course, this function was only available to players. Yalan, who was born in the game world, couldn't comprehend it. Lin An approached the primitive person politely and said, "We are just passing through. We mean no harm to your people. If we have intruded upon your territory, we will leave immediately." The primitive person's face displayed surprise, clearly astonished that he could understand a language he did not know. He tentatively asked, "Where do you come from?" "We. Lin An was momentarily at a loss for words and could only say, "We come from a very far place." The primitive nodded, observing the items on their bodies, and said, "Since you are not carrying weapons, you must mean no harm. This is the territory of the Carter tribe. If you come with good intentions, you are esteemed guests of the Carter tribe. May you visit our tribe." Faced with the sudden invitation from the primitive, Lin An was taken aback. He glanced at his rifle and longing sword, a look of confusion on his face. It was understandable that these people did not recognize firearms, but how could they not even identify their swords as weapons? He looked at the so-called weapons of these primitives, which were merely sharp stones tied to wooden sticks, essentially spears. The best weapon among them was merely the obsidian spear held by their leader. It was normal for them not to recognize their own equipment. It seemed that in this dungeon world, after the great catastrophe, human civilization had regressed dramatically, returning directly to the Stone Age. "Alright, since you are so enthusiastic, we might as well oblige." Lin An sensed the lack of malice from these primitives, and thinking there was no place to stay that night, agreed to their invitation. After all, even if a conflict broke out, they, armed with assault rifles, were not afraid of being unable to defeat these primitives with stones. The primitive was very pleased and called to others to open the cage. "Esteemed guests, you can call me Baru. Our tribe is this way." The primitive led the way. On the road, Yalan curiously asked, "Chief, how did you manage to communicate with them?" Earlier she had watched as the two communicated in different languages without any barriers, feeling it was somewhat strange. "The system provides hints," Lin An explained simply. Yalan nodded, not asking further. Lin An and his group entered the primitive settlement. The primitives' territory appeared small, but the buildings were very primitive. Some were thatched huts made of wood, others were stone structures, and some were tents made of animal skins, all looking very backward. "Chief! Chief! A few guests have come to our tribe," Baru shouted loudly as he entered the camp. "Ah! Guests have arrived." A loud voice rang out, and a primitive dressed in animal skins with his head wrapped in hides emerged. This animal skin primitive appeared to be quite old, wearing a hide hat and grass ring on his head, holding a stone weapon as he walked out from among the primitive houses. The chief looked at Lin An and his group with a wry smile, apologetically saying, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize, but I am currently dealing with a tribesman who has committed a grave sin and will need a moment before I can entertain you." "A sinner?" "Yes, guests, if you are interested, you can come and take a look." Lin An and the others arrived at an open area in the center of the tribe, where they saw a girl of about 17 or 18 kneeling on the ground with her hands bound behind her back. Beside her lay a large stone axe, its blade stained with dried blood. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, and her youthful face was marked with tear stains, making her look pitiful. Lin An couldn't help but furrow his brows. What crime could such a young child have committed to warrant such a severe punishment? Looking at the kneeling girl, he asked, "What is happening here?" Baru shook his head, unable to comprehend why this girl was to be executed, and turned his questioning gaze towards the chief. The chief's eyes revealed anger as he said, "She extinguished the tribe's heavenly fire. The sin deserves the death penalty." "Heavenly fire?" "Yes, the flame bestowed upon us by the heavens." Mumu immediately exclaimed, "Isn't it just fire? Is it necessary to kill for that?" Lin An nodded. "How could extinguishing a fire warrant a death sentence?" "Esteemed guests, you may not understand, but the heavenly fire is not easily obtained. Without it, the tribesmen will suffer from beast attacks at night and would have to eat raw meat that could make them sick. Extinguishing the fire is a grave sin," the chief said seriously. Lin An and his group couldn't help but exchange glances, immediately breaking into bitter smiles. "Chief, let me show you this, and then you can reconsider whether this girl has committed a crime." Lin An rummaged through his pocket and took out a lighter. With a click, he pressed it, and a flame burst forth. Heavenly fire. The chief was taken aback when he saw the flames erupting from Lin An's lighter, his worldview nearly collapsing. It was simply incredible that heavenly fire could be conjured from such a small box. Slightly disbelieving, he reached out to touch the flames, only to retract his hand quickly as his palm was burned bright red. Now he was certain it was indeed heavenly fire, but how did Lin An manage this? Could he possess some special ability? The chief's heart was filled with doubt. Could he be a divine envoy? Thinking of this, he quickly knelt down before Lin An, exclaiming, "I welcome your divine presence." The other primitives also fell to their knees in droves, echoing, "We welcome your divine presence." Lin An had not expected that simply pulling out a lighter would cause such an uproar. He hurriedly waved his hands, signaling them to rise. He was not here to be revered as a deity, and quickly helped the chief up, saying, "Chief, please don't be so formal. We're just a group of ordinary people, not divine envoys." Hearing this, the chief quickly wiped the sweat from his brow that had trickled down in excitement and said, "Divine envoy, please don't say that. You are the savior of our tribe and we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." Lin An helplessly replied, all right, please get up. Later let's have a tour of the tribe." The chief nodded eagerly in agreement. Lin An glanced at the girl and said, "As for this girl, she is innocent." "Innocent? She is innocent now." The chief waved his hand, instructing others to quickly untie the girl. The other primitives immediately loosened the ropes binding her hands and feet. The girl quickly stood up, walked to Lin An's side and bowed to thank him. "Thank you for helping me escape danger. I appreciate your assistance." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. Lin An smiled and said it was just a small favor. "By the way, what is your name?" The girl looked up and replied, "My name is Annie." Lin An nodded, and Mumu, sympathetic to the girl's plight, chimed in, engaging her in lively chatter. She was also a player and could communicate effortlessly with the primitives. Watching the two women, Lin An knew that once women found common ground, it was hard to separate them. Once they finally wrapped up a topic, Lin An quickly urged the chief to take them on a tour of the tribe. Following the chief, Lin An and the others began their exploration. The tribe was very spacious, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The chief led Lin An and the others on a tour, showing them the primitive tools and weapons scattered about. Suddenly Lin An noticed a wall made entirely of stacked stones adorned with several stone tablets. The designs on these tablets were exquisite, depicting figures, trees, rivers and flowers, resembling a primitive art exhibition. "Chief, what is this for?" Lin An couldn't help but ask upon seeing the stone tablets. The chief chuckled and replied, "Divine envoy, you may not know this, but many tribesmen spend their leisure time crafting tools or small ornaments, creating beautiful items based on the legends of our ancestors to preserve their stories." Lin An noticed a painting depicting a rectangular object with two black circles drawn beneath it. "Wasn't this a car?" Seeing Lin An take such interest in the painting, the chief smiled and said, "This is the divine house from the legends of our ancestors. It can move on its own, allowing our ancestors to travel great distances without walking." Lin An couldn't help but twitch his lips. This explanation was simply absurd. It was now evident that this world was a reboot of civilization after a great catastrophe, with human civilization returning to the Stone Age. After touring the tribe, Lin An decided to rest for the night and continue their journey the next day. The chief led him into a room. It was a house built of stacked stones with a roof made of large unknown leaves, showcasing a tropical rainforest characteristic. Lin An knew that even such a house was the highest standard here. Once the chief left, Yalan teased with a smile, "So how does it feel to be treated like a divine figure?" Mumu also covered her mouth, laughing as she looked at Lin An. Lin An smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "I really don't know how I've managed to provoke this chief. He seems to regard me as a divine figure." Everyone erupted in laughter. Jean Boer remarked with a sigh, "It's a pity this is just a subworld. Otherwise being a divine figure here wouldn't be too bad." Lin An said, all right, no more jokes. Let's rest early, we have a journey to continue tomorrow." The room was filled with many beds, but these beds were merely made of soft grass. Fortunately, when they set out, each of them brought a camping sleeping bag, so lying down wasn't too uncomfortable. The next day, however, the weather turned grim. Tropical rainforest weather was always so unpredictable. It had been sunny yesterday, but today dark clouds loomed and a heavy rain was imminent. "Oh my gosh, it's so cold." Mumu tightened her clothes, shivering uncontrollably. Lin An pulled out a piece of clothing from his storage space and draped it over her shoulders. Seeing the garment draped over her, Mumu felt warmth fill her heart. "Commander, are we going to continue our journey?" Yalan, witnessing Lin An's gesture, quickly pulled him aside and asked. Lin An was taken aback but thought for a moment and replied, "Let's not rush. We should stay here for 3 to 5 days before continuing our journey." Everyone expressed their agreement, thus deciding to stay and rest. The rain poured down and the trees far away from the tribe became even greener. The tribe was surrounded by mist and rain, obscuring the view of the surrounding scenery, yet the sound of the rain pattering could still be heard. Lin An and the others looked at the rain outside, unsure of what to do. Zhang Jian looked at the bonfire in the center of the room and said, "Commander, how about we roast something to eat? They brought so much meat yesterday and we haven't touched it yet." Yesterday the chief, fearing Lin An and the others would go hungry, had instructed people to bring fresh meat. However, it was all raw, and after a day of travel, Lin An and the others were too exhausted to bother, merely nibbling on a few pieces of compressed biscuits to get through the night. "That's a good suggestion, it's been a while since we had roasted meat." Lin An perked up at once. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing the idea. Lin An took out some seasonings from his storage space, set up a fire and prepared to grill the meat slices. Watching Lin An cook, the others eagerly volunteered to help. I'll cut the meat. I'll peel the skewers. Several people stepped forward to assist some cutting meat while others marinated it, all busy and bustling. A group of people sat around the campfire chatting idly while grilling meat, occasionally sprinkling seasonings onto the skewers. The fat from the meat sizzled in the heat, making a popping sound. Ah, it smells so good. I love eating. Mumu couldn't help but exclaim, having already caught a whiff of the meat's aroma, gazing longingly at the skewers in Lin An's hands. Alright, stop being noisy and come try some. Lin An chuckled helplessly as he handed her the grilled skewers. Next to them, Yulin, feeling unsatisfied, pouted and said, Captain, what about mine? Okay, yours too. The others quickly grabbed the skewers, taking a small bite and exclaiming in delight, this meat is really good. Lin An also took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender and smooth, incredibly delicious. The aroma of the grilled meat soon wafted outside, reaching the other primitive people's homes. What smell? It smells so good. Quick, let's go check it out. In a short while, the primitive people caught the scent from Lin An's house. Come quickly and try this meat. Lin An generously shared the skewers with the chief and others. The chief took a bite of the skewer and the meat melted in his mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance, truly a delicacy among grilled meats. This meat is simply too delicious. In all my years, this is the first time I've tasted such exquisite meat. This is the most delicious grilled meat I've ever had. The crowd was very happy, continuously praising. For these primitive people who only occasionally had salt, the skewers covered in various seasonings were an irresistible temptation. This skewer is really delicious. I want to eat it every day. Yes, I want to eat such skewers every day too. Everyone was stuffed and lay down on the ground, admiring the heavy rain in the sky. However, Lin An noticed that the faces of these primitive people were filled with worry. This puzzled him, so he walked over to the chief and asked about it. The chief sighed and said, Sigh, after the rainy days, divine punishment will come and we probably won't be able to eat such delicious grilled meat anymore. Divine punishment? What kind of divine punishment? Lin An asked curiously. Sigh, divine punishment occurs every time it rains, and even if our entire tribe is killed, we can only endure it. The chief said. Upon hearing this, Lin An felt a chill run down his spine. What could possibly instill such fear in them? He certainly did not believe it was divine punishment, so he inquired for more details. From the chief's words, he learned that every time after it rains, the tribe would be attacked by mutated giant mosquitoes, which would only stop when the sky completely cleared. These mutated giant mosquitoes were as large as small airplanes, and those targeted by them would not just lose a little blood, they would be drained of all bodily moisture until they became desiccated husks. Lin An couldn't help but feel a tingle of fear and quickly asked, Haven't you thought about resisting? Resisting? It's useless, our weapons can't penetrate the mosquito's exoskeleton, which only proves this is divine punishment. The chief shook his head helplessly. What about relocating? Moving to a safe place? Lin An felt he had asked a foolish question. If they could relocate, there would be no need to stay here. Relocating is useless. Wherever it rains, there are these mosquitoes all over the world. Fortunately, these mosquitoes only appear during rainy weather. If they were like the kind in the main world that existed regardless of the weather, humanity in this world would have been extinct long ago. Lin An suddenly smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, I promise I won't let you suffer from the giant mosquito attacks. Lin An told the crowd about the impending giant mosquito attack. The others were astonished, never expecting mosquitoes could mutate to such a size. Captain, what should we do? Jean Bouer quickly asked. He certainly did not want to become food for the giant mosquitoes. Lin An said, I thought about it, and we must find an open area free from trees to provide us with a good field of vision and firing range. But where is there any open space around here? It's all trees. Yulin frowned and said. Lin An pointed to the tribe and said, Isn't this it? What? Are you going to tear down all the houses? Upon hearing Lin An's words, the chief couldn't sit still. He hurriedly said, Divine Envoy, absolutely not. This would mean the destruction of our tribe. Don't worry, I need a large open area and the houses must be torn down. Houses can be rebuilt, but if people are gone, they are truly lost. I want to destroy your tribe. Lin An didn't mention that this would create a clear firing range, knowing that explaining it to these primitive people would be in vain. So what should we do? The chief asked anxiously. You don't need to worry about that, just do as I say. Lin An replied. The chief gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, You are the divine envoy, so we will do as you say. Soon the tribe was cleared out, as their houses were made of stones, leaves and animal skins, making them easy to dismantle. Lin An took out 3 anti-aircraft machine guns from his storage space and set them up in 3 directions. Watching Lin An's actions, the primitive people, although unaware of what these 3 black beasts were, could tell he was definitely the divine envoy from the way he produced them out of thin air. Jean Bouer and the others were also busy carefully maintaining their firearms to prevent any issues during the upcoming battle. Everyone stood ready, waiting for the rain to end. In the distance, a buzzing sound came from the sky, reminiscent of the piston engine planes from World War II approaching. Lin An instructed all the primitive people to gather in the center of the open space, crouching with their heads down, while he ran to one of the anti-aircraft machine guns and loaded a bullet with a click. Others also took their rifles lying on their backs on the ground, aiming their gun barrels toward the sky. Buzz buzz buzz, soon a swarm of small black dots appeared in the sky. These black dots were moving quickly, and after a while they came into clear view. They were a swarm of mutated giant mosquitoes, each the size of a small airplane, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, flapping rapidly and making an irritating noise. Their mouths were particularly large, emitting a cold glow. If targeted by these mouths, escaping death was nearly impossible. The mutated giant mosquito spotted its target, discovering the primitive people huddled together below. These delectable morsels were surprisingly obedient, squatting there and allowing it to bite. The swarm of mosquitoes buzzed excitedly as they dove towards the tribe below. Fire! With Lin An's command, the anti-aircraft machine gun immediately spewed flames, targeting the giant mosquitoes in the sky. Bang bang bang, the wings of the mutated giant mosquito were shredded by the anti-aircraft gun, causing it to plummet straight down. The primitive people were startled by the thunderous gunfire of the anti-aircraft gun. With expressions of terror, they looked at this seemingly insignificant giant, astonished by its immense power. Soon the gunfire from others erupted as well. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew into the sky, piercing the bodies of the mutated giant mosquitoes, making a series of splattering sounds as they rolled through the air and fell to the ground. However, more mutated giant mosquitoes were arriving in succession. Fire fiercely, don't be stingy with the bullets. Lin An bellowed. He stood there with his rifle aiming at the falling mutated giant mosquitoes and firing. Bang 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 bang. Bullets whistled out. Boom! Lin An exploded the head of a giant mutated mosquito, blood spraying across the sky. Lin An continued to shoot, destroying a large number of mutated giant mosquitoes. Several fell to the ground near the primitive people, their green blood splattering everywhere, looking extremely gruesome. Seeing this scene, the primitive people were greatly startled, huddling down and covering their heads, too afraid to look up again. Wow, how impressive. We are saved this time, we have divine protection. The primitive people exclaimed in excitement. The performance of Lin An and his companions filled everyone with trust. Rat-a-tat-tat. The continuous gunfire rained down, and one mutated giant mosquito after another fell to the ground. Suddenly a deafening sound echoed. Hurrying to look in the direction of the sound, they discovered a mosquito the size of a fighter jet appearing before them. This should be a mini-boss among the swarm. Lin An's heart tightened as he quickly aimed his gun at the mutated giant mosquito, unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, the bullets failed to penetrate the exoskeleton of the mutated giant mosquito, producing only a series of metallic clinks. Damn it! Lin An had no time to think further and pulled out a rocket launcher from his storage space. With a whoosh, the rocket flew out. Boom! The rocket exploded with a deafening roar. The rocket created a massive fireball, incinerating the surrounding small mutated giant mosquitoes. The mutated giant mosquito boss was instantly engulfed by the explosion, its enormous body igniting in the air, and ultimately with a loud bang it was blown to smithereens. Good job, Commander! Jean Boer shouted. Lin An quickly ordered, keep firing fiercely. The number of mutated giant mosquitoes in the sky still showed no signs of decreasing, and the gunfire from the crowd swept through like a torrential storm, annihilating wave after wave of mutated giant mosquitoes. While shooting, Lin An and the others observed the movements of the mutated giant mosquitoes in the air. Their rifles continuously spewed bullets, steadily eliminating the mutated giant mosquitoes. Soon many gaps appeared before them as some mutated giant mosquitoes fell. Ah! A primitive person screamed in agony, having been bitten on the foot by a mutated giant mosquito that had breached their air defense, getting dragged away. Quick, save him! Help! The crowd cried out in panic. Everyone was startled, concentrating their fire on the mutated giant mosquito. However, it was already too late. Help! The person's voice was swallowed by the mutated giant mosquito, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it, die! Lin An roared in anger as the anti-aircraft gun in his hands belched flames, each bullet piercing into the body of the mutated giant mosquito, which let out a series of agonized howls. Lin An's marksmanship was extraordinarily precise, hitting nearly every target, turning the mutated giant mosquitoes into mush with each shot. This was just the beginning. As time went on, the subsequent mutated giant mosquitoes multiplied. Yalin's rifle barrel turned bright red as she gritted her silver teeth and frantically sprayed bullets. Suddenly, with a bang, her rifle barrel burst due to overheating, rendering it unusable. Yalin, let's go! Lin An said resolutely, drawing out the Lin An sword. At this moment, relying solely on firearms would not suffice to hold the line. Yalin nodded and drew her sword, which immediately emitted a dazzling red light. The two charged towards the mutated giant mosquitoes, one on the left and one on the right. Lin An's Lin An sword emitted a sharp sword aura, slicing several mutated giant mosquitoes in half. Yalin's sword was even sharper. With a single slash, she tore the body of a mutated giant mosquito into several pieces. As they fought their way through, one mutated giant mosquito after another was eliminated. At that moment, the mutated giant mosquito boss appeared, flapping its wings, sending a powerful whirlwind towards everyone. This time the boss was many times larger than the previous one, comparable to a military transport aircraft, casting a vast shadow as it flew. Its two front legs evolved into sharp claws exuding a formidable presence. Wherever the whirlwind-swept trees were toppled and everyone was blown away crashing to the ground. Yalin and Lin An were reasonably strong and were not injured. Yalin, quickly use your attack skill. Lin An urged. Yalin nodded, drove the longing sword into the ground, and a plume of white smoke erupted from her body, followed by a fiery red sword appearing in her hand. Flame Dragon Slash. Yalin's sword leaped forward, carving a fiery arc through the air as it rushed towards the mutated giant mosquito boss. Seeing the fiery red sword approaching, the mutated giant mosquito boss did not back down. It clawed at the air with its front claws, managing to withstand the attack with this single-handed motion. With a thud, the mutated giant mosquito boss was struck by the fiery sword aura, one of its wings severed, and its body rolled through the air several times before stabilizing. At this moment a loud bang came from above Lin An and Yalin as the mutated giant mosquito boss opened its enormous mouth and spat out a massive fireball, descending rapidly towards the two. Yalin, dodge! Lin An shouted, quickly leaping aside. But the speed of the giant fireball was astonishing. In the blink of an eye it was upon them. Though their speed was not slow at such a distance, they had no time to react. Puff! Lin An felt a sharp jab to his chest, followed by a rush of searing heat flooding into his body. Lin An, how are you? Are you okay? Lin asked anxiously. I'm fine. Lin An shook his head and continued charging towards the mutated giant mosquito boss. He knew the weakness of this mutated giant mosquito boss was its fragile wings. I'll help you. Lin exclaimed as she drew her sword and lunged at the mutated giant mosquito boss. The mutated giant mosquito boss, seeing a human approach, clapped its claws attempting to swat Lin An down, but he skillfully dodged. The mutated giant mosquito boss, unwilling to give up, swung its claws to attack Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An quickly retreated a few steps to evade. The mutated giant mosquito boss, realizing it could not kill Lin An, let out a piercing screech, swinging its arms to unleash a massive fireball towards him. Lin An, seeing this, hurriedly performed a lightness technique to dodge the fireball. The mutated giant mosquito boss, failing to kill him, roared in anger, emitting a series of unpleasant sounds. At this moment the mutated giant mosquito boss spat out another fireball. This time Lin An was prepared. He planted his feet on the ground, leaped into the air, flipped several times, and landed on the branches of a towering tree. Seeing this scene, Lin felt admiration. Lin An's skills were truly impressive. Even in danger he remained calm. The mutated giant mosquito boss, realizing it could not kill Lin An, roared in fury and once again unleashed a barrage of fireballs. This time Lin An did not dodge. He gripped the longing sword, his body turning crimson as a powerful energy converged around him. He raised his longing sword and fiercely plunged it into the fireball. An explosive sound erupted. This time the fireball was pierced by his sword. He felt a wave of scorching energy coursing through his body, yet a smile appeared on his face as he sensed the energy within him rapidly increasing, his strength swiftly growing. The mutated giant mosquito boss, seeing its fireball pierced by Lin An's sword, roared in rage and struck its claws at him. Lin An felt an immense sense of pressure and quickly dodged. The claws of the mutated giant mosquito crashed into the tree branch where he had just been, instantly shattering the tree, splintering wood flying everywhere. Lin An landed steadily. Seeing the mutated giant mosquito boss turn back and charge at him, he hurriedly raised the longing sword in front of himself. Clang! The longing sword collided with the claws of the mutated giant mosquito boss, producing a resounding noise. A massive surge of energy erupted from Lin An, sending the mutated giant mosquito boss flying backward. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin An pursued, swinging his longing sword towards its wings. With a single strike the giant mutated mosquito boss wing shattered, causing it to emit a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Seeing this, Lin An understood it had lost its aerial advantage and launched another attack. Lin, noticing the opportunity, quickly joined in. The two worked in perfect harmony. The mutated giant mosquito boss was no match for them, being pushed back at every turn. Finally the mutated giant mosquito boss could not endure any longer and turned to flee. Die! Lin An shouted. His longing sword's energy transformed into a massive purple dragon, surging from behind towards the mutated giant mosquito boss. The mutated giant mosquito boss attempted to evade, but the purple dragon was too swift, leaving it no time to escape. A chilling scream emitted from the mutated giant mosquito boss as it was torn in half by the purple dragon. The compound eyes of the mutated giant mosquito boss revealed a human-like incredulity, glaring intensely at Lin An, and Lin filled with unwillingness. Then it slowly dimmed. The system's voice announced, "Congratulations, player Lin An successfully killed the mutated giant mosquito boss, gaining 500,480 experience and acquiring dropped equipment, black gold spear, purple gold grade. Attack 46, attack speed 27, special skill, absorb 20 of enemy's health, replenishing yourself or allies." Lin An looked at the items dropped by the mutated giant mosquito boss with satisfaction. This was a good treasure. However, there was still the small mutated mosquitoes to deal with. He had no time to celebrate and plunged back into battle. It seemed that the boss was the leader. Once it died, the mosquito swarm clearly began to panic and their attacking momentum suddenly weakened. Fire! Zhang Jian and Jean Buer were shocked by the terrifying strength of the leader, but the mosquito swarm was pressing and he had no time to look closely, continuously firing his gun and showering bullets. Now noticing that the attack power of the mosquito swarm had diminished, they let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had managed to hold on until the end. They immediately increased the density of their firepower. Day. A barrage of bullets swept out, annihilating a large portion of the mutated mosquito swarm. Although there were many mutated mosquitoes, they had lost all fighting spirit and could not withstand this round of gunfire, instantly being wiped out. Finally, it's over. Zhang Jian lowered his gun and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah. Fortunately, the commander and Sister Yilin were strong, otherwise we would have been in big trouble, a team member said. Zhang Jian and Jean Buer nodded in agreement. The primitive people finally dared to lift their heads, looking at Lin An and the others with fear at the rifles in their hands. Lin An looked at them and smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid, we come in peace and friendship. You don't need to worry that we will harm." He knew that these primitive people were able to accept them because they mistakenly thought they were unarmed and believed they came in peace. Now that the immense power of the firearms was clearly displayed, it made these primitive people anxious, worried about Lin An and their true intent. That's good. After hearing Lin An's words, they let out a heavy sigh of relief, but still felt a bit scared. Their eyes darted to the still smoking guns and they quickly averted their gaze. The chief cautiously asked, "Divine Messenger, may I ask what this weapon in your hands is?" "This is called a firearm powered by gunpowder." Lin An realized that his explanation might confuse them even more, so he simply said, "Just know that this thing has great power and can kill targets from a distance." The chief nodded, looking grateful, and said, "Divine Messenger, thank you for driving away these mosquitoes and saving our tribe from disaster." Lin An waved his hand humbly, saying, "You're welcome." The chief continued, "You should rest here for a while and we'll go hunt some game and we can celebrate properly." Lin An was also unreserved. He arranged for a few team members to take guns and follow them to hunt. With their primitive weapons, it would take ages to catch any game. Since the power of the firearms was already revealed, it was better to send a few people with guns to increase efficiency. After the chieftain and his companions walked away, Lin An and his group were surrounded by a multitude of primitive people who eagerly engaged in conversation with them. After chatting for about an hour, the chieftain returned. Upon their return, they placed a pile of game in front of the bonfire and began roasting the meat. Lin An took out some seasonings to share with them and couldn't help but smile at the scene. He had been worried that these people might struggle with preparing the meat, but to his surprise they all learned to roast it quite well after observing how his group did it. It seems that not only is there a significant cultural gap, but humans still possess a keen appreciation for good food. Lin An's group gathered around the bonfire enjoying the roasted meat while chatting. After talking for a while, Lin An recalled something and raised his hand to point in a direction, asking, "Do you know if there are large abandoned buildings over there?" Lin An remembered that there was an industrial supermarket from before the Great Disaster in that direction which contained many technological blueprints. He hesitated to use the term city, fearing the primitive people would not understand. Of course, apart from testing their combat abilities, the main purpose of their journey was to collect some technological items and a combat mech located within a Mayan pyramid. Bringing these items back to the main world would not only significantly enhance the strength of their war stronghold but also provide the survivors with a greater sense of security, allowing them to fully devote themselves to the construction of the stronghold. Over there. Everyone turned to look in the direction Lin An was pointing, their faces turning pale. "Divine Envoy, that place is forbidden. It is a taboo area home to many man-eating monsters." The chieftain's white beard trembled slightly, clearly terrified of that place. Lin An looked at them with confusion. "Forbidden area?" The chieftain replied, "Yes, deep within this jungle there are powerful monsters. They resemble humans but lack thought, and they will gnaw on anyone they see." Lin An understood what he meant. He was referring to the undead that emerged after the Great Disaster. These undead often appeared in densely populated cities before the disaster, coming in hordes, and were extremely vicious and terrifying. Lin An could empathize with the primitive people's fear of these undead. Ordinary people could not possibly contend with such monsters, and even fully armed modern soldiers would find themselves doomed without bullets when encountering the undead. How much more vulnerable were these primitive people with their stone spears? "Chieftain, do not be afraid. Since I can deal with the mutated giant mosquitoes, I also have a way to handle those undead," Lin An said calmly. Upon hearing Lin An's words, the chieftain was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. "Divine Envoy, are you saying you can use this to deal with the undead?" The chieftain pointed at the rifle in Lin An's hand, asking excitedly. "Yes, that's right." The chieftain looked at Lin An with admiration. "Divine Envoy, you not only helped us fend off the giant mosquitoes, but now you are also going to deal with those monsters. This. Please allow me to pay my respects to you." As he spoke, the chieftain was about to kneel. Lin An quickly stopped him, saying, No, chieftain, please do not do that. You mustn't belittle me. Divine Envoy, we will never forget your kindness in helping us. Please accept my bow." The chieftain disregarded his words and bowed once more. Lin An was both amused and exasperated as he quickly supported the chieftain, saying, all right, I understand your intentions." At this moment the nearby Baru also stood up and said, "Divine Envoy, we will remember your kindness, and whatever you need, just command us. You likely do not have enough people. Just speak up and we can go with you." Lin An nodded slightly in agreement, saying fine, let's take 10 people, not too many, as a larger group makes us an easier target. Just then a girl's voice called out, Divine Envoy, I want to go too. Lin An turned around to see it was Annie. Annie no longer looked as disheveled as when she was tied up. This time she appeared quite delicate with a hint of heroism in her demeanor, giving off a cool vibe. She was tall, wrapped in animal hides that accentuated her curves, radiating a raw wild beauty. Annie introduced herself saying, Divine Envoy, my archery skills are precise. If you take me along, I guarantee I can be of help. Lin An considered her words and agreed. Ding, player Lin An's NPC influence has exceeded 10000 points, earning the title Call to Arms. Ding, congratulations to the player for unlocking the character viewing system, which allows viewing of any character's experience, combat power and other attributes. Lin An felt delighted, surprised at how quickly the attribute viewing system had been activated. He quickly focused his gaze on Mumu. With a thought, Mumu's attribute panel appeared before him. Mumu LV3 player character, attack power 20, 30 attack speed 35, defense 20, intelligence 50, charm 40, experience 19465,300, equipment, combat power bonus 9, profession healer. Lin An couldn't help but click his tongue, surprised that Mumu's attributes were quite disheartening. It seems he needed to have her participate more in future upgrades. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the black gold spear dropped by the mutated giant mosquito boss. Mumu, this is for you. What is this? Take a look for yourself. Mumu glanced at the attributes of the black gold spear and instantly beamed with joy. Lingo, the attributes of this spear are excellent, it's perfect for me. Mumu's eyes sparkled with delight. Mumu LV3 player character, attack power 40, 64 attack speed 45, defense 25, intelligence 50, charm 40, experience 19465,300, equipment, combat power bonus 46, profession healer, skill absorb 20 of enemy's health, replenishing self or allies. Lin An looked at her attributes and said with satisfaction, yes, I think so too. Next he glanced at Yalin's attributes. Yalin LV8 NPC character, attack power 8, 9124 attack speed 67, defense 45, intelligence 60, charm 80, experience 544, 516, 8000, equipment, combat power bonus 32, profession warrior. Yalin's attributes were quite impressive, and given her low level, once her level increases she would undoubtedly become formidable. At this moment the chieftain approached and said, Divine Envoy, these are our best warriors from the Carter tribe, 9 in total. Along with Annie there will be 10 of them. She has good archery skills, so you can take her with confidence. Speaking of Annie, Lin An took a look at her attributes. Upon seeing them he was taken aback. Annie LV10 NPC character, attack power 146187 attack speed 40, defense 15, intelligence 58, charm 15, experience 145, 869, 8000, equipment, combat power bonus 0, profession archer. Lin An was astonished to find that Annie's attack power was so high, surpassing even Yalin. Of course her attack speed and defense stats were not as impressive, likely due to her being an archer. It seems she has great potential. Lin An thought to himself. Annie noticed his gaze and blushed, feeling at a loss. Lin An awkwardly cleared his throat and said to the chieftain, in that case let's set off. Well, leave this place to you, please rebuild the house. Alright, Divine Envoy. Lin An led his group through the forest, and Mumu, excited, played with her black gold spear like a little girl who had received a new toy. Lin, good, do you think if the black gold spear absorbs the enemy's blood to replenish you, your battles would become much easier? Yes. Mumu waved it a couple of times in her hand. Very good. With you here we can fight without worries. Lin An nodded with a smile. Hee, Lin, good, don't worry. I will definitely fulfill my role as your healer and won't cause you any trouble. Mumu patted her chest and promised. Lin An nodded, saying if you have any problems just come to me. Alright. Yalin, seeing Lin An being so close to Mumu, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She walked quietly beside Lin An, trailing him silently. Lin An noticed the expression on Yalin's face and felt puzzled, turning to her and asking, Yalin, are you tired? If you're tired you can rest first, you've traveled quite a distance already. Yalin shook her head and replied, it's fine, I'm not tired. Lingu, you all can go ahead without worrying about me. Lin An was confused and could only nod, saying alright, let me know if you're tired. The group continued forward, occasionally encountering some wild monsters which they easily dealt with. Baru excitedly said, Divine Envoy, it's so exhilarating to fight alongside you. In the future when we encounter such monsters we should be able to handle them easily, right? So we can be considered invincible now. Baru held his steel spear, recalling how easily he pierced the skin of monsters that his former stone spear could hardly penetrate. Thinking of Lin An's rifle he couldn't help but feel a bit elated. Lin An shook his head, saying, don't celebrate too early, it's not that simple. Once we reach the cities ahead the monsters there won't be easy to deal with. Hee, Divine Envoy, I was too careless. Just give me your orders, I will definitely follow your commands. Baru scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said with a smile. Lin An nodded slightly, not paying much attention to his words. The group continued forward, soon hearing the sounds of commotion ahead, accompanied by a strong nauseating odor. Lin An frowned and said, let's go take a look to see what happened. With that he walked ahead. After walking for a while, Lin An found that a ravine blocked their path. Looking down, he saw countless grim white bones and rotting flesh scattered on the ground, a horrifying sight. Figures were constantly crawling among the corpses, revealing themselves to be densely packed monsters. Lin An saw that these monsters all resembled leopards, but with gigantic wings on their backs and long silver whiskers growing on either side of their noses, which stood out in the dim light of the ravine. Their mouths displayed two shiny black teeth protruding outward. At a glance there were at least 10,000 of these monsters. Linga, what kind of monsters are these? They look like leopards but also not quite like leopards. Mumu was startled. She had never seen such terrifying monsters before and immediately hid behind Lin An. Lin An shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's take a detour." He was here to find technological blueprints and didn't want to stir up trouble. Okay. The group quietly left the area and walked in another direction. Finally they arrived at a city. The city had become desolate with ruins lining the streets. Many buildings collapsed, creating a scene of desolation. With no human activity, plants had reclaimed the city with buildings, cars, shopping malls and alleys all overgrown with unknown vegetation. Everyone must be careful, the zombies here are not easy to deal with. Lin An instructed, then realized that Baru and the other primitives had no experience dealing with zombies. He said to them, when dealing with these zombies, make sure not to make any noise, otherwise we will expose our location and that will be dangerous. Try to approach quietly and kill them in one blow. Yes, divine envoy. Baru and the others nodded, indicating they understood. Let's go. Lin An called out, leading the way forward. A group of zombies appeared before them and Lin An instantly teleported behind one, drawing his dagger and stabbing it into the zombie's back. With a thud, the dagger pierced through the back of the zombie's skull, creating a huge wound on its back. Lin An quickly withdrew the dagger and stabbed the zombie again to ensure it was dead beyond recovery, then waved to those behind him. Let's go. Baru, Jean Bouer and the others immediately crept towards a nearby wandering zombie, taking it down in an instant. They continued on their way, encountering many wandering zombies along the way, all of which they swiftly dealt with. Finally they reached the other end of the city, where a wide river flowed with various decaying corpses floating in the water, emitting a foul stench that filled the air, making one feel dizzy. Along the banks of the river grew various trees, and the zombies here were also diverse, with most being ordinary zombies, but there were also many mutated zombies and several alien creatures. These monsters were numerous, aimlessly wandering in search of prey. At that moment Lin An noticed a group of people struggling within the encirclement of these zombies. They wore military uniforms and wielded weapons. They were desperately attacking the monsters surrounding them, fighting and running, but were soon caught up. The soldiers struggled fiercely within the zombie encirclement, but there were simply too many zombies and they couldn't escape. Despair showed on their faces and soon casualties appeared as they were torn to pieces by the zombies. Should we help them? Mumu asked. Lin An waved his hand and said, there's no need for us to get involved. All right. Mumu didn't insist and merely sighed before continuing forward. Bang bang. Bang. Suddenly a person charged in from behind, colliding with a zombie. The walking corpse turned its head and discovered that the man's face was split into several parts with jagged teeth lining the open lips. The man's body was unusually large, and upon seeing the walking corpses he pounced on them like prey, knocking them all to the ground. As he gnawed on the corpses of the walking dead, he also didn't forget to glance back at Lin An and the others, blood-red liquid dripping from the corners of his mouth. Looking into his eyes, Lin An felt a wave of nausea. What is this creature? How did it become this ghastly sight? Jean Boer said with disgust upon seeing the man. It's a devourer. It attacks not only humans but also animals and even its own kind. As long as it's a moving creature, it will pounce and tear it apart. Zhang Jian immediately recognized this monster. Lin An nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words, and instructed, don't act rashly, I will deal with it. After saying that, he drew the longing sword and slowly approached the devourer. Seeing Lin An approach, the devourer abandoned its previous targets and twisted its body, charging at Lin An. Lin An swung his sword down, releasing a blade of light that struck the devourer. Lin An's attack fell to the devourer like a mere scratch. The devourer swung its claws toward Lin An, trying to seize his neck and tear off his head. Lin An leaped up to evade. The devourer's claws missed and it continued to charge at Lin An. Lin An kicked it away, sending it flying before it landed on the ground. Awoo! The devourer let out a piercing scream as it got back up and continued to charge at Lin An. Lin An swung his sword again, striking down on the devourer's chest. A large hole appeared in its torso and a thick dark red liquid sprayed from the wound. Ah! The devourer cried out in pain, clutching its wound and rolling in agony on the ground. After his successful strike, Lin An did not stop raising his sword to strike again, hitting the devourer's belly. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lin An's sword severed the devourer's intestines, causing it to roll on the ground motionless. Phew! Lin An sighed in relief, looking at the fallen devourer, feeling a sense of exhilaration in his heart. Ha ha ha! I thought it would be formidable, but it was taken down with just a few strikes. Jean Boer exclaimed excitedly. Don't celebrate too early, this was just a lone one. A group would be much harder to deal with, not to mention we are about to face even more dangerous foes. Lin An warned Jean Boer and the others not to become complacent and make mistakes. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Lin An quickly turned around to see that the group had actually resorted to firearms in their desperation. Lin frowned and said, "Damn it, don't they know that gunfire can attract more walking corpses?" Lin An then noticed that these soldiers were protecting an old man with white hair in the center, which puzzled him greatly. Is this old man some important figure? He hurriedly took out his binoculars from the main space and was immediately astonished. The old man with white hair was an outstanding scientist specializing in biological research. In his past life, this old man was on the verge of developing a vaccine against the zombie virus, causing a sensation throughout the server. Lin An quickly used a property check on him. Sun Yenchuan LV 3-player character. Attack power 20-30. Defense power 20. Intelligence 89. Charm value 54. Experience 190-003-8500. Equipment combat power bonus 0. Profession scientist. Indeed it is him. Lin An felt a surge of joy and quickly instructed everyone prepare, we must save them, especially the old man. Understood. Everyone responded in unison and got ready. Just as Lin An and the others were about to take action to rescue the people, the walking corpses suddenly moved. These walking corpses were incredibly fast both in speed and attack, and in the blink of an eye they had surrounded the group, tightly encasing. The soldiers frantically pulled the trigger, spraying bullet after bullet into the tide of corpses. However, the bullets struck the bodies as if they had sunk into the ocean, causing no harm. Holding the longing sword, Lin An took the lead and charged into the horde of corpses. He swung the sword, continuously severing head after head. Soon Lin An and his group cleared an area and continued to move forward. With the longing sword in hand, Lin An slashed his way through, leaving countless corpses sprawled on the ground, piles of bodies stacked like mountains, creating a terrifying spectacle. The longing sword in Lin An's hand emitted faint blue light, and after cleaving the walking corpses in half, not a drop of their black blood tainted. This made the longing sword appear extraordinarily sacred, instilling a sense of awe. At that moment a walking corpse charged at Lin An and he swung the sword, aiming at its head. With a squelching sound, the walking corpse instantly became a headless body. Roar! Another walking corpse rushed at Lin An and he swung his sword again, striking its head. The head was immediately cleaved open, blood gushing out. Wow, this is too fierce. Jean Boer exclaimed, watching Lin An cleave the walking corpse's head open, unable to help but feel a bit scared by Lin An's fierce massacre. Seeing the frightened expression on Jean Boer's face, Lin An smiled and said, "Don't worry, this walking corpse isn't very highable, just an ordinary one, nothing to be afraid of." Oh. Jean Boer nodded. Suddenly a howl that resembled a wolf's echoed, sending chills down his spine. It's a zombie dog. Upon hearing that sound, Lin An immediately deduced. He gripped the longing sword tightly, turned the sword handle and slashed towards the source of the sound. Boom! The longing sword struck a zombie dog the size of a grey wolf, causing Lin An to feel a numbness in his arm. The zombie dog's bones were indeed tough, managing to withstand Lin An's attack without being severed. At that moment more than a dozen zombie dogs came running from a distance, seemingly coming to reinforce them. Lin An felt a surge of anxiety, unsure how the old man with white hair was faring. As an ordinary human, he couldn't possibly escape in such a densely packed horde of walking corpses. It seemed he must find the old man quickly, otherwise he would surely perish. At that moment Lin An gazed at the dozen or so zombie dogs, steeling himself as he twirled his wrist and swung the longing sword forward. A blade of sword energy shot towards the zombie dogs, instantly slicing them into fragments, transforming them into lifeless bodies. With the longing sword in hand, he charged forward, swiftly dispatching the small group of zombie dogs. As Lin An rushed towards Sun Yanyan, he continually slashed at the zombies. His steps were rapid and the longing sword danced with incredible speed, unleashing waves of sword energy that effortlessly obliterated the undead. Seeing Lin An's smooth progress, Jean Boer and the others followed suit, joining him in battle. As Lin An noticed the approaching horde of zombies drawing nearer, anxiety gripped his heart, for their numbers had greatly increased. At that moment they encountered a zombie dog blocking their path. This level 30 creature possessed immense attack power, capable of smashing a large truck with a single charge. Its form was agile, moving with great speed, covered in greasy green fur, and its large mouth spewed foul-smelling saliva that made one feel nauseous. Lin An quickly instructed the others, "You go assist that old man while I deal with this beast." Understood. The group did not hesitate, carving a bloody path as they moved closer to Sun Yanyan. Lin An gripped the longing sword and lunged at the zombie dog. The creature dodged with remarkable speed, evading Lin An's attack. Unperturbed, Lin An continued to thrust the longing sword at the zombie dog. Bang! The dog suddenly shifted, avoiding the sword strike once again. Awoo! The zombie dog, with its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin An, howled as it lunged at him. Roar! The zombie dog opened its enormous fang-filled mouth, attempting to bite Lin An. Lin An moved like lightning, his longing sword slicing across the dog's jaw, severing its teeth and causing the creature to stagger back in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Lin An swung the longing sword once more at the zombie dog. Awoo! The creature howled while evading Lin An's relentless strikes. Bang! Lin An cleaved down towards its head with the longing sword, hacking off a chunk of its scalp, causing it to yelp and tumble backwards. Lin An's attacks were swift. After hitting the zombie dog, he aimed another strike at its neck. With its scalp severed, the zombie dog tilted and collapsed, expiring quickly. Without a moment's pause, Lin An rushed towards Sun Yan, swiftly eliminating the surrounding zombies. "Old sir, how are you? Are you alright?" "I'm fine. I'm okay." The old man with white beard felt immense gratitude as he saw Lin An and the others come to his rescue. He still had 2 surviving soldiers under his command. Had Lin An and the others not intervened in time, this old man would have met his end here. "How did you manage to kill so many zombies?" Sun Yan asked in astonishment. Lin An smiled humbly and replied, "I was just lucky. The zombies had poor attack power, and with a few sword techniques I managed to chop off their heads." "Alright, the danger here isn't completely over. We should hurry," Lin An said anxiously as he noticed more zombies converging from the distance. "Yes, let's go quickly. Indeed, we really need to leave. Staying here is far too dangerous. While these zombies are mere small fry, encountering a powerful boss would be troublesome." Just as Lin An and the others prepared to leave, a series of roars echoed in their ears. Glancing around, they found the zombies had gathered surrounding them. "Not good, they're closing in again. Run!" Lin An shouted urgently. "Right, let's go." Sun Yan bellowed and they sprinted in another direction. Roar! The relentless zombies chased after them, their furious roars echoing as they pursued. "Oh no, I can't keep up. My old bones aren't as spry as you young ones. You all should go on without me. Escape quickly," Sun Yan urged, seeing the zombies closing in. "Old sir, no matter your reasons, we will never abandon you," Lin An declared loudly. "We will find a way to get you to safety." "I'm not worth your time and effort," Sun Yan firmly disagreed. He knew that he was the least capable among these young ones. They were all exceptional, and if his old bones dragged them down, even if he survived, he would feel guilty for life. Rather than that, he would prefer to sacrifice his own life than to burden others. "Stop talking nonsense, get on." Just then Baru suddenly squatted in front of him, saying, "Hurry, I'll carry you." Sun Yan was unaware that the system could automatically translate the words of players who spoke in different languages. Hearing this primitive-looking man's words in a language he had never heard yet could understand gave him a moment of surprise. But he quickly recovered and hurriedly climbed onto Baru's back. Lin An shot a satisfied glance at Baru and then ran swiftly. Phew! Finally shaken them off. Lin An relaxed as he saw they had escaped the horde of zombies. "We really owe you all so much. If you hadn't arrived in time, this old man would truly have perished here. I'm genuinely glad to have met such wonderful people," Sun Yan said excitedly, looking at Lin An. Lin An waved his hand, signaling there was no need for thanks. From their ensuing conversation it became clear that Sun Yan had stumbled into this dungeon by accident. For someone only at level 3, this place was akin to hell. Fortunately he had a few soldiers guarding him, otherwise he would have long since become a meal for these monsters. Moreover, he had an extraordinary background. Before entering this game world he was an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, leading a research team to solve a global issue. Lin An pondered his desire to offer refuge, growing stronger, suddenly inviting, "Old sir, I have a sizable fortress in the main world. Would you be willing to join us?" Sun Yanran was overjoyed. He had always been deeply grateful to Lin An and the others. As an old man with failing combat prowess and only 2 injured soldiers remaining, he had no means to survive in this apocalyptic world. Hearing Lin An invite him to join them, he was naturally eager to accept. "Of course. I am willing to join you," Sun Yanran said excitedly. "Then it's settled," Lin An replied with a smile. He continued, "Our main objectives in this instance are to endure trials and to search for technological blueprints and a battle mech. This might be too much for you, old son. How about we first escort you to the Carter tribe? They are an indigenous tribe we have befriended. It's quite safe as long as we don't wander off." "There's no need for that. As long as we don't run as wildly as before, I can manage this distance," Sun Yanran confidently patted his chest. Lin An and the others decided to venture deeper into the city. Drawing from his memories from his previous life, Lin An knew exactly where the blueprints were located and headed straight for the destination. After walking an unknown distance, Lin An finally found the place they needed. It was a technology park densely covered with vegetation. Most buildings had collapsed, yet many intact structures remained, faintly revealing the splendor from before the cataclysm. This place contained the technological blueprints they needed. "Everyone be careful, there might be dangerous creatures inside," Lin An cautioned the group as he led the way inside. The interior was quiet, and while they saw no zombies, Lin An sensed a thick aura of killing intent in this world, as if it were a lair filled with death and slaughter. "Stay close," Lin An called out tirelessly as they advanced forward. Bang! Bang! Lin An and the others walked cautiously, their hearts heavy and pounding loudly. Thus after traversing most of the path they finally arrived at the center of the technology park. It was an open plaza overgrown with waist-high weeds. Lin An looked around but saw no zombies or anything they needed, leaving him puzzled. Strange. Why haven't we seen any monsters so far? Isn't this what we are looking for? Lin An questioned in confusion. According to his memory, a place with blueprints wouldn't let you take them without a fight. Logically there should be a big boss here. Could it be that we took a wrong turn? Zhang Jian also voiced his confusion. Lin An carefully observed the surroundings. This open area was a vacant lot devoid of any signs of life, with only thick weeds, and the eerie silence was unsettling. Everyone stay alert. Lin An instructed cautiously. Understood, the others replied. Lin An observed for a long time but still found no clues. At that moment a chilling wind swept through, rustling the weeds and sending a shiver down everyone's spines. Seeing this, Lin An knew danger was imminent. He quickly drew his dragon roar sword and cautiously approached a densely vegetated area. Gently parting the weeds with his sword, he stumbled upon countless bones strewn haphazardly in a large nest-like pit. Among them lay a pile of rotting flesh emitting a foul odor that almost made everyone retch. This pit was over 10 meters in diameter, resembling a small pond. In the center he saw a green giant spider nestled within a web-like structure. Its size was greater than any beast Lin An had ever seen, its robust body thicker than a truck. The giant spider's cold eyes fixated on Lin An, sending chills down their spines. Everyone be cautious, do not approach it recklessly. This is a super boss. Lin An commanded seriously. A super boss? Zhang Jian and the others exclaimed in surprise. That's right, a super boss known as the Green King Poison Spider, an evolved monster with formidable power. It releases a neurotoxin that can incapacitate enemies in an instant. The toxin spreads throughout the body, making it incurable. It's a truly terrifying creature, Lin An explained. The Green King Poison Spider gazed at Lin An, its eyes glinting with bloodlust as it slowly approached. Fall back. The Green King Poison Spider has a very high attack power and can kill players of the same level instantly. Everyone be careful. Lin An warned. Just as everyone was about to flee, the Green King Poison Spider suddenly went berserk, launching itself forward like a cannonball, making a deafening sound as it tore through the air. Everyone turned pale with fright and scrambled to avoid its attack. Everyone be careful. Don't panic. Lin An shouted loudly. Whoosh. A thick spider silk shot through the air towards Lin An and the others. Lin An quickly drew his dragon roar sword to block the spider silk, but its speed was incredible and it immediately wrapped around his sword. Not good. Lin An thought, urgently, hurriedly retracting his dragon roar sword. The spider silk ensnared Lin An, immobilizing him. He struggled desperately but he couldn't break free. The silk's resilience was too strong for sheer force to overcome. Seeing himself unable to move due to the silk binding him, Lin An unleashed arcs of purple-black electricity from his dragon roar sword, fiercely slashing to sever the silk. But just as Lin An cut through the silk, the Green King Poison Spider launched an even fiercer attack, twisting its body as green smoke erupted from it. The smoke thickened, enveloping Lin An completely. He felt an intense heat surging through his body and his head began to feel dizzy. He dared not act recklessly, knowing he had fallen victim to the Green King Poison Spider's tactic. He could only endure, not daring to let his guard down. Gathering his spirit, he thrust his dragon roar sword once more at the Green King Poison Spider. Whoosh! The Green King Poison Spider once again blocked Lin An's attack with its body. Sweat broke out on Lin An's forehead as he realized he was at his limit. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. He absolutely could not die here. With all his strength, Lin An thrust the tip of his dragon roar sword into the Green King Poison Spider's body. At that moment Lin An felt as if he had crashed into a steel plate, a sharp pain coursing through him and the feeling of dizziness intensified. He knew he was in a dire state and he wouldn't last much longer. Commander, are you alright? Lin swiftly dodged an attack from the Green King Poison Spider and anxiously turned to ask. You all retreat first, Lin. We must survive and leave this place. Remember this, protect yourself, and as long as you do we will still have a glimmer of hope. You must hold on. Lin An urged urgently, his voice already tinged with extreme fatigue. At that moment the scenes of his death in his previous life flashed before his eyes. In that protracted battle their team suffered heavy losses, with nearly everyone killed in an instant by the monsters. He himself lay on the ground gravely injured and on the brink of death. To avoid becoming a burden to the few teammates who remained, he resolutely chose to hold the rear. History seemed eerily similar at this moment. Commander, don't say anything more, I won't abandon you to escape on my own. Lin said firmly, her eyes filled with determination. She knew that at this moment she could not abandon any team member to run away alone, otherwise she would regret it for the rest of her life. She absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Hearing Lin's words warmed Lin An's heart. Her courage was truly worthy of respect. Such a person was indeed a trustworthy teammate. Lin, listen to me, take everyone and leave first. I will hold it off. Lin An urged quickly. Commander. Jean Boer gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? We won't leave." Zhang Jian also said, "No matter what, I absolutely will not leave. Divine Messenger, if we're going to die, let's die together." Baru pounded his chest and said. Mu Mu's eyes were red. "Lin Ge, don't say anymore, we won't leave. You all hurry and go. Don't worry about me." Lin An shouted loudly, but everyone remained unmoved. He sighed, recalling how in his previous life, after he offered to hold the rear, those teammates didn't even spare him a grateful glance and simply ran away. "I wonder if they collected my body afterward." Lin An smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Yalin looked at Lin An, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with boundless tenderness and affection. At this moment her heart was flooded with deep gratitude, realizing that Lin An had left the hope of survival for them. Truly he was an outstanding leader. Lin An exerted all his strength, holding the longing sword, and with a transformed stride charged once more at the Green King Poison Spider. Seeing Lin An approach again, the spider's heart filled with rage and it opened its mouth to spray venom. "Be careful!" Lin exclaimed. Lin An quickly dodged the venom, splashed on the ground, corroding it into pits. "Damn it!" Lin An cursed loudly, knowing that if he continued like this he would surely perish. Thinking of the people behind him, he used all his strength to stab at the Green King Poison Spider. This time his speed was faster and more threatening. The tip of Lin An's sword pointed directly at the spider's throat. The spider hurriedly dodged, and once again Lin An's attack failed. A grim smile appeared on Lin An's face as he felt his body disobeying him. His head was spinning and he involuntarily collapsed onto the ground. This scene terrified everyone. "Lin Gu, what's wrong with you?" Mu asked anxiously. Lin An did not respond. Seeing Lin An's condition, everyone knew he had been poisoned too deeply and had lost consciousness. Just then the Green King Poison Spider charged out, rushing towards them. They had no choice but to retreat to the side. Watching the spider's speed, it was simply terrifying. Even advanced players were no match for it. "We just said we couldn't abandon the commander. Let's fight it!" Zhang Jian shouted loudly. "Yes, let's fight! Let's fight!" This superboss was terrifying, yet everyone felt no fear. Instead they gripped their weapons, waiting for it to come closer. Roar! The Green King Poison Spider roared loudly. At that moment a bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky, striking the top of the Green King Poison Spider. Instantly the spider let out a piercing scream, shaking violently, smoke rising from its body. Suddenly the spider's health dropped by 1/5 and it emitted anguished cries, clearly in great pain. Everyone's gaze fell on Mu, whose black gold spear was now crackling with golden arcs of electricity emitting dazzling light. Seeing everyone's gaze, Mu smiled slightly and then raised the black gold spear towards the sky. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, instantly intensifying the current emitted by the spear. A red lightning bolt shot from the spear towards Lin An. At this moment Lin An had not completely lost consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids would not obey. His heart was filled with despair. He knew he was doomed today. Just then a red light descended from the sky, striking him. The golden lightning and red lightning merged at the tip of the black gold spear, drawing the energy of the Green King Poison Spider into his body. Lin An felt his body rapidly strengthening, his stamina and energy recovering swiftly. Finally he opened his eyes and regained consciousness. "Lin Gu, you're awake?" Mu asked with concern. "I'm fine," Lin An weakly replied, casting a grateful glance at Mu. "That damn spider poison is really powerful." Lin An thought to himself, grateful that Mu acted in time, otherwise he would have been finished. Seeing that Lin An was fine, everyone relaxed. Lin An stood up, feeling a surge of power throughout his body and sighed, "All right. Since everything is fine now, let's continue." He picked up the longing sword, ready to attack the Green King Poison Spider once more. Seeing Lin An's action, the spider immediately let out a sharp screech. The body of the Green King Poison Spider suddenly enlarged, its tentacles whipping towards Lin An like long whips. Each strike caused explosions, shattering the surrounding trees. Lin An swung the longing sword, continuously attacking the spider's vital points. After a fierce exchange, although he held the upper hand, his stamina gradually decreased and he was once again forced back by the Green King Poison Spider. "We must leave this place. If we stay here any longer we will surely be killed." Lin An looked at everyone seriously and said, "If we don't leave now we'll only have a dead end." He gritted his teeth, deciding to give up obtaining the blueprints here, knowing he could come back for them once his strength had increased. At that moment Annie suddenly drew her bow and aimed at the tail of the Green King Poison Spider, which was shooting webs. The shot hit the body of the Green King Poison Spider, causing it to emit a miserable cry. A large damage number appeared above its head and the Green King Poison Spider's health instantly decreased significantly. Lin An looked at Annie in surprise. Her archery skills were impressive, but he didn't expect her to be this formidable. Annie smiled and said, "It's nothing special, I've just practiced for many years. This skill is a group attack ability that can instantly unleash several arrows. Regardless of who is hit, they must endure a damage of 1,000 points. Upon hearing Annie's explanation, everyone's hearts calmed down a little. Seeing the Green King Poison Spider take such heavy damage, Lin An immediately stopped hesitating and swung his long sword at the Green King Poison Spider. The Green King Poison Spider was not to be outdone and shot out webs from its rear to try and entangle Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An quickly jumped up, dodging the spider silk. As they were locked in combat, Annie shot another arrow that struck the Green King Poison Spider right in the eye socket, causing its eyeball to explode. With the Green King Poison Spider's eyeball shattered, blood gushed forth, splattering everyone. Lin An was extremely excited to see the Green King Poison Spider severely injured. Seizing this opportunity, he thrust his long sword at the Green King Poison Spider. Dragon Roar Slash! Lin An shouted, and the long sword transformed into a golden light, unleashing a fierce sword energy that struck directly at the Green King Poison Spider's head. The power of Lin An's sword was formidable, and the Green King Poison Spider let out a miserable cry before collapsing to the ground. With a sound, the Green King Poison Spider's head was cleaved in half by the Dragon Roar Slash, green liquid spilling out and saturating the ground as its corpse slowly fell. Seeing this, everyone burst into applause, looking at Lin An with admiration. Commander! That was amazing! Exactly, so cool and so domineering. Wow! Brother Lin is really impressive, taking down such a tough monster like the Green King Poison Spider. Moo said in admiration. Lin An smiled faintly and said it was just luck. If it weren't for everyone, especially Moo and Annie's assistance, I might have died here today. Brother Lin is being modest, Moo said with a smile. The group didn't chat much more, and Lin An led everyone forward. They arrived at a building, and from the safe inside, Lin An finally obtained one of their goals: several technology blueprints, mining machine blueprints, industrial machine tool blueprints, armored vehicle blueprints, and artillery blueprints. Seeing that their goal had been accomplished, Lin An led everyone back, continuing to delve deeper. Commander, where are we going next? Jean Boer asked. Lin An smiled and said, we're looking for battle mechs. Then we can go home. Hearing this good news, everyone was excited. After running through the jungle for 3 to 4 hours, they finally reached the depths of the forest. Are we almost there? Moo asked. Yes, it's just over there. Lin An stopped, raised his hand, and pointed ahead. Through the dense trees they discovered a grand Mayan pyramid. This Mayan pyramid was imposing, its outer walls thickly covered in green moss, with many green vines climbing up, inscribed with the marks of time, adding a mysterious and eerie quality to this ancient structure. Here lies the ruins of the ancient Maya Empire, Lin An said, pointing at the Mayan pyramid. How beautiful! Moo exclaimed. Let's go. We should head up, Lin An said as he took the lead. Lin An brought everyone to the base of the Mayan pyramid. Everyone was awestruck by the massive building. Commander, how do we get inside? Yalan asked. Let's climb in through this opening. Lin An replied to everyone. Everyone nodded and walked together to the entrance of the Mayan pyramid. Lin An went in first, checking the terrain as he walked to avoid any monsters. The entrance was blocked by a stone slab covered in incomprehensible ancient writing. Lin An didn't even glance at it and kicked it down. If an archaeologist saw this, they would definitely scold this kid for wasting such resources. But Lin An didn't care, because he knew this was just a game. The creators of this architectural game could create as much as they wanted, unlike in reality where such structures were rare. Everyone followed Lin An into the Mayan pyramid. In this dark passage they dared not move recklessly. Lin An led the way, heading down. Everyone must be careful, there are hidden deadly traps here. Lin An warned. Hearing his words, everyone held their breath and cautiously proceeded. After traveling about 500 meters in the dark passage, everyone felt a bit oppressed and could hardly catch their breath. Commander, this tunnel is so long. How long are we going to walk? Jean Boer said worriedly. Yeah. This is simply terrifying. We won't get lost here, will we? Zhang Jian also began to doubt, having never entered such a structure before and feeling completely unaware of everything inside. Don't worry with me here, I won't let you lose your way. Lin An said confidently. After his previous experience, he was familiar with the path here. While recording a narrow passage, Lin An suddenly called out to everyone. Don't move yet. He picked up a stone and threw it onto the ground ahead. Suddenly overhead came the sound of machinery operating, and then like a flash countless arrows poured down from above the narrow passage, striking around the group and kicking up dirt that covered their faces. Everyone was terrified and quickly crouched down, afraid to move forward. The arrows struck the ground, making a crackling sound, and everyone sighed in relief. That was close. If we had walked in directly, wouldn't we all have been turned into pincushions? Jean Boer said, his face showing a lingering fear. Regardless, we must thank the commander for the timely warning. Everyone said gratefully, looking at Lin An. Lin An smiled and shook his head, then said, all right, let's hurry and find the battle mechs. Everyone nodded and began searching. After walking through the narrow passage for about 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the end, where there was a huge door carved with intricate patterns, looking very ancient and elegant. Lin An approached the large door and examined it closely, discovering that the doorknob was hollow. He extended his right hand, grasped the doorknob, and twisted it with force. Creaking, the door slowly opened and Lin An pushed his way inside, followed closely by the others. Lin An led them into a grand hall where at the center stood the battle mech they were searching for. The battle mech was entirely black like ink, emanating a cold metallic aura. Its robust mechanical legs appeared powerful while its body was a transparent cockpit flanked by mechanical arms laden with weapons, giving it a magnificent and formidable appearance. This battle mech was commonly equipped by various countries before the Great Catastrophe. It was quite rare to find one in such complete condition after so long. Lin An remarked, pointing at the battle mech. Although it can't compare to those super heavy mechs, it is sufficient for us at this moment. This is the battle mech. How imposing. I feel like I am being overwhelmed by its presence. It's truly amazing. Jean Boer exclaimed, his face filled with awe. Lin An stepped forward, gently caressing the cold exterior of the mech. He could clearly sense the immense power contained within the mech, as if it were a giant mountain lying dormant in silence, quietly guarding its people. Everyone look. What is that thing? At that moment Zhang Jian suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned to see what he was pointing at, a spherical object, round and plump, slowly rolling down. It's the energy core for the mech. Lin An said as he quickly ran to the spherical object, reaching out to pick it up. However, upon touching it he was bounced back, quickly retreating a few steps to stabilize himself. Beep beep beep, illegal intrusion detected, automatic defense system activated. A cold metallic voice echoed in the hall, followed by 4 machine guns emerging from the walls aimed at them. Damn, the alarm has been triggered. Although a long time has passed, the preset automatic defense system here still functions, catching him off guard. Fortunately, only these 4 automatic machine guns can be activated. Lin An took the initiative, drawing his gun and firing in all directions, destroying the 4 gun muzzles. Quick retreat! Lin An shouted to Jean Boer and the others, rushing to the side of the mech, hurriedly storing it in his storage space along with the energy core. Run, run, run! Hurry up! Lin An urged as they approached the door. After they dashed out of the hall, a deafening roar erupted behind them. Lin An turned back to see flames surging forth, instantly engulfing the door. Sure enough, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. Lin An dared not delay and quickly ran forward. Damn! This dangerous self-destruct sequence nearly cost me my life. Jean Boer complained, still shaken. Stop talking and run. Lin An urged everyone to flee quickly, warning that if they delayed the flames would grow larger and the pyramid would collapse, burying them all alive. Everyone ran desperately forward without pausing. They continuously dodged the burning debris, and after an unknown distance they finally spotted a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light felt like hope, and everyone cheered with excitement, knowing they were about to leave this cursed place. Finally, we can leave this cursed place. Lin An said, happily wishing he could fly to that beam of light. At last they broke free. An explosion sounded behind them, shaking the ground, dust flying and the pyramid swaying until with a thunderous crash it completely collapsed. Everyone stood in place, panting heavily. The scene they had just witnessed was terrifying. It was truly a life or death situation. Had they come out even a moment later, they would have been buried alive. Phew. We finally escaped. That scared me to death. Zhang Jian sat on the ground gasping for air, sweat beading on his forehead. Lin An smiled and said, all right, we have achieved our objective. Let's head back. Okay, let's go back. After all they had been through, everyone was exhausted and planned to return to the Carter tribe, ready to conclude this quest. However, contrary to their expectations, after a difficult journey back to the Carter tribe, they found it in a state of ruin. Everywhere they looked there were crying children, mangled corpses, charred wood and crumbling walls, creating a scene of desolation and tragedy. How could this happen? Baru exclaimed as he saw his home reduced to such a state after just stepping out. Instantly the burly man was in tears, kneeling on the ground, pounding his head in agony while reproaching himself. I failed to protect my home. Lin An, seeing his state, hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, you shouldn't feel this way, no one wanted to see this. There's no point in blaming yourself now, what's done is done. Baru looked up at Lin An and said, Divine Envoy, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I let them down. I'm sorry, Carter. I'm sorry to my people, I'm sorry. Lin An, observing his appearance, felt a surge of emotion and continued to comfort him, saying, Baru, you shouldn't blame yourself. The most important thing now is to find the instigator. I believe this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Thank you, Divine Envoy. I will do my utmost to make the true culprit pay dearly. Baru declared, resolutely lifting his bloodied face to look at Lin An earnestly. Can you help me seek revenge? This. Lin An's gaze fell upon his teammates, seeking their opinions. The rest exchanged glances and nodded in unison, saying, we are willing. Ha ha. That's wonderful. I knew you would agree. Baru exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Lin An nodded and said, let's hurry and search for survivors. The group wasted no time and immediately rushed towards the ruins of the Carter tribe. Lin An and his teammates spread out, searching for survivors among the ruins. Lin An searched carefully for a long time and finally discovered 2 survivors huddled in the corner, trembling. He walked over to them. At that moment the 2 survivors saw Lin An and hurriedly ran towards him. One grabbed his hand while the other clutched his arm, crying, "Divine Envoy, please help us." "We certainly will. Don't worry, just tell me what happened." Lin An asked the two beggar-like individuals before him. The two of them looked terrified, as if the memories were extremely painful for them. After trembling for a while, they slowly recalled the events of last night. "Divine Envoy, last night we went out to find food and had just arrived at the Carter tribe when we discovered that the tribe was under attack. Those bastards killed many of our people and looted everything valuable." The older of the two said, weeping. "Do you know who they were?" The two shook their heads in confusion, indicating they did not know. "We have no idea, we just returned to find ourselves in this situation." Lin An sighed and said, "All right, you two should rest well and not think about anything. I'm here for you." Hearing his words, the two were filled with gratitude and thanked him. Meanwhile, others had been searching through the ruins of the Carter tribe and finally found the chieftain. The chieftain was seriously injured, lying on the ground unconscious. His condition was dire due to excessive blood loss and he was barely clinging to life. Lin An hurriedly approached to check on him. "His injuries are severe." Lin An felt the chieftain's pulse, which was alarmingly weak. Several others gathered around looking worried. Baloo looked at him and asked with concern, "Divine Envoy, how is the chief?" Lin An did not reply but called for Mumu. The only one who could save the chieftain now was the healer Mumu. Mumu performed a holy healing spell on the chieftain and he slowly opened his eyes. "Divine Envoy, how are my people? Are they all dead?" the chieftain asked anxiously upon seeing Lin An. Lin An shook his head in silence and finally said, "I have found a few survivors." "Damn the Tsar tribe. All of this is their doing," the chieftain said, tears streaming down his face. Lin An asked in confusion, "Tsar tribe?" The chieftain replied, "The Tsar tribe is the most powerful tribe on our continent. They occupy the vast majority of the land and are incredibly strong. They once massacred our kin and drove us to this small place. We dare not resist, yet they continually send troops to attack us. They stole our food and killed our people. I hate them. If given the chance, I will not let them go," the chieftain said with bitterness. After listening to the chieftain's account, Lin An pondered for a moment and said, "Chieftain, we will definitely avenge you. But they are so powerful, how can we take revenge?" The chieftain looked at Lin An and the others. Lin An thought for a moment and replied, "Chieftain, I have a proposal." "What proposal?" the chieftain asked eagerly. "I hope all the oppressed small tribes can unite to resist the Tsar tribe together. This way we will have a chance to avenge you," Lin An said earnestly. "Unite against the Tsar tribe together? Is that possible?" The chieftain hesitated, knowing the deep enmity between their tribe and the Tsar tribe, which was well known. If they rashly united to attack the Tsar tribe, other small tribes would inevitably be wary, fearing retribution. After all, there was no deep friendship among them. Even if they united, everyone would be uneasy. Lin An smiled and said, "It's all right, everyone can discuss for a while. Only after ensuring that no conflicts arise between us can you unite to attack the Tsar tribe." The chieftain began to hesitate. He didn't know if he could trust Lin An. Lin An seemed to sense his thoughts and continued to persuade him, "Please believe me, only by uniting together can we defeat the Tsar tribe and have a chance for revenge." After hearing Lin An's words, the chieftain fell into deep thought. Seeing his expression, Lin An understood his concerns and continued, "If you don't trust me, you can choose to refuse. I will never force you." The chieftain shook his head and said, "No, Divine Envoy, since you have so sincerely invited me to join you, why should I refuse? We will advance and retreat together." Lin An nodded in satisfaction and then helped the chieftain to a patch of grass to rest. Lin An instructed them to bring all the injured and had Mumu treat them, allowing them to recuperate. "Mumu, how is the chieftain's recovery?" "Well, he has recovered somewhat, but he needs further care." Mumu replied, "Don't worry, although his body is severely damaged, the holy healing spell I used can significantly restore him. I will make sure he recovers quickly." "Great, then I will leave it to you," Lin An said with a smile. "Baloo, take people to those small tribes oppressed by the Tsar tribe and invite their chieftains to come for a meeting." "Understood, Divine Envoy, I will go right away," Baloo said as he immediately set off to find the other oppressed tribes. A week passed quickly and the leaders of the surrounding small tribes gathered. "Everyone, all the leaders of the tribes. The reason I have gathered you today is that I hope we can unite to deal with the Tsar tribe and avenge our fallen warriors. Let's go to war against the Tsar tribe." At that moment a crowd gathered amidst the ruins of the Carter tribe. Lin An's declaration immediately ignited a stir among everyone as they began to discuss his words. Lin An saw that everyone remained silent and continued resolutely, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have been driven to a dead end. If we do not resist now, our clansmen may no longer survive on this land. We must fight to the death for a chance to rise again and reclaim our territory." After hearing Lin An's words, everyone felt a surge of passion, but they did not support Lin An's reckless venture as they were well aware of their own capabilities. "The Tsar tribe is far too powerful, beyond our reach. Master, I do not agree with your suggestion, please reconsider." "Yes, this matter is too dangerous and I am unwilling to take this risk," came the chorus of objections against Lin An's decision. After Lin An finished speaking he turned to leave. Master. The chief, who had been silent, suddenly called out to Lin An. Chief, is there something you need? Lin An stopped and looked at the chief. The chief gazed into Lin An's determined eyes and said, all right. Since you are insistent, this old bone of mine will join you. After saying this the chief turned to the other leaders and said, if you are unwilling to go we won't force you. But when the Tsar tribe sets its sights on you, I hope you remember there was once a tribe called Carter on this continent. Everyone looked at each other, followed by a long silence. Suddenly someone slapped their thigh and exclaimed, Chief Carter is right. Their next target could be any one of us. Instead of waiting for our doom, we should unite and take the initiative to attack. This way our chances of success will be greater. I agree to join. Upon hearing this everyone began to eagerly express their determination, wanting to escape the suffocating prison they found themselves in. All right. Since everyone agrees, let us finalize this plan. Gather the warriors from each tribe and let us train together and march against the Tsar tribe. In the following days Lin An led the primitive people in rigorous training. He also took out some surplus firearms from his storage space and taught several Sharpie tribesmen how to use them for shooting. He learned from other tribes an important piece of intelligence: the Tsar tribe also possessed several firearms. Lin An estimated they must have discovered supplies from the ruins of the Great Catastrophe and gradually learned to use a gun, ultimately dominating this continent with these few firearms among the primitive people. Therefore he had to take the risk of distributing firearms to these primitive people despite their inability to use them safely. Of course these firearms were limited. He could only equip about 20 primitive people while the rest had to use metal cold weapons. These metal cold weapons did not possess any special attributes. They were the most basic of weapons, yet they were still a significant advancement over the stone spears they had previously wielded. After a period of training and adaptation, this hastily assembled expeditionary force gradually developed combat effectiveness, and it was time to swear in and set out. Following a brief ceremony the group set off towards the Tsar tribe with great momentum. Brothers, the Tsar tribe lies ahead in that forest. Prepare for battle. We will charge through them and secure a space for our tribe to survive. Lin An shouted from the front of the line. Kill! Kill! Echoed the voices of the crowd as they hastened their pace, rushing towards the forest ahead, a fierce killing intent permeating the entire group. Before long they arrived at the outskirts of the Tsar tribe's territory. This was a vast valley dense with jungle where dozens of archers lay in wait ready to target Lin An and his companions as they approached. Ha ha ha! You Carter people dare to come here? Don't you fear being shot into a hedgehog? Laughed one of the Tsar tribe's archers. Lin An snorted coldly, saying, since I've dared to come I am not afraid of being shot into a hedgehog. You just want to plunder, right? Then come at me. What audacity! Since you are seeking death I shall grant it, said the archer, drawing his bow and aiming it at Lin An and the others. Lin An's men wanted to pull out their guns, but he waved his hand signaling them to hold off, then instructed them to quickly disperse and form an encirclement. You are courting death, the archer said, raising his bow to aim at Lin An. Whoosh! 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 A series of arrows were shot at Lin An. Lin An swiftly dodged the arrows and rushed towards the archer. Seeing this, the archer hastily tried to evade but was still unable to escape, receiving a wound from Lin An's dragon's roar sword, blood streaming down from his shoulder. Upon seeing their companion fall, the remaining archers threw away their arrows, drawing their knives as they charged towards Lin An and his group. Do not be afraid, follow me to kill! Lin An shouted, leading the charge against the enemy. Hearing this, everyone drew their curved knives and swords, rushing to follow Lin An. Before long the two forces clashed. This time Lin An and his group showed no mercy, each one employing their full strength, striking lethal blows as they continued to slash at their opponents. Thud! One archer was cleaved to the ground by Lin An, the dragon's roar sword piercing through his back. His terrified eyes fixed on Lin An ahead, he struggled but could not break free. His head slowly drooped down. Another archer, seeing this, hurriedly dropped his sword and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Lin An shouted furiously and chased after him. Swish! 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 In a flurry of 3 strikes the archer's body was sliced into 3 pieces, collapsing to the ground. The remaining archers, witnessing this scene, all halted in their tracks, afraid to take another step forward. Lin An cleaved one archer in half with a single sword strike, shouting loudly, will you not surrender? Do you truly wish to die here? Seeing this, the primitive people all dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground as more warriors from the Tsar tribe charged out. They stood in the distance with weapons in hand, watching Lin An and the others before them. Lin An saw this and shouted, I represent the Carter tribe to give you a warning. You should surrender to me immediately and I may consider sparing your lives, otherwise I will make your deaths very miserable. A man with a round face and big ears stepped out from the group of warriors, laughing loudly as he said, Kid, are you too naive? How could our Tsar tribe be intimidated by a mere Carter tribe? What good does your alliance do? In the face of my tribe's powerful artifact you all shall die here today. After finishing his words he pulled out a rusty rifle, his face filled with pride. This miraculous weapon of his tribe had an extremely long range, far surpassing that of a bow and arrow, and was a weapon only usable by the elite warriors of the tribe. He believed this artifact would play a significant role in this battle, capable of annihilating the enemy in a very short time. Take cover. Lin An hastily ordered upon seeing that they indeed had rifles. The training from the past few days had proven effective. Upon hearing Lin An's command, they found their respective cover and concealed themselves. Seeing this scene, Chief Czar immediately thought they were a bunch of cowards and couldn't help but laugh in disdain. You kids stay put and don't move, or I'll shoot you all. After saying this, he aimed at his artifact, but just as he raised his hand, Lin An and the others began to fire at him. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out, bullets striking Chief Czar's legs, instantly piercing several holes. Put. Blood gushed out of Chief Czar's wounds as if it were free, and with a cry of pain he fell to the ground. What was happening? Did the Carter people also use such an artifact? How could that be? How could they possess such a divine weapon? Chief Czar looked at his shattered right leg, refusing to believe that the other side also had firearms. Intense pain made his face pale and he cursed angrily, damn Carter people, I want you all to die. Czar warriors, use the artifacts in your hands and strike hard. He issued the command, then picked up the rifle from the ground and aimed it at Lin An and the others once more. The dense gunfire fell like raindrops in the peaceful forest, and a Czar warrior was caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties in this round of crazy shooting. Day. Bullets whizzed toward the Czar warriors, and one by one figures lay in pools of blood, wailing until they soon lost their breath. Take out their gunners. Lin An shouted. Kill. Day. 2. The cries of despair echoed one after another. In no time all the Czar gunners were dead, leaving only Chief Czar and a group of warriors armed with primitive spears. You all. Chief Czar looked at Lin An and the others, his eyes filled with hatred. Lin An and the others looked back at him and with a command shouted, charge with me. Eliminate these guys. Kill. Lin An led the charge towards them. Just as they were about to engage in close combat, a scream pierced the air. Hearing the scream, everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw a dark figure approaching them from a distance, and as it gradually came into focus, their mouths gaped in astonishment. These were monstrous creatures resembling leopards, but with enormous wings growing from their backs and long silver whiskers sprouting from the sides of their noses. Wasn't this the group of monsters they had seen in a ravine the other day? Amidst this group of monsters, a woman dressed like a witch was commanding them as they rushed toward them. Her face looked extremely terrifying, and her frail figure resembled that of a thin monkey. Upon seeing her, Lin An checked her attributes and was instantly shocked. He never expected this woman to be a sorceress, and it seemed her strength was very formidable, having reached the 8th rank. Ha, didn't expect it, right? Our tribe not only has these artifacts but also these monsters raised by our high priest. You can just wait to die. Chief Czar suddenly laughed maniacally, feeling very excited. In his eyes, these people were already fish on his chopping board, ready for slaughter. Lin An immediately recognized these monsters, mutated jaguars. But how were these bloodthirsty creatures? Perhaps sensing his inner doubt, Chief Czar laughed. To tame these monsters, live humans must be fed to them. That is why we usually capture and torture you. Upon hearing his words, everyone felt a chill running down their spines, their gazes toward the beasts filled with horror and fear. They had not expected that the Czar people could be this cruel, even killing their own kind to raise these monsters. It was an act more beastly than that of animals. Lin An sneered and said, I never expected the people of your tribe to be this brutal. Since that is the case, let us go to hell together today. After saying this, Lin An shouted to everyone, brothers, kill. He was the first to charge towards the warriors of the Czar tribe. Brothers, charge together. We must eliminate these monsters. With his lead, everyone charged toward the warriors of the Czar tribe. Their assault was fierce, and each charge took numerous lives of the mutated jaguars. Lin An called for Yalan and Mumu, heading straight for the high priest. As long as they took her down, the mutated jaguars would be no threat. Lin An's dragon roar sword emitted a blue glow with a faint blue light swirling around the blade, looking quite imposing. Holding the dragon roar sword, he swung it at the high priest. Boom! The high priest, seeing this, raised her spear to block Lin An's attack. Though she appeared frail, her strength was exceptionally great. Lin An felt that her power surpassed his by several folds. The high priest blocked Lin An's attack and immediately thrust her spear at him. Lin An, unwilling to back down, also wielded the dragon roar sword, engaging the high priest in combat. The high priest was incredibly fast, with sharp angles of attack hitting Lin An every time, leaving him unable to evade. Bang! A heavy punch struck Lin An's chest, sending him flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. The high priest's attack was immensely powerful. Lin An's physique was already inferior to hers, and upon being struck he felt a heat rising in his chest, with bright red blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his injury and struggled to get back up. Ha, you useless fool, there's no need to struggle. Just accept your death obediently, or your life will surely be in my hands. The high priest mocked Lin An wildly as he saw him stand up. Lin An wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at the high priest with gritted teeth. He knew that the high priest's strength was extraordinary and far beyond what he could handle at this moment. Just then Yalin's attack came. Her sword emitted a fiery red light as it aimed for the high priest's neck. The high priest quickly raised his spear to defend. Yalin's attack collided with the high priest's spear, producing a violent sound. She felt her hands go numb, nearly unable to hold onto her sword. The high priest staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. Seeing Yalin's strength, she was extremely surprised. How could she be so powerful? Lin An didn't give her a chance to be surprised. He scrambled up and charged towards the high priest again. Lin An's dragon roar sword emitted a dazzling blue light as it swung towards the high priest's head. The high priest raised his spear and thrust it towards the top of Lin An's head. Clang! The dragon roar sword collided with the spear in the high priest's hand. Lin An's body was once again struck away by the high priest, crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face growing increasingly pale. The last blow was too heavy. Several of his bones were broken and he likely had fractured ribs as well. Ha ha, you bastards, today you'll witness what a true monster is. Seeing Lin An lying on the ground, the high priest was very pleased, laughing loudly. His mutated American leopard, seeing Lin An injured, rushed forward, wanting to swallow him whole. Suddenly 3 sharp arrows whistled through the air, one striking the forehead of the leopard that charged in first. The other 2 arrows hit the hearts of 2 other leopards, causing them to fall to the ground quickly. Annie drew her bow again, aiming at the high priest, then released the string, sending an arrow flying towards him. The high priest saw the arrow flying towards him and quickly raised his spear to intercept it, attempting to block it. The high priest's spear was knocked away by Annie's arrow, and the arrow pierced through the high priest's arm. Blood sprayed out from the wound on her arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin An immediately stood up and swung the dragon roar sword at the high priest. His sword moved with incredible speed, reaching the high priest's front in the blink of an eye, slashing towards her neck. Ah! The high priest saw this and hurriedly dodged. Swish! A chunk of the high priest's hair and scalp was shaved off, looking quite terrifying. You bastard, I will definitely kill you, the high priest roared, striking out with her palm to send Lin An flying, but Lin An quickly used the recoil to escape. Seeing this, the high priest quickly chased after him, wanting to catch Lin An and teach him a harsh lesson. Her movement was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye she appeared in front of Lin An, who was wounded in multiple places, his internal energy nearly depleted. Seeing the high priest chasing after him, he had no choice but to use all his internal energy to face her. The high priest, seeing Lin An daring to confront her, Hedon sneered coldly, "You overestimate yourself, you must die today." Lin An scoffed, "Killing me is not that easy." He said this and raised the dragon roar sword to strike at the high priest. Clang! The high priest hurriedly dodged, but still couldn't avoid being slashed by the dragon roar sword, leaving 2 bloody wounds on her arm deep enough to see the bone. Seeing her arm injured made the high priest even angrier. She thrust her spear towards Lin An. Her speed was extremely fast, arriving right in front of Lin An in the blink of an eye, aiming to stab him. Just as the high priest's spear was mere inches away from Lin An's heart, a golden lightning bolt descended from the sky, knocking her away, causing her to crash heavily to the ground while feeling her stamina and energy rapidly depleting, her health dropping significantly. What happened? The high priest turned in confusion and discovered Moo Moo wielding the black gold spear. "Linga, don't move, I will restore your health." As soon as she finished speaking, the tip of the black gold spear emitted a red electric light that struck Lin An. Lin An felt his physical strength and energy rapidly recovering, knowing that all this was thanks to Moo Moo. He looked at Moo Moo, who was waving the black gold spear to restore his health, feeling a surge of gratitude. The high priest had not expected Moo Moo to possess such advanced skills, able to use lightning to restore health. At this moment she hated Moo Moo to the core. If it weren't for her, how could she have lost so much blood? She was so close to killing Lin An. The more the high priest thought about it, the angrier she became, her mood turning extremely irritable. "Damn it! I will kill you," the high priest said, raising her spear again, preparing to attack. Suddenly 3 arrows from Annie whizzed past the high priest, hitting her and causing her health to drop significantly. Startled, she quickly dodged. Bang bang bang. The 3 arrows struck her body one after another. The high priest's health decreased again. Whoosh! 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 Annie shot arrows continuously, each one causing the high priest's health to drop by about half, making her health plummet rapidly. The high priest was instantly furious. Seeing Annie's accuracy, she realized that no matter how she dodged, it was futile. Thus, with a mindset of dragging someone down with her, she charged towards Moo Moo with her spear. Lin An was shocked to see the high priest charging towards Moo Moo. Oh no! Moo Moo definitely can't withstand this high priest. Lin An rushed towards the high priest, wanting to rescue Moo Moo. Seeing the high priest charging towards her, Moo Moo quickly wielded the black gold spear to confront her. The high priest saw this move and hurriedly blocked Moo Moo's attack with her spear. She attempted to use the momentum to push Moo Moo away, but unexpectedly her arm was struck by one of Annie's arrows. The high priest felt intense pain, quickly covering her arm with her hand. Seeing her injured, Annie shot 3 arrows at her again. Bang bang bang. The high priest defended against the arrows shot by Annie with her spear, but her attention was not on Annie, it was on Moo Moo right in front of her. The high priest was filled with delight upon realizing that he had defeated Moo Moo. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily. You are still too inexperienced, you couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. You might as well obediently accept your death. You must be dreaming. Mumu struggled to rise from the ground and charged at the high priest once more, her black gold spear thrusting towards him repeatedly. The high priest continuously dodged to the side, evading Mumu's attacks. Your strikes cannot possibly break through my defenses. Stop struggling, little girl. The high priest said triumphantly. Just as he finished speaking, he prepared to continue his assault, but at that moment Lin An rushed in from the side, aiming his dragon roar sword directly at the high priest. The high priest raised his spear to block, and Lin An's dragon roar sword struck against the high priest's spear, producing a ding-ding sound. The high priest felt her hands go numb from the impact of Lin An's strike. She widened her eyes in shock as she looked at him, not expecting Lin An to recover so quickly in such a short time. This was a hidden disadvantage for her. Seeing Lin An come to her rescue, Mumu broke into a joyful smile. Lin An hurriedly asked, Mumu, are you all right? She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand, shook her head and said, I'm fine, thank you, Lin Gu. Silly girl, what are you being polite for? It's my duty to protect you. Alright Mumu, don't entangle yourself with this madwoman any longer. Quickly find a hidden place to hide, I'll deal with her first. Lin An said seriously to the high priest. Then Lin Gu, be careful. Mumu urged. She knew that there was a significant gap in strength between her and Lin An, so it was best to let him deal with the high priest first. Staying here wouldn't help much. Alright. Just be careful on the side, he'll finish her off quickly. Lin An reassured her. Mumu nodded. She glanced at the high priest before turning and running into the woods. Lin An saw the high priest approaching him, yet he felt no fear. He understood very well that the high priest was currently in a weak state. She was merely holding on with her strong physique. Now the high priest's blood level was only about half remaining. She couldn't last much longer. Lin An looked at the high priest and smiled. Today is your death day, high priest. Hoof. Even if I die, I will take you down with me, the high priest scoffed, slowly retreating. Well, see about that. Lin An declared, charging at the high priest. He swung his dragon roar sword in a flourish, sweeping towards her body. Seeing Lin An charging towards her, the high priest quickly raised her spear to counter. The two collided in an instant. Bang! A loud sound echoed as both retreated several meters, stabilizing themselves before lunging at each other once more. The two figures intertwined, Lin An's sword and the high priest's spear clashing fiercely. Their silhouettes moved back and forth, with blood occasionally splattering. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, shaking the surrounding trees and causing the ground to tremble violently. Lin An and the high priest grappled on the ground. After Mumu's treatment, Lin An's strength had fully recovered, allowing him to quickly gain the upper hand. Bang! The high priest was sent flying by Lin An's strike, crashing to the ground and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Weren't you quite powerful? Why are you scared to stand up now? Lin An mocked. The high priest trembled with anger at Lin An's words. She slowly climbed up from the ground, grinding her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. She wished to tear Lin An into pieces. She raised her spear towards Lin An and thrust it forward. Lin An saw this and quickly retreated a few steps to avoid her attack. High priest, I advise you to surrender. You can no longer escape from here, Lin An said. I will never agree to give up. You can die. The high priest is truly stubborn. Then I will fulfill your wish. Lin An swung his dragon roar sword towards the high priest. Seeing this, she hurriedly dodged to evade Lin An's attack. Bang! Another loud noise sounded as the high priest narrowly avoided Lin An's assault, but his sword was still aimed at her throat. Realizing the danger, the high priest rolled to the left. However, due to the proximity, her body was grazed by the spear and she was momentarily caught off guard. The high priest fell to the ground, her left arm severely injured, blood flowing profusely. Lin An looked at the fallen high priest, smiling coldly. High priest, I suggest you surrender, otherwise Lin An said with a sneer. I will never yield. I will definitely kill you. Then I will fulfill that wish. Lin An said, swinging his dragon roar sword towards her. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp blade pierced the high priest's flesh, with bright red blood gushing out. Thud! The high priest was pierced through the chest by Lin An's sword, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide open in death. Phew! Finally finished with this troublesome old witch. Lin An sighed in relief, sheathing his sword and turning to look at Mumu. Mumu, are you alright? I'm fine, Lin Gu. Thank you so much just now, Mumu said gratefully. Silly girl, what are you being polite for? We are family, so it's only right for me to do this. Lin An said with a smile. Who is family with you? Don't say such nonsense. I'm not your family. Mumu said, her face turning red as she lowered her head. Lin An couldn't help but laugh at her shy expression. However, the battle was not yet over. It wasn't the time for flirtation. Seeing the high priest dead, the mutated leopards became disoriented and lost their leader. This gave Lin An and the others a rare opportunity, and soon they eradicated all of them. They approached Chief Czar. At this moment Chief Czar was paralyzed with fear, trembling all over. He had just witnessed his high priest and her monstrous army defeated by Lin An. How could he not be afraid now? You killed my kin and I will not forgive you. I will tear you to pieces and ensure you never attain rebirth. Chief Czar roared in anger, appearing defiant while his body trembled in fear. Captain, why waste words on him? Just shoot him dead with one shot. Jean Boer exclaimed in frustration. Did you care when you plundered other tribes that today would come? His face flushed with rage, he cocked the gun and raised his hand ready to execute him. However, Lin An swiftly intervened. No. Jean Boer, we cannot act recklessly in this matter, Lin An hurriedly stated. Why not? Jean Boer asked, perplexed. Lin An remained silent, instead pointing to the enraged primitive people surrounding them. Jean Boer then understood that Chief Czar's greatest enemies were not them but those who had suffered under his cruel oppression. Thus they tacitly cleared a path. Baru dropped the rifle in his hand, drew out a large machete and shouted loudly, warriors, it is time to avenge our fallen kin. Baru charged forward in a single leap and the others followed suit, swarming towards the barely breathing Chief Czar with their weapons drawn. Ah! 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 Chief Czar cried out, his screams echoing through the primitive forest like a slaughtered pig. The primitive people recognized the great demon before them as their enemy, each one summoning every ounce of strength to strike at Chief Czar, eager to kill the culprit and avenge their fallen kin. His body was hacked into many pieces, blood splattering everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. Though these primitive people were ordinary, they were men of valor. Seeing Chief Czar drenched in blood, they all turned readied, feeling a rush of exhilaration in their hearts. After Chief Czar's death, the people collectively bowed to Lin An. Divine Messenger, you helped us avenge our fallen kin. This kindness we shall remember forever in our hearts. Yes. We are willing to do anything for the Divine Messenger. Divine Messenger, please save us. We are willing to serve you like cattle and horses. We are willing to pledge loyalty to you, Divine Messenger. Lin An felt warmth in his heart upon seeing these primitive people extending his hand to help one of them up. Everyone please be quiet. I, Lin An, am not a Divine Messenger, just an adventurer from another world. Lin An said with a smile. Upon hearing Lin An's words, a stir of discussion broke out among the crowd. You are an adventurer. Enough. Everyone return to your tribes and tell your kin the news of our vengeance. Upon hearing Lin An's words, the primitive people showed reluctant expressions. Alright, go back. Lin An smiled at them. Goodbye, Divine Messenger. Goodbye. These people turned back multiple times, slowly leaving the jungle, leaving only Lin An and the warriors of the Cater tribe. Watching the primitive people gradually disappear, Lin An sighed. Let's go. Lin An said. It was time to return to the main world. Wait. Baru and some from the Cater tribe looked at Lin An and said, Divine Messenger, are you leaving? Yes, I have obtained what I wanted and I must leave now. No matter what, this adventure has truly been unforgettable, Lin An said with a smile to Baru. Baru hesitated, wanting to persuade Lin An to stay in their tribe, but after thinking it over he found he did not know what to say. Baru, just speak your mind, there's no need to be so hesitant, Lin An remarked upon seeing Baru's demeanor. After much thought, Baru finally said, Divine Messenger, you know we in the Cater tribe have lived in the wild since childhood. We have no culture and we cannot write like other large tribes. We can only chop wood, make fire and hunt. We are not skilled at horse riding and hunting like the people of other tribes. Our tribe has nothing to offer to keep you here. I can understand if you want to leave. I understand, but I do not look down on you for that. On the contrary, I believe that your ability to survive in such harsh conditions until today is truly remarkable. Baru nodded gratefully and said, Divine Messenger, before you leave, can you return to the Cater tribe? Our chief would definitely hope you could visit him. Lin An thought for a moment, realizing it was just a brief delay, and nodded, saying, Alright, I promise you. Baru became excited. Great. Thank you so much, Divine Messenger. Baru exclaimed, and Lin An smiled, waving his hand. Then Lin An led his group of brothers towards the settlement of the Cater tribe. They returned to the gathering place, and as soon as they entered, a crowd surrounded Lin An, bombarding him with questions about what had happened in the Czar tribe. Lin An briefly recounted the events that had just transpired, and upon hearing the joyous news of their tribe's vengeance, everyone was filled with excitement, shedding tears of joy. The chief trembled, wanting to kneel before Lin An to express his gratitude, but Lin An stopped him. Lin An helped the chief up and said, I cannot accept your gratitude just yet, your injuries have not healed. Please do not kneel, I cannot bear that. Now don't you all have work to do? Go and take care of your tasks, we can talk about this later. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly ran off to work. After they left, Lin An smiled at the chief and said, Chief, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. It is time to say goodbye. Hearing that Lin An was leaving, the chief felt a pang of reluctance. He grasped Lin An's hand and said, Divine Messenger, I know you are a good person, not only kind to our tribe but also caring towards this old man. I know our tribe's conditions do not match yours, but you must not forget the great kindness you have shown us. Now while my bones are still strong I can still do many things, so I wish to ask you to take me as your subordinate, allowing me to contribute in any way I can. Looking around and seeing no one else, he whispered, Divine Messenger, could you take us to your main world? Lin An was immediately stunned upon hearing the chief's words. Chief, I. Lin An was at a loss for how to respond. The chief sighed and said, Divine Messenger, let me put it this way. Originally our Carter tribe had over 700 members, but after the plundering we are left with only over 300. How long can a tribe of 300 survive in this world? Rather than die in vain in this world, it is better to follow the Divine Messenger and repay your kindness. Lin An looked at the ruins of the Carter tribe and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Perfectly, the construction of the fortress required a large labor force, so he hesitated no longer and said, Chief, I am willing to take you all to my main world. Upon hearing Lin An agree to his request, the chief stood up excitedly and exclaimed, Great! Divine Messenger, I will pledge my life to serve you. After saying this, the chief respectfully bowed to Lin An. Lin An hurriedly extended his right hand to help the chief up and said, You do not need to be so formal. From now on we are friends. I hope everyone can unite and help each other so as not to disappoint me. Yes. Divine Messenger. The chief nodded vigorously. By the way, Divine Messenger, what is your main world like? The chief suddenly asked curiously. Lin An thought for a moment and decided to give him a warning, saying, Actually, the main world is also very dangerous, no less than this world, and one must not let down their guard. Why? Is there something dangerous in the main world? The chief asked in confusion. Like this world, there are countless powerful monsters attacking, and there are also strong forces battling each other. The people there are equally in dire straits, so the main world is not a paradise. The chief's expression changed slightly as he nodded. I understand now. I will not let my guard down. That's good. Let's prepare quickly. We can set off soon. The news that they could follow the Divine Messenger to the main world quickly spread through the tribe, and the primitive people immediately became excited. Our tribe is saved. Saved. This is wonderful. Our tribe can finally escape this disaster. We have avoided disaster because we followed the Divine Messenger. The Divine Messenger is truly our great benefactor. We all must thank the Divine Messenger. Lin An and the chief exchanged smiles as they looked at the cheering crowd, feeling very gratified. Soon everyone packed up what they needed to bring. Lin An activated the teleportation portal. A group of people streamed in, and as the portal closed with a whoosh, the previously noisy tribe fell silent. In the following days, other tribes passing by the ruins of the Carter tribe would find that all the Carter people had vanished without a trace. Some said the Carter people had relocated far away, while others said they had been wiped out by mutated monsters. In any case, opinions varied and no one knew where the Carter tribe had truly gone. After the last person crossed the teleportation portal, Lin An closed it, and the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations player for successfully clearing the instance. Amazon reward experience points 168000. Ding! Congratulations player, level up successfully, reward 5400 corpse cores. Upon hearing the generous experience reward, Lin An's heart was filled with joy, thinking, indeed this is a windfall. Corpse cores can not only enhance weapon attributes but can also be used as currency for trading in this post-apocalyptic world. However, he had yet to come into contact with other forces, so what use was there for so many corpse cores? Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice sounded again. Ding detected that the player has perfectly handled the NPC relationships in the instance and successfully brought the members of the Carter tribe into the main world. Reward trading system unlocked. The system was indeed bringing him a pillow. As soon as he felt sleepy, he had just thought about finding NPCs for trading, and unexpectedly he was given a trading system. He quickly opened the trading system. At first glance, he noticed a player had uploaded a product along with that person's description. Item blind box, high chance of obtaining high-level items, but also consumes 50 of energy to obtain useless items, all based on now selling for 220 corpse cores, no bargaining. Below this product page, many people left comments, most of them criticizing him. Trash. How dare you sell it for 220 corpse cores? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Exactly. Even if it yields a high-level item, it isn't worth 200 corpse cores. If it doesn't yield anything, it will consume 50 of energy. What a piece of junk. He. Just look at him, he must be a newbie thinking he can make money by selling such an item. How naive. How dare such trash be sold for such a high price? It's simply an insult to our understanding of this game. Lin An looked at those who were cursing and sneered inwardly, then clicked the purchase button, accepting this item blind box. After confirming that the item he bought was a blind box, Lin An clicked the trading button and then selected trade. Ding! You have purchased an item blind box, do you confirm? Lin An silently thought the word yes in his mind. Ding! Please wait. Lin An patiently waited for a moment and the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The system has exchanged the item blind box for the player, please check. Seeing that someone actually bought this money-making scam, the commentators exploded with excitement. Ha ha ha, this person is simply a fool. Why did he buy that? Does he have the luck to get a high-level item? Wow, someone really bought such a thing. Amazing, I'm truly impressed. Just wait and see. I must see him make a fool of himself. Lin An ignored these people and hurriedly began to check with the system. He saw that the system had given him an item called Flying Feather Garment. Lin An looked at its description. Flying Feather Garment allows the user to float in the air, increasing flying speed by 30. Each use lasts 5 minutes with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Upon seeing this, Lin An was ecstatic. This equipment not only allowed him to float in the air but also increased his speed. His speed in the air would definitely be much faster than on the ground. This equipment was simply amazing. Lin An thought for a moment and then posted the consumption of the Flying Feather Garment on the public screen. Bloody hell, he actually drew a high-grade item. This is unbelievable. That man must have stumbled on a miracle. He actually produced a high-grade artifact. Those who witnessed it went mad, each regretting bitterly that they had not acted moments before. Many wore expressions of remorse as if they wanted to slap themselves awake. Lin An found their contrition amusing. These people had mocked others relentlessly. Now that the mocked man had truly produced something, they turned green with envy. Their faces were utterly repellent. After inspecting the new items and the high-grade artifact the system had granted him, Lin An exited the trading interface. Meanwhile, the key tribespeople stood before the war fortress as astonished as Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden mouths agape in one. They beheld lamps that needed no flame and carriages that moved of their own accord. One marvel after another shook them to their core. Excitement lit their faces. None of them had ever seen such things, nor had they witnessed architecture resembling a sprawling modern city. Is this our new home? This is magnificent. A young man exclaimed, his features alight with exhilaration. Indeed, this house is beyond splendid. I have never seen anything so grand or so luxurious. It feels like heaven itself. Another man chimed in agreement. Who would have imagined? We thought the Keat would suffer forever, and yet we have stumbled upon such a providential boon from the divine envoy. An elder shook his head in awe and sighed. Father, are we truly to dwell in such a vast dwelling now? A girl stared at the city with bright shimmering eyes. Yes, child. This is our home. From now on you will share in our comforts. Remember, this was brought by the divine envoy. Never forget his kindness. I will work hard for the divine envoy and will not disappoint you, the girl declared, nodding with resolute determination. Good. I am gratified that you think so. Lin An watched their reactions with satisfaction, then stepped forward to face them. The Keat people lowered their heads as Lin An stood before them, outwardly reverent. Raise your heads and look at me, do not cower in my presence. At Lin An's words the Keat slowly lifted their faces. The kindly divine envoy they had known seemed to have shifted into someone sterner, his expression hard and unyielding. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lin An, the master of this fortress. Do not call me divine envoy any longer. From now on address me as commander. Henceforth you shall no longer pledge allegiance to the Keat tribe. Your loyalty belongs to me. Betrayal will not be tolerated. Should I discover any who defy these rules, they will vanish from this world forever. I will not tolerate treachery, Lin An declared sternly, his gaze sweeping them like a razor. The Keat felt a chill at his stare and nodded instinctively. Have you heard me clearly? We have. Yes. They answered in unison. I expect to see the courage and loyalty I have spoken of in each of you. Lin An said calmly. Yes. They replied once more together. Very well. Now that you understand my words, follow me. With that, Lin An led them toward the fortress. The sentinels on the ramparts, startled by so many approaching figures, raised their rifles and trained them on the newcomers. Halt! A sentinel bellowed, pointing at Lin An. Lin An looked up and called at his eye. Commander, you have returned. The sentinel quickly lowered his weapon, raced down from the watchtower and flung open the gates. Lin An approached the sentinel, smiling at the man's anxious demeanor. You did well earlier. Anyone approaching the fortress, myself included, must be met with the utmost vigilance. This is your reward. Lin An handed the sentinel several dozen corpse cores he had taken from the system. Thank you for your generosity, Commander, the sentinel said, visibly moved as he held the cores. Lin An patted his shoulder. Do your duty well. In time you will receive rewards beyond your imagining. The sentinel bowed gratefully. Thank you for your encouragement, Commander. Lin An waved him off, indicating no thanks were necessary. Commander, who are these people? The sentinel asked, glancing at the primitive people following Lin An. Oh, they are the Keat tribespeople, Lin An replied. They are new members of our fortress. Ah. So they are under your command, the sentinel said, realization dawning as he nodded. Yes. You continue your duties. I will settle them in. Rest assured, as long as you do your job well, I will not neglect you, Lin An said, patting the sentinel on the shoulder. Yes, thank you, Commander. Lin An shepherded the tribespeople into the fortress. They stared about at the modern structures with the same wide-eyed bewilderment as Granny Lu in the Grand View Garden. Smiling, Lin An asked, is anything uncomfortable or unfamiliar? No, no. Everything is so wondrous. One of the tribesmen exclaimed with excitement, yet in their eyes Lin An read astonishment and curiosity followed by a blank ignorant bewilderment. He frowned. It was clear these tribespeople needed to be taught about the fortress's technologies. His gaze fell upon Sun Yanyan. What surprised him most was that they had brought back a scientist. But scientific research requires laboratory equipment the fortress lacked for the time being. Sun Yanyan would likely be the most idle man around. The fortress did not keep idle hands. Lin An smiled and said, old Sun, until we acquire lab gear, why not teach these people modern living and knowledge? Yes, Commander. I understand. I will teach them well. Sun Yanyan vowed earnestly. Lin An nodded with satisfaction. Good. I trust you. Teach them our language as well. Although the player benefits from the system's translations and can converse with various NPCs when so many inhabitants share a fortress, NPC-to-NPC interactions are inevitable. It would be awkward if they could not understand one another. Sun Yanyan as a player character had no difficulty communicating with these primitive people. Moreover, since he was the most idle person, he was the most suitable candidate to serve as their teacher. Leader, you can rest assured. I promise to complete the task. Sun Yanyan assured, patting his chest. In his heart he had already devised a plan to better educate these primitive people. Lin An nodded and then turned to the primitive people saying, all right, from now on your learning and living will be overseen by our son Lao. Yes, leader. Everyone replied in unison. Seeing that they had accepted Lin An's arrangement, Sun Yanyan began to teach the primitive people. Lin An observed Sun Yanyan's enthusiastic performance in front of the primitive people before leaving and heading to the fortress conference hall. Leader, welcome home. The guards in the conference hall greeted Lin An as he entered. Lin An nodded slightly and walked towards the main seat. After taking his seat, Lin An addressed those around him saying, while I was away, did anything happen in the fortress? Wang Lai was the first to step forward saying, leader, quite a few things have happened while you were away. He then informed Lin An of the various matters that had occurred in the past few days. Lin An listened carefully and upon hearing the details he couldn't help but be surprised. I really didn't expect that Zhao Kuang's actions would be so frequent. Did they do anything out of line? He inquired after learning from Wang Lai that Zhao Kuang had been making frequent moves, often sending people to keep watch on him. No, I was afraid of alarming them, so I didn't take action against them. I just continued with our own affairs. Lin An nodded. You've done well. Since they haven't made any major moves, let's not worry about them for now. However, we must remain vigilant. Report to me immediately if there are any unusual occurrences. Yes. Leader. We will be cautious. After finishing, Lin An looked towards Yin Buwan, who managed logistics, and asked, how is the supply of resources? Food, water, weapons and ammunition. These essential supplies are currently sufficient. However, we are running low on energy crystals. Upon hearing this, Lin An couldn't help but frown. Energy crystals played a crucial role in this world before the establishment of power stations providing all sources of electricity. They were vital for the daily lighting, living and production of fortress residents, as well as for turrets and energy shields. Given our current power consumption, how long can the remaining energy crystals last? Yin Buwan calculated silently in his mind and replied, only 15 days left. Lin An was startled by this number, 15 days. It looks like we need to go out and find energy crystals. In the meantime, apart from maintaining military facilities, we should conserve electricity as much as possible in other areas and try to stretch it to a month. Yes. Yin Buwan glanced at Lin An, noticing his troubled expression, and tactfully withdrew. Lin An sat in the hall lost in thought. After pondering for a long time, he decided to personally go out in search of energy crystals. Although he knew it would be dangerous, he couldn't think of any other way to solve the fortress' urgent need for energy crystals. After all, the reserve energy crystals in his possession were only enough for a month. If he didn't resolve the energy crystal issue quickly, his fortress would likely stagnate in this world and might even collapse due to depletion. He was eager for the blueprints of a power station, but he knew that the locations of known power stations were particularly distant, so it was better to look for energy crystals. With that thought, Lin An couldn't help but sigh, alas. It seems I have to take a risk. I hope that the energy crystal factory warehouse hasn't been claimed by someone else. As he thought this, he left the fortress. Leader, are you going out this late? As soon as Lin An stepped outside, it had already grown dark and he encountered Yalan every couple of steps. Just going out for a walk. Care to join me? Sure. Yalan agreed and walked with Lin An toward the fortress commercial street. Rather than a commercial street, it resembled a narrow alley lined with several stalls, and one could reach the end in just a few minutes. As life in the fortress became more stable, some survivors no longer settled for dining at the cafeteria every day. Instead, they sought to purchase goods from other survivors or ventured out to scavenge items to sell, unintentionally forming a commercial street. Lin An was pleased to see this and turned a blind eye to the matter. If they could succeed, it could lead to tax revenue and stimulate the fortress economy. As they strolled, they looked at the various items on the stalls. Yalin suddenly pointed at one item and exclaimed, "Leader, look. This necklace is so beautiful." Oh. Lin An followed Yalin's gaze and discovered that she was referring to a necklace adorned with rubies appearing to be feminine with intricate patterns. Yalin picked up the necklace and held it up to herself. "Boss, can I try it on?" The vendor nodded sure. Yalin, clearly unfamiliar with jewelry, fumbled awkwardly while trying to put on the necklace. Lin An chuckled helplessly and took the necklace from her hand. "Don't move, I'll help you put it on." Lin An gently wrapped the necklace around her neck. Yalin's skin was already fair and smooth, and with the addition of the red necklace she appeared even more pure and captivating, like a jade sculpture. Yalin looked at her reflection in the mirror and happily asked Lin An, "Does it look good?" Lin An nodded, saying, "It looks great. Everything looks good on you, my taste is certainly not wrong." Upon hearing Lin An's words, Yalin's face instantly flushed. Lin An couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was hard to imagine that this shy girl would be terrifyingly formidable in battle. "Let me take it off for you." "No, I like it. I want to wear it every day." Yalin shook her head. Seeing how much she liked it, Lin An let her keep wearing it. "Boss, how much is this?" "Well, take it." The vendor suddenly broke into a sweat, shaking his head vigorously. "Leader, how can I take your money for this? This necklace is a gift for you." "Ah." Lin An looked at him in surprise. No, we can't make exceptions just because I'm the leader. The price can't be less than a single cent. Speak up, what's your offer?" The vendor was at a loss for words and finally said 5 corpse cores. In the end, Lin An still paid him 10 times the price, knowing without a doubt that the vendor had certainly lowered the price. As the rightful leader of the fortress, he couldn't take advantage of such small gains. After a casual stroll with Yalin, Lin An went to bed early. The next morning the team set out to search for energy crystals with Yalin, Jinbo, Mumu and others all present. Due to the watchful eyes outside, Zhang Jian stayed behind to guard the fortress and did not participate in this operation. Lin An looked at everyone and said, "The importance of energy crystals goes without saying. They are crucial to the survival of our fortress. I hope you all can put in your best effort this time. I do not wish to see any casualties during the mission." "Rest assured, Commander, we will definitely complete the mission." Everyone replied in unison. "Alright, since that's the case, let's set off now and try to obtain the energy crystals within a week." "Yes, Commander. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Lin An led everyone on their journey to explore for energy crystals. At that moment, about 100 meters away from Lin An and the others, a figure dressed in black stealth gear was observing them, a man with a sinister appearance. This person was none other than Zhao Kuang's spy. Upon seeing Lin An and the others set out in such a grand manner, he recalled observing yesterday that most of the electrical facilities in the fortress aside from military installations were turned off. Suddenly he realized something and swiftly concealed himself within the woods. He needed to report this situation to Zhao Kuang. Lin An and the others did not ride motorcycles this time, as factories producing energy crystals were generally located in densely populated cities, making them easy targets for hordes of zombies. The roar of motorcycle engines would attract a large wave of zombies, which would be problematic. Hence they kept their preparations simple. Jinbo looked relaxed and cheerful, appearing as if he was on a vacation. Lin An glanced at him and said, "Jinbo, even though our goal this time is the energy crystals, I hope you won't cause any trouble." I know." Jinbo replied with a grin, "I won't slow you down." Lin An was momentarily speechless. He felt that this guy always had a slick tongue, as if he had some ulterior motive. "If you dare to cause me trouble, I won't let you off easy." Lin An glared at him. "Ha ha ha. Understood, Commander." Jinbo laughed heartily, then cheerfully moved ahead. They traveled eastward and encountered several waves of zombies along the way, but they easily dealt with them. The journey was calm with no danger encountered, which greatly boosted their confidence, making them believe that their mission was bound to succeed. After a day's travel, a desolate and dilapidated village appeared before them. Lin An carefully examined the ancient houses, noticing that the buildings were all wooden structures with the roofs decayed beyond recognition, looking somewhat pitiful. Jinbo walked up to Lin An and pointed at a house in front of them, saying, "Commander, let's stay here tonight." "Yes, I was just thinking the same." Lin An said, "You go prepare, we'll rest here tonight." "Yes, Commander." Jinbo responded and hurried into the house to prepare the food they needed. This village had likely been uninhabited for a long time, even before the great disaster, and since there were few people around, the zombies in the vicinity should be scarce. Overall, it was relatively safe to spend the night here, so they settled in with ease. During dinner, Jinbo returned with 2 wild chickens. "Jinbo, where did you get these wild chickens?" Lin asked him. Jinbo scratched his head and said, "I just caught them from the mountain and they looked pretty fresh, so I brought them back to cook. Everyone come and taste." As he spoke, Jinbo began to prepare the wild chickens he had caught, placing them in a pot to simmer. Soon the delicious aroma filled the air. Lin looked at the wild chicken, hesitating to take a bite, but couldn't resist reaching for her chopsticks to pick a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Lin raised her eyebrows and said, "Not bad, this meat is really good. I didn't expect you to catch such quality wild chickens." Jean Boer beamed with pride, saying, "Hee hee, sister Lin, don't you know who I am? Such small matters are nothing to—" Lin looked at his proud expression and couldn't help but tease him, saying, "Oh, Jean Boer, you're quite proud catching just one zombie." Jean Boer, not accepting her mockery, replied, "You keep bringing that up. I may be timid, but whenever we're surrounded by zombie monsters I've always gritted my teeth and held on." Seeing this, Lin An couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You two stop bickering and let's eat already." Upon hearing this, both of them restrained their playful expressions and began to eat heartily. However, just as they were halfway through their meal they suddenly heard a rustling sound all around. Jean Boer quickly stood up, looking around warily, and asked, "What's going on, Commander?" Lin An stood up frowning and said, "It seems something is coming." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Jean Boer turned pale and said, "Commander, what should we do?" As he spoke, a foul stench wafted over, nearly causing him to vomit the chicken he had just eaten. Lin An quickly shone his flashlight in the direction of the smell and saw two enormous wolves. These wolves looked extremely grotesque, with sparse fur hanging off them, only a few strands remaining. Their flesh was rotting, swollen with green pus, and emitting a terrible stench, making them look quite revolting. The heads of the wolves were also deformed, their decayed faces crammed with maggots, and their gaping maws were wide open, ready to devour anyone at any moment. Bloodstains hung at the corners of their mouths. They looked extremely hungry. Upon seeing Lin An and Jean Boer, the eyes of the two wolves glinted with greed, drool dripping to the ground as they opened their massive jaws and lunged towards them. Lin An suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Jean Boer, where did you throw the entrails when you were handling the chicken?" "You left it outside the house." "Jean Boer, you wretched fool, couldn't you have thrown it farther? These are undead wolves, their noses are keen. They track by scent." Lin An nearly spat a mouthful of blood. There was no time for reproach. He drew his long sword and dashed forward in haste. The undead wolf saw Lin An rushing in and showed no fear of the long blade in his hand. It bared its blood-smeared maw and lunged at him. The undead wolf moved with terrifying swiftness, like a sudden gale, and Lin An found himself unable to evade. He braced the longing sword against its claws but was sent flying 3 meters. No sooner had he hit the ground than the undead wolf reared up again, its jaws opening wide as it pounced. Lin An hurriedly brought the longing sword to bear, meeting its assault. Though nearly spent, he could still barely hold his own against the undead wolves. They tore and snapped at one another, yet none gained the upper hand. "Yalan, Jean Boer, hurry and help!" Lin An called. The two answered his cry and joined the fray, fighting the undead wolves while assisting him and holding the line. Each time an undead wolf's claws or hind legs struck the longing sword, a shrill screech rang out. "Commander, the stalemate won't do. If it drags on like this we might all die here," Jean Boer said anxiously. "Yes, I thought of that. Jean Boer, can you hold these undead wolves off?" Lin An asked, gazing at him. Jean Boer hesitated, troubled, shaking his head. His skill was not exceptional. He could handle ordinary zombies, but faced with higher-ranked undead he was outmatched. Seeing Jean Boer's helpless look, Lin An realized he could not rely on him. He remembered the Fatian Yui he had just obtained and hastily donned it. In an instant his steps grew feather-light, as if his weight had vanished. With a gentle kick he floated upward, buoyant as air. He shot forward like an arrow loosed from its string, plunging into the midst of the pack. The longing sword sang through the air, each stroke carving a dazzling white streak. He brought the blade down viciously across an undead wolf's neck. A gash deep to the bone split its throat. A wet tearing sound echoed. The wound sprayed a mist of blood. The creature whimpered, but it did not fall dead. "Damn, cutting its neck is useless," Lin An swore as he somersaulted clear, drifting to a safer distance. "Yalan, use your fire ability, burn it." "On it," Yalan replied. Her long sword blazed, erupting in roaring flames as a volley of fireballs hurtled toward the undead wolf. The hulking beast sprang and twisted with surprising agility, evading the incoming fireballs. Yalan's burning blade launched another strike. This time the wolf did not dodge but lunged straight at her. With a ripping cry, Yalan's flame blade plunged into the beast's chest. The blade did not extinguish its seared on. The undead wolf howled, collapsed, its body blackening and charring until it crumbled and vanished. Lin An let out a long breath, relief washing over him. "Phew, Yalan, well done. Your fire ability is truly formidable." Lin An thanked her. It seemed the fire element was especially effective against these undead wolves. Their tough hides made ordinary blade strikes scarcely harmful, whereas fire could consume them outright and inflict mortal wounds. After he finished dispatching the remaining undead wolves, Lin An wiped the sweat from his brow. He felt drained and weakened, but knew there was no time to rest. Another undead wolf was crawling toward them. Seeing it closing in, Lin An would not tarry. He sprang up and ran to put distance between them so he could strike back. After only a few paces, an undead wolf pursued him, jaws gaping, lunging with a snap. Lin An slid aside to evade the assault and then brought the longing sword down in a killing stroke once more. With a thunderous clang, the longing sword struck the creature's hide but failed to pierce it. "What kind of skin is this? Tougher than steel," Lin An muttered in astonishment, but before he could dwell on it the beast lunged at him again. Lin An drew the short sword at his waist and engaged it, parrying and slashing in earnest. His blade left only pale marks on the beast's flesh and could not deal fatal damage. These undead wolves were thick-skinned, seemingly immune to pain and unbothered by sword strikes. They only knew how to hurl themselves forward. Lin An fought until he panted for breath, but the creature seemed tireless and kept pressing the attack. He cursed inwardly. He had not expected such stubborn resilience, truly maddening. Mumu, use your lightning ability, hit it with a thunderstorm. All right. Mumu answered. Her Wojin spear hummed as a ring of blue electricity danced along it, then she struck it forward. The blow slammed into the undead wolf's skull. A surge of current ran through its body, instantly numbing it and slowing its movements. Seizing the moment, Lin An surged forward. The longing sword fell in a furious cascade of slashes, sword figures raining like droplets as he pelted the beast with relentless blows. His strikes were keen, each one tearing away a chunk of flesh. Before long the undead wolf was hewn apart, reduced to a scatter of torn meat and a pool of gore, utterly lifeless. Lin An sheathed the longing sword and regarded the carnage with a rueful sigh. This time we've truly put them down, but my stamina is nearly gone. I must replenish it at once. With that thought he hurriedly withdrew a bottle of stamina potion from his pack and swallowed it down. After Lin An consumed the potion he immediately regained his stamina, but his complexion remained pale and the energy he had just expended would require some time to recover. At that moment Lin An noticed a faint red hue emerging on Mumu's spear, indicating that her weapon had reached the platinum level. Not bad. Mumu, your spear has attained the realm of platinum, very impressive. Lin An said with approval. Just now my system notified me that I leveled up and rewarded me with a lot of experience points. Mumu exclaimed excitedly. Lin An smiled upon hearing this. Well, it seems that our hard fight was not in vain. Everyone all right? He asked the group. Fine. All good, they replied in unison, though everyone had sustained minor injuries. Most were not seriously harmed. Lin An nodded, then walked over and kicked Jean Boer. Jean Boer winced in pain, clutching his stomach, and cried out, Commander. Why did you kick me? You nearly got us all killed. Jean Boer quickly put on a smiling face, grinning, hee, Commander, that's not true, didn't we come out of it unscathed? Hoof. Lin An shot him a glare and said, you still dare to mention unscathed? If it weren't for our luck I would have chopped you down right away. Jean Boer rubbed his nose and quickly replied, you are absolutely right, Commander. Lin stepped in to mediate. All right Boer, prepare some food for everyone. It wasn't intentional. Lin An snorted coldly, then turned to the group and said, since everyone is fine, let's quickly rest. At dawn we will continue our journey. Understood, the group replied, beginning to search for a hidden place to rest. That night none of them slept well, remaining in a state of high alert, ready to react immediately if danger arose. As dawn broke they set off again. This time they chose a relatively safe route. The terrain of this route was quite peculiar. Although it took a longer path, it was less likely to encounter monsters. Lin An wanted to avoid encounters with other creatures, fearing it would provoke a swarm attack, so he opted for this route. After 2 or 3 days of traveling without incident, they finally spotted the outline of an abandoned city on the horizon. It was a dilapidated and abandoned city, with the surrounding buildings having collapsed, leaving only a desolate expanse of soil looking very bleak. As they approached the city their hearts couldn't help but swell with excitement. Everyone put in some effort. Once we get the energy crystal we can head home early. Lin An shouted to the group. Yes, Commander, the group agreed, quickening their pace. Suddenly distant gunfire erupted. There's something going on. Lin An's heart sank and he quickly looked toward the sound. He saw dazzling sparks appearing in the distance, clearly indicating that someone was firing heavily. Let's hurry over. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickened their pace toward the command. Before long they arrived near the area where the battle was occurring. Lin An looked up to see a convoy of over a dozen vehicles, a massive fleet with a group of large zombies in front of them. Their mouths were wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, appearing exceptionally menacing. These zombies were immensely strong, towering over ordinary humans, and were fervently attacking the vehicles with their arms and claws. As soon as their claws made contact with the vehicles, it was as if a hot knife was slicing through butter, easily shredding the car's exterior to pieces. Meanwhile the passengers in the vehicles were not idle, their guns were aimed at the zombies, pulling the trigger to fire. Bang bang bang. Put. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the zombies, causing bursts of blood mist to erupt. The zombie that tore the car apart with a single claw was called Dead Claw. Its claws could effortlessly shred any material, and any sturdy defense crumbled like paper before it. This horrifying zombie, like a nightmare for the defenders, did not faze the passengers in the vehicles one bit. They fought like madmen, showing no signs of retreat. They shot down the continuously surging zombies, and even if a comrade beside them was torn apart by a zombie splattering blood all over them, they remained unfazed. This level of combat left Lin An somewhat stunned. It was the first time he had witnessed such fearless warriors. Lin An stayed silent, preparing to observe these individuals closely. A stout zombie was glaring at them, suddenly spitting out a massive fleshy tumor. The tumor arced through the air, landing on one of the vehicles. Boom! The car instantly exploded, and the resulting smoke obscured the sky, shrouding everything in darkness. Everyone stay still. Keep hidden, let's see who these people are. Lin An shouted to the group. He then led them to hide in a concealed location, carefully observing the movements of those individuals. The massive explosion did not shake the strong will of these people to resist facing the tide of incoming zombies. Their weapons continued to spew forth hot bullets. No matter how many zombies lunged at them, they shot at the chests and heads of the zombies without hesitation. They were all dressed in identical black tight suits, wearing helmets that completely obscured their faces. Could these humans be a mercenary group? Lin An speculated in his heart. However, this guess was quickly dismissed. After all, mercenaries were typically those who worked for money, and while they might take on easy tasks, organizing such a large group and showing such fierce resistance seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, these individuals emitted no aura whatsoever, clearly lacking in strength, thus not qualifying as a mercenary group. Lin An was filled with confusion, unsure of what these individuals were about. He took out a high-powered telescope from his space and finally spotted a familiar emblem on their uniforms, a black skull riding a horse. They're from the Iron Cavalry Corps. Lin An's heart jolted, so they were members of the Iron Cavalry Corps. According to his memories from the previous life, soldiers of the Iron Cavalry Corps were not born naturally, rather they were cloned en masse on assembly lines, war machines engineered for combat. From the moment they entered this world, they possessed no self-awareness whatsoever. In essence, they were biomechanical constructs, flesh and blood automatons. No wonder their resistance was so tenacious. They were machines utterly obedient to the rigid protocols implanted directly into their neural architecture. Not only Lin An but the others also noticed their uniforms, all identical in cut, color and insignia. So they truly are from the Iron Cavalry Corps. Never imagined we'd cross paths with them on this journey. What brings the Iron Cavalry Corps all the way to such a remote place? Could they be after our supplies? A murmur rose among the group, thick with astonishment. They were no fools, they sensed immediately that something was deeply amiss. Lin An gazed at them from afar, and his expression shifted abruptly. This city held no notable resources, except one: energy crystals. Shall I seize them by force? He murmured to himself, his face flickering with conflicted resolve. Lin An knew for certain that energy crystals existed within the city. He had personally gathered them alongside others in his past life. Yet judging by their fierce, unyielding resistance, a direct assault would provoke immediate retaliation and escalate into far greater peril. Even retreat might become impossible once hostilities erupted. As the Iron Cavalry Corps fought back with relentless precision, the swarm of zombies besieging them gradually thinned, leaving behind mounds of corpses stacked like hills. Watching the dwindling horde, the group exhaled faintly, but remained vigilant, eyes scanning every shadow, braced for unseen threats. Lin An stood motionless, waiting silently until their resistance ceased entirely. What remained was a shattered street, vehicles reduced to twisted wreckage, bodies strewn across blood-soaked asphalt. At last they halted their assault. Expressionless, they assessed their wounded comrades, then withdrew methodically as if guarding against discovery of their movements. Only after they vanished did Lin An and his companions emerge from concealment. He approached the ruined cars, inspected them closely, and confirmed they were beyond salvage, utterly obliterated. These people are insane. They didn't retreat even as zombies overran them. Indeed, they treat their lives as utterly expendable. A chorus of bewildered voices rose. None could fathom such reckless resolve. Then without warning, a gunshot cracked beside them. Everyone flinched violently and whirled around, only to see Lin An calmly sliding a handgun back into its holster. At his feet lay an Iron Cavalry soldier, skull shattered. Staring at Lin An, their mouths fell agape. Had their commander just executed a helpless, defenseless casualty? It was utterly unlike him. Lin An let out a cold, mirthless laugh. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why I do such a thing, aren't you? Strictly speaking, this individual isn't human. He's a flesh and blood machine. His injuries are fatal. Even if revived, he'd remain a hollow automaton devoid of consciousness. A swift end is mercy. Relief washed over them. Their leader hadn't transformed into a remorseless slaughterer after all. Commander, shall we ignore them entirely and head straight for the energy crystals? Jean Boer suggested. Lin An shook his head. We cannot retrieve them now. The Iron Cavalry Corps seeks them too. What? The words stunned them into silence. Yalan asked, voice tight. They want energy crystals too. Does that mean conflict is inevitable? Lin An nodded. They need them. We need them. They are among the most vital resources for both sides. This confrontation is unavoidable. Then what do we do? How can we possibly defeat them? Jean Boer's face darkened with despair. There seemed not a sliver of advantage. But must we surrender? Mumu's brow furrowed with anguish. Surrender is out of the question, and neither is hope entirely lost. After a long, thoughtful silence, Lin An smiled faintly and spoke. Instantly all eyes turned to him, eager, expectant, hungry for his plan. Jean Boer burst forth, excited. Commander, are you planning another approach? Theft? Deception? Lin An rolled his eyes. Do I strike you as that underhanded? No, we'll use force. Pure unyielding force, to compel them to surrender the energy crystals. His voice was quiet yet carved with absolute certainty. But they outnumber us, and their combat discipline is unmatched. Victory seems unlikely. Jean Boer protested. Simple, 4 words suffice: when the enemy advances we withdraw. At that very moment the Iron Cavalry Corps sped through the city streets in armored vehicles surging toward a massive industrial complex straight for a warehouse. After a brutal efficient clearance of the warehouse's zombie infestation, one soldier retrieved an explosive charge from the vehicle and affixed it to the reinforced steel door. A deafening blast tore the door apart, shattering it into dust and hurling bricks skyward in a choking storm of acrid smoke that set throats burning and lungs gasping. Several Iron Cavalry soldiers stormed inside the warehouse, others parked vehicles at its entrance, still more swiftly loaded crate after crate of cobalt blue containers into the cargo bays. No wonder people call them robots, their efficiency is chillingly mechanical, Jean Boer muttered, lowering his binoculars from a distant rooftop. They're moving out. Time to deploy our countermeasures. Lin An waved once and strode forward without hesitation. They slipped to the opposite side of the factory and took cover in a secluded, unassuming building, one offering an unparalleled vantage point ideal for ambush. Perfect. Let them exhaust themselves, we'll reap the spoils. And I've never yet assembled a high-precision demolition charge. Jean Boer rubbed his hands together eagerly, a detonator gleaming before him. Meanwhile Lin An had already mounted a heavy-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, and through its scope the driver's seat of the lead vehicle was perfectly centered in his crosshairs. He pulled the trigger and a bullet whistled out of the gun's chamber, roaring towards the vehicle that had just approached. With a loud bang the bullet struck the car's body precisely, producing a deafening sound as its force penetrated through the vehicle. The vehicle shook violently and thick black smoke billowed from inside as a large hole appeared on it and a figure was hurled out. Jean Boer also pressed the detonator. With another loud explosion several cars were blown into pieces and everyone inside was killed. Energy crystals scattered across the ground like flowers in the wind. Amidst the wreckage of cars charred bodies were exposed seemingly beyond death. Retreat, he said, swiftly storing the sniper rifle into his spatial pouch. A group of people quickly ran back to their original position, swiftly concealing themselves. Not long after Lin An left, several vehicles arrived and the people inside quickly jumped out, each brandishing a gun to scan the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the attackers. But Lin An and the others had long since retreated. They were destined not to find anyone. Report, Captain, we found no one. They seem to have retreated, but there are traces left behind. Should we pursue? Do not pursue, first transport the cargo back to base. Understood. With that response the convoy set off again, speeding off into the distance. The convoy entered the suburbs where everything was so quiet in this desolate area except for the sound of the wind and the rustling of grass. In a small grove a group of people were hiding behind the trees, vigilantly observing everything around, occasionally peeking out to look around. Lin and her companions were hiding in a corner watching the convoy's movements. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth, revealing a look of pride. Indeed, they have come. Mumu looked at the convoy and asked Sister Lin, how did Brother Lin know they would take this route? Because this is the only road out of the city. The other routes have been damaged for many years, Lin replied. I see. Mumu nodded thoughtfully. Seeing the convoy getting closer, Lin placed her index finger on the sniper rifle's trigger. Wait until the vehicle is about 200 meters away, then you can open fire. Lin instructed them. Okay, everyone nodded. As the vehicle was about to enter their 200-meter range, a faint gunshot suddenly rang out. A bullet flew from the chamber, slicing through the air and piercing the car window, leaving a small hole. Then a muffled groan came from inside as the bullet passed through the other side of the window, spraying blood on the glass. In that instant the driver suddenly turned the steering wheel and the car rammed straight into a large tree. With a crash the vehicle created a large hole in the tree. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out and several drivers in the vehicles were hit, slumping over the steering wheel. At that moment an explosion sounded from the convoy and countless fireballs erupted from the vehicles, turning into brilliant fireworks in the night sky. A series of explosions continued to erupt and flames illuminated the entire sky in a fiery red, as if the heavens themselves were about to burn. Angry shouts erupted from within the vehicles where several landmines had been laid in advance. It worked! Lin's eyes lit up and a look of joy appeared on her face. Our mission is complete. Retreat. Understood. Lin led her group away, quickly running in one direction. If one looked closely they would find that they occasionally dropped some items, whether it be a bullet shell, a used tissue, or an open food package. Soon the people in the convoy discovered their hiding spots. Report, Captain, they have escaped again. Damn it, if we don't eliminate these people it won't end here. Pursue them directly. Understood. The soldiers began to chase after their location. Lin and her companions weaved through the forest, deftly overcoming obstacles as they rushed towards one direction. Quickly they spotted a few figures in that direction. Those figures were Lin An and Jean Boer. How's the situation on your side? Lin An asked anxiously. Lin replied, they must still be hiding nearby. Hurry and search. We must catch them. Understood. The soldiers began to search the area. They ran wildly, not daring to hesitate for a moment, fully aware that this situation was serious. If they allowed them to escape they would never find their trail again. Just as they burst out of the woods, Lin An and the others had already reached the edge of a small town. Finally out. It was too dangerous. Jean Boer gasped, leaning on his knees. When he looked up at the small town, he felt a shiver run down his spine. The small town was densely populated with countless zombies appearing like a scorched earth covered in a blanket of decaying fungi. On the street lay many corpses now blackened and purple, spreading an eerie and terrifying atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. Damn, what kind of place is this? Jean Boer exclaimed, feeling uncomfortable as goosebumps rose all over his body. Lin frowned deeply. This small town was indeed too strange, to the point where she felt a sense of dread. She turned around to see the pursuing soldiers had already caught up. This is a corpse nest. We should hide and watch a good show. The group found a concealed spot and saw the Iron Cavalry soldiers charge into the town. Soon these soldiers found themselves surrounded by the horde of zombies. The zombies roared incessantly, clawing and lunging at the Iron Cavalry soldiers. The Iron Cavalry soldiers raised their weapons and began to fight against the zombies. In no time several of their men were bitten and more kept falling injured. Yet these soldiers remained undeterred, their faces expressionless and cold like machines. They continued to shoot their weapons at the oncoming zombies. At that moment another wave of undead surged in from all directions, launching a frenzied assault on the soldiers of the Iron Cavalry. These undead were like cockroaches that could not be killed. No matter how many shots you fired at them, they could rise again and continue their attack as if they would never be exterminated. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed through the small town. Each shot took the life of one undead, causing them to fall one after another. In this brutal fight, the number of Iron Cavalry soldiers continued to dwindle and their weapons gradually became more burdensome. Retreat! Damn it, retreat! Damn, how could they appear in this place? Retreat! As they retreated, the group of undead began to pursue them, attacking relentlessly. Ah! Bang! Puff! The speed of these undead was astonishing. Some Iron Cavalry soldiers did not even have a chance to react before being pounced upon, torn apart in an instant, blood and brain matter spraying out and staining the entire street. Under these circumstances, the soldiers had no choice but to quicken their pace, retreating while firing at the undead behind them. These undead seemed largely unaffected by gunfire. Their speed remained incredibly fast, and soon two more Iron Cavalry soldiers fell to their hands. Lin An and others watched the battle from afar, seeing the bodies of Iron Cavalry soldiers fall at the feet of the undead, their faces reflecting a serious expression. These monsters are even more troublesome than a swarm of insects. We simply cannot kill them. Lin An couldn't help but exclaim. Although they had firearms, they were ineffective against such a large horde of undead. Yeah, luckily we're not the ones being attacked. Jean Boer nodded in agreement. Just as they finished speaking, an Iron Cavalry soldier was suddenly pierced by the claw of an undead, the claw coated in venom which instantly drilled through the soldier's chest. Ah! The soldier screamed in agony as his body began to slowly transform from a robust man into a puddle of rotten flesh emitting a foul stench. Seeing this, Jean Boer couldn't help but shudder. He hadn't expected that undead to be so powerful. What the hell is that, a deathclaw? Instantly destroying steel constructs is one thing, but to reduce a person to nothing just like that. This is simply terrifying. Jean Boer exclaimed in shock as he watched the Iron Cavalry soldier turn into putrid flesh. At that moment Lin An spoke up. Alright, let's leave directly, we shouldn't concern ourselves with them anymore. The others nodded, and according to plan they returned to their vehicle. At this time a few soldiers still guarded the convoy, unaware that their comrades were being ravaged by the undead. Lin An looked at these soldiers and decisively said to everyone, fire. In an instant everyone opened fire at these soldiers. Bang bang bang. A series of gunfire rang out and those soldiers were instantly turned into a beehive. Thus Lin An and the others quickly reached the side of the vehicles. They opened the door of one vehicle and saw boxes of neatly stacked energy crystals inside, unable to contain their excitement. Haha, finally got our hands on them. Great, we finally obtained so many energy crystals. We are incredibly lucky to encounter so many energy crystals this time. Jean Boer looked at the full boxes of energy crystals, equally thrilled. Alright, let's hurry and load up the goods, then leave this place. We shouldn't linger here any longer. Lin An spoke. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. The sound was all too familiar. Lin An's pupils suddenly constricted and a sense of dread filled his heart. Not good. They were caught up by the undead, Lin An said in terror. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up ahead. Before them stood a dense mass of undead. Their skin was nearly all corroded, revealing the white bones beneath. The eyes of these undead were hollow and devoid of spirit, evoking a sense of nausea. Without needing to think too much, it was clear that the Iron Cavalry soldiers had not managed to hold out until the end. The commotion from the Iron Cavalry soldiers had startled the undead that were previously wandering in their lair, and they followed the scent. Oh, hurry, if we delay any longer we won't be able to escape. Lin An urged. Everyone quickly boarded the vehicle and started it up, speeding away into the distance. Drive faster, hurry. Lin An shouted at a teammate who was driving. They were racing ahead, but the undead were closing in ever faster. Soon the undead appeared in their line of sight. Watching the rapidly approaching undead, Lin An couldn't help but curse. How could these undead catch up so quickly? What the hell is going on? As soon as Lin An's words fell, an undead lunged at the vehicle. The car window shattered as the undead jumped aboard, lunging for Lin An's neck. He hurriedly raised his hand to block the undead's teeth and pushed it down. Watching the undead being pushed off, Lin An breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried about being bitten, but unexpectedly this undead was thrown down by the vehicle and killed. Everyone speed up. We need to escape from here quickly. Lin An urged the other Iron Cavalry soldiers. Everyone began to accelerate, but the speed of the undead was equally fast, quickly overtaking their convoy, surrounding them closely. Damn it! How could we be so unlucky? Jean Boer slammed his fist against the seat, enraged. Stop complaining, let's figure out how to deal with these undead first, Lin An replied. Alright, let's take care of these undead first, Jean Boer nodded. They smashed the car windows with their gun butts, and one by one the gun barrels extended out of the windows, firing fiercely at the undead outside. Bang bang bang. A series of gunfire erupted and the undead outside the car were instantly blasted apart, falling into pools of blood. Ah! My hand was grabbed by an undead, it hurt so much. At that moment a teammate suddenly cried out in pain. Everyone quickly turned their heads to see an undead gripping the teammate's wrist, its mouth wide open as it devoured the wrist, bright red blood gushing out. The face of the team member was as pale as paper, clearly unable to endure the pain any longer. Without a word, Lin An drew the long sword and swiftly severed the teammate's arm. Moo Moo, hurry and stop the bleeding. Lin An instructed Moo Moo, tossing the severed arm out of the car window, attracting a swarm of zombies. Okay, Moo Moo nodded and began to apply pressure to the wound. The team member rolled on the ground in agony, beads of sweat dotting his face indicating his extreme pain. Yet he cast a grateful glance at Lin An, knowing that once bitten by a zombie the toxins would spread through his body, leading him down the same path as the undead. It could be said that Lin An saved his life. Outside the car window, zombies continued to chase after the convoy. Faster, faster. Drive faster. Lin An urged loudly. Upon hearing his words, everyone quickly stepped on the gas, racing forward with all their might. Gunfire erupted as they frantically shot at the surrounding zombies while accelerating the vehicle, hoping to escape these undead as soon as possible. As they put in all their effort to shake off the zombies, they noticed that the speed of the undead was considerably faster than theirs. Some zombies even leaped onto the car roof, their crimson eyes fixated on them. Damn! They can jump this high! Jean Boer exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. The expressions of Lin An and the others turned grave. No matter how powerful they are, we must eliminate them today. After saying that, he took out a machine gun from his storage space and began to unleash a barrage of fire upon the zombies, suppressing them. The zombies were pierced by the bullets of the heavy machine gun, collapsing one after another onto the ground. Dod day day. Dod day day. Lin An and the others fired frantically, their vehicle occasionally crashing into some zombies, causing the car to shake. However, they paid no mind to the situation, continuing to fire without pause. In no time, the area around Lin An's convoy was littered with zombie corpses. At that moment, two more zombies leaped onto the car roof, lunging at the humans inside. Lin An reacted swiftly, slashing his sword and cleaving the two zombies in half before tossing the corpses out of the car. That was close. Lin An sighed in relief as he saw the two zombies fall off the car roof. Look! More zombies are chasing us from behind. How did they manage to jump up again? Suddenly Jean Boer's voice echoed in Lin An's mind, prompting him to turn around. The sight startled him. He saw another large group of zombies charging towards them from behind, moving at an incredible speed, like a flash of lightning, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Damn it, we're surrounded! Jean Boer exclaimed, despair filling his face. With so many zombies, it seemed they were doomed. Don't be afraid. Everyone concentrate your fire and clear the zombies off the roof. Lin An said in a deep voice. He climbed out of the sunroof, standing on top of the car, and pulled out a grenade launcher to fire at the zombies behind them. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted as grenades continuously detonated above the zombies' heads. While firing wildly, Lin An shot grenade after grenade at the zombies. Boom boom boom. The grenades blasted into the zombies, obliterating them, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. One by one the shells exploded within the horde of zombies, creating massive craters, only to be filled by the subsequent waves of For a moment the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke and gunfire, with hundreds of zombies killed and thousands injured, yet they kept pouring in from all sides, making it impossible to kill them all. At that moment an even worse piece of news arrived. Not good, there's no road ahead. How can there be no road? Hearing the driver's words, Lin An and the others' faces turned extremely awkward. There's a bridge ahead and it's collapsed. The driver's face was grim as he spoke. Damn it. It looks like we'll have to abandon these vehicles and find another route. Lin An said seriously as he looked at the zombies. Hearing his words, everyone nodded. Let's all run down the side road with me. Yes, the group replied in unison. Lin An swiftly tossed the few vehicles along with the energy crystals loaded in them into his storage space. It wasn't that he cherished the vehicles, but because opening each car door to gather the energy crystals would consume time. By then the zombies would likely catch up. He then led everyone up a hillside via the right slope, diving into a bend midway up the mountain. Soon they found themselves on a narrow path and circled around to the other side. Phew. Phew. Just as Lin An and the others had not run far, the zombies pursuing them from behind caught up. Damn it, how can there be more zombies coming? What the hell, this is ridiculous. Jean Boer and the teammates looked at the zombies, their expressions tense to the extreme. The group continued to focus on running forward. Suddenly they screeched to a halt. In front of them lay a cliff. Below the cliff was a turbulent river surging and splashing. What? What do we do? Jean Boer looked at the raging river ahead, his face turning ashen. What do we do? Are we supposed to jump into this river? Lin An glanced back at the pursuing zombies and nodded, saying, "We have no choice but to jump." He then asked, "Who can't swim?" "I." Moo hesitantly raised her hand. Lin An furrowed his brow and quickly said, "When we go down, make sure to hold on to me tightly." Then he leaped off the cliff, plunging into the river. Splash! Splash! After hitting the water, everyone jumped in, splashing water against the cliff's rocky surface. Soon they all surfaced. Once Lin An and the others emerged, they immediately pulled out assault rifles from their backpacks, disengaged the safeties, and aimed at the scattered zombies floating on the river. Day. Round after round of bullets shot from Lin An and the others' rifles, turning the zombies into Swiss cheese. Moo, who fell into the water, did not know how to get her head above the surface. Lin An looked at Moo, shook his head helplessly, and then used his foot to step on her, lifting her up with his body and bringing her out of the water. Moo emerged from the water coughing violently. After finally expelling the water that had filled her lungs, she felt much more comfortable. "Hold on to me." With that, Moo grabbed Lin An while the team member who had lost his hand clutched onto Jean Boer, and everyone swam quickly towards the opposite shore. The distance was short and soon they reached the opposite shore and climbed onto a rock. After climbing up, Lin An let out a sigh of relief. Finally safe. Phew, luckily we ran in time, otherwise we would have died here. Moo and the others also exhaled deeply, their faces showing a look of having survived a disaster, their hearts still racing from the fear they had just experienced. This time they almost died here. Others also sighed in relief, their faces reflecting a sense of fortune, panting heavily. The previous crisis was incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for their good luck, they might have already perished. "Alright, everyone, let's take a break for a bit," Lin An said to the group. Everyone replied, beginning to rest. Just then a cold wind blew by, lifting their wet clothes and tousling their hair. Lin An looked up at the sky. At that moment the sky was overcast and it seemed like a heavy rain was about to fall. Is it going to rain again? No way. How unlucky can we get? Unable to help herself, Moo murmured as she looked at the sky. Lin An looked up at the sky as well, his expression growing serious. The dark clouds were thickening, it seemed that rain was indeed approaching. It's going to rain, the weather is damp and cold. Everyone make sure to take precautions against the cold and take off your wet clothes. Lin An reminded everyone, and then took off the t-shirt he was wearing and draped it over himself. Just as Lin An took off his shirt, he suddenly noticed that Moo and Yilin were standing there with their heads down, their faces flushed with embarrassment. He awkwardly realized that they were a group of grown men, and it was indeed a bit inappropriate to have the two girls remove their clothes. The others curiously looked at them. Lin An shot them a glare and shouted, "You little rascals, what are you staring at? Turn around quickly and face away from them." Everyone burst into laughter and quickly turned around, facing away from Moo and Yilin. Lin An took out a few sets of clothes from his storage space, prepared to deal with unexpected situations in the wild, and now they came in an atmosphere filled with awkwardness. Everyone changed into the clothes. Just as they finished changing, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky, followed by flashes of lightning. Boom! Boom! As the thunder roared, large raindrops fell from the sky, soaking everyone's. "Damn! It's coming down so fast!" Everyone cursed in unison. "Everyone be quiet. Let's quickly find a place to hide," Lin An shouted to those who were complaining. He hadn't expected to encounter such weather today. Upon hearing Lin An's words, everyone fell silent and stopped discussing. Why is this cursed weather coming down so quickly? Who knows? Forget it, let's first find a place to take shelter from the rain. After searching in the vicinity for quite a while, they finally found a cave. After entering the cave, Lin An and the others began to search for a dry spot. As they searched in the cave, they were surprised to find signs that someone had once lived there. Oh, someone has lived? Really? No way, how could anyone live here? Looking at a pile of extinguished campfire remnants, everyone confirmed that people had indeed once resided here. The person must have left. Let's start a fire. They had been drenched by the rain during their run and their clothes were wet. The chilling cold made them shiver. The group sat around the campfire and began to ignite the flames. Although the cave was not large, it was enough to accommodate all of them. Phew, it's so warm. I feel like my skin is about to wrinkle from soaking. I'm alright, my clothes are just wet and my pants block some of the cold. You're fine, at least you have pants to cover. In the unfortunate one, my clothes and pants are completely soaked and provide no cover at all. As they chatted and warmed themselves by the fire, soon their bodies felt warm. Why don't we eat something quickly? I'm starving. Yeah, I'm about to starve. Everyone chimed in, showing signs of hunger as their stomachs growled incessantly. Lin An smiled helplessly and took out a pile of food from his storage space. The others took the food Lin An offered and began to gobble it down. Just as they were eating, a sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Hearing the footsteps, Lin An frowned slightly and his expression turned a bit grim. What's wrong? What's happening? Hearing the footsteps at the cave entrance, everyone put down their food and looked toward the entrance in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Lin An glanced at everyone and then explained there might be someone outside. Everyone was taken aback, their faces showing signs of shock. No way. Could it be zombies? Shit. What if they attack us? Everyone hastily took out their weapons, aiming at the cave entrance. Suddenly 5 figures appeared at the cave entrance. Just as everyone was about to shoot, Lin An suddenly shouted, don't shoot, they are humans. These 5 individuals looked very young, all men in their 20s or 30s, disheveled and dressed in rags resembling beggars. They appeared extremely disheveled, as if they hadn't bathed in hundreds of years, wearing dirty clothes and emitting a foul odor. Who are you? How did you end up in our home? One of the men asked. Home? Lin An thought this cave certainly didn't resemble a home. Regardless, they were occupying someone else's place. Lin An awkwardly coughed and said, we were just passing through, and since it started raining heavily we couldn't find a place to take shelter and had to come here. So we borrowed a place to stay for the night. Hope you don't mind. Lin An explained, wearing an apologetic expression. He did not harbor any ulterior motives to take over someone else's territory, they were merely seeking a refuge from the rain. However, the few men still wore wary expressions, and one of them nervously said, you're not here to take us back, are you? Lin An was left both amused and exasperated. We are merely passing through, we have no such intentions. Besides, we are just looking for a place to take shelter from the rain. Lin An went on to explain, and to add some persuasion he recounted how he had previously defeated the Iron Cavalry Corps and led a successful defense against a horde of zombies. What? You defeated a squad of the Iron Cavalry Corps? The men were genuinely shocked, their eyes widening in astonishment as they looked at Lin An. Indeed. It was sheer luck that I managed to outsmart them, Lin An replied. So that's how it is. Incredible. There are actually such formidable individuals in this world, the men exclaimed, their faces lighting up with excitement. They then revealed their identities. This time it was Lin An and his group who were taken aback. It turned out that these men were soldiers of the Iron Cavalry Corps who had suddenly awakened their self-awareness one day. So how did you suddenly awaken your self-awareness? Lin An asked, puzzled. Well, that's a long story. One of the men spoke up, since childhood we have been different from others. In the depths of our memories, vague images would often surface only to vanish again. Yet deep within our subconscious there was always a force telling us that we are human, that we have flesh and blood, and that we are capable of thought. Thus we began to attempt recalling these images. The process was painful, the slave chips in our brains resisted such memories, but the more we tried to remember, the clearer those images became. So we kept thinking and recalling over and over again. Eventually we succeeded. Lin An finally understood. No wonder these individuals had suddenly awakened their self-awareness, it was for this reason. I have some food, let me bring it to you. Thank you. The 5 men quickly reached out to accept the food Lin An handed them. Lin An explained his abilities to them and eventually extended an invitation, saying, I see that you've been hiding in this cave all day, it's not a long-term solution. How about joining our fortress? What do you think? Join your fortress. The other men were taken aback, not expecting Lin An to propose that they join his faction. Yes, join my faction. Lin An stated firmly. Think it over, once you join you will no longer have to worry about life-threatening dangers. Lin An continued to persuade them. Consider this, we have plenty of food here, enough for you to eat for 2 or 3 years or even longer. If you are willing to join us, we can guarantee that you will not face any harm. Lin An encouraged them again. The men fell into silence, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. They knew that hiding in the cave was indeed quite desolate, but the environment here was simply too harsh. They truly struggled to adapt to such conditions and wished to find a stable place to live comfortably. Do you need more time to think it over? Seeing the men lost in thought, Lin An couldn't help but ask. After a moment of contemplation, the men spoke, we can join you, but you need to offer us some compensation, otherwise we won't agree to join. Once they finished speaking, they kept their eyes fixed on Lin An, their expressions filled with caution and vigilance. What do you propose? If you ever have conflicts with the Iron Cavalry Corps again, you must let us participate. The reason they had become so wary was that they had heard the Iron Cavalry Corps was pursuing them, and they had endured much hardship while wandering, finally finding a stable place to hide. Their hatred for the Iron Cavalry Corps ran deep. No problem. Lin An readily agreed. He had no hesitation about this matter and had already decided to bring these men under his wing. What is your name? One of the men asked. I am Lin An, he replied, stating his name. Lin An. The man searched his mind but hadn't heard of this name before. Seeing the puzzled look on the other's face, Lin An chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, "You probably don't know me. Perhaps it's because my fortress is not very famous, huh? What about you? We have no names. They don't even consider us human, so how could they give us names?" Lin An nodded. The Iron Cavalry Corps treated soldiers as expendable resources, and naming them would be a waste. "Alright, welcome to our group." Lin An extended his right hand and shook hands with the men. They pulled each other close, sitting around the campfire chatting happily while eating the food in their hands. Lin An did not join them. Instead, he sat aside and opened the trading page in the system, eager to see if there were any good items for sale. Suddenly a beautifully crafted bow appeared before his eyes. He quickly clicked in to check its attributes. Dark bow, special weapon, strength 20, attack speed 20, stamina 10, additional effect: after use it can summon black lightning to strike enemies within range, doubling the damage. Required level 25. After reading it, Lin An couldn't help but gasp in awe. This was indeed a powerful weapon. The attack speed of this bow was astonishingly high, even faster than the long sword in his hand, and the damage was doubled. If this bow were equipped by Annie, it would be tailor-made for her. If she had this bow, she could effortlessly take down soldiers of the Iron Cavalry Corps. This bow was incredibly important to him. "Boss, how much is this bow?" Lin An couldn't help but ask the shop owner, eager to own this bow. "This bow is of no use to you, and I only sell it to those destined to have it, not to strangers." "No more talk. 2,300 corpse cores." The shop owner replied. "A bow worth 2,300 corpse cores." Lin An felt shocked. Such a high price was outrageous. However, considering that this bow would perfectly match Annie's attributes and that she would level up in the future, it would become a powerful treasure in her hands. Lin An gritted his teeth and said, "Alright, it's a deal. I'll give you 2,300 corpse cores right now." The boss, taken aback by Lin An's prompt response, had expected him to hesitate but was surprised by how decisively Lin An agreed. Had he known this, he should have raised the price a bit more. But there was no going back now. Words once spoken were like water spilled. In the end, Lin An purchased the bow. He glanced at the purple-black bow and attempted to pull it, but no matter how hard he tried, the bowstring remained completely still. It was probably because he wasn't a bowman by profession. After placing the dark bow into his storage space, he thought for a moment and opened the trading system again to look for suitable arrows. Black feather arrow, special weapon, attack 30, additional armor penetration effect, special skill. Black feather arrow, attached skill, can pierce through enemy defenses upon firing, can only use one arrow at a time, cooldown of 10 seconds, consumes 500 stamina each time. Additional, upon firing it can pierce through enemy defenses and only one arrow can be used at a time. Upon seeing the arrow's attributes, Lin An couldn't help but display a shocked expression. Such powerful attributes, it even had armor-piercing capabilities. This meant that even the toughest-skinned monsters could be pierced with a single shot. "Boss, how much is this arrow?" Lin An asked. "If you want it, it's 85 per arrow." "What? That's so expensive." Lin An felt his heart bleed and could only buy 10 arrows for now. The trading system constantly sent player transactions to the public screen, quickly drawing the attention of other players. "Wow, this guy is loaded. Buying such expensive arrows without a second thought. Indeed, even this dark bow could fetch a good price on the market. He bought it all without hesitation. He's so bold. If only I had friends like him, life wouldn't be so tough." "Don't get your hopes up. He hasn't even told us his name. We have no connection with him. Who would want to be friends with someone like that? Who is this guy? He's so incredible, buying such an expensive bow all by himself. This guy is a bit foolish, spending 2,300 corpse cores on a bow. If it were you all who would spend 2,300 corpse cores on something like this. Do you realize how many zombies you'd have to kill for that amount of money?" "Exactly. This arrow is so pricey. One arrow could buy food for several players. You can't blame him. After all, such an expensive bow is rare in the game. I actually think his decision was very worthwhile because this is an opportunity." "I think so too." The crowd buzzed with conversation. Naturally, Lin An could also see their messages on the public screen, but he paid them no mind. Their chatter had no effect on him. In his eyes, this bow was the only priceless item. Everything else was insignificant. As long as he presented this bow to Annie, she would be able to acquire even more powerful attributes in the shortest time possible. He believed that with the aid of this bow she would surely become stronger. There was even a possibility that she could become a high-level warrior in no time. Once Annie advanced to a high-level warrior, he would have the chance to gain more powerful strength and higher-grade equipment. Everything was so tempting to him. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. This guy really doesn't care about money, buying such things without blinking an eye. At that moment, a message appeared on the already bustling public screen. "Does anyone remember the guy who spent a lot on a blind box last time? It seems to be him, and he even got a good treasure. Sigh, this is the gap between us. Well, it is what it is. He has money, plenty of it." Players on the public screen discussed Lin An's situation. Lin An took in the scene, feeling a bit of secret delight. He felt that being so generous was truly wise and heroic. Lin An then browsed the marketplace but didn't find anything good, so he closed the trading interface. The torrential rain continued throughout the night and eventually ceased. When the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the earth, Lin An led the group towards the fortress. Meanwhile, in the Black Flag Fortress, Zhao Kuang sat at the head position listening to reports from his subordinates. Lord Fortress Master Lin An's fortress is experiencing an energy shortage and has gone out to search for energy crystals. Zhao Kuang's heart leaped with joy as he asked, is he not in the city now? Is the city defense weak? Not too weak, but the number of people on the city wall has decreased. According to the scouts' reports, only a few hundred remain in the defending army now. Only a few hundred. Humph, that's truly pitiful. Zhao Kuang snorted coldly and instructed, keep sending people to monitor. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately. Yes, Lord Fortress Master. The subordinate respectfully replied and then turned to leave. Lin An, let's see how far you can run. Zhao Kuang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he thought to himself. At that moment a subordinate entered the room and respectfully said, Lord Fortress Master, the Iron Cavalry just sent a letter for you to read personally. What letter? Bring it to me. Zhao Kuang frowned upon hearing this. Yes, Lord Fortress Master. The subordinate then handed the letter to Zhao Kuang. After reading it, Zhao Kuang's brows furrowed slightly. The content of the letter was brief, but it was enough to shock everyone. Everyone leave. No one is allowed to enter my study without my orders. The subordinate nodded and then turned to leave. Once everyone had left, Zhao Kuang's gaze fixed on the letter on the table, his expression becoming serious. This was a letter of alliance in which the Iron Cavalry hoped to form an alliance with the Black Flag Fortress to deal with common enemies. Zhao Kuang's face showed a contemplative expression. Although he admired the Iron Cavalry, that didn't mean he could easily agree to this matter. If he casually agreed to the alliance, it might bring unnecessary trouble, causing great disadvantages to him later. He wasn't a fool, such alliances were definitely not equal and he would be used while helping others count their money. However, he was also worried that if he missed the Iron Cavalry he would end up with nothing when he wanted to regret. Sigh, it seems I can only observe for a while before deciding. Once there are no objections, it won't be too late to agree. Zhao Kuang sighed and folded the letter. Lin An successfully returned to the fortress. After arranging accommodations for the 5 individuals and placing the energy crystals into the storage room, he went to take a look at the newly established school within the fortress. The primitive people and many survivor children were learning here. Sun Yanran was passionately teaching these primitive individuals, starting with the basics of literacy, enthusiastically pointing at the words written on the blackboard. Lin An stood at the door listening for a few moments, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. Sun Yanran was indeed very skilled in education. He explained things meticulously, simultaneously teaching basic knowledge while delivering his lecture. His teaching was very detailed and professional, and such a teaching style was indeed quite suitable for the students with poor foundational knowledge. After listening to his lecture, many benefited greatly, especially the knowledge-deficient primitives. They were so captivated that they even forgot about their surroundings. An hour later, Sun Yanran finally finished the class. Alright students, you have a 2-day break starting tomorrow. I hope you take the time to rest well and complete the assignments given to you. I will return to teach you in 2 days. Sun Yanran said to everyone while reaching up to wipe the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This hour of lecturing had left him feeling somewhat exhausted. Thank you, teacher, thank you. The primitive people spoke in unison. Lin An and others echoed their sentiments. Well, you may go back, but let me be clear, if any of you dare to slack off and not do your homework, you will face the consequences. Sun Yanran spoke sternly. Hearing this, the primitive people quickly replied, we guarantee that we want. We will study hard and definitely not disappoint your expectations, Dean. After hearing this, Sun Yanran nodded in satisfaction, saying, alright, I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves. He then turned and left. Teacher, take care. Everyone said in unison. Lin An smiled and waved at them, and the primitive people quickly stood up in unison upon seeing him. Alright, everyone sit down. I am here to find Annie, Lin An said. Upon hearing that the commander was looking for her, Annie's eyes widened in surprise. She stood up involuntarily, asking, Commander, may I ask what you need from me? What, am I not welcome? Lin An pretended to be sad, putting on a mournful expression. Annie quickly shook her head, saying, no, how could that be? Please sit down. After hearing this, Lin An nodded in satisfaction, saying, good, now that's more like it, I won't stand on ceremony. He then sat down. Annie, how have you been adjusting during this time? Lin An inquired. I'm alright, thank you for your concern, Commander. Annie replied, her demeanor very respectful. It's nothing. If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me and I will help you. Thank you for your kindness, Commander. Everyone has been very supportive of me, and Teacher Sun has also been very attentive to my studies. I have learned a lot from him. Lin An nodded slightly. Annie, here's something for you. Lin An took out a dark curved bow from his storage space and handed it to Annie. What is this? Annie asked, puzzled. This is a black curved bow that I bought yesterday. If you practice well with it, you can kill all monsters below level 5. With it, whether you're hunting monsters or facing any danger, it will help you. As Lin An spoke, he handed it to Annie. She accepted the bow, carefully examining it. She noticed that this black curved bow was different from ordinary bows. It had a thin body but a robust string with spiral patterns circling around its limbs. I can't accept this. Annie refused, her face turning crimson. Why not? Lin An asked, confused. I. Annie lowered her head, knowing that the quality of this dark curved bow was certainly not low. Such a wonderful bow must have cost you a lot, Commander. How could I possibly accept it? Annie, I'm not short on money, just accept it. Lin An replied with a smile. Alright, since you insist, I won't decline anymore. Annie nodded gently, accepting the dark curved bow Lin An had given her. Then Lin An left amidst the gaze of many primitive people. Once Lin An had walked a distance away, everyone couldn't help but discuss. Did you see that? The commander just gifted Annie a good weapon. I really envy Annie for receiving such a good weapon. I want one too. I also want one of those weapons. But unfortunately I could never have such a weapon. Sigh, I can only watch. But I've noticed that as long as you work hard, the commander will provide you with good equipment. Once we become strong in the future, we will surely obtain our own weapons. In the eyes of the many primitive people, they had already envisioned a future where they would become stronger, feeling an even stronger sense of belonging to the fortress. Lin An was unaware of the profound impact his earlier actions had on these primitive people. At that moment he had already left the school and arrived outside the city walls. Outside the city walls there was a desolate plain overgrown with wild grass. Looking at this wasteland, the farming instinct ingrained in him as a Huaxiao person surged within, making him feel uncomfortable. This land should really be cultivated. So he opened the system to check if he had enough resources to build a farm. Upon checking, he was pleasantly surprised. With the fortress developing day by day, the materials for the farm had been sufficiently produced, allowing for the construction of nearly 100 acres of farmland. Although the food collected so far was sufficient, having food in storage made him feel secure. He quickly ordered the system to construct 80 acres of farmland. Ding! Congratulations to the player for building a farm, earning 7,810 experience points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin An was exceedingly excited and hurriedly checked the farm's data. Farm advanced building can plant various vegetables, fruits, corn, wheat, rice and other crops. Requires 100 corpses per acre to exchange for crop seeds. Note: crops harvested cannot be saved for seeds. Lin An was taken aback upon seeing this 500 corpse cores per acre was too expensive. The saying that food prices in the apocalypse are like gold was indeed not mistaken. Forget it, I'll just plant this land first. No matter how expensive it is, I'll give it a try. I need to secure food before considering anything else. Lin An thought to himself. Soon in the desolate area outside the city, a farm was being constructed automatically, and before long a farm of considerable scale emerged. Congratulations player, you have acquired a farm advanced building and the title Farming Maniac. Lin An was overjoyed upon hearing this, not expecting the system to offer him such a surprise. Although it required a considerable investment, the 20 increase in yield made it worthwhile. He then built walls around the farm connecting it to the fortress, thus integrating this land into the fortress city. This way, even if attacked, he could protect these precious crops. Everyone witnessed the miraculous construction of the farm and started to flatter him. Commander, you truly are a genius. Such a technique. Indeed, I also think this is impressive, almost like a miracle. It's just like a blueprint that can instantaneously create a city. Lin An noticed In Buwan was present, waved his hand and said, In Buwan, come here. Oh. In Buwan hurriedly ran to his side and bowed, asking, Please Commander, instruct me. Lin An said to In Buwan, From today on, this farm is under your management. Quickly gather people to plant a batch of crops so we can harvest before winter. Yes. In Buwan nodded and immediately began directing the workers to dig and sow seeds, preparing to plant crops. At this moment Yalan suddenly approached him with a serious expression. Seeing her expression, Lin An knew something was amiss. He quickly asked, What's wrong? Is there any new development? I've spotted a group of people approaching. They are armed and heading in our direction. Yalan said. People. Who are they? Lin An furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Currently uncertain, but judging by their aggressive demeanor it certainly doesn't bode well. Yalan spoke with a grave face. They're seeking death. Anyone daring to provoke me won't make it home alive. Lin An replied coldly, his face darkening as his eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Yalan felt a shiver run through her as she sensed the murderous aura radiating from Lin An. At this moment Lin An was filled with rage. Yalan, immediately prepare all guards. Shall we go out and take a look now? Yalan suggested. Sure, I'm also feeling a bit bored. Lin An nodded in agreement. Soon the two of them exited the farm and moved towards the location of the enemy group. At this time the group was charging towards them, all dressed in grey clothing adorned with a skull emblem on their chests and the chest plate red skull. Some of them wielded guns while others held knives, their faces filled with brutishness, exuding a menacing aura. These people are wasteland bandits. Lin An immediately identified these people's identities. The so-called wasteland bandits were a group of robbers roaming the desolate world of the apocalypse, expelled from other fortresses. Thus they were never good folks, becoming even more reckless. They often formed a gathering point in one location before pillaging, and once they drained all resources from that area they would seek a new region to continue their looting. These individuals did not possess high combat abilities, thus posing a nuisance to large fortresses easily swatted away, but like weeds they would soon reappear. However, for smaller fortresses these bandits represented a significant threat. Let's go meet these guys. Stop! Lin An shouted, blocking their path. Who are you to dare obstruct my way? Seeking death. As soon as Lin An's voice fell he was met with a furious roar from the opposing side. A burly man wielding an iron rod swung it at Lin An. Seeking death. Lin An declared, kicking forcefully. The iron rod was sent flying and the man was knocked over onto the ground. Ouch! The man cried out in agony, falling to the ground spitting blood and unable to get back up. Damn it, who are you? How dare you attack my brother? Are you seeking death? Another burly man shouted angrily upon seeing this. Suddenly one of them spotted Lin and immediately wore a lewd grin. Ha, this girl is truly beautiful, I think we should reward her to the boss, huh? Seeking death. Lin An was enraged, delivering a powerful punch to the man's stomach. The man screamed in pain, his body flying backward, blood spewing forth. The remaining bandits were astonished at this scene. Damn it, who is this person? How could he be so strong? No wonder he dared to block our path. Big brother, this kid is not simple. The burly man clutched his stomach, struggling to stand up, aided by another bandit beside him. Damn it, no matter who he is, since he dares to block my way he is seeking death. Brothers, let's take him down together. The burly man glared at Lin An, his eyes filled with murderous intent and rage. Understood. Brothers, let's take him down. Kill. The bandits shouted excitedly, raising their weapons and charging towards Lin An. Hoof. Lin An snorted coldly upon seeing this, his figure suddenly flashing, instantly appearing before the bandits. He reached out, grabbing one bandit's head and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Bang! A sturdy body flew out, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Lin An then raised his right foot and kicked out viciously. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded as the bandit's neck was snapped, his head flying away. Bang! Another bandit was hit by Lin An's kick, flying away and colliding with a rock, dying on the spot. In just a few seconds Lin An's figure vanished, reappearing beside another bandit, delivering a knee strike that sent the bandit flying. Boom! Bang! Each of Lin An's punches was lethal, each kick exploding the bandit's skull. In the blink of an eye over 30 bandits had been killed. The remaining bandits were stunned and hastily evaded Lin An's attacks. Unfortunately their speed was far too slow to escape, and they were all caught by Lin An, each one knocked down to the ground, unable to move. You! Who exactly are you? We are wasteland bandits, how dare you harm us? Just wait, we will not let you go. Hoof. You won't let me go. I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity. Lin An's expression turned icy upon hearing this. The burly man looked at his men, half of whom had collapsed, and he was terrified to the core. Don't come near me. Please don't hurt me, I am willing to surrender. I will submit to you. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Submit. Do I need trash like you? Lin An couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. The burly man's muscles twitched on his face, breaking through his defenses in an instant, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it. Who do you think you are to insult us like this? I tell you, if I don't chop you into 1,000 pieces today I won't be a human. Saying this, the burly man raised the iron rod in his hand and swung it down fiercely at Lin An. Boom! The iron rod came crashing down with a whistling sound, but Lin An showed no fear. Boom! The iron rod struck Lin An, producing a deafening noise. The iron rod in the burly man's hands instantly broke apart. Meanwhile Lin An merely swayed a few times, not even sustaining a scratch. All the bandits present were dumbfounded by the scene, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Is this the kind of power that a human should possess? Lin An stepped on the burly man and then slapped him across the face. Slap. A crisp sound of slapping echoed, causing the burly man's face to turn red and swollen, tears and mucus mixed with blood flowing out, looking utterly disheveled. You. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such overwhelming strength? The burly man pinned under Lin An's foot asked with a face full of humiliation, gritting his teeth. Hoof. Want to know? It's simple, just let me kill you and ask the dead beneath you who perished at my hands and you'll understand. Lin An finished speaking and pulled out a dagger from his waist. No. Please spare us, give us a way out. The coldness at his neck instantly frightened him out of his wits. I can let you go, but you must leave everything on you behind and leave my fortress territory. This. What? Don't you want to leave? Lin An said coldly. Hearing Lin An's words, the group of bandits exchanged glances and ultimately chose to submit, tossing what they thought were valuable items onto the ground. Alright, get lost. Thank you, thank you. The group of bandits hurriedly ran away, fearing that if they were a moment late they would be beaten to a pulp by Lin An. Seeing this, a mocking smile crept onto Lin An's lips. He certainly looked down on these worthless items. The only reason he let them go was to track them back to their hideout. Making them leave their belongings was to alleviate their doubts about why he let them go so easily. Lin An signaled to Lin with his eyes and quietly followed behind the bandits. Sometimes the bandits didn't even realize they had a tail swaggering along the road, making it quite easy for Lin An to follow. Lin An quietly followed them for over 10 miles until they arrived at a valley. This valley covered several dozen acres, surrounded by towering cliffs appearing quite treacherous. Oh. There are actually people living here. After observing the terrain for a while, Lin An felt it was easy to defend but hard to attack. No wonder these bandits chose this place as their stronghold. It seems you are well prepared, but do you think this can trap me? He. Upon seeing the valley, a glint of sharp light flickered in Lin An's eyes. He did not rashly enter but carefully searched the surroundings. After thoroughly checking and finding nothing unusual, he confidently walked into the valley. As soon as Lin An stepped into the valley, he immediately sensed an incredibly strange aura rushing towards him. While Lin An was cautiously walking ahead, suddenly a shadow rushed towards his back like a bolt of lightning wielding a dagger. Lin An sensed the danger. His expression changed slightly and he quickly sidestepped to avoid the strike while glancing back. Put. The dagger pierced through Lin An's left shoulder, clothing, blood immediately gushing out, staining his clothes red. He didn't die. The shadow looked at the wound on Lin An's shoulder, showing a look of astonishment filled with disbelief. He had clearly pierced through Lin An's left chest just now, so why was there no injury at all? What is going on? Swish. Not willing to give up, the shadow flicked his wrist and lunged at Lin An's arm again. Swish. This strike also missed. Swish. The shadow kept waving the dagger furiously, crazily stabbing at Lin An, but every strike missed its mark. Damn it, this guy is not human. The shadow, seeing Lin An's tenacious attitude, couldn't help but get furious, his eyes wide open. Swish. After another failed strike, the shadow no longer hesitated and turned to flee, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. This guy is quite cunning. It seems capturing him will be a bit challenging. Lin An saw the shadow flee and did not pursue but turned and quickened his pace to catch up with the bandits, continuing to follow them. Although the bandits were numerous, it was not difficult for Lin An to capture them. He moved like a ghost, maintaining a distance of 5 to 6 meters behind them, racing along. The bandits were unaware that they had been followed, still swaggering through the forest. An hour later they arrived in front of a cave hidden in the valley. Outside the cave there were 2 burly men on guard and several fully armed bandits stood watch, closely monitoring their surroundings. This cave was their stronghold within the valley. Big brother, the valley is right ahead. How should we report this to the boss now? After being easily dealt with by a young man and losing so many men, they couldn't imagine the fury the boss would unleash upon hearing this news. The man referred to as Big Brother said, "Just report it as it is, otherwise how should we report it?" Remembering how Lin An had stepped on him earlier, he felt waves of humiliation. He gritted his teeth and stepped inside. Lin An watched the scene from a distance at the cave entrance. Yalan, eager to try, asked, "What do you think? Should we eliminate this bandit den? Wait, let's see who is inside before making a decision." Lin An thought, since these people could hide in this valley, their identities must be extraordinary. Otherwise they wouldn't be so cautious. This hideout has remained undiscovered for so long, indicating that the bandit leader possesses considerable ability. It's likely that they are supported by a powerful force behind them. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Yalan nodded obediently. The burly man walked into the cave and indeed there were several bandits chatting inside. "Look, we have a new batch of goods. We'll be able to feast tonight. Old 3, have you found a buyer for that batch?" "Yes, they are willing to pay 30000 corpse nuclei." "Haha, well done, Old 3. Once we sell this batch, I'll treat you and Old 4 to some fun. I know a place where the entertainment is something every man understands, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it." While chatting, they were also watching a movie on the projection screen, completely unaware of the burly man who had entered the cave. The burly man with a smiling face said, "Boss, I'm back." A bald, muscular man rose from the sofa, his body covered in grotesque tattoos, clearly not someone to be trifled with. This man was the leader of the bandits, nicknamed Wang Taigun. He stared fiercely at the burly man and asked back, "What about the goods you stole? Where are they?" The goods." The burly man looked troubled, as if he found it hard to speak. "Speak." Wang Taigun shouted angrily, causing the burly man to tremble involuntarily. Gathering his courage, he said, "Boss, we didn't succeed this time. In fact, we lost quite a few men. Those people are quite powerful. We couldn't take them all down. They are too strong. We are no match for them." "What did you say?" Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wang Taigun slammed the table and stood up, his eyes filled with a murderous rage, a fierce aura emanating from him. Seeing the boss' fury, the burly man couldn't help but tremble, cursing silently to himself. He regretted coming here. He didn't want to die at the hands of the boss. Wang Taigun, noticing his subordinate's fear, felt very pleased with his dominance and his mood lightened slightly. Wang Taigun slowly sat back down, looked at the others beside him and commanded, you guys go deal with the people in that stronghold. Leave no one alive, kill them all. Yes, boss. The others replied respectfully. Wang Taigun's gaze fell back on the burly man as he shouted, get out of here, you're a disaster waiting to happen. At that moment Lin An and Yalan exited the valley. He glanced back silently, pondering, who is that man in black? Captain, what are you thinking about? Lin An shook his head and replied, nothing, hurry back and inform everyone to prepare. After killing so many of them, they won't let it go easily. Soon they returned to the castle and informed everyone of the news. Zhang Jian asked sternly, Captain, give the order. What should we do? Jean Boer nonchalantly replied, what's there to ask? Our city walls are so strong and high, we've never failed against waves of insect monsters. Do they dare to come? Just shoot them down. Lin An shot him an admonishing glance, saying, I hope everyone takes this matter seriously. We are not dealing with those mindless charging beasts, they are humans who can plot and scheme. As they say, the most dangerous thing in the apocalypse is not the bizarre creatures but other humans. They should be making their moves now and we need to make our preparations. Notify everyone to ascend the city walls, distribute weapons and ammunition, secure all directions of the walls to prevent encirclements and people. Lin An quickly issued his orders. Soon everyone began to act according to Lin An's commands. Lin An and Yalan returned to their meeting hall waiting for news. Before long Lin An received news. Captain, we've received reports from the forward scouting post that a group is coming our way. Upon hearing this, Lin An knew that the group must be the bandits. Don't panic, first confirm their vanguard. Once it's confirmed to be their main force, open fire immediately. Yes. On the city walls people donned their bulletproof helmets and vests, resting their guns at their waists, waiting for the enemy's arrival. At this moment Lin An and Yalan were already in the meeting hall waiting for the enemy. An hour passed with no movement. The burly man hadn't come and neither did the others. Captain, something's not right. Why haven't those thieves shown up? We're ready to attack at any moment. Yalan said anxiously. Don't worry, they will come. We're just waiting here to catch them off guard, Lin An replied calmly. Though Lin An's tone was calm, his authority as a leader was unmistakable. Even though he knew that according to the timeline those people should have arrived by now, they were likely hiding somewhere outside, devising some kind of scheme against the city walls. In fact, his thoughts were quite close to the truth. 2 kilometers from the city walls a group of vicious individuals lingered. Old 2, you're the smartest among us. Think of a way to deal with those long guns and cannons on the wall. Old 3, don't worry. I already have a plan, just leave everything to me. The man called Old 2 assured confidently. Alright Old 3, what do you suggest we do? Old 2 pointed at the city wall and said, I've observed we can enter from here. Upon hearing this, Old 3's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Old 2, Is this really possible? Of course it is, we can do it this way. The third brother whispered something into the second brother's ear. After hearing this, the second brother's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded in agreement, saying, alright, let's do it your way. Fourth brother, take a few brothers and sneak into the castle from another route. Remember, you must not let anyone discover you. Upon hearing this, the fourth brother quickly patted his chest and assured second brother, third brother, don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter. Alright, then we will wait for your good news here. I will make it happen. With that, the fourth brother quietly left the city wall with a few younger brothers feeling their way towards another hidden path. Time flew by and a day passed in the blink of an eye as the sky darkened. During this time the many survivors on the city wall were highly tense, gradually becoming exhausted. But they still dared not let their guard down, for they knew that this group of enemies was surely fierce. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Not good, enemy attack. Enemy attack. A survivor shouted, and immediately the survivors on the city wall rushed to the parapet, all on high alert, weapons in hand, watching the outside closely. Soon a group of figures rushed over from afar, each carrying bombs in their hands. Bang 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 bang. After the bombs were thrown down, they exploded on the city wall, sending flames soaring into the sky. In this explosion the defensive structures on the city wall were destroyed and many were injured, falling into pools of blood. The booming cannon fire made many survivors on the city wall tremble in fear. Run! Run! Enemies are ambushing us! A few survivors shouted in panic. Don't panic, we just need to hold on for a while, the enemies will surely be out of options. Exactly, no matter how powerful they are, they can't possibly destroy such a sturdy city wall. Right. Most survivors remained rational and did not panic, gradually calming down. Everyone be careful, the enemies are hiding nearby. Don't be afraid, give them a good beating and make sure to take them all down. Zhang Jian shouted to motivate everyone. Alright brothers, charge. Shouts echoed from the city wall, shaking the entire fortress and greatly boosting the morale of all survivors. Soon a fierce gunfire erupted as people's guns were aimed at those throwing bombs on the city wall, pulling the trigger without a second thought. In an instant bullets rained down like heavy rain. Bullets struck several of these people, splattering blood all around. Ah! Ah! The sounds of wretched screams rang out one after another. These few people quickly lay on the ground dead beyond recovery. Good, kill them! Kill! The angry curses echoed through the sky, and seeing these people fall to the ground filled the survivors with a sense of satisfaction. Day. The gunfire continued, sounding particularly harsh in the dark night. Those few big men throwing bombs crazily shot while continuously retreating. Bang bang bang. Bullets kept raining down, exploding on the city wall, creating sparks like a meteor shower. Suddenly smoke filled the air above the entire fortress. Several people on the city wall had no time to react, falling to the ground after being hit. Damn it, brothers, hit them hard. Leave not one alive. Zhang Jian shouted angrily, raising his gun and shooting wildly ahead. Day. A dense barrage of bullets sounded once again, shooting down from the city wall. Kill. The survivors were also enraged, raising their rifles and shooting at the enemies below the city wall. These people were all desperate, having no qualms, only seeking death. They would show no mercy against such enemies. Whoosh! 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 Bullets pierced through the bodies of that group of enemies, leaving rows of bullet holes on the ground. Ah! Those few enemies let out pained howls and then turned into a cloud of blood, falling to the ground. When the survivors on the city wall saw the last person die, they instantly became excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Ha, that feels great. We finally avenged ourselves. Don't celebrate too early, there are probably more coming. Zhang Jian did not indulge in the joy of victory, calmly reminding everyone. After hearing Zhang Jian's words, the others immediately reined in their smiles, revealing serious expressions. A gust of cold wind swept across the city wall, sending a chill through the hearts of the survivors, making their hearts pound even more violently. Day. Another series of bullets hit the city wall. Whoosh! 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 Damn it, the enemies are here. Damn it, hurry and hide behind the parapet. The survivors quickly picked up their rifles and crouched behind the parapet. At this moment a series of sharp whistling sounds came from outside the city wall, and agile figures like leopards rushed from outside the wall, reaching them in the blink of an eye. The survivors on the city wall all aimed their guns at the group below. These people were all dressed in black, wearing black scarves that covered their faces, leaving only their eyes and mouths visible, clearly not ordinary individuals. They charged fiercely, immediately opening fire with their rifles, launching relentless attacks on the survivors on the city wall. Bang bang bang. The gunfire rose and fell, bullets whistling past, leaving a dazzling red glow in the air. The survivors continuously fought back, bullets pouring down like rain. In a short while 5 or 6 survivors on the city wall had fallen. At this time several of the bandits were already injured, with bloody holes appearing on their arms and thighs. Kill! The bandits let out a roar, continuing to attack the city wall, their target being the heavy iron gate. Charge! Take down these bastards! The survivors also refused to back down, raising their rifles to shoot at the bandits. Bullets exploded on the bodies of the bandits, igniting bursts of flames. The survivors on the city wall kept firing. Ah! Puff! One bandit had just approached the iron gate when a bullet pierced through his chest directly from the shoulder to the heart, instantly soaking his clothes in blood. He let out a scream and collapsed to the ground lifeless. Zhang Jian had just shot 2 bandits when he noticed that the bandits below the city wall had begun firing at him. With quick reflexes, Zhang Jian crouched down to dodge the incoming bullets. He then hurried to a large wooden crate, took out a grenade and threw it down towards the bandits below. Boom! Boom! The grenade exploded, instantly illuminating the surroundings with fiery light, sending countless fragments soaring and turning a group of bandits into mush. The survivors erupted in joy, eagerly beginning to fire at the enemies below. Rumbling! Rumbling! Bang bang bang! The cannon fire sounded once more, and the bandits below suffered heavy casualties. Although these bandits were ruthless killers, they were caught completely off guard by the ambush of the survivors atop the wall, resulting in significant losses. Retreat! A black-clad leader glanced at the battlefield and decisively issued the order to withdraw. As the bandits retreated, they fired back at the survivors on the wall. Many survivors were caught off guard and fell to the ground. The survivors on the wall opened fire in response, bullets slicing through the air with a sharp glint, targeting the bandits below. Rat-a-tat! Bang bang bang! Rat-a-tat! A cacophony of gunfire and smoke spread across the wall, with flames reaching towards the sky. Retreat! Seeing the situation turn dire, the bandits quickly turned and fled from the wall. The survivors sighed in relief as they watched the bandits escape. Damn it, they finally retreated. Zhang Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken, and couldn't help but curse. The survivors on the wall took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. They had truly been terrified and thought they were doomed. Phew! It's finally over. A survivor patted his chest and said. After the bandits retreated, Mumu began tending to the wounded with some women from the fort while Lin An listened to Zhang Jian's casualty report in the conference hall. Lin An asked what were our losses. Commander, we have over 200 injured and more than 20 dead. Zhang Jian replied. The casualties are worse than expected. It seems they are not only well trained but also exceptionally strong. Lin An furrowed his brows in contemplation. Indeed, these people are all mercenaries, experienced veterans, and their coordination is almost like that of trained soldiers. These guys are definitely not simple. Lin An's eyes flickered with a strange light as he felt a vague sense of unease within. Commander, what should we do next? Zhang Jian asked Lin An. Send a team out of the city to investigate their background. And have the survivors prepare defensive fortifications. Once they enter firing range, we will retaliate immediately. Lin An instructed. Yes, Commander. Zhang Jian quickly agreed and set off to carry out the orders. This battle had been incredibly frustrating, leaving him quite disheartened. Lin An said to Jean Boer, who stood nearby, let's go take a look around. I feel these bandits won't be foolish enough to only charge from the front. They patrolled around until they reached the western section of the wall. Here there were only a handful of survivors defending, as the bandits attacking the front wall were too numerous, forcing the defenders to shift to the western wall. Seeing this, Lin An decided to stay here. An hour later he indeed spotted several indistinct figures below the wall. Who goes there? Lin An saw several dark figures appear below the tower and immediately became alert, drawing his pistol and shouting at the figures below. Upon hearing Lin An's words, the figures below immediately stopped moving. Lin An exchanged glances with Jean Boer. Jean Boer understood, stepped forward and shouted, who are you? State your name immediately. Haha, go die all of you. Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat. The bandits below, hearing the shout, raised their guns and began firing at them. Gunfire erupted, smoke filled the air and a barrage of bullets rained down on Jean Boer. He dodged repeatedly but was still hit, his arm wounded and bleeding profusely, causing him intense pain. Seeing this, Lin An's expression turned cold and he shouted, fire at them fiercely. Leave not a single survivor. Yes, Commander. The survivors on the wall immediately grabbed their weapons and began shooting at the bandits below. On the front wall a large group of bandits appeared. Suddenly, hearing gunfire from the western wall, Zhang Jian's face turned pale, realizing that those people had launched an attack on the western wall. Damn, why are there still people over there? What should we do? Should we send some troops to reinforce them? No, we don't have enough men to defend the front, let alone send some away. So what do? We can't just stand by and watch the bandits breach the western wall, can we? Forget it, the commander is over there, he must have a plan. We just need to hold our ground for now. Bang 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 bang. Swish 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 swish. A flurry of gunfire rang out, bullets raining down on the western wall. In an instant the entire western wall was engulfed in flames. The bandits were evidently elite-level experts, their shooting was remarkably accurate and several were quickly taken down. No matter how strong a single individual is, they cannot withstand such overwhelming firepower. Soon 3 individuals were shot in the head, dropping dead on the spot. Seeing this, Jean Boer couldn't help but feel a surge of hatred. Damn, these bastards are too cunning. They deliberately staged a false attack on the front wall to lure our brothers into defending there. This has turned into a disaster. He gritted his teeth, the pain from his arm wound causing sweat to bead on his forehead. Lin An remained silent, brandishing a machine gun and madly firing at the bandits below. Poo poo poo. A torrent of bullets surged from the gun, raining down like a storm on the bandits below. Several bandits that were shooting at the western wall fell to the ground groaning before falling silent. Bang bang bang. Lin An continuously fired at the bandits below the city wall, and with every few seconds a bandit fell to his shots. He kept shifting the gun, pulling the trigger while sweeping his aim, searching for his targets. The bandits below the city wall retaliated relentlessly. Despite sustaining heavy losses, they still sent numerous bullets flying towards the western wall. Watching this scene, Lin An felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the number of defenders on this section of the wall was limited and their combat effectiveness was constrained. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before their defense collapsed. Thinking of this, Lin An grew anxious. Just then a shadow in black suddenly leaped up from below, scaling the towering wall. The figure landed on the wall holding a dagger and without a word charged straight at Lin An. Lin An's heart raced as he quickly drew the long sword to block. Clang! The 2 weapons clashed in the air, producing a crisp sound. Lin An stumbled back several steps, his arm numb, blood even oozing from his palm. What incredible knife skills! Who are you? Lin An exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. The bandit continued to attack Lin An while laughing maniacally, saying, "Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is that you will die here tonight." Before he finished speaking, the bandit launched another fierce assault, his movements incredibly agile and fast. Bang 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 bang. His attacks were sharp, with vicious punches and brutal kicks overwhelming Lin An and leaving him in a dire state. Lin An was forced to retreat repeatedly, his face flushed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering serious injuries. Why should I tell you? You don't deserve to know. The bandit kicked Lin An's longing sword away and then delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying. His body slammed against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as he clearly sustained internal injuries. Several of his ribs had been broken and he could hear the cracking sound in his ears. Thud. Lin An fell to the ground, his face ashen, his body swaying as he tried to rise but couldn't manage it. The bandit looked at Lin An's condition with a cold smile, then waved his hand, prompting another group of bandits to rush out from below the. These bandits were dressed in black, their faces concealed, wielding cleavers. After rushing out, they quickly set up ladders and attacked the western wall with reckless abandon. On the wall, Lin An squinted, glancing around but unable to spot Jean Boer. Where's Boer? Lin An furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. At that moment a rough shout came from afar. You want to kill our leader? Not a chance. Jean Boer's voice rang out clearly in the night as he circled behind the bandit, grabbing him. Seeking death. The bandit coldly replied, thrusting the dagger behind him and striking Jean Boer's abdomen. Thud, blood sprayed from the wound. Thud. Jean Boer released the bandit, his body involuntarily staggering back 2 steps before crashing to the ground, filled with unwillingness as he looked at the bandit before him. Boer. Lin An's expression changed slightly as he shouted urgently. The bandit stepped on Jean Boer's chest, looking at Lin An with a mocking expression, coldly asking, looks like this fool is your good brother, huh? Lin An's eyes sparkled with rage as he declared in a deep voice, let him go or you will pay a heavy price. Ha ha, the bandit laughed heartily, but then his smile abruptly ceased, his gaze turning icy. Hoof. You think you can make me let him go? You're in over your head. Come at me with your life. Saying this, the bandit raised his knife and slashed at Lin An. Lin An's pupils dilated as he suddenly dodged, narrowly escaping the deadly blow. Seeing this, the bandit revealed a disdainful sneer. He raised the dagger again and lunged at Lin An. Clang clang. Lin An evaded once more. He glanced at Jean Boer lying on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death, his heart filled with grief and fury. The bandit's eyes were fixated on Lin An as he lunged again. Just then a cold light cut through the night silence. Ding! A long spear intercepted between the bandit's dagger and Lin An. Mumu appeared beside Lin An, holding the spear and blocking the bandit. Mumu's expression was icy, her eyes filled with malevolence, radiating a strong aura of killing intent. The bandit narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty glare flashing within. He coldly said, little girl, do you really want to go against me? Mumu snorted coldly, replying, is there any need for a reason to deal with scum like you? Right now I just want to duel with you. Are you brave enough to accept? Oh. You want to duel with me? What gives you such confidence? The bandit said with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Just because I can kill you. Mumu declared, extending her spear forward, her gaze filled with a provocation that exuded confidence in her own strength. Ha ha ha, so arrogant, little girl. I hope you won't regret it. The bandit said, positioning his dagger ready to stab Mumu. Whoosh 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 whoosh, just then 3 arrows flew in from a distance, aimed at the bandit. The bandit's eyes widened, suddenly a glint of cold light flashing within. He raised his hand, shaking his wrist, and the dagger traced 3 strange arcs in the air. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sounds of 3 projectiles piercing the air rang out as the bandit deftly deflected all 3 arrows, not a single one harmed. Annie arrived just in time. The bandit snorted coldly, disdain visible in his eyes as he looked at Lin An and the others from afar, saying, you few useless fools think you can take me on. Ridiculous. Hoof. Annie scoffed disdainfully, flicking her wrist, an arrow shooting out. Whoosh, the arrow grazed the bandit's neck, creating a spark. His face contorted instantly, revealing a fierce expression. You dare to hurt me? I will definitely kill you. The bandit yelled angrily, clutching his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bulging wide as a violent killing intent surged from him. You are no match for me. If you know what's good for you, just leave now, otherwise there will be only one outcome. Annie looked at the bandit, mocking indifferently. Hoof. Who do you think you are? Just a woman. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The bandit said coldly, staring at Annie. Lin An finally got up from the ground, picked up the easy dragon chanting sword and exchanged a confident glance with the 2 women. Mumu gave Lin An a pill, instantly healing his damaged body. Thank you, Mumu. Lin An said as he swallowed the pill, feeling significantly better. Let's work together to deal with him. Lin An said to Lin An and Annie. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Kid, I admit I underestimated the strength of the 3 of you, but to think you can stop us is simply a dream. The bandit looked at Lin An with a mocking glint in his eyes. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lin An snorted coldly, gripping the easy dragon chanting sword, and lunged at the bandit first. Hoof. You're seeking death, little brat. The bandit's eyes turned cold, and with a swift motion his dagger transformed into a shadow, lunging towards Lin An. Clang. Lin An blocked the bandit's dagger with his sword. Clang. The two weapons clashed, sparking bright flashes, neither side willing to give way. Annie and Mumu, seeing the bandit attack, charged towards him. With their combined strength, the three of them became much more formidable. Under their joint efforts, the bandit was no match and was sent flying within moments. Bang! The bandit's body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crack in the floor, stones flying everywhere. The bandit struggled to rise from the ground, looking at Lin An and Annie with a face full of unwillingness. You shouldn't have provoked us. Lin An and Annie spoke simultaneously, their voices icy, their gazes towards the bandit filled with killing intent. He. Alright, very well, you treat me this way, I will remember you. Just wait, I will return for revenge. Having said that, the bandit turned to leave. Bang! After taking just 2 steps, he collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with terror. Looking down, he saw an arrow protruding from his back, piercing through his chest with a drop of blood dripping from the arrowhead. How is this possible? How could this happen? The bandit's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart was pierced, he never expected to be shot through by an arrow. The bandit's corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud, his eyes still wide open as if in death. He could not believe that he had been killed by a weak woman he looked down upon. Seeing the bandit's body on the ground, Lin An and the two women sighed in relief. Are you all right? Lin An asked with concern. We're fine. The two women shook their heads. After the bandit's death, those climbing the wall rushed in. Just then Zhang Jian and Yalin arrived with reinforcements. They aimed their guns at the bandits climbing the wall and pulled the trigger. Bang! Those hit by the bullets fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before going still. Blood splattered on the wall, screams echoed continuously, and the bandits' heads were turned into a sieve with bodies dropping from the wall. Retreat! A bandit leader called out, leading his remaining men in a hasty retreat down the ladder. Don't pursue the defeated. Seeing Zhang Jian attempt to chase, Lin An hurriedly shouted. He then rushed to the gravely injured Jean Buer, calling his name loudly. Jean Buer was in a dreadful state, covered with wounds, looking on the brink of death. If it weren't for the breath still in his chest, he would have likely passed away long ago. Jean Buer. Wake up, please wake up. Lin An said, anxiously pacing around. Mumu stood next to Lin An, silent. Mumu, please help save Jean Buer. His body is getting hotter, I'm afraid he won't hold on much longer. Lin An said urgently. I understand. Mumu nodded, squatting down to check Jean Buer's pulse, discovering his pulse was weakly beating, clearly indicating he was undergoing severe pain. She extended her delicate fair hand to press on Jean Buer's wound, and immediately purple currents surged wildly within his body, constantly probing through his internal organs. Watching Jean Buer's physical changes, Mumu couldn't help but frown. The bandit's dagger had a powerful attribute. If not treated promptly, Jean Buer's condition would only worsen, ultimately leading to his demise here. No way. Mumu gritted her teeth, a red electric glow emanating from her palm covering Jean Buer's wound. In front of everyone, Jean Buer's wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In just a few seconds, the originally punctured wound had completely closed, leaving no scar behind, as if nothing had happened, leaving onlookers in shock. Incredible. Lin An couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Lin, this is a new skill I learned, thunder healing. Though it's not a top-tier martial skill, it can treat various injuries and heal quickly, so rest assured Jean Buer will be fine. Mumu smiled at Lin An, and upon hearing her explanation, Lin An finally felt relieved. Jean Buer lay on the ground, eyes tightly closed, seemingly unconscious, his cheeks flushed, lips dry, and his body trembled continuously. What's wrong with him? Lin An asked anxiously. Mumu explained, it's fine, this is a normal reaction. Just let him sleep it off. Relieved, Lin An quickly instructed to carry Jean Buer away. Zhang Jian, how's the situation over there? After confirming Jean Buer was safe, Lin An felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and asked about the situation at the front wall. We drove the bandits back and then we rushed to assist. I'm sorry, Commander, we arrived late. Had we come sooner, those people wouldn't have made it onto the wall? Lin An waved his hand dismissively and said, it's not your fault, those people were too strong for you to handle. Just getting here in time is already impressive. Thank you for your understanding, Commander. Zhang Jian said gratefully to Lin An while bowing. Lin An smiled and addressed the crowd. By the way, Brother Lin, why did those bandits attack our fortress? Mumu suddenly asked with curiosity. They are just bandits, of course, they survived by looting, so they have set their sights on us, they're fat sheep. Yalin said, what should we do next? Lin An pondered for a moment and said, we must fight back. They have killed so many of our brothers, we cannot let this grudge go unavenged. Leaving them there is like having a ticking time bomb, they must be eliminated. Zhang Jian nodded in agreement and said, I also agree with the commander. Since that is the case, we will directly assault their stronghold and eradicate them all. Lin An looked at everyone and said, all right, clean up the battlefield, rest a bit and prepare. Then we will attack their stronghold together. Yes, we will follow the commander. Everyone replied in unison. We will kill those bandits and avenge our fallen brothers. One person clenched his fist and said excitedly, all right. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Immediately everyone started to get busy clearing the battlefield and dragging the bandits' corpses aside to burn them, as too many bodies could lead to disease. Before burning, they also made sure to loot the bandits' corpses. Though these bandits were just ordinary small fry, they carried a lot of valuables. It would be a pity not to loot them clean. This shows just how well these bandits were living off their plunder. Soon all the bodies were dealt with and the scene returned to calm. However, this calm was soon broken by a shout at the city gates. "Don't move, who are you?" The sentry at the gate saw a man dressed in black approaching and immediately surrounded him, pinning him to the ground. The man did not resist, sitting obediently on the ground with his head down, saying nothing. The sentry's captain stepped forward and carefully examined the man before him. The man was about 1.85 meters tall, slim and tall, with a slightly youthful face, looking quite young. He wore a black outfit with 2 swords slung over his shoulders and waist the sheaths adorned with dragon patterns, indicating they were quite valuable. The man appeared very mysterious. "Who are you?" The sentry captain coldly questioned the man kneeling on the ground. "You don't need to know that. I want to see your commander." "Our commander is not someone you can just see whenever you want," the captain snorted coldly. "You can prevent your commander from seeing me, but you will definitely lose an important talent." The man raised his head, his deep black eyes glimmering with a cold light, emanating a chilling aura of killing intent, making the sentry captain break into a cold sweat. "All right, I will report to our commander right now. Stay here and don't move." After saying that, the sentry captain ran off into the distance without daring to linger. In no time the captain returned. "What is your name?" the sentry captain asked sternly, looking down at the man kneeling on the ground. "Xiao Lang." the man replied blandly. "Good, follow me." Xiao Lang's arms were tightly bound and he followed the captain to the conference hall. Lin An was seated at the upper position. When he saw Xiao Lang walk in, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of sharp light flashing in them. He looked down at Xiao Lang kneeling at his feet and said, "You are Xiao Lang?" "I am," Xiao Lang replied. Lin An pondered for a moment and asked, "What business do you have with me?" Xiao Lang looked up at Lin An and smiled. It seems that Commander Lin truly is a person of many forgetful moments. Looking at the man before him, Lin An's eyes suddenly brightened. You are that person in black who fought with me in that valley." Lin An said in disbelief. "That's right." Xiao Lang nodded slightly. "Is it really you?" Lin An was even more surprised. That day in the valley, although he only exchanged a few moves with Xiao Lang, it left a deep impression, especially Xiao Lang's swordsmanship, which resonated deeply within him. He never expected that the man before him would actually be Xiao Lang and still a youth. "Why? Are you surprised?" Xiao Lang smiled and looked at Lin An. "Ha, not surprised, very surprised. I truly did not expect it. I always thought you were a skilled elder. Who would have thought you were such a young man? You are even younger than I am." Lin An burst into hearty laughter, his chortle full of joy. Then he waved his hand to those beside him and said, "What are you waiting for? Quickly untie him." Lin An was not afraid that he would launch a sudden attack on him. If Xiao Lang had that thought, he would have sneaked in at night while he was sleeping and struck his neck. He would not have entered so openly through the front door and allowed his subordinates to capture him. Thus he believed that Xiao Lang would not harm him, and he was also very curious about Xiao Lang's identity. He wanted to know who this young man was and what his background was. The 2 sentinels approached Xiao Lang and untied all the ropes from his hands and feet. After the ropes were untied, Xiao Lang stood up to stretch his stiff body and then bowed to Lin An, saying, "Thank you." No need to be polite. Lin An then instructed others to serve good food and drinks. During the meal, Lin An noticed that Xiao Lang was eating as if he had not had a meal in ages, continuously stuffing food into his mouth. Watching Xiao Lang wolfing down the food, Lin An felt puzzled. Why did this guy seem as if he had been starving for days, looking so ravenous? Xiao Lang ate 4 bowls of rice before stopping, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve and sighed with happiness, finally full again. Seeing Xiao Lang's satisfied expression, Lin An was even more puzzled. This guy has considerable skills. Logically, he should be a sought-after talent among the major powers. Why is he so starved? Though he was puzzled inside, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Xiao Lang, do you have any difficulties? Or have you encountered any troubles?" He. Hearing Lin An's words, Xiao Lang chuckled, looking at Lin An, and said, "Commander Lin, I indeed have a matter to trouble you with, and I hope you can assist me." "Oh, feel free to tell me what you need help with. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will certainly help you." "Well, it's like this." Xiao Lang briefly narrated the events that transpired. It turns out that Xiao Lang had been living in a fortress where the leader treated him very well, allowing him to become a guard and start his own family with a wife and children. It can be said that having such a life in the apocalypse was incredibly fortunate and fulfilling. However, the good times were short-lived as a gang of bandits broke into their fortress, killing the former leader who had shown him kindness along with his wife and children, leaving him utterly alone. From then on, he bore an intense grudge against the bandits, vowing to eradicate them and avenge his leader and family. Though he possessed remarkable strength, the bandit's power was too overwhelming, and equipped with weapons he dared not confront them head-on, instead opting to ambush lone targets. The reason he had previously clashed with Lin An was that he saw Lin An lagging behind the group of bandits from a distance, mistakenly thinking he was isolated, prompting him to take action. It turned out that it was a misunderstanding. Lin An was not an ally of the bandits. I witnessed your conflict with the bandits and saw you successfully repel them. From this I realized your exceptional strength and guessed that you would seek revenge against them, so I wished to collaborate with you to take them down. After Xiao Lang finished recounting the events, a serious expression emerged on Lin An's face. He remained silent for a moment, then looked at Xiao Lang and said, "Xiao Lang, I can help you. May our collaboration be fruitful." "Thank you." Xiao Lang smiled and extended his right hand. The two hands clasped firmly together. Lin An laughed heartily, saying, "Great. Let's set off tomorrow." The next morning. A gentle breeze blew, leaves swayed, and sunlight bathed the earth. Lin An gathered over 300 people and they marched toward the valley where the bandits were holed up. Along the way they occasionally encountered some undead monsters which they effortlessly dispatched before continuing on. Finally they arrived at their destination. This valley spanned thousands of square meters, surrounded by dense forest with some bandits hiding within. Seeing such a formidable group storming into the valley, the bandits immediately became alert, jumping out from their hiding spots and aiming their guns at the crowd. The guns they wielded were imitation AK-47s with a short range but great power. "Stop. Take another step and you'll regret it." A bandit raised his gun, scanning the crowd and shouting loudly. His companion immediately took aim at the crowd with his own gun. Seeing this scene, a flicker of anger flashed in Lin An's eyes as he waved his hand sharply. Instantly the 30 or so people behind him raised their guns. The two sides faced off, neither making the first move. "What are you doing here? Why have you intruded on our territory?" The leading bandit frowned and shouted loudly. He. Lin An sneered, remaining silent while Yalin's subordinate stepped forward. Smack! A crisp and loud slap echoed through the valley. The leading bandit was sent flying. "Big brother." The 30 or so people immediately surrounded the bandit who had been sent flying, their expressions tense as they glared at Lin An, eyes filled with rage. "I'll give you a chance, kneel and bow 100 times an apology, or drop your guns and I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, he die," Lin An said with a cold smile, enunciating each word. As soon as Lin An finished speaking, it caused an uproar. The surrounding crowd looked at him as if he were a fool. Was this guy's head kicked by a donkey? How could he ask the others to drop their guns and confess? Was he out of his mind? Damn it. "I'll fight you to the end." The bandit who had been knocked down immediately got back up, roaring angrily as he picked up an AK-47 from the ground and aimed it at Lin An. Rat-a-tat-tat, a series of gunfire echoed in the valley. "Ah! Help!" When the gunfire ceased, what everyone saw was the bandit lying on the ground, clutching his arms, bloodied and convulsing in agony. Several corpses of other bandits lay on the ground, all taken down by Lin An's people. This scene horrified the leading bandit, whose gaze was filled with terror directed at Lin An. Lin An coldly said, "I advise you to drop your guns immediately, otherwise I cannot guarantee what I might do." "Hoof. What do you want to do? Do you intend to kill us? If you dare to act recklessly, I'll sound the alarm and call all the brothers in the camp to deal with you, leaving you with no place to bury your bodies." The bandit snorted coldly, still maintaining an arrogant expression, but his voice had noticeably begun to tremble. "You can try." Lin An shot a cold glance at the bandit, a smirk flickering on his face, then turned to wave his hand at the people behind him. Instantly over 30 people moved forward, aiming their guns at the row of bandits in front and opened fire. Bang bang bang, a series of gunshots rang out, bullets pouring forth and striking the row of bandits ahead, causing their chests to explode as they fell one after another. "Ah! Run!" Seeing such ferocious combat power, the bandits finally became frightened, each of them frantically fleeing backward, panic-stricken with eyes full of terror, shouting in despair. You. The bandit leader, terrified by Lin An's people, turned pale as he watched the fleeing bandits, stammering while pointing at Lin An. "Now immediately call out your leader," Lin An said with a smile, looking quite smug. "Hoof. You all wait for me." The bandit leader snorted coldly, leaving behind a harsh word, and immediately turned to escape in another direction. Meanwhile, deep in the valley's cave, Wang Taigun was leisurely savoring a glass of wine. In this apocalypse, a glass of wine was as precious as gold. Suddenly a series of gunshots rang out, causing Wang Taigun to shudder, spilling the precious wine on himself. "Damn it, which fool fired the gun? Didn't I tell you to keep the safety on?" Hearing the series of gunshots, Wang Taigun's expression changed, instantly cursing under his breath. "Boss," a group of people came outside and started attacking. Without a word, my men almost suffered complete annihilation. At this moment a fearful voice echoed within the cave. What did you just say?" Upon hearing this, Wang Taigun suddenly turned around, his eyes wide open, almost popping out. A group of people came outside. The bandit leader, terrified, repeated himself, trembling. "How is this possible? How did they find us here?" After hearing the bandit leader's words, Wang Taigun was momentarily stunned, then frowned and asked. I don't know. The bandit leader shook his head in confusion and said, it seems they came prepared, around 300 of them, but their weapons are too powerful, we simply couldn't withstand them and had to run back. Damn it. After hearing the bandit leader's words, Wang Taigun cursed under his breath. You bastard, you just ran back instead of holding your ground. Coward, get back there. Ha! The bandit leader was startled, his face pale as a ghost. If you don't go back, I'll cut you down myself. Yes. The bandit leader hurriedly replied and rushed out of the cave. Wang Taigun was extremely frustrated. He had planned to enjoy some peace during this time. Now it was worse, a bunch of fools had come truly at the wrong time. After a round of gunfire, the shots soon alerted all the bandits, who rushed out with their firearms. Lin An and his companions had long retreated to a safe area, watching the panicked bandits through binoculars. Yalan said, Commander, how should we attack them? This place is easy to defend but hard to attack. If our people rush, and they might suffer heavy casualties. Lin An smiled, pulling out 2 large iron pipes from his storage space, which after assembly turned out to be 2 mortars. These were purchased from the trading system. Their power is quite impressive. Lin An grinned as he aimed the mortar at the bandits at the cave entrance, loaded a shell, and without hesitation released his grip. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumble, a shell whistled out, slicing through the sky in an arc before accurately landing among the bandits. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the valley, a fireball shooting into the sky, exceptionally bright and eye-catching. The bandits in the valley were thrown around by the shellfire, wailing in agony, their bodies mangled and gruesome. What powerful firepower! Seeing this, Yalan couldn't help but exclaim. She had not expected Lin An to possess such a trump card. This thing was simply incredible. Ha ha! So exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Lin An shouted excitedly, loading shell after shell into the mortar. Bang, bang, bang. In the valley, shells flew past one after another, each carrying terrifying momentum. One shell would surely result in several deaths, blood splattering everywhere, the scenes horrifically gruesome. In a brief 1 or 2 minutes, the scattered bandits in the valley were mostly cleared out. What's happening? Why the panic? Wang Taigun had just emerged from the cave when a shell exploded nearby, the shockwave instantly knocking him to the ground. Boss, we are surrounded. The enemy has over 300 people. We simply cannot hold them off. The bandit leader rushed over, panic-stricken, kneeling on the ground, his face filled with fear and worry. Hearing this, Wang Taigun's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the enemy to find his hiding place so quickly. It seemed their strength was formidable. His face darkened as he approached the village gate, noticing the mortar standing in the distance, his expression growing even more serious. Boss, what should we do? The bandit leader, seeing Wang Taigun's unusual expression, immediately became anxious and asked hastily. Wang Taigun squinted, a look of contemplation crossing his face. He had been careless, failing to arrange more men at the entrance, which allowed the enemy to take advantage of the situation. No, we can't just sit back and wait. After a moment, a ruthless glint appeared in Wang Taigun's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, those on the other side just relying on shelling to attack, what kind of heroes are they? Hearing this, Lin An couldn't help but smile, chuckling as he replied, do you think we are fools? You're in the valley while we're outside. Who wants to clash with you, heathen? If you have the guts, don't just hide inside. As long as you come out, I'll accompany you to the end. Upon hearing this, Wang Taigun was both furious and amused. This Lin An was quite clever. He actually understood how to provoke them. However, Wang Taigun did not fall for it. Xiao Lang couldn't help but ask, Commander, will they come out to fight like this? Lin An smiled, of course not, let's just keep firing. With that, he waved his hand and a 10-person squad performed standard tactical maneuvers, dashing forward through the bullets fired by the bandits, finding shelter and lying low. Quick, cover him. Lin An said as he raised his gun towards the village wall outside. The bandits unleashed a barrage. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out and dense bullets poured out, instantly killing several bandits ahead. Wang Taigun on the village wall was startled by Lin An's gunfire. He knew those shots were aimed at him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would likely have met his end right there. Retreat. Seeing that most of his men had already been taken down by the enemy, Wang Taigun immediately shouted and rushed into the cave first. Chase. For our fallen brothers, we cannot let them go. Lin An shouted, raising his rifle and crazily firing at the front. Swish. 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 A series of bullets tore through the air, carrying an unmatched killing intent, instantly piercing the chests of the fleeing bandits. Ah! Help! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Ah! The cries of despair echoed throughout the valley. Hearing these piercing screams, the other bandits in the valley became even more panicked, dropping their weapons and fleeing towards the cave. Damn it! If I can't get out today, I'll take you all down with me. Everyone, don't leave your brothers behind. Let's go together, let's go together. Seeing the panicked bandits within the village wall, Lin An's lips curled into a cold smile. As he continued to shoot, he charged into the valley. The bandits were in disarray, drenched in blood, with even their heads smeared in gore, creating a horrific sight. Lin An led the charge into the valley, then unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the position where Wang Taigun was hiding. Pow! 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 Bullets flew from Lin An's gun like dumplings, knocking down the bandits who were desperately scrambling into the cave. Seeing this scene, the bandits in the valley completely collapsed. Ah! A group of bandits screamed as they fled in all directions, some even so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Xiao Lang drew the knife from his waist, dashed in front of Lin An, and with a powerful stomp of his right foot leaped onto the stockade wall. Immediately after, Xiao Lang's figure swayed and he charged into the bandit horde like a gust of wind, spinning rapidly as his dagger flashed like a serpent emerging from its hole, carving a bloody path across the bandits' necks. Put! Put! A series of blood flashes lit up as all the bandits who were still fleeing in panic fell into a pool of blood. Lin An gazed at the bandits lying in the pool of blood, feeling a deep sense of contemplation. Following closely behind, Lin An also jumped onto the stockade wall. After steadying himself, he turned to Xiao Lang, gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Not bad. Little rascal. Xiao Lang grinned. Of course, but we should quickly deal with all the bandits. Lin An nodded, raising the assault rifle in his hands. The assault rifle spat fire, violently sweeping continuously with bullets piercing through the bandits hiding in the valley, killing them all. Soon there was not a single living person left in the entire valley. Xiao Lang and Lin An exchanged glances, then turned and descended from the stockade wall, leading everyone towards the cave where Wang Taigun and the others were hiding. Inside the cave, the bandits were all crouched on the ground, trembling and shaking their legs, quaking with fear, their faces filled with terror. Boss, what should we do next? What can we do? If they dare to approach the cave, shoot them on sight. Wang Taigun glared at the bandit in fear, speaking harshly. But boss. Shut up. Am I supposed to be afraid of them? Wang Taigun snapped, then picked up binoculars to look outside at Lin An and the others, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Lin An, along with his subordinates, quickly arrived at the cave entrance. As soon as they entered the cave, they heard a rustling sound. They quickly scanned the area and saw the bandits rummaging through their belongings. Suddenly they noticed a round object in their hands. Not good, it's a grenade. Lin An shouted, immediately grabbing Yalan's arm, rolling to the ground and quickly hiding behind the rock wall. Boom! Boom! The sound of grenade explosions erupted, flames burst forth and thick smoke rose as fireballs illuminated the entire valley. Due to the cave's elevated position, the bandits had the advantage, allowing the grenades to easily roll to Lin An and the others' feet, resulting in several injuries. As the smoke cleared amidst a fit of violent coughing, Lin An quickly inquired about everyone's condition. How is everyone? Is anyone injured? I'm fine, just a small cut. I'm okay too, I can still fight these brats. Fortunately, these grenades were homemade, much less powerful than military-grade ones. Many were only slightly injured and no one died as a result. Lin An finally let out a sigh of relief. He raised his head to look at the cave, his anger boiling over as he shouted, everyone inside, come out now. Otherwise I will make sure you can't leave. A dignified boss, yet you cower in a cave. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Inside the cave, upon hearing Lin An's roar, Wang Taigun narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth and slowly walked out with his subordinates. Kid, you're really lucky you weren't blown to bits. Wang Taigun looked at Lin An with a chilling smile. Hoof. I'm quite resilient. If you want me dead, you must pay a sufficient price. Lin An stared at Wang Taigun with a dark expression. Well then, since we can't go anywhere from this cave, why not have a duel between men? If you're a man, let's settle this with a fight. Wang Taigun said with a mocking expression. A duel? Are you sure? Lin An's eyes brightened and a bloodthirsty smile crept onto his face. Nonsense. What else could it be? Wang Taigun shot Lin An an irritated glare and continued, so what? Kid, do you dare accept my challenge? Lin An burst into laughter, looking at the sweaty Wang Taigun. He mocked, I love unknown fights. With your pathetic skills, do you think you can defeat me? Commander. Yalan tugged at his arm, trying to urge him to calm down. However, Lin An responded with a confident glance. The two arrived at an open area in the valley, confronting each other with tension in the air. The bandit leader wielded a huge axe exuding a golden aura, his plump body moving with surprising agility. Lin An unsheathed the long sword, holding the hilt upwards with the blade angled towards the ground, bending slightly, ready to strike. Alright, since we're ready, let's begin and not waste any more time. Wang Taigun swung his large axe and shouted loudly. Start! Lin An roared, charging forward suddenly. The longing sword in his hand swung instantly, sending a sharp sword light as if it were a tangible force attacking Wang Taigun. Clang! Clang! Wang Taigun's axe swung in the air, continuously colliding with Lin An's longing sword, producing a series of ear-splitting metallic clashes resonating crisply. The two figures kept exchanging positions in midair, the powerful energy generated from their collisions spreading outwards. Boom! Lin An suddenly stopped twisting his wrist, and with a downward swing of the longing sword he sent Wang Taigun's axe flying. Whoosh! Wang Taigun was knocked back a few steps, his face flushed, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed on Lin An with an expression filled with apprehension. Though he hadn't used his full strength in that last move, he had exerted about 80% of his power. Yet being blown away by Lin An's sword left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Well done. Young man, you're impressive. I must admit, I'm deeply impressed. At your age you've actually withstood an attack powered by 80% of my strength. Wang Taigun glanced at Lin An and offered a brief commendation. Lin An chuckled lazily, his expression nonchalant as he replied coolly, what's so remarkable about that? My strength far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. 80% of your power is hardly worth mentioning. Hoof. Arrogant brat, you have no idea how vast the heavens truly are. With a cold snort, Wang Taigun raised his broadaxe once more and brought it crashing down toward Lin An. Lin An watched the descending broadaxe, a chilling sardonic curve lifting at the corners of his mouth, utterly unruffled, utterly at ease. Wang Taigun's eyes narrowed sharply, fury blazed fiercely within his chest. How dare this youth scorn him? He would never forgive such insolence. With a thunderous roar he unleashed a torrent of savage aura, then swung his massive iron maul downward in a devastating arc aimed straight at boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground as the surface trembled violently, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air. A gale erupted, wild, untamed and fierce. Such overwhelming might, no wonder he leads these bandits. Lin An remained rooted in place, unmoving. Sensing the raw surging aura erupting from Wang Taigun's body, he inwardly marveled, then lifted his gaze and sneered, this young master has a few tricks up his sleeve too. But you're not even worthy to stand against me. No sooner had Lin An spoken than he exploded forward, feet driving into the earth like a bowstring releasing its arrow, launching himself headlong at Wang Taigun. His body skidded 2 meters across the ground before his arm lashed out, Lin An's sword flashing as it pierced the air, cold light shimmering, frost-laced chi radiating outward. Lin An's assault was razor-sharp and unrelenting. Within moments Wang Taigun found himself forced onto the defensive, retreating step by step, abandoning all hope of offense. Clang! 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 A cacophony of clashing steel filled the air, sparks flying like scattered stars, as the two fought with feral blood-fueled intensity. A streak of black light tore through the sky, a meteor forged of sword intent, hurtling toward Wang Taigun with terrifying momentum. Hoof! A child's parlor trick, I fear nothing you throw at me. Wang Taigun swept his broadaxe horizontally, meeting Lin An's lethal strike heeding with a shrieking, grating clash of metal upon metal. Thud! Wang Taigun staggered backward several paces, staring at Lin An in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. He had never imagined Lin An could endure so long beneath his onslaught. Lin An spun Lin An's sword in his hand, suddenly unleashing hundreds of sword energies, a tempest of lethal intent sweeping across the battlefield to engulf Wang Taigun. Caught off guard, Wang Taigun was instantly swarmed, countless slashes opened fresh wounds across his body, crimson blood welling from each gash. As he desperately deflected blow after blow, he roared in ragged fury. Damn you! I'll kill you! His voice cracked with madness, eyes blazing crimson, broadaxe swinging wildly, recklessly toward Lin An. Lin An's brow furrowed. He surged forward repeatedly, dodging, weaving, evading the axe's lethal edge with preternatural grace. For a time the two locked in brutal, unyielding combat, neither gaining dominance, neither yielding an inch. Cursed wretch! Wang Taigun bellowed, his face twisted in savage rage. Don't get cocky, boy, he snarled between furious curses, hurling himself into battle without restraint. Thud! Lin An's blade sent Wang Taigun hurtling backward. He crashed hard onto the ground, landing heavily on his backside, clutching his chest as he gasped for breath, a thin line of crimson leaking from the corner of his mouth. This youth possesses astonishing strength. So I underestimated him, foolishly, gravely. Gritting his teeth, he seethed inwardly. Chief! Boss! A cluster of bandits rushed forward, hastily lifting Wang Taigun to his feet. All of you, attack together. Kill this brat. Wang Taigun coughed hoarsely as he bellowed the order, honor forgotten, pride discarded. All that remained was his burning desire to erase Lin An from existence. The bandits surged forward, en masse, weapons drawn, eyes locked on Lin An with predatory menace. What? Can't win unknown, so now you resort to mobbing me? Lin An arched a brow in quiet mockery. Stop gloating, we may not beat you alone, but we'll tear you limb from limb. Exactly. You're insufferably arrogant. Whether it's fair or foul, I'll end you today no matter what. No sooner had Wang Taigun finished speaking than he charged, broadaxe cleaving the air with bone-chilling force, trailing a blinding white light and a hurricane gust that whipped Lin An's hair into wild disarray. Excellent. A faint confident smile curved Lin An's lips. His right foot slammed into the earth, propelling him skyward in a graceful evasion, before he lunged downward, Lin An's sword thrusting forward like a striking serpent. Clang! Lin An's sword's tip met the broadaxe heeding, shattering the silence with a piercing resonant clang of steel on steel. Shink! Lin An rolled fluidly to land beside Wang Taigun, arm snapping forward, Lin An's sword slicing through void itself, aimed unerringly at his throat. Clang! Clang! Wang Taigun frantically parried, the cavern echoed with metallic shrieks, sparks bursting like dying stars. Shink! A sudden icy numbness shot up Wang Taigun's arm. He glanced down only to see a deep bone-gouging wound splitting open along his forearm. Arg! Wang Taigun screamed in agony. You dared wound me. You'll pay with your life. Rage contorted his features, hatred thick and venomous, as he hurled himself forward, broadaxe swinging with such ferocity that iron shards sheared off mid-swing, carving screaming arcs of wind toward Lin An. Lin An blurred, vanishing, reappearing, dodging the storm of steel, then lunging in with surgical precision. Long Yin sword pierced Wang Taigun's chest and erupted from his back. A. A final guttural shriek escaped his lips, then his body crumpled slowly to the ground. The bandits stared, faces drained of color, terror and disbelief warring in their eyes. They had never imagined Lin An could be so fearsome, dispatching their chief in a single decisive exchange. They turned and fled in panic. Think you can run? Not so easily, Lin An murmured, a mocking curl lifting at his lips, then launched himself after them in pursuit. Yalan and the others exchanged a swift glance, then followed Lin An's trail without hesitation. Through the dense forest they raced, a blur of motion, speed breathtaking, vanishing into the emerald shadows within the blink of an eye. Xiao Lang shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaving behind only a faint imperceptible afterimage. He brushed past Lin An, the wind he stirred causing Lin An's hair to fly. My goodness, this kid really runs fast. Lin An had no choice but to stop watching as Xiao Lang ran further and further away. Lin and a few others also stopped beside him. Captain, should we chase after him? Lin asked. Lin An smiled helplessly. No need, those scattered soldiers and rogue kids can handle it themselves. Indeed, as he said after catching up to a bandit, Xiao Lang wasted no words and swiftly eliminated him on the spot, requiring no assistance from them. Before long the unfortunate bandits were all defeated by him. Lin An returned to the camp, and as he passed by the corpse of Wang Taigun he suddenly saw a flickering golden light. He walked over and discovered that it was a golden battle axe. Upon inspecting its attributes he was instantly astonished. Axe of giant strength, golden great attack, 100 defense, 20 additional skill, power of golden iron. When the user wields this weapon it will produce a certain extra amplification effect, increasing attack power by 50 for 20 seconds with a cooldown of 3 hours. Additional effect: when the user strikes an enemy with this battle axe there is a 30 chance to deal a critical hit. After glancing over the attributes Lin An's face revealed a look of shock. This golden battle axe was definitely a rare item and its value was immense. He hurriedly stored the axe in his storage space, nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk into the camp. After chasing for a while Xiao Lang finally dealt with those scattered soldiers. Captain, we have eliminated those scattered soldiers. Xiao Lang returned to the group and reported to Lin An. Lin An nodded. Very good. This mission has been successfully completed. Everyone has worked hard, so let's take a break before we head home. Xiao Lang and the others nodded, preparing to find a place to rest when Lin An suddenly called out to him, Little Rogue. Captain, do you have any orders? Xiao Lang inquired with confusion. Little Rogue, come with me for a moment. Lin An waved his hand and led Xiao Lang in another direction, and Xiao Lang had no choice but to follow. Little Rogue, we have successfully completed our mission and I hope you can stay in the fortress to work and continue to serve the fortress. I assure you, you will not be treated unfairly. What do you think? Captain, this. Xiao Lang hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded and said, thank you for your cultivation, Captain. Ha ha. Hearing Xiao Lang's answer, Lin An was overjoyed, patting Xiao Lang on the shoulder and saying, rest assured, our fortress treats newcomers very generously. You will definitely not suffer here, so just feel at ease in the fortress. Thank you, Captain. Xiao Lang cupped his hands, feeling very happy in his heart. His previous home was gone and now with a great grievance to avenge he had nowhere else to go. Lin An's sudden offer made him realize that his opportunity had come. The others took a short rest before returning to the fortress. The people in the fortress were excited and joyful upon hearing that they had successfully eradicated the bandits. Xiao Lang integrated into the fortress very smoothly, not being polite or overly restrained. Before long he mingled well with the people of the fortress, chatting and bonding easily. Lin An was very pleased with this. For him, recruiting a strong individual was far more important than recruiting many people, so he placed special importance on these personnel. However, what he valued even more were those loyal subordinates. Xiao Lang's quick integration into the fortress and his enhanced sense of belonging were exactly what he wanted to see. One day Lin An was handling some paperwork related to the fortress construction as usual when the lookout reported that someone from the Iron Cavalry Corps had arrived to see him. Lin An frowned slightly. Iron Cavalry Corps. What could they want? He instructed someone to invite the Iron Cavalry member to the conference hall to wait, and he soon arrived at the hall. The Iron Cavalry member had been waiting and stood up quickly when Lin An entered, bowing in unison. Lin An waved his hand, inviting the Iron Cavalry members to sit down. He scanned the group and asked, Gentlemen, may I ask why you have come today? One middle-aged man stood up respectfully and said, Captain Lin, we have come on behalf of our commander to invite your fortress to join our alliance. What? Lin An's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the Iron Cavalry members would proactively invite him to join the alliance. He pondered for a moment, then quickly cupped his hands and said solemnly, I apologize, Iron Cavalry members. I was just handling official business and did not notice your visit. Please forgive me. It's alright, Captain Lin is the steward of your fortress and naturally has a lot on his plate. We are the ones who have interrupted you. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Lin An nodded slightly and continued to ask, the Iron Cavalry members have come to invite me to join the alliance. May I know what the requirements are? It's nothing much. We of the Iron Cavalry Corps just wish to invite Captain Lin to join. As for the requirements, it is like this: after joining our alliance you will receive protection from our Iron Cavalry Corps. If anyone attacks you we will provide assistance. Please consider it, Captain Lin. Lin An nodded and said, I will consider it immediately. He then called everyone to the meeting room to discuss this important matter. This is the situation, everyone, please share your thoughts. Lin An sat at the head seat looking at the others. I agree with this matter. Jean Boer expressed his support. After a few days of recuperation his spirit had improved significantly. In this way we will have a strong ally. If anyone dares to offend we can directly send people to eradicate them. Everyone began to discuss animatedly, believing that the Iron Cavalry Corps was a very good choice. However, Lin An shook his head and said, Gentlemen, I do not believe that this ensures we have strong protection. On the contrary, if the Iron Cavalry members cannot provide us with sufficient support we cannot truly be safe. Therefore, while I think the proposal from the Iron Cavalry Corps is good, it also has certain drawbacks, as there will inevitably be internal conflicts within the alliance. Another point is that after joining the alliance we will lose the freedom to obtain resources on our own, which would create a significant constraint on the fortress development. Who knows if the so-called Iron Cavalry Corps will provide resources as promised and adequately. After hearing Lin An's words everyone began to ponder. At this moment Xiaolang stood up and said, Commander, the conditions from the Iron Cavalry Corps are indeed very enticing, but this is also a trap. They will provide supplies but we will certainly have to pay a price. Instead we should directly refuse the alliance, that way we won't be subjected to others. Moreover, I believe they would not dare to act against us. After all, they are currently forming their own alliance at a time when they need to establish their authority, and they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Lin also said, what the commander says makes sense. Without their protection we can still live well. Jean Boer awkwardly scratched his head and said, That's right, I agree. I was just thinking too simply. I agree. I agree. I also agree. The others all chimed in, expressing their stance of no longer joining the alliance. Lin An nodded and said, Good, everyone's opinion is unified, we will not join this ridiculous alliance. In the meeting room where the Iron Cavalry Corps members were, a few people were impatiently pacing back and forth. Do you think they will join our alliance? How could they possibly refuse? Our Iron Cavalry Corps is so strong and they are under our protection, only a fool would refuse to join. A young man spoke disdainfully. I also believe that if they refuse to join once the members of the alliance find out, they will definitely cause trouble for them. Another young man nodded. I think it's unlikely, those two fortress lords definitely won't agree. A young man in white coldly laughed and said, I want to see how capable these fortress lords are daring to disregard the alliance. Yes, I want to see how much weight those fortress lords carry. The others began to speak up. Lin An pushed the door open, looking at the people sitting there, and said in a deep voice, Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited long. Next I announce our decision, our fortress will not join the alliance. This news struck like thunder, shocking everyone. The Iron Cavalry Corps members also did not expect to be rejected by Lin An. What is the Iron Cavalry Corps? It is the strongest force. The influence of the Iron Cavalry Corps far exceeds that of various forces. If Lin An could join their Iron Cavalry Corps it would certainly be a huge boon. They never expected to be rejected by Lin An. A burly man suddenly jumped up from his chair and glared at Lin An, saying, Kid, are you saying you won't agree? Do you want to resist the protection of our Iron Cavalry Corps? Do you know how powerful our Iron Cavalry Corps is? You are just the lord of a mere fortress, how dare you refuse the proposal of the alliance? Do you know what kind of danger you are bringing upon yourselves by doing this? Exactly. Do you know what your refusal of the alliance means? If you refuse, our Iron Cavalry Corps will directly annihilate your fortress and make it part of history. A young man in black also angrily shouted. Lin An's gaze turned cold as he stared at the group and said, Our refusal to join the alliance is our freedom and has nothing to do with you. Please leave. The young man in black was enraged upon hearing this and pointed at Lin An, cursing, You little brat, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? I'll tell you now, our Iron Cavalry Corps strength is absolutely beyond what you can imagine. If we want we can destroy your fortress at any time. Hee, I want to see what capabilities you have. Lin An replied with a laugh, not angered at all, as a cold killing intent radiated from him. The young man in black stuttered, unable to comprehend that Lin An was completely unafraid and even radiated such intense killing intent. A sense of fear and strong danger surged in his heart, making him involuntarily take a step back. Lin An's eyes slightly narrowed as he scanned the few people before him, slowly opening his mouth to say, I know you are all elites, but unfortunately the strength of these few of you still falls a bit short, therefore you are not qualified to speak such words to me. You. Kid, you are too arrogant. The young man in black was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Lin An's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he coldly laughed and said, I am arrogant, so what? Good kid, you actually dare to retort against me. The young man in black smiled coldly, his fists clenched, his eyes shining with burning fighting spirit as he advanced step by step toward Lin An, a tremendous aura bursting forth from his body, soaring into the sky, enveloping the entire room. I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Feeling the terrifying aura of the young man in black, Lin An was startled and quickly said. Humph, rude. I want to see what abilities you have. The young man in black sneered and punched at Lin An. This punch contained a terrifying power. If it were an ordinary person, they would have probably been killed instantly. However, he was up against Lin An. Lin An snorted coldly, reached out and directly grabbed the opponent's fist, gently twisting it. With a crisp sound, a bone fracture echoed throughout the room. The young man in black felt a sharp pain in his arm and couldn't help but scream out. Lin An snorted coldly, his palm shaking slightly, and the young man in black was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With this one move, Lin An stunned everyone present. You actually dared to hurt me. The young man in black angrily got up and pointed at Lin An. All of you should leave. I do not wish for anyone to cause trouble here today. Lin An turned to look at the crowd, speaking softly yet with an authoritative tone. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Lin An to suddenly become so domineering. They involuntarily took a step back, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. The young man in black gritted his teeth and said, Kid, don't be too arrogant. I will take revenge on you. Feel free to Lin An's lips curled into a wicked smile, seemingly indifferent to the threat. The young man in black glared fiercely at Lin An, then turned to the group of young men beside him and said, let's go. All right. The young men hurriedly followed him out. Mumu saw the messy meeting room and worriedly asked Lin An, Brother Lin, you were too reckless just now. Those guys are from the Iron Cavalry Corps and provoking them will definitely cause trouble. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Lin An smiled slightly and said. Mumu upon hearing this didn't know what else to say and could only sigh, saying, all right, you need to pay attention to your safety. Rest assured, I've got this. Lin An nodded with a smile and Mumu finally felt a bit relieved. Lin An instructed staff to tidy up the conference room, then left the council chamber with Mumu, intending to take a stroll outside. The two wandered leisurely along the streets, conversing all the while. Brother Lin, did you know? You're growing stronger by the day. Your leveling speed is astonishing, soon you'll ascend to an entirely new tier. Mumu sighed in admiration. Lin An shook his head and replied, you've worked just as hard, don't slack off. Once you reach your peak, your strength will rival anyone's. Hearing this, Mumu beamed with radiant joy and declared, yes, I promise I won't let you down. I'll definitely surpass you. Lin An merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. At that very moment, a system chime resonated sharply within his mind. Beep, players' materials are fully assembled. 5 armored vehicles may now be produced. Confirm production. Damn, produce them immediately. Lin An's heart surged with elation as he issued the command without hesitation. Ding dong, production successful. Congratulations, host. 5 armored vehicles acquired. Current model Class A. Class A armored vehicle specifications: Armor Defense 2000, Defense Enhancement 20. Under normal operation, even Tyrant class undead cannot breach its armor. Durability 120000. Upon depletion, automatic repair costs 500 zombie cores. Damn, this is incredible. Lin An's eyes widened in disbelief. These armored vehicles were far more valuable than ordinary weapons, and their self-repair capability rendered them near mythical. Though the repair cost was steep, credits could always be earned again. Life, however, was irreplaceable. Quick, follow me. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin An seized Mumu's hand and sprinted toward the fortress's armory. Their 5 freshly manufactured armored vehicles stood in perfect formation outside the factory, gleaming pristine and imposing. Each vehicle bore a striking silhouette, bold angular contours delivering powerful visual impact, instantly arresting the eye. The moment Lin An laid eyes on them, he lunged forward like a famished tiger, seizing a control lever atop one vehicle and effortlessly swinging open its hatch. The vehicle's operating systems were remarkably intuitive, accessible even to novices. Once Mumu settled into the front passenger seat, Lin An gently pressed the accelerator, then slammed it downward. Roar! The engine roared to life, surging forward with explosive force, intense acceleration pressing sharply against the driver's seat. Mumu felt her body lift slightly as if airborne. She drew a deep breath and fixed her gaze unblinkingly on the road ahead. Wow, the sheer power of this vehicle is astounding. Naturally. Lin An accelerated furiously, tearing through the fortress gates and vanishing into the desolate wilderness. Across a pockmarked, ravaged terrain, the armored vehicle surged forward, unfaltering, relentless. Peering out the window, Mumu saw a wasteland scarred by jagged craters and grotesque undulations, a sight both haunting and visceral. Yet the vehicle glided over such terrain as if crossing polished marble, utterly unaffected. Mumu gasped in awe. She hadn't imagined its performance could be so extraordinary. Beside her, Lin An brimmed with exhilaration. The design perfectly matched his aesthetic, especially the heavy machine gun mounted atop the turret radiating raw lethal authority that commanded instant respect and fear. After several hours of testing, Lin An steered the vehicle back into the fortress. The moment he entered the cavernous entrance, Bu Huan appeared, pacing anxiously. "Commander, you're finally back." Lin An hurried forward, concern etching his brow. "Bu Huan, what's happened? Why do you look so distressed?" Wiping sweat from his brow, Bu Huan replied, "Commander, it's dire. Our steel reserves are depleted. Without steel, all production must halt." "What?" Lin An's expression tightened. He recalled producing the 5 armored vehicles had exhausted the stockpile. "Very well, grant everyone temporary leave. I'll devise a solution." Bu Huan nodded. "Understood, I'll make the arrangements at once. It's time to mine some iron ore." Lin An remembered a rich untapped iron deposit roughly 100 kilometers southwest of the fortress, abundant, untouched for years, potentially yielding hundreds of tons. He resolved to harvest it. Gathering his team, he climbed into an armored vehicle and set off toward the deposit. Jean Bouer sat in the front passenger seat, cradling his rifle, eyes alight with unrestrained excitement. "Commander, this ride is absolutely legendary. Just cruising around in it makes you feel unstoppable." He couldn't help but exclaim. Lin An chuckled. "It is impressive, but remember, we're heading to mine iron ore. Aside from the zombies along the way who'll even notice your flashy ride." "Fair point." Jean Bouer scratched his head sheepishly, just as a chorus of guttural ragged shrieks echoed across the wasteland. They looked ahead, and froze. A vast seething horde stretched across the horizon, a churning black tide swallowing the land. Jean Bouer's face paled, his eyes bulged in horror. "We're doomed, utterly doomed. How could we possibly stumble upon this many? Commander, what do we do?" His scalp prickled with dread. Lin An scoffed coldly, "Why panic? We're no helpless prey. Do you truly fear mere foot soldiers?" With a sharp exhale, he pushed the armored vehicle to its absolute limit, precisely the test he'd sought. How would it fare against mass targets? And fate delivered the perfect trial. Whoosh, the vehicle shot forward at full throttle, scattering the front ranks of undead like chaff before the wind. Lin An re-engaged, surging ahead once more. Thunderroar, he wove the armored vehicle through the writhing horde, crushing every corpse that dared block his path. Yalan scrambled onto the turret, gripped the heavy machine gun, and opened fire without hesitation. Bang bang, her aim was flawless, each burst detonated undead skulls with surgical precision. "Haha, this is amazing. This gun seems tailor-made for me." Yalin exclaimed with immense excitement, feeling a rush of joy as she saw so many zombies fall to her fire. The power of this gun was truly terrifying. On both sides of the armored vehicle there were shooting holes for firing. Others extended their gun barrels through these openings and opened fire on the approaching zombies. Day. The sound of gunfire was incessant and the zombies fell one after another. However, the crisp gunshots attracted even more zombies, surging towards the armored vehicle like a tidal wave, crazily launching an assault. Lin An stepped on the accelerator once again, sending the zombies blocking the vehicle flying away, falling like wheat being cut down in large numbers. Driving the armored vehicle, Lin An swept through the hordes of zombies, crushing everything in his path and continuously reaping the lives of the undead. An hour and a half later, they finally managed to shake off the zombies and arrived at the location of the iron mine. By this time it was already evening. The sun was setting and the evening glow tinted half the sky red, casting a crimson hue over the world. The environment around the mining area was extremely harsh, with rugged terrain and dense weeds growing all around. Inside this mining area, apart from various massive rocks, there were also abundant gravel, rubble and branches, creating a desolate and dilapidated scene. Seeing this scene before him, Lin An couldn't help but frown. He was very familiar with the surrounding environment, so he knew that this was a difficult place to mine. This place was far from the city and very few people dared to come here for exploration. "Captain, is there really an iron mine here?" Jean Boer asked with some skepticism. He thought that in such a barren place it was unlikely there would be any iron mine. Lin An smiled and said, "Indeed, there is an iron mine here, and it has quite a substantial reserve. Let's find a place to rest for the night before continuing the extraction tomorrow." After finishing his words, Lin An led the team to look for a relatively dry spot to rest. Night soon fell. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a hazy and enchanting glow. By this time the sky had turned dark and the night wind brushed against their faces, bringing a chilling sensation. "Captain, is there really an iron mine here? Why do I feel like it's so eerie?" Jean Boer looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but frown, his heart racing with fear. Seeing Jean Boer's state, Lin An couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "It's just a mining vein. How much danger could there be? Look at you, such a coward. There's just a mining vein here. Why are you so afraid? With me around, nothing will happen to you." Hearing Lin An's words, Jean Boer immediately relaxed, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "By the way, I seem to have smelled a strong scent of blood nearby. Did something happen here that attracted so many zombies?" Jean Boer suddenly thought of something and nervously asked. Lin An gasped upon hearing his words. He had been too focused on fighting his way here to notice the surrounding environment, but now hearing Jean Boer he suddenly came to a realization. The surroundings were too eerie and the strong smell of blood gave a chilling sensation. "Captain, I think we should leave here as soon as possible. I feel like there's a strange atmosphere here." Jean Boer swallowed hard and said. Lin An's brows furrowed deeply and his expression became increasingly serious. "Boer, it seems we have indeed encountered danger. There must be some powerful monster lurking nearby. What should we do then? Let's wait and see what the situation is here. If it's truly dangerous we'll have to retreat for a while." After Lin An's words he fell silent, quietly waiting. Lin and Mumu also stopped talking and began to wait silently. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. "Captain, there's nothing around here. Why do I feel like something is off?" Jean Boer couldn't help but speak, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Shut up, don't speak, listen carefully," Lin An said in a low voice. Though he felt somewhat apprehensive, Lin An maintained a cautious mindset. Just as his voice fell his ears twitched slightly. His gaze fixed firmly ahead, his pupils suddenly constricted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Something is coming." Upon hearing Lin An's words, Jean Boer quickly shut his mouth and everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. Before them appeared a massive black shadow. It was an enormous monster covered in green fur, looking hideous and fierce, with a large head and a pair of sharp fangs. Roar! The monster let out a furious roar, a powerful sound wave sweeping towards them. In that moment everyone felt as if deafening sound waves were crashing against them, causing their eardrums to ache. "Captain, what should we do?" Jean Boer couldn't help but ask. He now felt fear, having not expected to encounter such a powerful monster here. Such a creature was truly terrifying. Lin An took a deep breath and said, "This is a mutated beast called the reedy giant ape. Its skin is extremely tough, nearly impervious to blades, and its attack power is formidable. You all must be very careful, do not act rashly and avoid exposing your position." As soon as he finished speaking he drew out the longing sword, preparing for battle, his expression grave as he focused on the reedy giant ape ahead. Seeing Lin An like this, Jean Boer did not dare to be negligent, drawing his weapon and getting ready for battle. Jean Boer held a steel shield, pressing it against the ground, his gaze warily fixed ahead. Boom! Suddenly the reedy giant ape spat out a fireball, shooting straight towards Lin An and the others with incredible speed, reaching them in an instant. "Damn, it has spotted us." Lin An and the others quickly dodged, simultaneously swinging their weapons to deflect the fireball. Seeing the fireball deflected, Jean Boer let out a sigh of relief. The reedy giant ape, infuriated by its failed attack, bellowed in rage. It let out a long howl, swinging its arms, and massive rocks flew from its palms like cannonballs, hurtling towards Lin An and the others. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the group changed dramatically. They hurriedly waved their weapons to knock away the giant rocks flying towards them. Lin An lunged forward, the longing sword in his hand erupting with dazzling purple arcs of electricity, striking fiercely at the head of the reedy giant ape. The purple arc sliced through the air with a piercing sound, yet failed to harm the reedy giant ape in the slightest. The giant ape let out a shrill scream of pain and swung its massive arm toward Lin An. Lin An quickly dodged, evading the blow from the giant's arm. Seeing its attack missed, the reedy giant ape roared in anger, launching a relentless barrage of punches at Lin An. The force of its attacks was terrifying, creating loud cracks in the air wherever it passed. Lin An defended against the giant ape's strikes while swiftly dodging its blows. With a fierce roar, the reedy giant ape continued to pummel with both fists. Lin An's figure flickered rapidly in place, evading the giant's attacks. The battle between the man and the beast was intense, trees in the surroundings collapsing under the impacts, turning into swirling dust. The clashes between Lin An and the reedy giant ape produced a series of violent sounds, both moving at incredible speeds, each collision igniting brilliant sparks. In just a short moment the two were locked in combat, exchanging blows fiercely. With a thunderous crash, the reedy giant ape suddenly raised its leg and kicked Lin An hard. Seeing this, Lin An quickly swung his sword to block, but his strength was not enough to match the giant ape, and with a muffled grunt he was sent sprawling to the ground. Lin An's body crashed heavily to the ground, a sharp pain shot through his chest, and with a taste of blood rising in his throat he spat out a mouthful of crimson. "Captain, are you all right?" Jean Boer rushed forward to help Lin An up. "I'm fine, just be careful with the situation." Lin An shook his head, slowly standing up, wiping the blood from his mouth, his expression grave as he stared at the reedy giant ape ahead. After standing, the reedy giant ape had bloodshot eyes emanating a frenzied aura, glaring at Lin An and his companions, letting out a low growl. The sound echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the valley. "Captain, that reedy giant ape seems to have fallen into a complete berserk state. We can't let this continue, I must deal with it quickly." Jean Boer observed the reedy giant ape with a serious expression. "Indeed, it must be dealt with immediately, otherwise we will face great trouble." Lin nodded in agreement with Jean Boer. "Don't move around, just stay put," Lin An commanded Jean Boer with a serious tone. "Let's go, Lin, we'll charge together," Lin An said, dashing forward with the longing sword glowing with radiant purple light, striking fiercely at the reedy giant ape. Seeing Lin An daring to attack him, the reedy giant ape roared furiously, swinging its massive arm once more toward Lin An. Lin An quickly swung his sword to block, but his attack was still unable to stop the reedy giant ape. Bang! Lin An was kicked away and crashed into the distant grass, stirring up a cloud of dust. The reedy giant ape, witnessing Lin An being kicked away, showed an excited expression, letting out a roar as it leaped into the air, its fists swinging wildly, creating a howling wind as it charged toward Lin An. At this critical moment, Lin's sword unexpectedly pierced into the neck of the reedy giant ape, abruptly halting its attack. PCH. A horrifying wound was inflicted on the giant ape's neck, blood gushing forth. The reedy giant ape let out an angry roar, turning to glare at Lin with its crimson eyes filled with hatred. Mere mutated beast dares to provoke me, truly seeking death. Today I shall send you to your demise. Lin said coldly, her face revealing a chilling, killing intent as she looked at the reedy giant ape. The reedy giant ape sensed Lin's hostility and immediately revealed a ferocious smile. Roar! Then the reedy giant ape lunged at Lin, opening its gaping maw ready to swallow her whole. Lin had anticipated that the reedy giant ape would attack her, and at the moment it lunged, she swiftly withdrew her sword. Clang! 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 The blade struck repeatedly against the giant ape's belly, leaving deep indentations. The reedy giant ape, furious from Lin's attack, roared again, reopening its gaping mouth. Just then Lin An arrived on the scene. He swung the longing sword in his hand, striking suddenly at the head of the reedy giant ape with lightning speed. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as sparks flew, leaving a deep mark on the giant ape's forehead. Roar! 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 The reedy giant ape let out a furious roar, swinging its right paw violently toward Lin An, seeking to shred him apart. Seeing this, Lin An immediately used the Lingbo Weibo technique to evade the reedy giant ape's attack. Meanwhile, he continuously swung the longing sword, forcing the giant ape to dodge left and right. Whoosh! 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 Lin An and Jean Boer attacked the reedy giant ape in tandem, driving it back relentlessly, leaving it unable to resist. The more the reedy giant ape fought, the angrier it became, roaring like a madman as it charged at Lin An and the others. Lin An frowned, unprepared for how difficult the giant ape would be to handle. However, despite the reedy giant ape's formidable strength, the synergy between him and Lin was exceptional, preventing the ape from exerting much power and causing it to suffer backlash. Under the combined assaults of Lin An, the reedy giant ape gradually faltered, its fur nearly stripped away by their attacks. Ah whoa! The reedy giant ape roared, exuding a dense aura of malevolence, its eyes glaring red at Lin An and Lin, filled with murderous intent as if it wanted to strip them alive. Roar! The reedy giant ape swung its claws once more, unleashing a surge of power from its claws, accompanied by a fierce wind charging toward Lin An and Lin. Lin An, upon seeing this, narrowed his eyes, swiftly dodging to the side. Lin also reacted, quickly evading in the same manner. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted right above the spot where Lin An and Lin had just been. Lin An and Lin gazed upon the mushroom cloud blooming from the explosion, their hearts tightening with awe. Such terrifying, destructive power! If that blast had struck us directly, not even our bones would remain. Roar! Howl! With a furious bellow, the crimson-eyed giant ape surged forward, a streak of scarlet, pursuing Lin An and Lin at blinding speed. Seeing this, Lin An and Lin instantly activated the Lingbo Weibo, darting ahead with ethereal grace. Boom! Another detonation shook the air as the crimson-eyed giant ape launched its next assault. Boom! 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 Waves of overwhelming force erupted in succession, hurling Lin An and Lin backward several paces each, their garments shredded to tatters, their hair whipped into wild disarray. How can such a monster exist? Between the two of us we cannot subdue it. Lin's face paled and a thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The crimson-eyed giant ape roared again and lunged once more toward Lin An and Lin. At the sight of its thunderous charge, both warriors' expressions tightened with alarm, and they sprang apart in opposite directions with split-second precision. Boom! A muffled impact echoed as the beast's razor-sharp claws sent Lin An and Lin flying, slamming them hard into the earth, carving two deep craters and sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. Lin An and Lin spat crimson blood, their faces drained of color, eyes wide with primal dread as they stared at the crimson-eyed giant ape. Lin! Are you all right? Lin An rushed to Lin's side the moment she was struck down, urgently checking her condition. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Just a concussive injury, nothing more. Lin shook her head, gently wiping the blood from her lips with quiet composure, her expression betraying no trace of pain. Relief washed over Lin An. He turned, eyes locking onto the crimson-eyed giant ape. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that instant, a rapid staccato of gunfire erupted. The armored vehicle driven by Jean Boer and his team had arrived, its mounted machine gun blazing volleys at the beast. The crimson-eyed giant ape's attention snapped instantly toward them. With a deafening howl, it charged, determined to crush those accursed metal contraptions beneath its fists. Perfect opportunity. Boom! 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 Gunfire rained without pause. Bullets punched through the beast's hide, leaving it riddled with wounds, crimson blood welling forth in steady streams. Its massive form began to flicker, growing faint and insubstantial. Ha ha ha! Crimson-eyed giant ape, aren't you mighty? Aren't you arrogant? Then why hasn't your strength surged? Aren't you still strutting about? Go on, keep showing off. Jean Boer stood beside the autocannon shouting with smug triumph. How wool? Enraged by the taunt, the crimson-eyed giant ape erupted into a white-hot fury, blasting forward like lightning, closing the distance to Jean Boer in the blink of an eye. Jean Boer recoiled instantly, diving back into the armored hull. Boom! A thunderous impact shook the earth, the beast's colossal palm slammed into the vehicle's hull. The armored vehicle held firm, not so much as a tremor, but the crimson-eyed giant ape staggered backward, stunned by the recoil. Ha! Can't break it. Then come on, try again. Jean Boer re-emerged, seizing the gun turret once more to unleash another hail of fire. Fury boiled over within the beast. Roar! With a final earth-shaking roar, it hurled itself forward, sprinting once more to annihilate Jean Boer. This time, however, Lin An and Yalan would grant it no such chance. Their blades sliced the air in unison, shrieking with lethal resonance as they launched a ferocious coordinated assault. A flash of steel, then deep ragged gashes tore across the beast's body, blood surging from each wound. With a guttural scream of agony, it barreled forward, aiming to crush Lin An and Yalan beneath its weight. Boo! 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 Lin An and Yalan pressed the attack, blades flashing in rapid succession, carving fine, precise lacerations across the beast's hide. The crimson-eyed giant ape shrieked incessantly in torment, its coarse fur tearing away in brittle strands, falling lifelessly to the ground. At this rate it would soon fall, vanquished by Lin An and Yalan's relentless onslaught. Lin An and Yalan sensed the turning point and intensified their pace, movements growing sharper, swifter, deadlier. No matter how fiercely the beast resisted, its fate was sealed, its outer hide sloughed away entirely, revealing raw pulsating muscle and glistening crimson blood. Shink! Lin An and Yalan severed the beast's left arm, their blades plunging deep, erupting in a violent spray of scarlet. Roar! A chorus of agonized wails tore from the beast's throat, raw, harrowing, desolate. Boo! Lin An and Yalan raised their swords once more, blades blazing, and brought them down in perfect unison. A shuddering clang resounded as the beast's neck split cleanly in two, its severed head thudding heavily to the earth. Huff! Lin An and Yalan landed softly on the ground, exhaling in unison a shared weary sigh. Their faces were pale drawn, yet radiant with hard-won victory. They had given everything and finally slain the crimson-eyed giant ape. Wiping sweat from their brows, Lin An and Yalan turned to Jean Boer and smiled. Well done, Boer, you acted fast. Had you not drawn its attention with that barrage, we might never have prevailed. Those shots. Nothing short of divine intervention. Yalan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the timing was impeccable. Jean Boer scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Oh please, had I faced it alone I'd have been crushed before I could blink. Lin An nodded, deeply impressed by Jean Boer's composure and quick thinking. Let's rest here for now. At first light we'll mine this deposit and then head home. Lin An and Yalan spoke to Jean Boer, then retrieved sleeping bags from the armored vehicle and settled in, closing their eyes to restore their depleted strength. Night faded. Dawn broke, soft gold spilling over the valley, bathing the land in warmth and gentle light. Jean Boer stirred awake, stretching luxuriously with a low contented groan, every trace of fatigue melted away. He glanced around and found Lin An nowhere in sight. Where's Commander Lin? A faint frown creased his brow as he murmured in quiet confusion. He's scouting nearby for ore deposits, no need to worry. He'll return shortly. Yalan's voice rang out, calm and assured. Ah, good. Jean Boer exhaled, tension dissolving from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Lin An stood atop a neighboring ridge, having located the vein, and now stood on open ground, activating his system. Ding! Congratulations, the master has discovered a mineral deposit rewarding 20000 experience points. Lin An felt excited upon seeing the notification. No other players had mined the site yet and the iron ore content was already quite, so he quickly said to the system, open the mine. Ding! System reminder, the mine has been opened, players should proceed quickly. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin An did not hesitate and immediately called out to Yalan and Jean Boer, heading towards the mine. Boo! Crack, crack, crack. A sloping hole suddenly collapsed in the open space before it. This place really hasn't been discovered by anyone else, it seems quite safe. Lin An said excitedly upon seeing the mine, and then he was the first to dive into the cave. Let's go. Jean Boer glanced at the mine and without further thought followed suit. The mine was deep, not knowing where it led. Lin An and the others donned their miners' helmets, turned on their headlamps and walked along the tunnel. After about 10 minutes they arrived in front of a large rock. This rock was about 10 meters in diameter, blocking their path. What is this? Jean Boer asked curiously. To access the minerals inside this rock we need to open it up. However, there are many underground mutated stoneworms inside which primarily live by consuming ores. We need to be cautious and avoid getting bitten. Lin An carefully examined the rock before him and slowly spoke. Okay, I understand. Jean Boer nodded. Swish. A long sword appeared abruptly in Lin An's hand and then his body shot upward, leaping to the top of the rock, the sword in his hand stabbing down fiercely. Bang! The rock instantly exploded, debris flying everywhere. After the rock cracked open, a dark opening appeared. Let's go in and take a look. Lin An called everyone to enter the rock cave. Once inside, a foul odor hit them, causing everyone to instinctively cover their noses. Moo and Lin couldn't help but gag. Jean Boer and the others instinctively covered their noses, but the stench still assaulted them. This stinks. Why is it so foul here? Jean Boer frowned, waving his hand near his nose while complaining. It must be the excrement of the stoneworms. What bad luck we entered through their toilet. Lin An said, both amused and exasperated. Moo and Lin couldn't help but chuckle at Lin An's words. The group continued walking forward. Suddenly Lin An felt something wriggling beneath his feet. Swish! He drew the longing sword and lightly pierced, lifting the object beneath his feet. It was a brown round object the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, Lin An found that this ball-shaped object was a small worm with spider-like antennae crawling on the ground. Its antennae twisted and wriggled on the floor as if trying to evade something. Hey, what is this? Is it a spider? Jean Boer exclaimed in surprise, staring wide-eyed at the creature Lin An had just picked up. No, it's a stoneworm. Lin An shook his head in denial. Jean Boer nodded and said, a stoneworm. This is my first time seeing one. I thought they would be much larger, it's so small. Before anyone gets a clear look at this creature, I'll just slice it in half, Lin An said, swiftly cutting it with his sword and tossing it aside. Lingo, could you at least let us see it clearly? Moo was immediately speechless. Being petite, she hadn't even had the chance to squeeze in to get a good look at the worm before Lin An had killed. This isn't my fault, it's for everyone's safety. This worm can spray highly corrosive acid. If it gets on your skin, it can make you feel very uncomfortable. If it sticks to you, it will be a big problem. Lin An shrugged, a bit helpless. Upon hearing this, Moo stopped talking. The group continued onward. Along the way, stone worms kept appearing, but whenever they approached Lin An, they were all swiftly slain by the long sword in his hand. Not a single one managed to escape. Phew. Finally, after another half hour, they walked into a mine pit. Lin An couldn't help but gasp upon seeing the scene inside the pit. Inside the mine pit was filled with various kinds of iron ore piled up like a small mountain, appearing even larger than the stone walls they had seen earlier. Wow, we've struck it rich. We actually found so much iron ore inside the mine, we're going to be wealthy. Jean Boer exclaimed excitedly at this sight. Yes. We are so lucky. Moo also shouted with excitement. Jean Boer and the others looked at the vast mineral resources before them, their eyes filled with ecstasy. Okay, I'll set down the mining machine. Everyone prepare for defense. The vibrations and sounds from the mining machine will attract the stoneworms. Lin An ordered and then walked to the side of the pit to start placing the mining machine. Suddenly a deafening noise echoed throughout the entire cave, causing the stone walls outside to shake, making the cave tremble, producing a series of crash sounds as if it were about to collapse. They're coming. Just as Lin An's voice fell, a large swarm of stoneworms surged out from the cave. This swarm of stoneworms looked like clumps of sticky mud covered in lumps, and when their mouths opened, sharp teeth were revealed, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing these stoneworms, everyone instinctively took a step back, their faces filled with fear. Don't panic. Shoot them and don't let them get close to the mining machine. Lin An yelled, pulling out a rifle from his storage space. Yes. Upon hearing the command, everyone raised their weapons and opened fire on the massive stoneworms. Bang 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 bang. Pop pop pop. Hiss. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire, bullets slicing through the air, the cries of stoneworms, the sounds of collapsing stone walls mixed with the stench of blood plunged the entire cave into a fiery battle. Before long, the entrance to the cave was completely stained green, with the bright green blood flowing into the cave. Wow, although these worms are small, they're quite powerful. Looking at the pile of stoneworm corpses outside the cave, Jean Boer couldn't help but exclaim. Puff puff puff. Ah ah. As the gunshots rang out, the stone insects outside the cave screamed in agony, emitting continuous cries of pain. Everyone, please protect yourselves. Lin An said as he watched the stone insects being shot to pieces. Don't worry. Jean Boer nodded. Bang bang. A bullet grazed the corpse of a stone insect, leaving a long mark. Ah. A stone insect, unable to dodge, was hit by a bullet. Its body pierced through and it fell into a pool of blood, bright red blood gushing out. Bang. Another bullet pierced through another stone insect's body. The casualties among the stone insects in the cave were severe. In the blink of an eye, hundreds had died, yet they continued to surge forth. Everyone hold on. Lin An glanced at the corpses of the stone insects outside the cave, couldn't help but swallow hard, and then spoke. Everyone nodded in response. At that moment, the stone insects began to spray their highly corrosive acid. A large group of stone insects spat out acid, which immediately turned a vibrant green, dripping onto the ground and emitting a hissing sound. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly and dodged, avoiding the splashes of acid. Quick, everyone eliminate the stone insects, otherwise we will be doomed. Seeing this, Lin An immediately shouted. Subsequently, everyone raised their rifles and began to fire at the stone insects, bullets flying out from between their fingers. Bang bang bang. Bullets struck the heads of the stone insects, sparking explosions and creating bursts of fire. The bodies of the stone insects were shattered into pieces, turning into powder that scattered in the air. Rumble. At that moment there was a violent shaking from the stone walls of the cave and the rocks began to collapse, revealing a large hole from which a massive swarm of stone insects surged toward everyone. They moved at an incredibly fast speed, closing in on the group in the blink of an eye, their sharp claws ready to pounce. The group quickly scattered to the sides, avoiding the stone insects, too afraid to get too close. Boom! A massive stone slab fell from the top, crashing down and creating a large pit, sending up a cloud of dust. At that moment stone insects continuously fell from the top of the cave, waving their claws and making a whooshing sound. Now stone insects were surging in from all directions. Lin An gritted his teeth, discarded his rifle and took out a flamethrower from his storage space, unleashing scorching flames at the stone insects. Bang 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 bang. In an instant the jets of flame struck the stone insects, fiercely turning them to charcoal and producing a crackling sound. Thick black smoke rose, filling the entire cave with the smell of burning flesh. This smoke enveloped the surrounding stone insects, obscuring their vision. Squeak! Squeak! The stone insects' shrill cries echoed through the cave, sending chills down one's spine. Although the bodies of the stone insects were tough, they could not withstand the searing heat of the flamethrower, turning to ash. Despite being burned by the flames, these stone insects showed no fear and continued to charge at the group. Kill! Seeing this, Lin An shouted angrily and once again controlled the flamethrower, spraying flames at the stone insects. A series of sizzling sounds filled the air as stone insects were burned to pieces. Everyone raised their rifles and began to shoot frantically at the charging stone insects. In no time gunfire rang out, endlessly bullets flew everywhere and the stone insects fell to the ground, emitting a stench from the piles of flesh. The stone insects that were shot through with bullets were quickly burned by Lin An's flames, turning into charred shells that emitted a foul odor. This wave of stone insects was soon completely eliminated and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone continue to clear out these stone insects, we cannot let them escape or we will all perish here. Seeing this, Lin An urgently said. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and opened fire again, aiming at the stone insects. Under everyone's protection the mining machine operated methodically. It absorbed the surrounding ores and chunks of ore were drawn into the machine's intake process through a series of operations and transformed into steel ingots that fell from the output, clanging together. Vroom. Just then everyone felt the ground beneath their feet suddenly emit a deafening sound as if an earthquake had struck, causing the entire cave to shake. Everyone looked down and saw that the originally calm mirror-like ground had suddenly opened up a huge stone pit, the entrance rapidly expanding. Following this, a stone insect over 2 meters tall crawled out, brandishing its claws and producing sharp, piercing screeches. Hiss! Seeing this gigantic stone insect, everyone gasped. Not good. This is the stone insect king, everyone be careful. Lin An exclaimed urgently, warning everyone. Stone insect king. Upon hearing Lin An's words, everyone's faces changed slightly. You deal with the stone insects, I'll handle this beast. Lin An said, drawing his longing sword and charging at the stone insect king. Swish swish swish. The longing sword sliced through the air with a sharp aura, aiming at the neck of the stone insect king. Seeing this, the stone insect king immediately raised its forelimbs to collide with Lin An's sword. Clang clang. A metallic sound rang out as the two met in midair, creating a series of clashing noises. Both the stone insect king and Lin An were pushed back a few steps. After stabilizing himself, Lin An charged at the stone insect king once again. The stone insect king, seeing this, swayed its body and transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Lin An, its arms outstretched to catch him. The stone insect king's 2 forelimbs were about 3 meters long, entirely black, emitting a cold and gloomy light covered in sharp spikes that gleamed like daggers. As the stone bug king lunged forward, Lin An immediately swung the longing sword to meet it, aiming to slash at the forelimbs of the stone bug king and damage the spikes on them, preventing it from getting closer to his body. However, as soon as Lin An's longing sword made contact with the forelimbs of the stone bug king, a metallic clang echoed and a rippling wave of energy swiftly spread from the point of contact. The forelimbs of the stone bug king were covered in thick armor, radiating a faint yellow glow resembling heavy armor with formidable defensive capabilities. Even when Lin An's longing sword struck it, he could only leave a shallow scratch and caused no real damage. The stone bug king glanced at Lin An's longing sword and let out a low, menacing howl. In the next moment it opened its gaping maw and directed a powerful inhale toward Lin An's head, producing a sound like a sharp hiss. Following this, a black mist erupted from the stone bug king's mouth, transforming into a dark cloud that enveloped Lin An. As the black mist approached, Lin An felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if the air around him had dropped several degrees in an instant. Lin An's expression changed as he looked at the dense black mist. Damn it, that's the poison mist of the stone bug. He quickly stepped back a few paces to evade the attack of the black mist. Lin An managed to dodge in time, but he still felt a piercing cold stream penetrating through his clothes, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Moreover, this icy cold stream was rapidly eroding Lin An's body at an alarming speed. In an instant, a thin layer of white frost formed on Lin An's clothes and pants, even his eyelashes were coated in white frost. Damn. Lin An couldn't help but curse. He was well aware of how troublesome the stone bug's ice skills could be. If a human were targeted by the stone bug's ice skills, there would be no chance of escape. At that moment, Yalan arrived just in time to save the day. She swung her sword and a fire phoenix surged forward, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames towards the stone bug king, instantly vaporizing the ice mist. Thanks. Lin An quickly expressed his gratitude to Yalan. Yalan smiled and shook her head, saying it was nothing. As Yalan spoke, she unleashed a series of fiery projectiles at the stone bug king. However, Yalan's attacks had no effect on the stone bug king, it merely twisted its body slightly to shake off the fireballs. Roar! The stone bug king disdainfully looked at Lin An and the others, letting out a series of low growls before swinging one of its forelimbs down towards Lin An. This strike was imbued with immense pressure, even a tank would be sent flying by such a blow. Seeing this, Lin An hurriedly extended his right hand, and the longing sword that had fallen to the side instantly flew back into his grip as he raised it to meet the stone bug king's strike. Clang! The two forces collided, producing a metallic sound as sparks flew. Bang! Both Lin An and the stone bug king staggered back a few steps. Roar! Roar! The stone bug king roared again, charging towards Lin An once more. Humph, just a trivial skill. Lin An sneered as he saw the stone bug king rushing at him. Lin An abruptly leaped backward several steps, and the longing sword in his hand swept out with a fierce gust of wind, striking down towards the stone bug king's head. Chop! Lin An's sword energy carved a long wound on the stone bug king's head, causing bright red blood to flow from the injury. Awoo! The stone bug king cried out in pain, letting out a mournful roar, its eyes turning crimson as it gazed at Lin An with a hint of madness. In the next moment, Lin An's body suddenly vanished from its original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on the stone bug king's back, stabbing down mercilessly with the longing sword. Thrust! The longing sword pierced through the stone bug king's back, penetrating its flesh with green blood gushing from the wound and quickly staining the ground around it. In pain, the stone bug king turned its head to glare at Lin An. Die! Seeing this, Lin An's face twisted into a grim expression as he unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. A terrifying wave of power surged from Lin An's fists, forming two swirling vortices on the surface of his fists. The two swirling vortices spun like grinding wheels, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the two vortices crashed into the stone bug king's body, toppling it over. The stone bug king was sent flying several yards away, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit, cracking the earth beneath it. It struggled to rise from the pit and stand once more. Hiss! Hiss! After standing up, the stone bug king emitted a series of strange cries before charging once again at Lin An and Yalan. However, this time it was at the end of its strength. Although its speed remained impressive, it appeared feeble before. Seeing this, Lin An charged forward, shaking the longing sword violently, and a beam of swordlight erupted, striking fiercely at the stone bug king's head. The stone bug king's head was cleaved in two, with brain matter, internal organs, and blood spilling from the two halves of its body, scattering on the. With this strike, Lin An had slain the stone bug king, and its body lay lifeless. Huff! Upon seeing Lin An defeat the stone bug king, Yalan breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing signs of relaxation. Finally done. Lin An wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a fatigued expression as he felt the exhaustion from expending too much mental energy, making him feel completely worn out. Are you okay? Yalan asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just that dealing with those bugs drained too much of my strength, so I feel a bit tired. At this moment, the mining machine gradually came to a halt, having completely extracted all the iron ore from the surroundings. Looking at the mountain of steel ingots, Lin An knew the trip was worth it. He rushed forward to store the ingots and the mining machine into his storage space. Then he shouted, "Mission accomplished, let's retreat." As the stone bugs continued to swarm, Lin An and the others dealt with their attacks while running towards the cave entrance. Not long after, Lin An and the others left the mine and walked towards the outside. Phew! Finally out. Once outside the mine, Lin An immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Huff! Huff! Following closely behind, Yalan was also panting heavily, clearly having exhausted too much energy inside the mine. What should we do now? Yalan looked at Lin An and asked. Let's go home. The 5 armored vehicles were quietly waiting not far away for Lin An and the others. All right. Yalan nodded and got into the 5 armored vehicles along with Lin An and the others. The vehicles roared to life and slowly headed towards the fortress. Throughout their journey, Lin An and his group faced no dangers, but as they approached the fortress, they were surprised to find that the number of zombies wandering near the fortress had gradually increased. Strange, the closer we get to the fortress, the fewer zombies there are around. Why are there suddenly more now? Lin An couldn't help but mutter upon seeing this. I don't know. Yalan frowned and thought. Regardless, we should first avoid the immediate crisis. Lin An pondered for a moment, then shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The 5 armored vehicles slowly approached the fortress while the zombies outside quickly chased after them, making hissing sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, this group of zombies was sparse and the machine gun turrets on the armored vehicles quickly dealt with them. The convoy entered the fortress where In Buwan and Wan Lai were already waiting anxiously. Lin An, you finally returned. Seeing Lin An and the others return safely, In Buwan immediately showed a relieved expression and hurriedly asked, how did it go? Did you encounter any danger? We're fine, what's going on? Lin An shook his head puzzled. Wang Lai replied, this morning a large number of zombies suddenly appeared outside our fortress. I was worried about something happening, so I sent a few guards to watch outside the fortress gate. Fortunately, they eventually dispersed. Oh. A large number of zombies appeared at our fortress. Lin An furrowed his brow and spoke. Wang Lai nodded and said, indeed, we didn't expect zombies to appear so suddenly, but thankfully there were only a few hundred. Lin An nodded and said, we need to be vigilant in the near future, we must not let our guard down. Don't worry, I've already sent people to monitor those zombies. They definitely won't dare to enter the city. Wang Lai assured confidently. I hope so. Lin An nodded slightly. Then he turned to In Buwan and said, I've brought back the steel you wanted. Take a look at the quality. As he spoke, he took out a steel ingot from his storage space and handed it to In Buwan. After examining it for a moment, In Buwan exclaimed in delight, not bad, the steel is really of excellent quality. Great. I've moved the remaining hundreds of tons to the warehouse. This time the haul was substantial. If it weren't for the storage space, I wouldn't have known how to transport such heavy supplies back. After dealing with these matters, Lin An returned to his room. He intended to get a good sleep, but no matter how he turned, he couldn't fall asleep. The matter of the zombies outside the city made him feel that things were far from simple. Unable to sit still, he summoned everyone to the conference room for a meeting. In the conference room, Yalin, Mumu, Jean Buer and others were all present. Lingo, what happened? Mumu looked at Lin An in confusion. We need to make some preparations. Lin An said solemnly as he addressed everyone. Commander, what's going on? What preparations do we need to make? Hearing Lin An's words, Yalin and the others looked puzzled. Recently, the number of zombies wandering near our fortress has been increasing. There may be a large-scale zombie outbreak or even a zombie horde. If that happens, our fortress could be subjected to a massive attack. A large-scale attack. What exactly is going on? Someone exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. I don't know the specific reasons, but we must be fully prepared. But don't hesitate, you all need to organize your teams immediately and begin preparing for battle. The others listened and did not continue to argue. Yes, Commander. The group responded. Commander, do you have any other plans? Lin inquired. Lin An pondered for a moment and said, I have already dispatched personnel to search for the zombies, hoping they can locate the zombies' lair. What about you? Do you have any suggestions? Wang Lai suggested, I recommend building defensive fortifications around and setting up some protective barriers. This way those zombies won't be able to breach the defenses. Good. I agree with your idea, go ahead with that. By the way, you all need to pay more attention to safety in the near future. I'm afraid that mutated beasts like the last time might appear again. Understood. Everyone nodded. Then I'll go rest, you all should get some rest too. All right, Commander. After Lin An left the conference room, he returned to his room, lying on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. However, this did not mean he was asleep, he remained very vigilant. While Lin An was resting, a figure stealthily jumped in through the window of the building where Lin An was staying, quietly entering his room. The room was pitch dark and Lin An was completely unaware. However, just as the figure was about to reach Lin An's side, a cold gleam flashed. With a soft sound, a dagger pierced the figure's arm, causing a warm spray of blood to erupt. You. The figure's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lin An standing before him, wanting to say something, but just halfway through they swallowed back their words and collapsed to the ground. Clap. The light turned on and it turned out that the one lying in bed was not Lin An at all, but two pillows. Lin An looked at the unfamiliar person before him and coldly said, Tell me, who are you and why did you attempt to assassinate me? Hearing Lin An's words, the figure's pupils constricted, their face changed dramatically as they struggled to escape. But at that moment Lin An would not allow them to escape. He charged forward in a swift motion, kicking the figure away, then grasped the person's neck and forcefully pressed them against the floor. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, the figure's entire face instantly turned red. Lin An showed no mercy, repeatedly punching the person's abdomen, causing them to suffer immensely and spit out blood. The man did not immediately faint. He looked up at Lin An, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Ha! I really didn't expect to be defeated by a young man." He continued, "Tell me who sent you." Lin An stared at the man before him and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "You are not worthy to know. All you need to understand is that you have provoked someone you shouldn't have." Lin An's eyes narrowed slightly at these words, and with a cold snort he said, "In that case I shouldn't let you live any longer." As he spoke, Lin An was about to take action against the man, but at that moment the man suddenly snorted coldly, spat out a mouthful of blood and then slumped over unconscious. Seeing this, Lin An frowned slightly, not expecting the other party to be so decisive as to commit suicide by poison in one breath. Looking at the man's corpse on the ground, Lin An took a deep breath filled with anger. At that moment he wished he could drag the person responsible out and whip him mercilessly to vent his frustration. Unfortunately he currently lacked the strength to track down the culprit. Yet in his heart two guesses began to form. It could either be Zhao Kuang or the Iron Cavalry Corps. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Lin An quickly opened his eyes and called out in a deep voice. "It's me, Lin," came the voice from outside the door. "Come in," Lin An replied, his tone softening considerably upon hearing her voice. With permission granted, Yalin pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing the scene inside she was immediately startled. Lin An calmly said, "I subdued an assassin, but he quickly committed suicide by poison." Yalin sighed in relief, saying, "I heard some commotion in your room while I was outside. I was worried and came to check, but I didn't expect something would actually happen." "I didn't expect this situation either," Lin An sighed helplessly and said, "You should go to sleep now, I'm tired too." "You don't need to worry, you can rest assured now. By the way, Commander, how should we handle the man's corpse?" Lin An replied, "Just throw it away, he no longer has any value." "All right." Yalin nodded, calling someone to take the man's body away and have the blood cleaned up before she exited. Ha! After Yalin closed the door, Lin An finally let out a breath. Tonight's events had been truly perilous. If it weren't for his quick reaction he might have faced danger. "No matter who sent them, just wait. I will not let you go. I, Lin An, swear that I will reclaim the humiliation I suffered today." Lin An thought fiercely in his heart. The next day, just as dawn began to break, Lin An was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. He opened his eyes, rubbed his sore eyes, pulled off the covers, dressed, and opened the door. "Commander," Wang Lai said urgently, "you were right, those zombies are moving." Lin An instantly became alert, asking, "When did this happen?" "Just now," Wang Lai replied. "Take me there quickly," Lin An urged. "Yes." Following Wang Lai, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the city wall. Below the city wall, zombies were densely packed, their numbers frightening. They roared continuously as if declaring their sovereignty over this place. Seeing this, Lin An decisively ordered, "Notify everyone to prepare for battle. As soon as those zombies approach, shoot them on the spot." "Yes." Wang Lai promptly agreed. Soon the battle alarm rang throughout the castle. Currently the fortress was implementing a universal soldier system. Regardless of age or gender, all survivors in the castle immediately picked up their weapons and climbed onto the fortress, readying for battle upon hearing the alarm. Meanwhile, Lin An stood on the city wall gazing at the zombies below. There were countless zombies, at least tens of millions. These were mutated zombies. Although their levels were not high, their sheer numbers were overwhelming and they were highly aggressive. Ordinary weapons posed no threat to them. "Commander, the number of zombies is increasing rapidly. It is estimated that they will gather completely in about 5 minutes," Wang Lai said, coming to Lin An's side. Lin An nodded. 5 minutes was not long, it would pass quickly. Below the city, a horde of mutated zombies was madly rushing towards Lin An and the others. Lin An stood on the city wall watching the horde of mutated zombies without a trace of fear. "Commander, it seems these zombies want to rush over here," Jean Boer said nervously. Lin An smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I have it under control." He then picked up a gun nearby. Bang bang bang. Lin An fired continuously, taking down a large group of zombies below the city wall. As if receiving a signal, the other survivors with light and heavy weapons immediately began to shoot at the mutated zombies upon hearing Lin An's gunfire. Day. Bang bang bang. Poochie poochie. A series of sounds echoed continuously amidst the pile of zombies. Awoo. Suddenly a chilling howl rang out, followed by a zombie howling to the sky and then leaping towards Lin An. Seeing the charging zombie, Lin An's expression remained unchanged as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the incoming zombie. Bang. Pata! A bullet struck the zombie's forehead, piercing through, and the zombie's body fell from the air. Immediately after, another zombie rushed towards Lin An. Lin An did not even glance at the rushing zombie, continuing to shoot at the previous zombie, shattering its head and causing its body to collapse to the ground lifeless. "Commander is mighty," the crowd below the city wall shouted in unison. Hearing this, Lin An smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, we are fighting for our homeland. We cannot retreat even a step." Upon hearing Lin An's words, the crowd responded loudly, "Fight for our homeland." Good. Seeing the morale of the people high, Lin An nodded and continued firing at the zombies. Whoosh. Shoo. Bang. Boom. Bullets flew through the air, striking into the bodies of the zombies, splattering blood and painting the surroundings red, creating a scene too gruesome to behold. "Everyone, keep it up. As long as we hold on, these zombies will never be able to breach our defenses." Lin An shouted loudly. "Kill. Kill." The crowd below the city wall roared in anger. At that moment, a horde of larger zombies broke through the defenses, charging directly towards the city walls. "This is bad. These are the Deathclaws, capable of destroying all fortifications." Boom. The Deathclaws moved with incredible speed, soon colliding with the defensive structures, producing a thunderous explosion. Boom. 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 A series of violent sounds erupted from the defensive buildings set up to slow the zombies' advance. Those structures were completely destroyed, bricks and debris flying everywhere, creating utter chaos. No, we can't let them destroy those fortifications. Once these defenses are gone, the zombies will come through unimpeded and no amount of firepower will hold them back. Lin An thought this and drew his longing sword, leaping off the city wall amidst the gasps of the crowd rushing towards the Deathclaw. The Deathclaw noticed Lin An's arrival and let out an angry roar, attacking him. Seeing the Deathclaw charging at him, Lin An showed no signs of fear, gripping his longing sword and meeting it heat. The two clashed, producing a deafening sound, and both Lin An and the Deathclaw were forced back. Captain, are you alright? After retreating several meters, Lin An stabilized himself and he heard the worried voices of Wang Lai and others. I'm fine. Lin An shook his head in response. At that moment the Deathclaw let out another furious roar and charged at Lin An again. This time Lin An did not withstand the Deathclaw's attack but swiftly dodged into a pile of rubble. The Deathclaw missed its target. Seeing this, Wang Lai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but they did not stop firing at the mutated zombies, knowing that they could not cease fire at this moment. Lin An was extremely cautious, making every effort to avoid contact with the Deathclaw's claws. He understood that the claws were lethal, anything touched by them would be shredded into pieces. After missing, the Deathclaw shifted its focus, attacking the defensive structures of Lin An's team, trying to tear them apart with its sharp claws. Lin An certainly wouldn't give it that chance. Aiming for its back, he swung his longing sword, which emitted a buzzing sound, stabbing fiercely at the Deathclaw. Clang! Clang! Accompanied by two crisp sounds of metal clashing, Lin An's strike failed to inflict any damage. The Deathclaw's defense was incredibly strong, even ordinary bullets might not harm it, let alone Lin An's longing sword. The Deathclaw seemed to sense danger, abruptly halting and then dodging to the side. Swish! Lin An's longing sword grazed the Deathclaw's neck, leaving a small cut that bled, but it did not hit any vital areas. Awoo! Awoo! The Deathclaw unleashed a series of furious roars, charging towards Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An's expression changed drastically and he quickly raised his longing sword, beginning to slash at the Deathclaw. Lin An's reaction speed was incredibly fast, each swing of the longing sword creating a gust of wind. Bang! 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 Lin An's sword strikes were ferocious, continuously landing blows on the Deathclaw. The Deathclaw was pressured back by Lin An's assault, taking multiple hits without sustaining any injuries. Awoo! Awoo! Pressured by the Deathclaw, Lin An was forced back step by step as the Deathclaw pursued him with furious roars. Boom! A series of dull sounds echoed, and wherever the Deathclaw passed, massive explosions erupted, toppling buildings and sending debris tumbling. At this moment Lin An was completely suppressed by the Deathclaw, his body covered in blood with several wounds on his face. Captain, hold on. Wang Lai, seeing the situation, looked extremely grim and quickly urged a woo. Lin An nodded, holding on. Holding on. He must hold on. Thinking this, Lin An took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and desperately defended against the Deathclaw's attacks. Meanwhile, he silently vowed that after this ordeal he must raise his strength, otherwise not only would he be unable to protect those in the fortress, but he might not even be able to save himself. What Lin An did not know was that his actions had utterly enraged the Deathclaw, which went berserk, attacking Lin An with the intent to swallow him whole. Swish! 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 Awoo! Lin An was forced to retreat step by step, his clothes torn in several places and many bloodstains appeared on his face. Boom! Just as Lin An was about to collapse under the Deathclaw's attack, suddenly a deafening explosion rang out from the sky as a rocket-propelled grenade detonated above, engulfing the Deathclaw in flames. What is that? Boom! Just as he was puzzled, another rocket exploded on the Deathclaw. Lin An turned to look and realized it was Xiao Lang carrying a rocket launcher aiming towards him. He felt a surge of joy, he had finally found an opportunity. Deathclaw, die! Lin An shouted angrily, swinging his longing sword fiercely at the Deathclaw. Swish! Boom! Bang! As Lin An attacked the Deathclaw, he also aimed the longing sword towards its head. Awoo! Hit by Lin An, the Deathclaw trembled in pain, then charged furiously at Lin An, attempting to knock him to the ground. Lin An rapidly retreated, dodging the Deathclaw's attack before continuing to press forward against it. This time the Deathclaw did not dodge Lin An's assault as before, but chose to confront him head-on. The Deathclaw stood about 2 to 3 meters tall and weighed over 100 kilograms, while Lin An was barely around 1.7 meters. Such a disparity meant nothing to the Deathclaw. The moment the Deathclaw lunged at Lin An, he felt the immense pressure it exerted. Lin An dared not engage the Deathclaw in close combat, instead he quickly evaded, thrusting his longing sword repeatedly at the Deathclaw in hopes of knocking it back. Unfortunately, the Deathclaw's defense was too strong. Even with all his strength, Lin An could not pierce its skin. Awoo! Awoo! Swish! 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 The Deathclaw, enraged, unleashed a series of piercing howls at Lin An. Lin An's expression turned extremely grave. The Deathclaw's howls sent chills down his spine, as if the Grim Reaper was coming to collect his soul. At that moment the Deathclaw suddenly lunged towards Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An quickly waved the longing sword in his hand, aiming to decapitate the creature. The longing sword struck the Deathclaw's head with a sharp sound. Damn it! Lin An couldn't help but curse under his breath. The defense of the Deathclaw was too formidable, rendering his longing sword incapable of severing its head. Realizing that Lin An had managed to slice off its head, the Deathclaw let out an angry roar, its body suddenly swaying as it pounced towards Lin An, once more intent on tearing him apart. What the hell? This damn thing is truly a freak. Lin An's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged, simultaneously swinging the longing sword to attack the Deathclaw. Although the Deathclaw was strong and its claws were monstrous, it was not agile and thus appeared to be at a disadvantage against Lin An. Nonetheless, it continued to attack Lin An frantically, seemingly intent on killing him with bloody and brutal methods. Whoosh! Just then a black arrow shot in from a distance, heading straight for the Deathclaw. The arrow pierced through the Deathclaw's shoulder, exiting through its back and leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl, emitting a strong burnt odor. Lin An looked up to see that it was the arrow shot by Annie. This was the black feather arrow with armor-piercing properties, and the Deathclaw's once impenetrable defense instantly crumbled, letting out a mournful howl as it collapsed convulsing on the ground. Captain, are you okay? Seeing Lin An unharmed, Annie's face broke into an excited smile as she asked. It's nothing. Lin An shook his head, noticing that Xiao Lang's missile had also landed on the Deathclaw. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted, causing the Deathclaw's body to tremble violently as it fell to the ground, convulsing with blood flowing from its wounds, staining the ground red. With that layer of defense gone, the Deathclaw's health instantly dropped to half. Lin An wasted no time and thrust the longing sword towards the Deathclaw's neck once more. The longing sword carved a shallow gash in the Deathclaw's neck, blood spraying from the wound and staining the surrounding soil. The Deathclaw let out a shrill cry, collapsing to the ground and writhing in an attempt to escape Lin An's assault, but its movements were noticeably slower and it soon lost its vitality. Captain! It's dead! Annie exclaimed in joy, her face full of excitement. Lin An nodded slightly, sheathing the longing sword and casting his gaze over the many zombies and Deathclaws around. He said in a deep voice, Annie, you take care of armor-piercing shots. Xiao Lang, you take out most of its health with missiles and he'll finish it off. Upon hearing the orders, the two immediately went about their tasks without hesitation. Thus the three worked in tandem, accurately eliminating the incoming Deathclaws. Meanwhile, those on the city wall began firing at the other zombies. In an instant, the city wall was filled with the sounds of gunfire and battle cries. Under the combined assault, the zombies were no match for them, each one being reduced to fragments. With everyone's cooperation, the number of zombies on the city wall dwindled. This battle continued from morning until evening, and all the zombies below the wall were cleared out. Finally, it's over. Xiao Lang glanced at the sky and sighed in relief. Yeah. It's finally over, Lin An replied, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. He knew that this operation had been extremely perilous. If Annie hadn't come with the black feather arrows, they might have all perished here. None of them had expected the Deathclaw to be so troublesome. Yalan, Jinboer, Moo and others hurried over. They had been fighting the tide of corpses at their posts and had witnessed Lin An's valiant struggle from the city wall, but could not assist him. Captain, are you all right? Captain, how's your health? Seeing their concerned expressions, Lin An smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, I'm fine, not dying. That's not up to you to decide. Sister Moo, the doctor will make that call. Jinboer, usually a fool, reacted quickly this time and turned to Moo, saying, Sister Moo, I'm counting on you. Moo nodded slightly, reached out to check Lin An's pulse, and her expression changed slightly. What's wrong, Moo? Xiao Lang and Jinboer asked in unison upon seeing her reaction. Moo remained silent, her face serious. Without speaking, she directly took out a pill and placed it in Lin An's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, turning into a warm liquid that slid down his throat into his stomach. Moo. The others looked on with worried expressions. Don't panic. Moo said after administering the medicine. The wounds on Lin An's body were caused by the Deathclaw. Its strength is too formidable. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been killed. Luckily, his physical condition is good, allowing him to hold on. However, this battle has drained a lot of his energy. Once energy is depleted, it is difficult to recover naturally, so this medicine is mainly to replenish energy. Oh. Jinboer, Xiao Lang and the others nodded in understanding and stopped pressing for more information. So don't say you're fine, you should rest for a bit. Moo said with a frown. Lin An scratched his head awkwardly and said sorry. Thank you, Moo, no need to be so polite with me. Moo shot Lin An a glance. Lin An smiled sheepishly and fell silent. Looking at the countless piles of zombie corpses around him, he felt a headache coming on and said, alright, now we have to start cleaning up the battlefield. Sure, I'll help. Annie offered. No need. You all should go back. It's not appropriate for you girls to clean up the battlefield. Lin An shook his head in refusal. That won't do. Such important spoils should naturally be handled by you men. Annie said as if it were obvious. Lin An shrugged, indicating that she could do as she pleased. While Lin An and Jean Boer were busy, the others on the city wall began to come down, dragging the zombie corpses away to collect and load them into vehicles. Of course they did not forget about the corpse cores, which were the most important. Soon the city wall was cleared and the corpses were being loaded onto the vehicles. Lin An cast his gaze towards the loot dropped by the zombies, which formed a small mountain of assorted treasures. Just a glance around made Lin An furrow his brow and his expression instantly darkened. What is this? After such a great battle, the quality of the dropped items is so poor. He examined the attributes of these dropped items carefully, fearing he might overlook something valuable. Food 2 pounds. Weapon a short knife, no quality. Weapon a piece of iron, white. Attributes strength 4. Monster leather armor. Quality gold. Equipment type leather armor. Defense 2. Agility 15. Zombie skeletal remains blue quality. Attack power 50-80. Durability 500,600. After searching through all the dropped items, he finally confirmed that they were all of ordinary quality and had the lowest value. Lin An's expression turned extremely grim, his fists clenched tightly as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, a bunch of worthless junk. I worked hard to kill so many zombies and this is the trash I get. Lin An, what's wrong? Annie walked over to Lin An and couldn't help but ask upon seeing his expression. It's nothing, just go inside the fortress first. Well, take care of this here. Lin An waved his hand and said. Seeing Lin An's grim expression, Annie did not insist further, nodding and heading towards the fortress. Commander, come take a look at this. Could it be the legendary item? Just when he was feeling down, Xiao Lang's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin An, holding an unknown object and presenting it to Lin An. What is this? Lin An's gaze was fixed on the stone, his eyes narrowing slightly. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's that item, Xiao Lang said while examining the stone in his hand. However, when his gaze caught the dense blood strands on the stone, his pupils suddenly constricted and his heart raced. Blood strands. Suddenly a long-standing legend surfaced in his mind and his heartbeat quickened. Let me have a look. Lin An's expression turned serious as he reached for the stone in Xiao Lang's hand. This is. Lin An's hands trembled uncontrollably, his face turned pale and his body even began to shake, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He muttered while looking at the stone in his hand, confirmed this is the high-level corpse nucleus left by the Deathclaw. It might take killing 10,000 to get one. I can't believe we stumbled upon it. The others, including Jean Boer, were instantly terrified by Lin An's demeanor. Jean Boer rushed over anxiously, asking, Commander, what exactly is this? What happened to you? Tell us quickly. Lin An pointed at the stone in his hand. Jean Boer, confused, picked up the stone to examine it. Upon seeing the dense blood-red strands, his body twitched violently and his face turned ghostly white. This. His lips trembled, unable to articulate clearly, yet his gaze was fixed tightly on the stone in Lin An's hand, rendered speechless. Mumu and the others noticed Jean Boer's abnormal reaction and crowded around. At a glance they were all dumbfounded. The stone was covered with dense blood strands resembling a spider web, creating an eerie sight. This. Jean Boer's mouth moved, his eyes filled with shock. Mumu and the others also saw the blood strands, their faces turning extremely grim. They knew exactly what the blood strands represented. Indeed, this is the high-level corpse nucleus left by the Deathclaw. Lin An confirmed this to them. Hearing this, Mumu and the others were momentarily stunned. The news came far too suddenly and they could hardly accept it. This corpse nucleus is made of high-level coagulated blood and has 3 characteristics. Firstly, it can absorb the blood within zombies. Secondly, the energy contained in this high-level coagulated blood nucleus is immensely powerful. Thirdly, this nucleus can be directly consumed for refining, allowing the absorption of the energy within, thus gaining 50 of the Deathclaw's abilities. Lin An continued to explain. Mumu and the others listened in astonishment, their faces revealing disbelief. A high-level corpse nucleus made from coagulated blood. It can directly absorb and refine the energy within to gain 50 of the Deathclaw's abilities. Is this thing real? Everyone gasped, their faces displaying utter disbelief. They felt their hearts could hardly withstand the excitement. Gulp. Mumu swallowed nervously, his voice trembling as he asked Lin An, Brother Lin, do you mean this item can enhance our strength? Exactly. Lin An nodded. Upon hearing Lin An's affirmative answer, the faces of everyone instantly filled with excitement. Then the next question arose, who among them would consume and refine this nucleus? In this apocalypse, no one would refuse the desire for immense power, making this item a priceless treasure. If anyone claimed they didn't want the nucleus, it would be a lie. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to decide. Let's vote by raising hands to see who gets the most votes. The nucleus will go to that person. I'll go first. I vote for the commander. Mumu raised his hand first. Yes. I agree, Commander, you go first. Xiao Lang and the others echoed. That's right, Commander, hurry up and refine that nucleus. The others chimed in, urging him on, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. "Commander, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and refine it." Before Lin An could speak, Jean Boer had already urged him again. "All right." Lin An nodded, casting a deep glance at the crowd before tossing the high-level coagulated blood nucleus into his mouth. As the nucleus entered his abdomen, Lin An felt a surge of warmth, a terrifying heat flooding his body in an instant. The speed of this heat was so rapid that it enveloped his entire body in the blink of an eye. Lin An felt as if his body was being burned, in intense pain exploding within him. Lin An gritted his teeth to endure it, but he did not cry out, instead tightly closing his eyes, striving to concentrate his spirit. As the energy erupting from Lin An's body grew increasingly formidable, the energy of the corpse core gradually fused with the bloodlines within him, emanating a terrifying aura. The power of Lin An's bloodlines was steadily strengthening, and his aura became ever more sharp and formidable. The strength of the leader has increased again. That's great. Indeed, the stronger the leader, the more secure our fortress feels. The aura radiating from Lin An filled the onlookers with envy, their gazes toward him brimming with awe and admiration. They had witnessed Lin An's strength with their own eyes and understood just how powerful he had become. The aura within Lin An's body soared continuously, lasting a full 5 minutes before it gradually subsided. At this moment, Lin An's complexion turned incredibly flushed, his forehead beaded with dense perspiration, and his body trembled slightly, his clothes completely soaked. Amidst their envy, the crowd couldn't help but express their sentiments. The aura Lin An exuded was nothing short of formidable. This aura was exponentially stronger than before. Lin An was undoubtedly the strongest among those in the fortress, without a doubt. As the crowd's words faded, the powerful aura surrounding Lin An slowly receded. He then opened his eyes and glanced around, saying, "Leader, how is it?" Seeing this, Jean Boer hurried over to ask. The gazes of the others were fixated on Lin An, their eyes filled with nervousness. "It's fine, I can control this power without exploding." As Lin An spoke, he suddenly sensed a stirring and quickly looked at his hands. With a thought, his 5 fingers transformed into sharp claws, emanating a chilling gleam. This sight left everyone wide-eyed with shock and disbelief. His fingers transformed into claws comparable to long blades. This is too exaggerated. I must have acquired the skill of Deathclaw, capable of destroying many solid objects. Lin An said this while gracefully waving his claws in the air, producing a series of whooshing sounds that dazzled onlookers, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "Wow! This is amazing!" The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. The high-grade blood-condensing corpse core had merged with Lin An's blood, becoming even mightier, truly terrifying. Not only that, but he had also obtained the skills of the corpse core's owner, which was utterly against the natural order. "Haha, leader, congratulations. Congratulations. Now our fortress finally has security." Jean Boer, Xiao Lang and others hurriedly congratulated Lin An. With another thought, Lin An made the claws vanish, returning to his normal fingers. "All right, let's pack up, we can return to the fortress," Lin An said with a smile before turning to head back. The crowd nodded excitedly and followed suit. The return of Lin An and the others invigorated everyone in the fortress, each face adorned with smiles. Under Lin An's leadership, they had triumphed over the onslaught of zombies and defended their home once more, feeling immense pride and joy. Thus their respect and admiration for Lin An grew even deeper. That evening, as Lin An idly stared at the system interface, Xiao Lang suddenly knocked and entered. "Xiao Lang, what brings you to find me at this late hour?" "Oh, nothing much, just bored and wanted to chat about my past lives." Xiao Lang walked into the room smiling as he sat in front of Lin An. Past lives. Lin An frowned, slightly unsure why Xiao Lang would bring this up. "Yes, let's talk about my time on Earth before I came to this game." "Alright, please take a seat, let's chat slowly." Upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, Lin An's interest was piqued and he smiled, nodding for Xiao Lang to sit down, pouring him a cup of tea. "Actually, on Earth I held a special identity as a cadet in a special military officer academy, having undergone rigorous military training in combat command. During that time my life was extremely tough, training day in and day out with barely 3 hours of sleep each day. However, the hard work bore fruit and I achieved excellent results, on the verge of entering the military to showcase my skills, only to be transported here." Xiao Lang revealed a bitter smile, reminiscing about the past, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Lin An was taken aback, not expecting his identity to be so special. Suddenly Lin An became serious and asked, "So you are telling me this because—" "Leader, I can see you are an ambitious person. I hope to follow you and become your right-hand man. I do not want my talents to be wasted. Moreover, as a former soldier, loyalty is ingrained in me, so you need not worry about my betrayal. Through this I hope to bring us closer. In doing so I can help you enhance your strength and I can benefit from it too." Xiao Lang gazed earnestly at Lin An, making his intentions clear. Lin An was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xiao Lang's words, not expecting such a request, and Xiao Lang's sincere attitude made it hard for him to refuse. After a brief silence he looked at Xiao Lang with fervor and said, "Xiao Lang, thank you for your trust in me. I admit that I do have ambitions, but you must understand, in this world no one can remain at the peak forever, not even me. Therefore, if you wish to follow me, you must continually grow stronger and cannot remain complacent. Rest assured, since you are my right-hand man, I will never treat you unfairly. If you follow me, your future will surely be bright. After Lin An finished speaking, he suddenly reached out to grasp Xiao Lang's hand, displaying a deep brotherly bond. Hee, I knew you wouldn't abandon me, leader. You can trust me, I will follow you diligently. Xiao Lang's face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing Lin An's words, patting his chest as he spoke. Lin An pondered for a moment before suddenly opening the system's character view panel, turning his gaze toward Xiao Lang as he began to check his attributes. Xiao Lang, level 13 player character. Attack power 410,650. Attack speed 55. Defense 300. Intelligence 120. Experience points 640,008,8000. Equipment combat power bonus 31. 3. Profession warrior. Specialization battle command, capable of independently commanding a legion of 100,000 troops. Skill soul of the warrior. After seeing Xiao Lang's attributes, Lin An's mouth widened in disbelief and he was left dumbfounded, his face showing immense surprise. What the heck? This guy can command 100,000 people. His attributes are ridiculously overpowered. Lin An stared blankly at the data in front of him, muttering to himself as his heart surged with excitement. Xiao Lang looked at Lin An's expression and couldn't help but ask curiously, Commander, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my attributes? Lin An finally snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head and smiling at Xiao Lang. It's nothing at all. Xiao Lang, your potential is limitless. I believe you will achieve great things soon. After finishing his sentence, a spark of brilliance suddenly shot from Lin An's eyes as he said to Xiao Lang, since you have decided to follow me, I will do my utmost to cultivate you. Now tell me, what do you want right now? Xiao Lang smiled shyly and said, I want to unlock the system to view others' attributes so that, like you, I can easily gauge their strength. This way I can quickly understand my opponent's capabilities during battles. What? You haven't unlocked the attribute view yet? Lin An said in surprise. Xiao Lang awkwardly chuckled and did not answer. This is a game design setting and I can't directly unlock it for you, you'll have to do it yourself. However, I have a method for you to unlock it quickly. What method? Defeat a boss on your own without using any potions to achieve a system accomplishment, and the system will reward you with the ability to view attributes. No potions. How is that possible? Recovery potions, stamina potions and energy potions are critical in every battle. Xiao Lang was stunned by this news, staring wide-eyed at Lin An. Lin An shrugged helplessly, saying, that's how the game is set up, there's nothing I can do about it. I do know there is a boss nearby that you could challenge. If you want to go, I can take you there tomorrow. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Lang firmly nodded, saying, alright, let's take a chance. Great, well, set off tomorrow. Seeing Xiao Lang agree, a hint of excitement appeared on Lin An's face. Commander, can you tell me the name of this boss and what level it is? Lin An thought for a moment and replied that place is called Qinglong Valley, not too far from us, about a day's drive. The small monsters inside are around level 40 elites, while the boss should be around level 130, named Greenskin Rhino with a poison attribute. However, this guy has a weakness, he doesn't like to operate in treacherous terrains but prefers warm and comfortable environments. If you exploit this weakness and act cautiously, it shouldn't be a big problem given your strength. Xiao Lang nodded and said eagerly, alright, I'll go prepare. I'll set off with you first thing tomorrow. After Lin An finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and continued, there's one more thing to remind you, this achievement must be completed alone. Once we arrive, I won't be able to assist you in any way, it will only be you. You need to keep this in mind. Oh. I understand. Xiao Lang nodded slightly, his eyes filled with determination. Alright, Xiao Lang, you should go get some rest. Okay. Xiao Lang nodded, stood up and left the room, returning to his own quarters. The next morning, Xiao Lang and Lin An packed their things and left the fortress, driving their armored vehicle towards the mountain range Lin An mentioned. Along the way, scenes of Xiao Lang battling the green-skinned rhino continually flashed through his mind while he rehearsed strategies and considerations. When Xiao Lang and Lin An reached the mountain range, it was already noon. Commander, will you wait here? Xiao Lang turned to Lin An and asked. Yes. I'll wait here. You must be cautious, we need to take it down in the shortest time possible. Lin An looked around and added, don't worry, with this boss around there shouldn't be any particularly troublesome monsters nearby, even if there are they won't exceed level 50, so we don't need to be afraid. Commander, if that's the case, I will enter Qinglong Valley first to test the boss strength. Wait a moment. Lin An hurriedly called out to him, pulling out the giant axe that dropped during his duel with the bandit leader Wang Tai gun from his storage space and handed it to him. Lin An said, this weapon is for you, just be careful. Xiao Lang quickly refused, Commander, this is too valuable. Lin An said, this weapon is for you, just be careful. Xiao Lang quickly refused, Commander, this is too valuable. These things are nothing but a drop in the bucket for us. But Commander, I really can't accept this, it's too precious. Alright, don't push it away, this is an order. I hope you remember this, no matter what happens, do not fear death, do not shy away from battle, and believe in yourself. I will remember. Xiao Lang nodded, stowing away the giant axe. He leaped into the forest and began searching for traces of the green-skinned rhino. Along the way he did not encounter any dangers, but when he reached a dense thicket he felt a dangerous aura surrounding him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Whoosh! Almost the moment he landed, a thick tentacle lashed out like a whip against a shrub beside him, ripping it to shreds. Hiss! Seeing the might of the tentacle, Xiaolang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this tentacle really that terrifying? Whoosh! Just as Xiaolang was contemplating, an even longer tentacle swept towards him, its massive form resembling a mountain, making it impossible for him to evade. Wow, this is incredible! Xiaolang cursed under his breath and swung the giant axe in his hand towards the tentacle. Clang! The giant axe collided with the thick tentacle, producing a sound like metal striking metal. His mighty axe was nearly knocked out of his hands, while the tentacle was also repelled and dripped with blood. Such a fierce attack! This monster must possess at least 500 or 600 pounds of strength, yet my mighty axe was sent flying. Xiaolang looked at the mighty axe in his hand, which had caused pain in his palm, and silently felt grateful. At that moment a furious roar echoed through the skies, and a green rhinoceros 3 meters tall with snake-like tentacles crawling on its back charged out. Its massive body barreled forward like a tank, moving at incredible speed, almost appearing in front of Xiaolang in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the enormous rhinoceros, Xiaolang's expression grew increasingly grave. It turned out that the strange tentacles were indeed extending from this beast. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolang fixed his gaze on the rhinoceros, then suddenly pushed off the ground with great force, darting out like lightning, bringing his mighty axe down once more onto the rhinoceros. A dull thud rang out as Xiaolang was thrown back by a powerful recoil, nearly dislocating his arm. After stabilizing himself, the killing intent in Xiaolang's eyes intensified. The strength of this rhinoceros was astonishing, utterly beyond belief. If such a creature were captured by humans, it would surely bring about catastrophic consequences. The rhinoceros roared, charging swiftly towards Xiaolang. Xiaolang rolled to the side just as he stood up. The rhinoceros' claws attacked again. Xiaolang's eyes narrowed as he rolled once more. A rumble echoed as Xiaolang rolled, feeling a powerful wind sweep past him, causing him to shudder. What terrifying speed! The shock in Xiaolang's eyes deepened. This creature was even more agile than a leopard. Xiaolang rolled out again, but this time he did not flee. He raised his mighty axe and struck down at the rhinoceros' head. A thud resounded as the mighty axe struck heavily against the rhinoceros' forehead, yet it caused no damage whatsoever. Damn, such a tough body! Xiaolang exclaimed in a low voice, gripping the mighty axe tightly and channeling all his strength to chop down fiercely. With a crack, the rhinoceros' thick horn was severed, a crisp sound echoing as fresh red blood flowed from the broken horn. In pain, the rhinoceros reared back and let out a roar, its large mouth wide open, producing a deafening sound. The sound reverberated like thunder echoing across the mountaintop, causing Xiaolang's eardrums to tingle with pain. However, despite its furious roar, the rhinoceros did not attack again. Seeing this, Xiaolang felt a slight relief. This beast indeed possessed intelligence, recognizing that Xiaolang was not to be trifled with. Xiaolang raised his mighty axe once more to strike, yet still failed to harm the rhinoceros. The beast let out an angry roar and launched another attack. Opening its mouth, it spewed forth a cloud of green mist. The moment the mist appeared, the air around it twisted violently, whistling as it spread outwards. Xiaolang realized that this was a poison-type boss, his expression changing drastically. The potency of this mist was exponentially stronger than the previous tentacles. If struck, he would surely be reduced to a pile of bones. Whoosh! In the moment Xiaolang was stunned, 2 clouds of green mist swept towards him. He felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chill surging from his feet to his head, causing goosebumps to erupt. This is no place to linger. He decisively turned and sprinted towards the other side of the valley. This poison was extremely lethal. If contaminated, there would be no chance of survival. Xiaolang moved at an incredible speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. The green-skinned rhinoceros, clearly unwilling to let him go, hurriedly gave chase. Though Xiaolang was fast, he was no match for the rhinoceros' strength. In the chase, he felt himself getting further away from the valley, constantly tumbling and dodging. Whoosh! After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaolang's speed finally slowed down as he sensed the rhinoceros closing in on the valley. If he didn't leave soon, a fierce battle awaited him. Xiaolang's speed gradually decreased until he came to a halt, holding his mighty axe as he vigilantly watched the rhinoceros ahead. The rhinoceros also stopped its pursuit, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Xiaolang as if it wished to swallow him whole. Xiaolang felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from the rhinoceros, sending shivers down his spine. He could distinctly sense the beast's aura growing stronger. With a sudden roar, the rhinoceros charged at Xiaolang, its blood-red eyes filled with brutality. Its sharp tusks gleamed ominously. Xiaolang's pupils constricted as he quickly dodged to the side. A piercing sound echoed as a gash several meters long appeared at the spot where Xiaolang had just stood, torn by the rhinoceros' deadly strike. The rhinoceros pivoted and continued to chase Xiaolang, its massive body hurtling towards him like a cannonball, forcing him to evade. However, the rhinoceros was too fast. In a blink, Xiaolang was struck hard by the rhinoceros' charge. Xiaolang felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out blood, staggering back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself. He glanced at the rhinoceros, his eyes revealing horror and panic. The rhinoceros possessed such terrifying speed, if it stepped on him he would undoubtedly perish. The beast roared again. Seeing Xiao Lang struck down, the rhinoceros let out another furious roar, charging at him once more, its massive body bearing down like a mountain. A dull thud resounded as the rhinoceros smashed a hard rock with its foot. Xiao Lang was once again sent flying, crashing heavily against a large stone, blood spraying from his mouth. Meanwhile, outside the valley, Lin An sat atop an armored vehicle watching Xiao Lang in the valley through binoculars. Watching him retreat step by step, Lin An's brow furrowed, concern flickering in his eyes. This rhinoceros was truly troublesome. Could Xiao Lang withstand it? He felt a profound lack of confidence inside. This task could only be accomplished by Xiao Lang alone, and he was powerless to help. Otherwise he would have gone in with him. Now he could only fret. Xiao Lang rose again from the ground, surveying his surroundings. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he darted toward the valley. The rhinoceros, upon seeing this, revealed a cruel glint in its eyes. It uttered a hoarse cry and quickly chased after Xiao Lang. Both moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye their figures vanished from sight. The valley was vast with steep slopes on both sides, yet it could not impede their pace as they raced toward the mountain peak. At the summit there was a flat area. The rhinoceros suddenly slowed down, and Xiao Lang halted as well, gazing ahead at the sheer cliff with a glint of brilliance in his eyes. The cliff was very deep, leading to an abyss below. Xiao Lang glanced back at the rhinoceros and thought to himself, though this rhinoceros is formidable, it has a fatal flaw: it cannot survive in such a harsh environment. It didn't look like much down there. If he could leverage the cliff to jump, he should be able to win, right? A glint flashed in Xiao Lang's eyes, and he suddenly charged forward, his speed soaring like an arrow as he leaped down. Though the cliff was deep, with Xiao Lang's strength, falling down wouldn't easily injure him. Of course, the prerequisite for jumping was his courage. If he lacked that, he might as well return and wait for death. Fortunately, his courage was exceptional, so without hesitation he leaped from the high cliff. He fell awkwardly to the bottom of the cliff, his clothes completely shredded, exposing his lean dark skin. He looked utterly disheveled, resembling a beggar. At this moment he had no time to worry about appearances and quickly surveyed the surrounding environment. It was dark here with an exceptionally cold temperature, and the ground was covered in snow. He looked up at the rhinoceros on the cliff, which indeed did not intend to let him go. Facing the steep cliff, it let out a loud roar, causing a massive boulder to collapse halfway, creating a depression in the ground. The rhinoceros rolled on the ground but quickly got back up and charged toward Xiao Lang again, its massive jaws opening wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. The rhinoceros moved at astonishing speed, appearing before Xiao Lang in an instant and biting down hard. Suddenly a cold wind blew, chilling its green skin and causing its body to freeze. It clearly did not anticipate the extreme cold at the bottom of the cliff, causing its body to weaken and almost collapse. Xiao Lang realized the opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation he picked up the giant axe and charged toward the rhinoceros. Whoosh! Xiao Lang moved with incredible speed, reaching the rhinoceros in the blink of an eye, raising the giant axe to strike down upon its head. Bang! This strike held tremendous force, sending the rhinoceros flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! The rhinoceros cried out in pain, rolling on the ground as its fierce face twisted in agony, appearing even more frenzied. Who? The rhinoceros stood up, its eyes filled with fierce light, glaring at Xiao Lang like an enraged beast as it lunged forward. However, at that moment its body resembled a drunken giant, its steps were staggered, its speed painfully slow, and it swayed heavily, nowhere near its previous pace. In contrast, Xiao Lang moved with remarkable agility, darting toward the rhinoceros like a wraith. He struck with his axe again and again, landing dozens of blows, leaving the rhinoceros covered in blood. Xiao Lang's mood soared, a surge of intense battle intent coursed through him. He felt empowered, eager to cleave the rhinoceros before him in two. His speed increased further until he delivered a decisive strike to the rhinoceros' neck. Slish! He showed no mercy with this blow. It was capable of cutting through steel, and striking the rhinoceros would undoubtedly be fatal. His heart brimmed with immense joy. The axe struck, true blood gushed forth from the rhinoceros' neck, and a gruesome wound appeared with a fountain of blood spraying upward. The rhinoceros convulsed, the intense pain eliciting a heart-wrenching wail as it collapsed heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Ha ha ha! Xiao Lang gazed at the dead rhinoceros before him and let out a long joyous laugh, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The earlier events seemed like a dream, utterly thrilling. As the rhinoceros fell, the mountain winds grew even more ferocious, stinging his cheeks painfully. A glint of determination flashed in Xiao Lang's eyes as he hunched his neck and hurriedly sprinted forward. At that moment the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, player Xiao Lang, for slaying a green-skinned rhinoceros. You have earned 7,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the Title Slayer achievement, reward attribute viewing system unlocked. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Lang was filled with immense joy, a radiant smile lighting up his face. Lin An indeed did not deceive him. Having completed this task, he was rewarded with the attribute viewing system. He quickly ran out of the valley and asked Xiao Lang, are you alright? What could possibly happen to me? Xiao Lang shrugged, continuing happily, Captain, I did it. I successfully unlocked the attribute viewing system. Lin An was momentarily taken aback, then greatly elated, clapping Xiao Lang on the shoulder and laughing. Xiao Lang, congratulations on successfully unlocking the attribute viewing system. However, that light slap caused Xiao Lang to sway, nearly falling to the ground. Seeing his pale face, Lin An felt a pang of concern and quickly supported him, asking with care, Xiao Lang, what's wrong? What happened? Why are you so hot? Xiao Lang touched his forehead and found it indeed a bit feverish, bitterly replying, I was just rammed by the green-skinned rhinoceros, that's why. Lin An hurriedly asked, you're not injured, are you? Fine, it's nothing. A good night's rest will fix it. Lin An couldn't believe that such an injury could heal overnight. He hurriedly dragged him into the car and said, let's get back quickly so Moo can take a look at you. You can't afford to delay with this injury. He secretly regretted that he should have brought Moo along if he had known it would turn out this way. Lin An jumped into the driver's seat, started the car and sped towards the fortress, quickly arriving at the newly established hospital. As soon as the city gates opened, Lin An's car drove straight into the hospital that had just been set up in the fortress. Moo, hurry and check on him. After entering the hospital, Lin An immediately called out to Moo. As one of the first physicians to grow in this fortress, Moo unreservedly took on the role of hospital director. Under her leadership, a team of over a dozen young physicians worked together to establish this makeshift hospital. Lingo, what happened to you? Moo was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Lang's condition, looking at Lin An with confusion. Quickly check on him. He is seriously injured. Lin An urged anxiously. Oh. Moo nodded and quickly stepped forward to examine him. She gently placed her jade hand on Xiao Lang's chest, furrowing her brows as her expression grew serious. How is it, Dr. Moo? How is my brother? Lin An asked anxiously, looking at Moo. Moo withdrew her hand, looked up at Lin An and shook her head with a somewhat helpless expression. Lingu, his injuries are quite severe and he has depleted a lot of his energy. I cannot carelessly use my healing skills, I fear he won't be able to withstand it. We must wait for his energy to recover before we can continue to treat him. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin An's brows furrowed, his eyes showing a hint of disappointment, but he still said, all right. Since that's the case, let him stay in the hospital. I hope he can wake up soon. After finishing all this, it was already past 8 o'clock at night. Watching Xiao Lang lying quietly on the hospital bed, Lin An finally felt a bit of relief in his heart. Gently closing the ward door, Lin An headed towards his dormitory. As he passed by a pile of loot at the city gate, Lin An thought for a moment and tossed everything into the trading system. These items were tasteless to eat and too wasteful to discard. It was better to throw them into the trading system, perhaps selling them could earn him a few corpse cores. In the trading system, some players who were not doing well lingered there daily. When they saw other players listing items for sale, they would swarm over, eager to buy anything suitable. Of course, because they were not doing well, they didn't have much money and could only buy particularly cheap items that were useful to them. This group of people was collectively referred to as scavengers. When the scavengers saw the large pile of goods that Lin An had listed, they were instantly overjoyed and hurriedly approached, sending messages one after another. The big guy is back. How did you suddenly list so many items? Brother, you must have stockpiled these for a long time, right? Seeing their words, Lin An was immediately puzzled. Not long ago there had been a major zombie siege event in the game and players had fought off the hordes, collecting plenty of loot. Why was it that in their words all of his loot was accumulated over time? What are you talking about? I got this from the zombie siege. Lin An replied. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Zombie siege? When did that happen? Yeah, when did the zombie siege happen? How come I didn't hear a thing? Could it be that something major happened in the game during this time and I didn't catch wind of it? Damn, I was planning to explore the woods outside the city tomorrow, but I didn't expect such a big event to happen. Big guy, what exactly happened? Can you tell us in detail? Yeah, big guy, could you share some details with us? Logically speaking, all monster siege events in the game occur simultaneously for every player and won't happen to just one player. Lin An frowned and quickly asked again, was there no zombie siege where you are? The crowd immediately shook their heads in denial. No, it has always been safe here, there hasn't been any zombie siege. No siege happened, there hasn't been any turmoil here. No, we haven't noticed anything during this time, we don't know what happened. Looking at the crowd's response, Lin An's expression grew more serious. If it wasn't an event generated by the game itself, then it must have been orchestrated by someone. Previously he suspected that the increasing number of zombies was the work of the Iron Cavalry Corps, but he couldn't confirm it due to lack of concrete evidence. Now recalling the threats they made when they sent people over before, it was clear that this zombie crisis was definitely related to them. Thus he ignored the scavengers and quickly logged off, gathering everyone in the conference room to discuss the matter. When everyone heard about the connection between the recent zombie siege and the Iron Cavalry Corps, they instantly became furious. Damn it! This is outrageous! They dare to bully us. We must make them pay blood for blood. That's right, we absolutely cannot let them off. We must settle the score with the Iron Cavalry Corps. If we don't resolve this, we won't have peace in the future. Alright, everyone calm down. Lin An waved his hand signaling everyone to be quiet. After pondering for a moment he said one thing must be made clear: the Iron Cavalry Corps is a very large force with thousands of people in their fortress and countless clone soldiers. Their combat strength is formidable, so do not provoke them. Commander, what should we do then? Should we just swallow this anger? I can't accept it. Wang Lai said angrily, feeling a sense of frustration. Jean Boer also chimed in, yes. I can't swallow this anger either. We must teach them a lesson or they will really think we are afraid of them. Yes, Commander, you must find a way to resolve this, otherwise it will have a very adverse impact on us in the future and it might even affect our development. Lin also spoke up. Alright, everyone calm down, we can't act rashly now. What we need to do is wait for an opportunity. As the voices gradually subsided he continued, as you all know, we are at a numerical disadvantage. If we were to engage Hedon it would only lead to mutual destruction. We must find a way to gain an advantage. Therefore we can only temporarily avoid confrontation and take our time to resolve this issue as soon as possible without giving them a chance to catch their breath. Yes, we need to proceed steadily and carefully, advancing step by step. Exactly. I agree. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of Lin An's words. Lin An smiled, realizing that these people were not fools. They understood the choices that needed to be made in such a situation and knew what was right. So what should we do? Yes, what should we do? The crowd nodded, appearing ready to heed his instructions. Ultimately it still comes down to the fact that our strength is inferior. Lin An sighed, feeling completely overwhelmed by the Iron Cavalry Corps. He realized he must seize every opportunity to rise quickly, only then could he protect himself and his friends. We need to devise a solution that satisfies both sides, but we cannot sit idly by, we must take the initiative. What kind of initiative do you have in mind? Yalan inquired. Lin An shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing his expression, Yalan knew he was struggling to come up with a good plan. How about this? Let's not rush to deal with the Iron Cavalry Corps. Instead, we should first ascertain when the next zombie tide event or other incidents will occur. Only by understanding this can we formulate a targeted counterattack. Yalan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking up. Upon hearing this, Lin An's eyes lit up, nodding. Yalan has a good point. We may not be able to defeat them, but we can find out when their next strike will come. Exactly. Wang Lai and Jean Boer exchanged glances and asked in unison, Commander, do you mean? That's right, we can insert a mole among them. We can arrange for a group of undercover agents here to leak their intelligence to us, allowing us to anticipate the strategies of the Iron Cavalry Corps and respond accordingly. If the timing is right, we could even take the opportunity to eliminate the Iron Cavalry Corps. Lin An chuckled sinisterly as he laid out his plan. A mole. How can we find a reliable one? What should this mole do to avoid arousing suspicion? Jean Boer inquired. That's a good question. Let's see if anyone has good candidates to recommend. Commander, I think your strategy is very sophisticated and creative, but have you considered that our enemy is the Iron Cavalry Corps? The mole within the Iron Cavalry Corps might also be one of their own. How can we find someone with deep ties to them to act as a mole? As Yalan spoke, Lin An suddenly had a moment of clarity, and the 5 individuals he had encountered earlier flashed in his mind. These 5 were the awakened Iron Cavalry clone soldiers he had encountered outside. Lin An slapped his thigh and excitedly said, Quick, bring them here. Soon the 5 arrived at Lin An's office and respectfully stood before his desk. Lin An explained the plan to them, concluding, with this undercover mission is extremely dangerous. If exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. You must be prepared for that. Participation is entirely voluntary. You are free to opt out and no one will blame you. You can continue living in the fortress with the same treatment as before. The 5 felt an inner turmoil, glancing at each other and seeing hesitation on one another's faces. They had been living a peaceful life in the fortress, unlike the past when they were involved in constant fighting. As long as they could work, they were guaranteed food and clothing. They even had rice to eat, unlike in the Iron Cavalry Corps where their self-awareness was suppressed, leading a life fraught with danger while subsisting on pig feed. Such a life was something they could hardly imagine. Now being asked to return to that, they found themselves at a loss for what to choose. Lin An understood their predicament. Just as he was about to tell them to take their time to consider, a loud voice rang out. Commander, I am willing to accept this mission. Finally one person took the lead in making a decision, his face filled with determination yet also struggle, reflecting a deep conflict. Seeing this, Lin An smiled at him. The man was very tall, with bulging muscles, a rugged face and piercing eyes that gave off a fierce aura. Lin An looked at the man and asked, This mission is incredibly dangerous. If you're not prepared, you could very well lose your life due to failure. You must consider this carefully. Don't worry, Commander. I know what to do. Please rest assured I will complete the mission and do my best to alleviate your worries. The man quickly assured him. Lin An looked at him with interest and said, Life in the Iron Cavalry Corps cannot compare to ours. I want to know why you want to participate in this mission. The man paused for a moment before saying, because you, Commander, treated me like a real human being. You even had Sister Mumu remove the slave chip from our brains, allowing us to regain true freedom. We are eternally grateful for this kindness. As he spoke, the burly man couldn't help but tear up. On the other side, Yalin was also deeply moved. As a synthetic human, her only distinction from the clone soldiers was having her own self-awareness. It was because Lin An treated her as a person that she found true meaning in life. Therefore one can only imagine how much this meant to the clone soldiers. The man seemed to realize that shedding tears in such a serious meeting was impolite. He awkwardly smiled and continued, that's why I want to participate in this mission. I am willing to endure the suffering again to repay your kindness, Commander. Additionally, I want to rescue my brothers and sisters. Once you defeat the Iron Cavalry Corps, they will no longer suffer. Moreover, I am a squad leader, which means I can access more information. Lin An gazed at the man for a long time. After a long silence, Lin An took a deep breath and said, all right, I allow you to participate in this mission. However, if there is any risk of exposure, you must withdraw immediately. This is my only requirement. Understood. The burly man nodded vigorously and replied solemnly. By this point, the commander was still considering his own safety, which warmed the man's heart. Then it's decided. Lin An smiled faintly, patting the shoulder of the burly man, and said, safe travels. Thank you, Commander. The burly man stood up and bowed, then stepped back. Good. Excellent. At that moment the group relaxed and burst into laughter. With an undercover agent working with us, the pressure from the Iron Cavalry Corps is significantly reduced. Wang Lai shouted excitedly. Indeed. An undercover agent providing such intelligence is absolutely good news. Let's wish that person success. The crowd chimed in. Has number 3759 returned? In a grand fortress, a man dressed in magnificent armor sat in a chair, gently swirling a cup of wine as he casually asked. He was a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, and the armor he wore exuded an indescribable might. He was Carlos, the leader of the Iron Cavalry Corps. Yes, Commander. A servant replied respectfully. Bring him to me. Carlos set down his wine cup and spoke coldly. Yes. The servant quickly ran out, and after a few minutes a burly man was pushed in by the servant. This man was the strongman who applied to Lin An to go undercover. For confidentiality, all his records had been destroyed. All that was left for Lin An and the others was a code name, Nightingale. Carlos narrowed his eyes and stared at him, suddenly asking sternly, number 3759. How did you get lost? Nightingale swallowed nervously and replied, I went missing while following our captain's orders to search for resources heading northwest with my comrades. However, we encountered a horde of zombies and I was the only one who survived. I lost my way and took a long time to find my way home. Carlos coldly stared at Nightingale for a few seconds, then asked, when did you return? Last night. Nightingale answered in a low voice, his tone very calm. Carlos snorted coldly, saying, good that you returned. For a clone like you, one less or one more makes no difference. You might as well jump into the disposal furnace. Recycling waste saves materials for creating one more clone. Nightingale raised his head, staring directly at Carlos. He knew that the disposal furnace was meant for destroying injured, aged, and no longer viable clone soldiers. If he had not awakened his self-awareness, he would undoubtedly leap in without hesitation like a machine. However, he was there as an undercover agent. He could not reveal that he had awakened self-awareness. He could only grit his teeth and pretend to be emotionless, saying yes. The disposal furnace resembled a smelting furnace where batches of clone soldiers missing limbs lined up neatly, one after another, jumping into the furnace like dumplings. With a loud bang, the disposal furnace slowly closed and the lid was tightly locked. Around the disposal furnace stood a circle of soldiers responsible for ensuring that these eliminated products were truly destroyed. These soldiers coldly stared at the disposal furnace, showing no emotion towards their kind, as if they were merely a pile of wood devoid of life. Once the clone soldiers were locked inside the disposal furnace, the flames roared higher and a column of black smoke shot up into the sky. Then the soldiers fell silent as if they had sunk into the sea. This was the ultimate fate of clone soldiers, to be destroyed and turned into piles of ash. Nightingale watched helplessly as his companions were sent into the disposal furnace, his heart aching with guilt and reluctance. He hated himself for not being able to save his companions. Not only was he powerless, but he was also to be treated as an eliminated product. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember Lin An, feeling even more guilty. I'm sorry, Commander, I can't complete this arduous task. Nightingale silently thought, closing his eyes resignedly. In that instant, Lin An's imposing figure, his handsome resolute face and his undeniable presence appeared in Nightingale's mind. Not only had he saved his life, but he had also helped him gain the dignity of being human, sacrificing so much for him. How could he possibly let him down? But it was too late to say anything. Commander, if there is an afterlife, I will surely serve you like a loyal dog. Nightingale thought quietly, then slowly closed his eyes. He awaited the arrival of death, waiting for his soul and body to vanish from this world. Soon it was Nightingale's turn. The door of the disposal furnace slowly opened and a scorching heat surged out. A faint smile appeared on Nightingale's lips. He knew he was about to die. He also knew his soul would be devoured by the disposal furnace. Yet he felt no fear. Just as he was preparing to welcome the arrival of death, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching from afar. The sound was very faint, but it made Nightingale's heart skip a few beats. The footsteps grew closer. When the person was just a few meters away from the disposal furnace, Nightingale saw his appearance clearly. It was an old man around 60 or 70 years old, thin in stature, wearing a blue shirt and deep blue pants topped with a white lab coat. He wore a faint smile, looking relaxed and carefree. This man was Professor Ma, the creator of these clone soldiers. Professor Ma looked at Nightingale and said, "Number 3759, I just received the commander's order. You will not be executed for disposal." Nightingale was stunned, his gaze blank, staring at Professor Ma with wide eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. "What? You don't believe it? That's right, you won't be disposed of. You can continue living, however you will be reassigned to another location and become my assistant. I also considered that you've been missing for so long and still managed to return safely. It shows your intelligence, and I need such an assistant." After a moment of shock, Nightingale quickly ran forward, saying, "Thank you, I am truly grateful." "Thank you." Professor Ma paid him no mind but looked up at the sky and said, "I am also grateful to this world. It is because of this world that I am able to do these things that are not permitted." Before being transported to this game world, Professor Ma had always wanted to conduct experiments on cloning humans. However, due to ethical issues, he never received support from others. But now, in this world filled with crises and moral decay, he was no longer restrained and could pursue his human cloning experiments with peace of mind. Professor Ma smirked cunningly before turning and walking away. Ying hurriedly followed, feeling a mixture of excitement in his heart, both from the joy of escaping death and from the chance to work under Professor Ma, gaining access to more intelligence from the Iron Cavalry's upper echelons. After dealing with Ying's matters, Carlos cast it aside. He listened to his subordinates report, his blue eyes nearly bursting with fire. "What? That Lin An actually defended against this zombie siege?" Carlos exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hated Lin An deeply. As the head of a super consortium from the Eagle Kingdom, before entering the game there was no demand he made that anyone dared to refuse. Now, however, he could be unhesitatingly rejected by a mere brat. The subordinate beside Carlos nodded and replied, "Yes, Captain, Lin An indeed defended against this zombie siege." Carlos, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged, roaring, "Are you all brainless? How could that tiny Lin An possibly stand against those zombies? Captain, please don't be angry. Lin An is indeed quite formidable. All the zombies we lured were completely wiped out by him." The subordinate quickly explained. "Damn it, the zombies we let over were countless deathclaws. If he could fend them off, how on earth did he manage that?" Carlos was a bit frantic. He couldn't fathom how Lin An could achieve such a feat. "Captain, we indeed need to find Lin An's weaknesses, or we won't be able to deal with him at all," the subordinate said. After a moment of contemplation, Carlos nodded. In the past, he could have easily ordered his clone army to obliterate a small fortress like Lin An's. But now was a crucial period for forming alliances. He couldn't show a brutal side and had to suppress his murderous intent. The subordinate then handed over a document stating, "This is a letter from Zhao Kuang, the lord of the Black Flag Fortress. He has agreed to join the alliance." Carlos, upon hearing this, was instantly invigorated. "Good, very good." Carlos nodded excitedly. "Where is Zhao Kuang now?" The subordinate respectfully replied, "He is currently at the Black Flag Fortress waiting for you to handle him personally." "Good." Carlos nodded, then took the document and began to read it carefully. He flipped through the pages slowly, as if afraid to waste even a second. After reading through more than 10 pages of the thick stack of documents, Carlos finally stopped. "I have already read through this material. There are no major issues, but..." Carlos frowned slightly and sighed. "It's just that Zhao Kuang is too cunning. I wonder what kind of conditions he will propose." Hearing Carlos' words, the subordinate quickly replied, "Captain, although Zhao Kuang is a bit treacherous, this also proves he possesses extraordinary wisdom. As long as we agree to provide him with sufficient benefits, I believe he will definitely be loyal to us." Upon hearing this, Carlos nodded in satisfaction and then said, "All right, since Zhao Kuang is willing to join our ranks, I will offer him a generous commission and a sweet deal. Don't worry, I will inform Zhao Kuang of this good news, making him understand how wise it is to join us. After all, by joining us his status will soar dramatically." Hearing this, Carlos nodded and said no more. Meanwhile, Lin An received a report from Ying stating that everything was fine on his side. A slave chip previously implanted in his brain was now implanted in Ying's mind. After modifications made with expensive equipment purchased from the trading system, other tools checked the chip and showed it was functioning normally, but in reality it could no longer issue control commands to his brain. Simultaneously, the modified slave chip could still emit signals externally. This method allowed for highly efficient and secure information exchange as long as Ying did not actively admit it. An ordinary person would not be able to detect any abnormalities from the chip. Seeing that everything was fine, Lin An finally released the tension that had been hanging in his heart. Just as he stood up happily to stretch his shoulders, Yin Buwan kicked open the office door, excitedly shouting, "Commander, good news, a bountiful harvest." Bountiful harvest. Our wheat and rice in the fields have all matured and our grain has increased by 800 tons. What? Lin An's eyes widened in surprise. In Bu-wan, nearly jumping for joy, exclaimed, "Our grain has yielded a bumper harvest, expecting an increase of 800 tons. I have never seen so much grain." Hearing this news, Lin An was incredibly excited. He knew that the increase in grain meant their lives would improve significantly. In recent days their lives had become increasingly difficult and the feeling of not having enough to eat was truly unbearable. Now finally there was good news. "Let's go quickly, take me to the farm to take a look," Lin An said joyfully. Along the way he kept discussing the harvest results with In Bu-wan, both of them enjoying the conversation, their faces beaming with smiles. The two quickly arrived at the farm. Before their eyes lay a golden sea of wheat, appearing exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. So beautiful. Lin An gazed at the fields of wheat, sincerely admiring. Yes indeed," In Bu-wan replied with a happy smile. "Our harvest has exceeded expectations. It seems our luck is truly good." "Yes, our luck is indeed great. However, we mustn't let our guard down, as having so much grain on hand may attract players from other fortresses to come and seize it." In Bu-wan nodded in agreement. Lin An continued, "By the way, can we start harvesting this wheat and rice?" "We can. Then let's hurry and call everyone over to harvest it." As Lin An spoke he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to work in the fields himself. "Yes," In Bu-wan quickly affirmed and turned to leave. Lin An, wielding a sickle, harvested at an astonishing speed, completing a large patch of wheat in just a few minutes. Before long, news of the bountiful harvest from the farm spread rapidly throughout the fortress. "Heavens! Our crops have ripened once again. Goodness gracious, we're truly rich now. Ha ha! We're rising and rising. Is this an angel sent by the divine to save us? Good heavens! This is simply beyond belief. Indeed, it's utterly unbelievable. How could we possibly reap such an abundant harvest? Haha, I can scarcely trust my own eyes." Every resident of the fortress erupted into jubilant celebration. This wave of elation soared so high it seemed to stir even the clouds drifting across the sky. Some commoners wept with overwhelming joy, emotions that flooded their hearts with pure happiness and profound contentment. They struggled to find words, yet they knew with absolute certainty only with this grain could their lives be secured, and only with it might they finally break free from bondage. Such a monumental harvest was nothing short of miraculous. Now they could savor fresh vegetables and drink cool, refreshing beverages. Even more remarkably, surplus grain could sustain livestock, allowing them at last to eat meat. In this desolate post-apocalyptic world such luxuries were the very stuff of dreams. How could they not be overjoyed? How could their hearts remain still? And so men, women and children alike seized scythes and rushed en masse toward the farmland to labor. Their spirits soared, scythes flashed rhythmically in their hands, and gentle smiles of quiet fulfillment graced their lips. Lin An too felt himself lifted by this tide of collective joy, and a soft, genuine smile bloomed upon his face. "Commander, why are you working in the fields yourself? As commander, shouldn't you remain above manual labor?" Jean Boer approached Lin An, puzzled by what he saw. "Oh, nothing extraordinary, just wished to till the soil and strengthen my body. Only then can I fulfill the duties expected of a true commander," Lin An replied with a warm smile. Jean Boer chuckled in response. "I deeply appreciate your sincerity, commander, but leave the fieldwork to me. You've earned your rest." "No, I must work the land myself," Lin An shook his head. "I cannot afford whispers that I wield authority to avoid labor. This..." Jean Boer hesitated. He did not wish to see Lin An burdened with grueling menial toil. Yet gazing upon Lin An's unwavering resolve, Jean Boer ultimately relented and acquiesced. Together the two descended into the fields to begin their work. Lin An worked with astonishing speed, harvesting 5 mu of wheat and rice single-handedly. His effortless mastery left Jean Boer and the others awestruck. This was nothing short of terrifying. Truly worthy of being our commander, reaping grain as easily as slicing tofu. Indeed. Unbelievable. A man of extraordinary caliber, no wonder he leads us. Gazing upon the towering mounds of golden sheaves strewn across the earth, all murmured heartfelt admiration. 2 hours later the harvest concluded. The workers' faces bore deep exhaustion, their bodies drained after 2 relentless hours of labor. "Return to your quarters and rest. Tonight we'll serve a feast, a grand hearty meal for everyone," Lin An announced to the crowd. Overwhelmed with delight at the news, they could scarcely contain their joy, thanking Lin An profusely before turning to retire to their rooms. As they receded into the distance, Lin An's face softened into a quiet, satisfied smile. He stretched languidly. "Commander, you're truly extraordinary. To labor thus in the fields would break even the strongest commoner. You are a miracle." Jean Boer gazed at Lin An with unfeigned reverence. Lin An blinked, then laughed lightly. Enough, you're flattering me again." "No, commander, I speak only truth." Jean Boer shook his head earnestly. Lin An rolled his eyes, said no more, and turned instead to tallying the harvest. "After feeding our current population, how many additional people can these stores sustain?" Lin An asked In Buwan, gesturing toward the mountainous piles of grain sacks before him. Over 1,000, In Buwan replied after brief consideration. Lin An furrowed his brow. Though the yield was immense, sustaining so many for an entire year remained daunting. After all, his granaries held only 10,000 jin of rice, their final reserve. Yet he quickly recalled, unlike Earth where a single crop cycle demanded 2 or 3 months, here the slowest harvest required merely 1 month. If such yields continued over the coming months, accommodating another 1,000 souls would pose no difficulty. Faced with mounting pressure from the Iron Cavalry Corps, Lin An concluded it was time to expand the population. That evening during the routine assembly, Lin An formally announced his decision to increase the fortress's population. What? We're expanding our numbers. But how could that be necessary? Our current population maintains the fortress perfectly. Why add more? Precisely. Commander, we've just reaped this bounty. If we dilute it among more mouths, what becomes of us? Upon hearing Lin An's declaration, voices rose in protest. Most believed the fortress's present size was already optimal. Rest assured, grain supplies will remain abundant, unaffected by population growth, Lin An vowed with solemn conviction. Though skeptical, they observed Lin An's grave expression and reluctantly withdrew their objections, accepting his proposal. Seeing consensus achieved, Lin An nodded in quiet satisfaction and declared, "Then it is settled. You've all labored hard today, return now and rest well." After several days of preparation, Lin An assembled his forces once more. 5 armored vehicles stood ready, saluted by cheering residents lining the fortress gates as the expedition set forth to seek new survivors. Chao Lang, though still recovering, insisted on joining. With no alternative, Lin An permitted him to come along. Lin An then took the wheel and steered southward, his destination Beijing, a vast endless expanse of desert. Brother Lin, just how perilous is the desert? Mumu sat beside him in the passenger seat, gazing idly at the landscape blurring past the window. The desert, utterly treacherous. If you doubt me, wait until we arrive. Then I'll show you its true horror, so terrifying it may stop your heart. Lin An smiled, his tone filled with endless amusement. All right, brother Lin, please stop joking. I'm scared. Seeing Lin An's mischievous smile, Mumu immediately surrendered. Haha, just teasing you. Don't be afraid, there's nothing to fear in the desert. Even if we encounter ferocious beasts, it's fine because I am here. No one can harm you. Lin An said with a proud smile. Yes, with you here I fear nothing because I know you will definitely protect me, brother. Mumu sweetly smiled at Lin An. Lin looked at the two and couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling a pang of jealousy in her heart. However, she did not show it, quietly turning her face to the side, gazing out the window at the scenery. The distance to the desert region was vast. The convoy had been traveling for nearly half a month, and only then did the scenery outside the window begin to fill with endless yellow sand. Lin An stopped the vehicle and jumped out, his feet sinking into the soft yellow sand. After steadying himself, he took a deep breath. The temperature in the desert region was extremely high. The hot wind blowing against his face felt like a knife cutting into him, very painful. However, he cared not, taking out a cloth to wrap around his face. The others followed suit, wrapping their faces as well. Lin An gazed into the distance, pointing at a sand dune. Beyond this dune lies a horde of zombies extending for dozens of kilometers. They are lurking at the edge of the desert. We must quickly pass through this zombie zone. Ah. There are zombies too. Mumu exclaimed in surprise. That's for sure. Outside, whether in the grasslands or forests, is far better than the barren desert, right? Then why do the people in the desert foolishly stay inside? It's precisely because of the zombies lurking at the desert's edge, forming a zombie circle. Lin An explained. Oh, so that's how it is, Mumu said, suddenly enlightened. So what should we do now? We can't just charge straight into the desert, can we? Lin asked in confusion. Upon hearing Lin's words, everyone looked towards Lin An. Lin An shrugged and said, there's no choice, we can only force our way through. The others had no other options and could only follow Lin An's instructions, re-entering the armored vehicle and preparing their weapons. The 5 armored vehicles roared to life, racing towards the sand dune like arrows released from a bow. Soon the rumbling of the armored vehicles attracted the attention of the wandering zombies, and a frenzied howl erupted from all around. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Hearing the howls around them, Lin An's lips curved into a cold smile as he commanded the others beside him, everyone prepare for battle. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. The armored vehicle then slowly turned its head, and the machine gun turret on the roof aimed at the horde of zombies. Poochie bullets flew from the armored vehicle, piercing into the surrounding zombies, splattering bright red blood as bodies fell into the desert. Although the small wave of zombies had formidable strength, they had no ability to fight back against the armored vehicle. In just a few seconds they were all eliminated. Let's go. Continue on our way. Lin An ordered, shifting the machine gun turret aside. Hearing Lin An's command, the armored vehicle restarted and slowly moved forward. Oh whoa. Just as they had driven a short distance, a large group of enormous vultures appeared in their line of sight. Damn it, it must be the scent of blood that attracted them. Lin An's expression changed as he quickly ordered the armored vehicle to retreat to the left. The armored vehicle was retreating while the vultures chased after them with incredible speed, almost reaching their side in the blink of an eye, wildly swooping down. Bang! 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 Just as the giant vultures approached, Lin An was the first to pull the trigger, firing bullets at them. The giant vulture let out a shrill scream, one of its wings getting blown off, crashing down to the ground, blood staining the earth. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Seeing the fate of their companion, the giant vultures roared in anger, and then more bullets flew towards them. Bang bang! The machine guns on the armored vehicle continuously fired at the giant vultures, the bullets making a piercing sound as they struck the giant vultures. Boom! Boom! Bang! Although the giant vultures dodged in time, the bullets still grazed their fur, penetrating into their bodies. Ah! The giant vulture, injured, became even more frenzied, flapping its wings wildly, trying to escape the armored vehicle's firing range and fly far away. Bang! The 12.7mm machine gun on the armored vehicle also aimed at the giant vulture's head, ruthlessly spraying it with bullets, causing blood to flow from its head. A cloud of blood mist enveloped its head, making it hard to distinguish its appearance, only a red blur visible, looking extraordinarily eerie before it crashed to the ground. Another giant vulture, after being injured, began to fly frantically upwards, attempting to dive down and deliver a vicious blow to the armored vehicle. However, it clearly did not realize that the armored vehicle's firing range far exceeded its expectations. As soon as it flapped its wings, the armored vehicle fired again, targeting it. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out, bullets piercing through the air and striking the giant vulture, instantly penetrating one of its legs. Ah! The giant vulture let out a tragic cry once more as its wings trembled, its body swaying and tumbling forward, crashing heavily onto the desert, kicking up countless dust, looking utterly wretched. Xiaoling, despite being injured and not fully healed from his last battle with the giant rhinoceros, could not care less about his pain. He operated the machine gun on another armored vehicle, and after a round of fire he shot down several giant vultures. Roar a whoa! Oh whoa! Oh whoa! At this moment, a large group of zombies, having sensed the commotion, surged over. Bang bang! Bullets struck the zombies, creating bloody holes as blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Keep moving forward quickly. Seeing the zombies surging toward them, Lin An, still operating the machine gun, patted the roof and shouted loudly, urging the armored vehicle to continue forward.